The Blast TV CSGO Major in Paris kicks off in 2023 with a new and improved format. Teams from all over the world will battle for the lion's share of $1,250,000 in prize money. The Major has 3 phases: the qualifications phase, which includes both the RMR qualifiers and the RMRs, a playoff phase consisting of challengers and legends, and a finals phase called champions. The RMR qualifiers is the only stage at which competition is played online. For the RMR qualifiers only, the 3 regions of the CSGO competitive ecosystem are subdivided. This means that for Asia, China, Oceania, and the Middle East, including Africa, have qualifiers alongside a general Asian qualifier. In the Americas, North America and South America have separate qualifiers. It is only in Europe that competition remains continental with no regional subdivision. Teams that reached the Legend stage at the Rio Major are invited to their region's RMR. All other teams will enter either the open or closed qualifiers for their region's RMR, based on their position in the Valve regional rankings on the 12th of February 2023. For the RMR European qualifiers, the team ranked 1 to 16 advanced directly to the closed qualifier, with all others entering 2 open qualifiers. 8 teams advance from each open qualifier to the closed qualifier, which is played as 2 16-team tournaments with 18 teams advancing to the RMR. For the Americas, the teams ranked 1 to 8 in each sub-region are invited to the closed qualifier, with all others entering 2 open qualifiers in each sub-region. 4 teams advance from each open qualifier to the closed qualifiers, with 7 teams from each closed qualifier advancing to the RMR. In Asia, the teams ranked 1 to 4 in each sub-region are invited to the closed qualifier, with all others entering an open qualifier in each sub-region. From the open qualifiers, 4 teams advance to the closed qualifiers, with 2 teams from each closed qualifier advancing to the RMR. The RMRs take place in April and are played offline in each respective region. The European and Americas RMRs are a Swiss format, with the Asian RMR played in a double elimination format. Initial matches are best of 1, while all elimination and qualification matches are best of 3. The Asian RMR is an 8-team tournament with 2 teams advancing to challengers. The American RMR is a 16-team tournament with 4 teams advancing to challengers and 1 team advancing to legends. The European RMR is split into 2 16-team tournaments, European RMR A and European RMR B. From A, 4 teams advance to challengers and 4 teams advance to legends. From B, 5 teams advance to challengers and 3 teams advance to legends. 1 further team advances to the challenger stage from a last chance playoff. Find schedules, team info, articles, and the best live viewing experience of the Blast TV Paris Major on blast.tv/major.
Well, 2 days of exciting competition have already raged on here at the European RMR, and it has been absolutely A-tier from some of the teams that we've seen. But I've got you beautiful boys back with me. The Brit gang, we're still here, we're still going. How are we feeling about today?
It's a big day. It's a big day. We've got more elimination on the line. I think it's the most important fact, as well as some of the teams we're going to be saying goodbye to as well. Big VP news has obviously been the talk of the town this morning with Chiron gone, Norbert replacing him. We don't see that every day, not in the major circuit, but that's coming up later as well. First, we've got to look at our results, our previous round, and what's already happened. We saw yesterday some mad matches. I think for me, the big one was, in terms of upsets, Into the Breach taking down VP, setting VP on this arc that we see today.
Yeah, I mean, Into the Breach, you know, you imagine that victory is part and parcel with why we have the swap occurring, with Norbert coming in and making his return. Yeah, you know, and then as things battled on, it was nice to see kind of a recovery from Sprout, I would like to say, as well, getting some revenge as well versus the UK squads, as they knocked out Viperio 2-1. That was a little bit later on. You can take a look. Look, we had our first two teams qualifying yesterday. It was NAVI 3-0 with MPL as a shining star in the server. He gave a very smiley interview afterwards. They rolled over FaZe Clan, who came off the back of the Intel Grand Slam just over a couple of weeks ago. And then Fnatic, you know, they blitzed through, man. They were looking good. They were able to rise up and beat Bait across that series, going 3-0. And, you know, more experienced team kind of closing it out there in that head-to-head.
Yeah, I do fear for Bait, right? Because we saw them back in the last EU RMR where they went, you know, 1-2 and then eventually dropped out after losing back-to-back BO3. So I feel a little fear for the Bait boys, but we'll see how they fare later on today.
Yeah, we also said goodbye to a couple of squads, Viperio being one of them, as mentioned, beaten down by Sprout across the BO3, and then a very emotional goodbye to Saw once again, right? Those guys always kind of wear their hearts on their sleeve. We had a little exit interview with them, and yeah, it was a pretty sad way for it all to go down for Saw, I think.
I think they were also, you know, expectant of that. They said in the interview, like, we are the worst team coming in. They said that, right? We are the lowest seed, and you know, we see Saw struggle at these RMRs against some of the tier 1 teams, but we still have some tier 1 teams on the docket. Here's how our Swiss has broken down so far. For me, one of the big games of the day, not just that MOUZ VP matchup for 1-2, obviously a top 4 previous major team eliminated this afternoon, but also up in that 2-1, you got B&E FaZe. The flip side, that was the 0-3 match back in Rio Legends.
Yeah, and even like, you know, a little almost Star Wars reference with the BB8 game. You know, ITB versus Bait. That's going to be a sick one. And I also think that's pretty interesting because, you know, of how these teams look. The fact that one of them is looking to go 3-1 is sick.
So let's take a look at what we got for today. I'll break down our matches here on the B stream. Jackie, take us away. What do you see?
Oh boy, well, like you alluded to, of course, that Bad News Eagles FaZe game coming up towards the end. That should be a bit of a treat. Obviously,
that is going to be a treat. That's just really drill that home. That's a sick rematch.
Yeah, it's so damn good. We've got it. And then Falcons GamerLegion as well.
Spicy.
2 sides that have their own reasons for wanting to make it to Paris, but that's another one that should be very competitive.
Yeah, for Falcons, obviously the only French team left in competition, looking to make it to Paris, and with Kenny Yes at the helm with so many of these old French legends, with how well Body's been playing at this tournament already, I think that's a great matchup. And on the flip side, GamerLegion, a team who caused a bit of a ruckus last major as well, and they look to be there. That's a 2-1 game, but of course we do have our 1-2 first, as we see Apeks getting ready and getting geared for their matchup up against Sprout.
Yeah, and I'm actually quite surprised, obviously, with the performance we've seen from Apeks.
Yeah, these chairs are difficult, man. Squeeze argument. Squeeze. He's got it. I love how we have it in slow-mo as well.
See,
makes it look easy.
You know they're ready for the games. If you can navigate the chair blockage, you can get through anything.
I like that he even stared down the camera, like realizing, like, oh, this is all being recorded. Can't mess this up.
Nice to see Stiko at LAN as well. Obviously, you know, a kind of old school player in a sense. Like, he's been around for a long time. Very active pro. Great with content creation as well. Don't have many of them. But here's a flip side. We got Sprout. We got Big Berry and the boys. Some young players fielding a new in-game leader for this roster. Smooth seatbelt removal.
Okay, that was clean.
And he even uses it to drag himself out. That was a nice execution from Azza.
He actually turned his greatest weakness into a strength, and they might have to do the same in the game right now, man. This is some fantastic execution out of the Sprout boys.
Yeah,
Never seen anything like it.
Stare on your screens as well. One of the hot prospects of Denmark, one of the younger talents we have inside of this team. A lot of young talents in this team, in the Romanians as well. Definitely players to keep an eye out today. Zyphon, of course, of ex-Copenhagen Flames fame, also in this team. Roster-wise, this team is actually really exciting. Results-wise, left something to be desired. New in-game leader, we have to give them time, but there's no time like right now because elimination is on the line for Sprout and Apeks.
Yeah, and that's the hard part about it, right? If there was any issues that you had to fix, the time for that has already gone out the window. But let's drill in a little bit on Sprout, of course. Azza, the man on your screens there behind the helm, he's been really nice, Harry. The fact that we've kind of seen him trying to keep the energy of this team at a high, even when things have been at a very low point for them in the tournament, has been quite interesting to see. Yeah,
I think Azza's kind of been very truthful with us about feeling like he is just, lagging behind a bit in terms of the meta. He hasn't been shy in kind of admitting that and saying that he has a lot of work to do, but I do think he brings a wealth of experience with him, right, and a very good mindset. And I think that's really what this team needs, if we're being honest. Something that was a little reassuring as well, alongside, this idea that Az is hopefully bringing that energy and that hype to the squad, is that in that Viperio matchup, Stare did perform really well, and I think that's really what we need, honestly. If Sprout are gonna hope to grind their way back through from 1-2 down, we're gonna need big Stare games, because I think the problem in the BO1s was that he was pretty quiet.
Yeah, we even get to hear from Azza as well, Harry. I think you sat down with him today and had a little chat, so let's check that out.
All right, we're joined by Azza. So firstly, I want to start by saying you guys have had a bit of a kind of rough start in the BO1s, but got into the BO3s yesterday, were able to win your first one. How are you feeling now that we kind of move away from the BO1 format into the BO3s? Is this where you guys are looking to do your best work?
I mean, yeah, I think we're feeling a lot better when it comes to best threes, right? I think right now as a team, we're starting pretty slow. We even, coming to the best three yesterday, we started really slow on Vertigo against Viperio, but the next two maps, we had a lot of energy coming into it, and I think it was, I think that maybe as a team, like, we're a little bit young and inexperienced, so we're feeling a bit of the pressure, but I think yesterday's win was definitely good for the confidence and good for, like, just in general for us, so yeah.
And, when you kind of look at your tenure coming back to play for Sprout, obviously you had some time away, right? How have you kind of been finding the adjustment? I know you've already talked about this a bit, talking about the nades and whatnot, but how's it been for you, bro?
I mean, yeah, bro, it's like, it's not even just the nades, right? It's a bit of everything, right? So just like any other sport or whatever, the game evolves, right? And with Counter-Strike, everything's evolving constantly. So it's nades, it's strats, it's timings, it's everything. And it's like, even things that I've done before, I've like sort of forgotten. I have to remember it again. It's like in practice, it's like Barry would tell me something. I'm like, oh yeah, fuck, I remember that. Yeah. So I mean, it's definitely a lot of things. So for me, it's just about just time. So yeah.
And, I mean, talking about the past, today you play versus Jacob, right? You guys playing online, old mate. This is pretty sick. I mean, you guys have played a few times online, right? But in terms of like LAN head-to-head since being teammates, this is like the first time. So how are you feeling about that?
I was making a joke with him the other day. Actually, it was just like, we can't get rid of each other right now because we're just playing each other and seeing each other in a hotel and stuff. So, I mean, I'm looking forward to it for sure. Like, obviously, me and Jake made a good relationship. We played with each other for ages, so I'm looking forward to it, and I just want to give it our best. So yeah.
All right, sick. Cheers, man. Well, good luck with the game today, brother.
What a guy. I do like Hazza, and I like how he seems to be, like I said, like very honest about the kind of problems that they have and the fact that he feels that they're a young team and that they do lack that experience. That's what he's trying to bring. But then there's this idea, and I think he put it really well. Even taking a couple of months out of the game is huge, right? So Counter-Strike is constantly evolving and constantly shifting, and trying to bring yourself back into the fold is easier said than done. But I do think if you're someone like Azza, the thing that you have is this ability to catch up quickly because you've done this before, you've been in these positions before.
You've also got young players around you, right? Like the joke of like, oh yeah, my nades aren't great, and my younger players have helped me update them. That's one thing, but I think that's really valuable to someone like Azza for him and for them. He can bring that wealth of experience. He's been a top 4 major participant, and for these players, I think that's a huge detail for them, as well as them bringing him up to date. Because for Azza, I think it's an interesting talking point. He stepped away not just for a while, which of course in Counter-Strike, any amount of time away from the game, you're gonna fall out of balance a little bit. But for Azza alone, we always talk about how certain regions don't stay up to date with the EU meta being out of Europe, right? And Azza not just has been back in Australia, he was out in North America, the whole COVID era in Counter-Strike playing with 100 Thieves. Sure, he had that about a year in Europe playing under Extremum. The results weren't great, obviously with Bentet and the Aussies, and even with Jacob as well. But yeah, then he goes back to Oz, he plays with Encore, he disappears for a bit. It's no surprise this guy's a little bit behind, but I would love to see this team do well because I think it has some really nice pieces. I'm sure you guys agree with me. The problem we've seen, or at least I've seen for Sprout, is when they are down in the dumps, I don't know how much faith I have in them pulling themselves out.
Yeah, no, I'm completely right there with you. I think in terms of the mental game, they really do wear their hearts on their sleeves. You can see that quite clearly. We had it very obviously when we were covering some of their games previously here in the RMR, Hugo. So yeah, I'm right there with you, bud. And that's the one thing that you kind of have to fix before it turns into a bigger issue, and this will be the game to keep that in case.
Yeah, well, let's start looking at their opponent then. Let's start looking at Jacob and the boys. This Apeks squad featuring a couple of big recognizable names. I mean, I'm always happy to see Stiko, still grinding it out, man. And this guy really is a grinder. He's got Jacob alongside him, Nork as well, bringing it up the rear. So this is a pretty sick team, is this little Apeks squad. They've had the thing that's like interesting when you look at how Apeks have done here, right, is like, yeah, they're down in this 1 and 2 position, but the games they've had have been really close, really down to the wire. They had the OT loss versus Bad News Eagles. They had a nearly 30-round game versus FaZe Clan, finishing that 13-16. And so it's, kind of like a weird vibe almost, because it's this feeling of like, damn, we're so close, we're right there, but they're not quite taking these games over the line, and it's left them in this 1-2 position.
Well, isn't that a fortunate storyline, Harry? Because you chatted to Azza, so I got to talk to Jacob and ask him the exact same thing. Ooh. So let's see what he had to say. Jacob, the big story ahead of this game is you're finally playing Azza on LAN after years as a teammate together. How are you feeling about that matchup?
Yeah, it's going to be weird to play against Aaron. We've been teammates, been through thick and thin. Ups and downs, so I don't know, I'm excited for it, honestly. It's the first time, I think. I played him on LAN before, but I think that's like 6, 7, 8 years ago, so I'm excited for this one.
You guys have had some really close games, some close wins, some close losses. Does that hype you guys up? Does it make you feel like the preparation is paying off, or are you more disappointed in your results so far at 1-2?
I don't know, it's a bit of both, honestly. We were so close of winning versus, I wouldn't say so close of winning versus FaZe, but we put up a good fight, but really close about versus like winning over BNE. It shows that we can perform and we can play versus anyone, honestly. But it's a little bit, I wouldn't say maybe not annoying, but it hurts a bit that you were so close. But we are very confident, so I think we can handle Sprout.
And obviously, you guys have Cuban as a coach, legend from VP fame. What's it like having one of the old Polish legends as your coach? How does he assist you?
He's a very good coach. He's like always thinking many steps ahead, and he's a little bit different from the other coaches I've had. He's not that hype, but he's more like tactical. I see that he brings the hype here as well, even though he's not allowed. So, I enjoy having Cuban as a coach.
Other than Azza, you guys have a lot of experienced players in your team, whereas I would say, the Sprout players are a lot younger, a lot less proven, rather. Are you worried about them at all? A lot of individual talent on this team.
They have a lot of individual talent. I wouldn't say that we have yes, we have more experience, but some of these players have also played a fair bit of events, I would say. I know they had a good run last year as well I'm not sure if it was RMR or Major, but yeah. I think they have enough experience that they shouldn't, be that scared, but I don't think it comes down to experience today.
Well, good luck in your game. All right, that's Jacob from the side of Apeks, taking on his former teammate in Azza. We've got the maps on our screen now as well. Nothing too shocking. I think the most interesting takeaway for me is Anubis, a map we haven't even seen yet in the RMR to my knowledge, and also a map that, unsurprisingly, Stiko roster is grinding hard. 13 out of 17 wins on this map ever since they've started playing it. So they've got a really good track record on Anubis. If we go 3, Apeks are in good form.
Yeah, man. It could be sick to see. I think we had it a couple of games on some of the streams that we weren't covering. I think
nice.
Fnatic, Viperio, Sprout played it actually, but that's the only time I've actually seen it.
That's
so
right.
It'd be cool that we
Sprout
get to
did play
cover
it.
it if we make it there.
Yeah, let's take a look at the predictions for the day as well. See what everyone thought, what everyone had on the tip of their tongue. A lot of Apeks picks. My goodness. I didn't think it would be that one-sided.
Well, I got to say, I actually feel a little bit better about the predictions, what with Anubis being that third map. I think we're in one of these kind of weird spots where Sprout, if they do want to pick this up, it almost feels like it has to be a 2-0. Yeah, so Apeks, big fans right now.
And the B&E pick for you, Jackie, always loves an underdog.
Yeah, mate, you got to love an upset, right? We're British. I thought everyone would.
Yeah, well, we're going to be back in a minute. We've got, of course, this game ready to go. Players on the server in their seats and hot and ready for an important BO3 1-2 matchup here in the Swiss system. Stay with us.
Well, here we go. About to kick off the third day of the RMRs here with a fantastic game, but we've also got some great odds coming in straight away from Unicorn, of course.
Yeah, Apeks is the favorite, and you know, I can't say I disagree with that. I think you know, Sprout, they saved a bit of face in that BO3, you know, versus Viperio, but looking at the BO1s, looking at, you know, how they fared there, I think the results have just been a little more impressive for Apeks than that of the Sprout squad. Sprout picking up their first win yesterday versus Viperio. They were in that dreaded spot in that, you know, potential 0-3 Elim game. Story not the same for Apeks. They won their opener, and then they've had two close BO1s to follow up. So let's go. We're into the BO3s now, and Apeks starting over on the CT side.
Cheeky little inferno to begin our day. It's Sprout's map pick. They're coming in with a triple B stack, a flash ready. or a nade rather. And his teammate at the corner cooling for it at the right time. If he throws it right now, he will get good damage, but waiting for that contact, and there it is. Oh, it's patient. Julie's ready to rip. And Sprout will come through.
There's the nade being primed over the top, but Jacob actually gets banged out instantly. Sester runs up, finds 2 frags, and creates the space that's needed to get them into the round. Oh, hello! He's not content with just 2. That's a hell of a hat trick to open up the game.
Yeah, that nade was incredible as well. It did over 100 damage, but it doesn't matter. When every kill comes in for Sprout, you would have hoped for a little bit more from those Julies up close. Cleared by Sprout. They saw something cheeky. And that's a big pistol round to find to begin your run here. Yeah, I think it's unarguable that Apex's performances, while of course 2 of 3 being losses, are just more impressive, right? Getting to 29 rounds against FaZe and overtime against BNE, a land-proven, major-proven team. I think those are very legit versus, you know, scraping it past a UK squad for Sprout. I think they want a little bit more. This series would be a way to prove that.
And, you know, I mean, as far as first rounds go, to try and get you enticed and interested, the kind of front man that you want stepping up for Sprout carries all the impact in the pistol. Like, Stair just won them this round. One guy just kind of completely ruined Apex's day, and it was clean throughout. Like, you know, he plays into the top of Banana. He's even ready for a 3rd man over towards back B. Great awareness on Stair to make that all happen. And he is going to be the guy we need to see be the hero, you know. Like, I think that's just kind of the way it is. Like, I've been waiting to see like the big Stair game come through, and I think when they were getting wrecked in the BO1s, I can imagine that the mental of this team probably wasn't doing too great, right? And Azza even said in that interview, like, you know, we're a young squad, right? And so they do kind of lack that resilience to keep themselves in a match, right? That is just slipping away from them. But if they start strong, if you have Stair looking good, if that win over Viperio the other day has boosted the confidence a little bit, made them feel like they can play, you know, their game, then they might end up feeling like a whole different team to the one that we've seen in the event so far. So let's see what we get as the 4 spies come through for Apeks. Sprout are just teeing up for a B exec. Fair bit of respect given from Apeks, but they do have this triple stack at B, so it's not the end of the world that they've rolled out the red carpet for Sprout by letting them exec.
Wow.
Stiko wins a fight at the back of the site and coming through this smoke. Onto the Mac 10 now, but low on health. Just getting brutalized through this smoke. Ooh, there we go. Finally, a dead man. Stair's going to find him.
I like that play. If he could get back to Dark, that could have been a great position, but Molly's came in and Smoke and Flash, he just couldn't see a thing. So Sprout are able to actually clean him out of the bomb site. This coffin smoke has been really weird. It keeps missing, so they need to be careful. 2 rounds in, already 2 smokes out of the way. And, well, Apeks out of the way, shoved firmly off of the bedside table by Sprout. 2-0, and a nice little B-pop to get it done. I have to agree with your point, Harry. I think as much as, you know, I'm scared of them digging themselves out of a hole, I think this does look like a momentum-based team. When you have young, hungry players potentially with, you know, some ego in them, I think that can be very helpful in terms of, you know, really believing in yourself. We even saw Stair off that pistol on the camera say something like, "I'm so good," or "It's so easy."
I think he literally said it's so easy.
It's so easy, yeah. So that's I think that's a great sign for the mental of Sprout, something we've seen in Tatters before. 2-0 and a full eco for Apeks. Oh, dirty.
Oh, dude, Stair already just abusing them towards the top of Banana. Obviously here, not much to put up a fight with. You do just have the pistols, and you've only got 1 man on the site as well, just walking in through the smoke, but Lau's going to find that for free.
Dude, the comms are ugly right now for Sprout. Yeah. That's all I'm going to say. They've missed the coffin smoke twice. Right there, they just threw both smokes went CT, none went coffins. Like, it's fine, it's okay, but like, how does that happen? How do you throw 2 smoke CT? So, gotta be careful. Well, maybe as his nades are really out of date and he's just doesn't even know what he's throwing.
He knows what he's doing with a Mac 10.
Yeah.
He's at least going to be able to get a bit of extra cash in the end of this one. Stiko's just trying to deny them on exit. Maybe a single kill. Could be there. Would be incredibly awkward, though. They're all watching it.
4 rifles looking down Banana. I think he gets nothing, and Stare is ready to receive.
Yeah, I think one of the things that's interesting, you know, like on the topic of Azza and taking time away, you know, we've spoke about it a great deal and how it's hard to stay up to date with the meta, or even taking a bit of a timeout with how much the game evolves and how quickly it can. How the level overall is just, you know, consistently felt like it's kind of been rising on an individual basis. So, you know, for Azza, it's interesting because I think it's even harder when you're an IGL coming back into that, right? If you're just like a player in that position, you can kind of focus on nailing down your role, but Azza has to have like an in-depth idea of what everyone else is capable of in any given situation as well. And so I think that's a pretty tall task. If you wanted to try and compare it to like another IGL who Azza even has a history with, I think you would look at someone like Nitro, right?
Okay.
And I think the difference there is that, you know, at least for Nitro, he comes back into like a grizzled veteran Liquid squad. Difference is like Azza is with a bunch more kind of lesser experienced players who he's got to try and bring up.
Yeah, no, that's a good comparison. It's crazy as well because Nitro actually has looked really good in the fragging department. I think he had a career high, I mean, or rather a high from getting back from into CS back at Blast at the end of the year. So let's see if Azza can replicate some of that. He will die for his team in middle, and JL does well to find 2 kills there off the A1S before his mag runs dry. Traded, but dinked is Zello. So right now, the favor of Apeks in a 3-on-3.
Stico holding off under the Ward's porch. He does have this smoke down, giving him a little gap, but that's going to dissipate. Sprout are leaving, looking to move back over towards B. They've smoked off the CT spawn. Jacob is here, holding on to it. Low HP as well on Zello with that bomb. Jacob. Oh, tries to take a peek, but Stare is clean. And dude, if he can keep this up, that's going to be big for Sprout.
Maybe that's why they need 2 CT smokes. I didn't realize the cross was that long, but they have another gap. That's every single round of play, Sprout have missed their smokes. That's crazy, guys. That's crazy.
No,
That's not normally.
You do have to fix that.
Yeah.
That can't keep happening. You might be winning these rounds, but it's not always going to work.
Yeah,
it will punish you.
Yeah, I hope that, you know, because Nork was even like really staring through it in that round, and now you've seen it happen a couple of times. I kind of, you know, because in one of the other rounds where they go B, and like the round where they double smoke CT, for example, you didn't even have anyone alive there yet for Apeks. So I hope that we're not seeing that so visibly. I hope there's something that Apeks look to exploit. If Sprout are going to keep missing it, you defo have to try and use it against them, because that's just freebies. That is freebies right there. It all started with this from Stare, and then he went on to open up the B site. Very clean on a Jacob who didn't even feel like, like that. That is the reaction to that, man. You didn't even really get to see him as you jiggled.
That's the worst death because he was really trying to play safe. Like, he wasn't trying to overcommit and go for a wide swing and dive for a 1-for-1. No, he just wanted info. He let them in and then late peaked, but Stare was covering the entire time. And you think at that point, surely the T's are scaling, clearing corners, clearing dark, using their mollies, but no, Stare's just eyes on the coffins, and he's very ready. So Sprout, I mean, despite the problems, an excellent beginning to this game, without a doubt. On a map pick, by the way, they've chosen it on Inferno, but their numbers have been pretty dire. The last 2 games being wins, but before that, 9 losses in a row on Inferno. So, but clearly, obviously that as well dates back to pre-Azza, most of those games. Clearly there's a map he wants to play, and has done, I'm sure, a lot of work with the boys. So they've been getting the reps in online, and now they're proving it here on LAN. Good beginning. Let's see if they can keep it up.
Yeah, maintain this pace. And we can see some of the fresh-faced assassins here on the side of Sprout. And like we kind of touched on throughout this one already, Stare's been a whole lot more impressive, kind of performing at the level we wanted to see and expected to see. Because he was quite quiet in a few of the other games, and that's a shame, because he really is an impact player when he's looking good. We've got some of his highlights from the game so far here, and it's crazy. He's already basically got a bit of a frag movie building up here on Inferno. He's been crisp with the pistols, great with the rifles. Just need him to maintain that, and that's the dream scenario for Sprout.
Yes, having a great day is surely conducive to a Sprout win this morning. And I feel like it would be a wasted talent to not see Sprout at the major, getting some reps in. And of course, this is an elimination game, so we would say goodbye to some legends in their own right on the other side. Even Cuban, who's the coach of Apeks, right? Which is a crazy talking point, considering his tenured history with VP across the years.
I did just want to go back to the whole Inferno argument that we have coming through, right? That you were kind of alluding to, right? In spite of the numbers not having been great, as you say, it was the arrival of Azza, and Azza has always been a big Inferno fan. Back under 100 Thieves, it was one of their most played maps. They had great numbers on it, even in Extremum, right? The team that followed up that 100 Thieves squad, it was that was also their most played map there and their highest win rate. So you know, that's maybe why Azza feels very, very comfortable here. One of the maps that he does feel at home on. I do even remember that kind of time where 100 Thieves actually went through a bit of a stage where, after looking so good on Inferno, if you recall, they actually had something like it was a big old loss streak going where like their confidence just got shattered. So, you know, he's had a turbulent history, but I would say more often good than bad for Azza here on this one.
It's a huge opening kill for Nork to take Zello out of the round in middle with his first AWP on the T side. So he was keen to take that fight, but Nork one step ahead. And Apeks with a 5-on-4. Now let's see how they play the round out when they are in a comfortable position. Kixon's flashing his teammate back into B. Jacob will have to give it up though. They try and hunt him down. Sprout, again, these smokes on the fly are fine, but that's how those gaps can appear. That one looked fine though. And Nork's cut off. But Sprout were only trying to bait a reaction, get those mollies out of B, but there aren't any. And now they should know that. Apeks on a limited buy, given the pistol and the lack of utility. Going to put Jacob on the boost, a very powerful position, one that you almost can never flash unless you throw it into the CT spawn smoke. But often flashes will go over the roof, and so Jacob will have a chance to feast in this B hole.
Nork immediately forced off the angle as well because of the Molotovs. You're absolutely right. It is Jacob. Needs to come in with a fright. Tries to stab into the back. Law will go down. JL as well, backing up the situation. And one by one, they've actually picked them all to pieces. So it's just Zyphon that remains. And that's the AWP. 25 seconds on the clock. Do you really want to die here and lose the gun? No. Hightails it away. And that's how Apeks are going to get themselves on the board now.
Yeah, much needed round here coming down the pipeline for Apeks. Repelling one of these B plays, and I think more importantly than that, doing it cleanly. You know, it's a nice feeling. You're kind of in at the mercy of Sprout in these last few rounds. And so finally you put a stop to something they've been able to run fairly consistently across the first 4 rounds of this game. All started with this little look down mid from Nork's AWP, and it culminates over here at the B site. Once again, you know, opener for Stair found. You know, he's defo coming into this one switched on. Currently sat up top of the board, 130 ADR, and feeling good as he does it, but not enough to win them that round. He was the only kill that was found. And so Apeks now build up a little bit of money. Stair.
Oh, I love this
Look
change.
at this aggression, man. He is coming into this really looking to flex on Apeks, but Nork's holding on over towards the apartments. This is looking like a bit of a fake. They kind of wanted Stair to, you know, find some contact by this point already, it feels like, because the rest of the gang are getting picked apart over towards top mid and the apartments. This one has already kind of got off the rails for Sprout, if we're being honest. I really think the hope was that Stair was going to get to fight someone at top banana and sell this, right? Because when you see Stair that pushed up, when you see him having ran through mollies and smokes to take that space, if he gets a kill, you know that Apeks would be scrambling bodies around towards B. When that doesn't happen and the contact actually comes in first over towards A, Apeks just maintain this 3-2, and they sweeten the deal with Nork knocking out another. For Sprout, this one felt like it was kind of over the moment those first 2 fights took place and didn't go their way.
Yeah, this is just contact now up short with 2 players left, and this swing for JL might be the moneymaker. I think he saw a barrel there. Watching his back, he's got the AWP calling for his cross, and JL can react off of it. Oh, as the scope comes in, it doesn't matter. Nork finds a second, and Steeker from back in the pit will finish the job as well. So JL, or rather Apeks, keep their round alive with 5 on the CT side, start to make that money early. Nork looking good on the AWP. It's a good sign. Beating Zello in both of these head-to-heads taken so far. Of course, ex-NIP player, not once but twice. Now in an international roster. Really is the rise of international teams in the past few years. Seeing so many at the top level right now. G2 FaZe, MOUZ, I think a big example as well. And both these teams trying to run that route as well. Nork back to Banana. Zello's here. He's managed to fund another orb. But Apeks are flashed out, so they'll give away car. What setup do they employ with an orb on B?
Nork's going to try and play for the fight. His teammate waiting back in CT, smoke in hand, so ready to smoke the choke point the moment Nork gets contact. But they're going to face him together, full blind. He plucks Stare out the air. And dude, that is such a huge scalp to find. I mean, this guy has been the guy getting entries for Sprout, the only guy to really create space across these last few rounds that they were able to put up on the board. And so with him gone, that responsibility either is to fall down the line, or this is going to be an Apeks round all over again, with them looking to chain 3 together in a row. I think it's very important that you try to put a stop to the hot start that Stairs had. I mean, he's been pushing up Banana through util every damn round. Like, he really wants to take every fight he can. And so slowing his roll a little bit and trying to force respect out of him is a big deal for Apeks, and they very much sent that as the message across these last few rounds. Nork with the timing shot. Molly starts to rain over. The one towards his backside is missed, though, and this would be punishing Nork right now. Instead, he's given free reign, and there's all the rotates coming through for Apeks. They swing, they fight the Banana, and they lock in that round. And with how these rounds have gone, I'm getting very concerned already. These have been super clean across the last stretch for the Apeks squad, up against rifles a lot of the time as well. And the fact that they've kept so many bodies in this, right? They've had, what, 2 4 alive rounds, 1 5 alive round, throw it in there.
This was sick as well, because they comboed that flash with a nade, and so the nade slows Nork down, but because he picks a player, he still manages to escape, and that's something they regret later on. I love that idea from Sprout. Both players jumping, though, I think is where it goes out the window. If one player jumps, the other faces, you can probably get that trade-off. But both players caught in the air. Stare takes one, runs away. So again, is that a miscom or is that by design? It just looks a bit silly when it happens.
Yeah, because like, you know, exactly like you're saying, normally you kind of want that first guy jumping across to try to offset the crosshair a little bit, right? Just in case someone was playing anti or whatever. And then, you know, then you have like a second guy swinging, but they were both in the air. No one was getting that trade. No. Oh, boost up for Nork. I like this. It really feels like he's kind of built the confidence up in this one to start to try and make these plays get involved early. And once more, he's going to get this pick down middle. He's done it once already onto Zello. This time it's Loungs on the other side. And so for Sprout, a man down. Matt has only made worse with Jacob doing that. And I feel like, dude, if you're Stare, you started this game off 9-0, you were feeling really, really good. Or 9-1 rather.
Yeah.
And over these last few rounds, you've just been shut out in the most like mad ways possible, really. Smoke spams, blind AWP shots. It's feeling like so quickly you're just destined to die in a lot of these openers. And I don't think you can afford to have this guy slow down. He's been the opener for the Sprout squad. He came in looking confident, but I think that we're hitting that point where Apeks is starting to make him question that confidence already. Once more, by the way, another 5 alive round.
Yes.
That is 3. I actually got it wrong. It's 3 5 alive rounds now and 1 4 alive. So the money is already just ballooning for Apeks. This went from a close affair to one that Apeks are dominating very, very quickly. Sprout are going to have to grind through rifle rounds if they want to start streaking rounds together. That is a freebie.
Finally.
Jacob, smoke spammed by the ramp player. And once more, it's Stare to get that opener.
Attempt at a bit of an aggro. Apeks feeling confident, even if the result isn't there. Oh, great flash as well. Stiko is able to find Zypher, level the playing field. JL goes through a smoke, and Lau goes through a smoke, and JL's ready. Even takes his hands off the keyboard there after clearing mid. Knows what's up. He's got the room. Gonna get that AK out. I love that. Just cycling guns. I mean, you'll notice Apeks already have 3 AK-47s in this round. That is the 5 alive effect. They're making a gamble, moving over to B, and Aster may have heard this. He's found a huge gap, and his timing is very good right now. JL is coming in on our side, but Aster may be further than he's ready for.
Aster just waiting now, Crosshair in a prime position. If he can hit the headshot, it's just Stiko on the side, but he's already starting to shuffle further forward, wants to assist the rest of the pack, and JL looking in through the library. It's only Stair that can contain the situation. Stiko needs to go huge now, but Zello clears it. Bomb plant down. You're in a 2v2. This round goes from everything going wrong to actually being entirely winnable. Fast readjustment.
Oh, no.
He wanted to get off the site and get towards Pier. Instead, it's Kickstand just coming in like a meme machine. Both of the frags found, recovers it, and actually picks that one up for Apeks, and that was really shaky.
Damn, Zello sold Stair down the river there. That's not ideal, is it? He thought he had time to reposition and get to Pit, but the flank, you got to give it, the flank was very quick for Apeks. That's why he just doesn't even look at short at that point. It's so early, and Stair feels like he has to trade that kill, and he probably does. Sure, he could have hidden for a few more seconds, but you know, making a swing to try and trade after your teammate dies, it's not necessarily a bad play. And it's going to leave them in the dust. A very nice attempt at that wrap on A. I think JL spamming from library only gets him killed. Even though he takes one with him, it allows Stair to realize, okay, I don't actually have the gap I thought, and take a very important kill. Cool to see Kixon do well as well, right? A similarly young player, I think 21 years of age. You know, you may not have heard of him, from Macedonia, not a massive CS country, but actually have produced a few talents in the last couple of years. I think notably Kakanito was one of the other ones that we even had on the cast back at Pro League. He now plays for ATK. Both these players played together on Blue Jays prior to Apeks and ATK, and Kakanito looked unbelievably individually skilled as well. So yeah, Kixon following in the same vein. You know, you can see why Apeks have picked him up.
Yeah, dude, one of the things I wanted to touch on for this guy as well is that his nades are actually always on point. You could see he had like nearly 300
he literally had like more util damage than his whole team put together. It's insane.
Before he had a single frag on the board, and I think he was 0-3, he was still doing about 300 damage a round just with nades, which is insane when you think about how good he is at least being able to play the basics, because that helps you out massively, right? That nade knocks him down. Suddenly it's not 2 bullets, it's 1. The knock-on effects was great for the overall game account.
Great utility map, right? And we've seen the Battle of Banana be raging all game with, you know, Stair running through Molotovs, but most of the time Apeks taking that control when they want it. This is not one of those rounds. Nork will take a shot CT. It implies his teammates in the site, and then he can rotate round coffins. He actually might go back for more there. He realizes they're not pushing with that flash. Smoke down. He can reposition safer. Meanwhile, they leave a man at B, and Sprout go to take middle.
Yeah, this is nice, just establishing this default. If they can take top mid away, they're going to restrict the info that Apeks have, but this is why the boost is nice. JL. Oh! Knocked out Azza!
It's a spam.
Oh, mate, Azza deals with 2, opens up the A play. Stiko in the apartments is overrun, and Sprout is held by the IGL. Azza steps up, Jacob will get some revenge. Still don't feel right to see the kill feed saying it. But that is the round provided by Azza, who nails them, attempting that boost over on the long side. I mean, dude, like that should have been a great spot for Apeks to be in, right? That should have been them with a little cheeky gimmick to take a man advantage, call the whole round into question for Sprout, have them a little bit panicky as they've gone a man down. You know, they still had a player over towards B. That round would have been so different had Azza not delivered through the smoke. And it's the fact that, like, he killed the bottom player. Yeah. Second guy falls down and he keeps spraying.
Shooting, yeah.
Because at that point, he's like, oh, they were boosting. And just holds the spray. And he falls right into the bullets and dies as well. Like, I know, I've seen guys take out the bottom player on the boost, but so often, you know, like the top guy ends up surviving just on the RNG of the fall down. So Azza does very, very well to get out with that double kill.
Yeah, if you are ever in that situation in CS and you see a boost, obviously he didn't see it here, it's always better to take the bottom player first, because yeah, sure, the top is the threat, but the second you can see that the bottom player dies, the first player has no accuracy, they're falling, they're midair, and they're caught off guard as well. So that's your way to double up in terms of getting a boost, dropping the tower. both headshots for Azza. Bloody good stuff.
Azza the Bear pounding the bottom. It was nice to see. We are now back into the 11th. 5-5, all tied up as the game's starting to come alive a little bit, right? Sprout's first initial rounds, a few of them had situations where we were thinking, okay, that's not really sustainable. Bits of missed utility, some of the plays are a bit questionable, but hey, if you're going to hit your shots, it'll make all the difference. And Stico, through the wall with the support of JL, does find the opening pick again this time for Apeks.
Take that one. Absolute gone leaves you with nothing left but the banana. Apeks using molly early, not saving it for the hold. And Sprout might just go off the back of it. They smoke the molly late into his lifetime and get ready to pump this B bomb site, forcing another Molotov out. Apeks are left with nothing left towards his B site, and Sprout know it.
Yeah, gap in that CT smoke, still a feature. They trade the B kills out, but they could get caught crossing here with Nork back in the spawn.
He doesn't know.
Dude, it's such a shame. If he sees it again, like I really hope that Apeks plan to play around it.
They re-smoked it again.
Yeah.
Though.
Having to use 2 smokes on the cross of B. It's so inefficient.
That one's more forgivable because it is just a pop play. They're not actually going for a set
so
execute.
It's like on the fly, right?
It's fine, and they replace it. But Apeks is still going for this, man. 3-on-2. As a flash into spawn, what a play. Takes out the AWP full blind, and a molly could go a long way. Stico does get the trade, but it's up to Zello with the health advantage with no reason to peek. He gets hit through the wall, but it's not enough to nade. It's a flash, Harry. It's a flash, and it's not enough. He's won the round.
I can't believe Stico hit him there.
If that's a kill, Stico wins. He has a kit, he can go for it. Wow, nice try for Apeks, a man up in the post plant, but it's proactive post plant for Sprout. Flashing Azza into spawn, that's the kill that makes all the difference. That's a mad dash into B as well for Sprout. I kind of admire it. Like that's what you want to see from a very, you know, like a very young, inexperienced team with stars, right? Yeah. Just making kind of crazy Hail Mary plays, popping through smokes, punching you in the face. It will look silly if they lose it, but it works perfectly. They trade 2-2 on the entries and win a man down post plant. Apeks were favored every step of the way in that round, and Sprout make it look easy. Lead taken back now, but a triple B, and Shaky playing with fire.
Good timing on the swing. Mank's going to get that trade at least to keep this in an even odds bout, and it grinds to a bit of an awkward halt with more util getting traded, but takes one final nade down the banana. That hit as well. Laux is now injured, wounded, hurt from that jump peak against the AWP. And Sprout, I mean, they've only got 2 players left actually leaning over towards this B side of the map. They're going to try and get as much value as they can out of this low player, assembling that boost on the AWP. Zyphon sat over in the apartments, and actually, there is a world where he could find the gnarly timing here.
They're crunching
mid. Just moved over to crunch middle,
no.
and actually, this is going to get caught in rotation with the bomb. Azza dead, and Zyphon couldn't get involved. This should just be a save now, and that's if they let him.
They're so aware. The second they get that mid kill and the bomb is running at mid on its own, they know that Zyphon has to have A control. And where has he been every single round? In apartments. Stico immediately turns, looks at balcony. JL climbs through boiler, staring at the hallway. They knew they had him boxed in. Good awareness from Apeks of what you're up against. And that value of knowing who's alive on the scoreboard makes all the difference, because you know what players play what roles and what maps. We talked about this years ago, but I wondered what a tournament would be like, especially a tier 1 team tournament, where you blanked all the names and no one knew who they were playing. So even on a team level, if you didn't know what opponent you were playing, I'd love to see this in like some like show match event. You don't know what team you're playing and you don't know what the names of the players are. That would change everything, because the amount of preparation that comes in of knowing not just the tendencies of the team you're taking on, even in a veto as well. Obviously it'd be a little more difficult there. You'd have to play to yourself, but knowing okay, Rops is alive, let's be careful of apartments here.
Well, exactly, right? Because that's the thing. Like, it's not just the overall team, it's the individuals as well. Because you're always sort of thinking, okay, I know how this guy plays, I know where he plays, I know what his common moves are when he's in a 1vx, when he's in a 1v2. So yeah, that actually would be super interesting, but I'd be down to see that.
And it's not just like as a captain as well. Say you play a certain position, like say you're a pit player on Inferno, right? You want to be watching the demos of maybe the Apps lurker or the team you're up against. Like, what timings are they playing? What angles are they taking? What utility do they use to take this position, so you can know what to expect and you can better relay that to your in-game leader as well. So it's Counter-Strike is a game where you just have to stay fresh because that data is out there. And you know, there was a period where people weren't prepping anywhere near as much, but you can't get away with being a top team now in Counter-Strike and not know what you're up against. And if you stay predictable, and if you do the same moves every game for a year, people will read you, people will know what you're going to do, and people will punish you for that. Right now, we've got a very competitive game, though, chaps. 6-6, a low buy for Sprout. They put everything into this one, but it's left them with a couple of dirty deagles and a Galil.
Early nade out on mid. The second one's way chunkier. Tons of damage done onto 3 of the key players there for Sprout at the minute that have been able to find a few shots. And this leaves them thinking, do we even really want to fully contest for the brackets control? Bomb's still down in second mid, so you can always double back from this. You don't have to commit. Utility-wise, though, that's where they're going to start to run a little bit dry. 3 flashes, at least. You can force them off quad if you go for the A play.
And that will be the goal here. But with double long and with Sprout seemingly going for an Apps pop, this could be weird. They're left out of position, essentially. Stiko tries to block the smoke. I don't know if there's a gap there, though. It doesn't look good. Maybe he's got something on his vision. They're even rotating out of A. They don't believe this for 1 second. It's really going to be up to the AW.
Yeah, Nork's going to have to do a hell of a lot here. 1 man out already. That's the bomb. Spotted. Lots of info. And Nork nails every shot needed. Stiko comes back in on the rotate. Looking to save the day. Set up in the corner now, and just Zello left to beat. Stiko will deal with him. That is a nice recovery from Apeks. As you mentioned, they just started to pull players away from that A-bomb site. Very important that Nork stands and delivers. I think he was in a position where really he was kind of required to go 2 for 1 if they wanted to send it into the site and not have to play a retake, right?
Yeah, that's awkward for Zello as well, even though he doesn't make the wrong play, but the AWP is so deep in the bomb site that he jumps out and goes wide to short, and so he actually gets his rifle killed, whereas he should be the guy dying for his team. But, you know, he doesn't know the angle the AWP's on, so he kind of lets his rifle die, unfortunately. And is just stuck with a deagle. Gets a nice tap onto the AWPer, but no more there for Sprout. And again, Harry, as you were saying earlier, the rounds Apeks are winning are still clean.
Yeah, dude, I mean, how mental is this? You know, even though we've had a couple of the rounds like get a little bit closer, we even had like the 2 rounds come up in favor of Sprout. Apeks just haven't ecoed yet because they built up so much money across those first 5 rounds that their economy's been invaluable. And even though, you know, and then they go on to win like these last 2 and they're rebuilding that money again. So it's like for Sprout, usually when you're on the T side, if you're able to keep that CT money low, you're never like far away from getting some of those freebie 2 for 1 rounds. And Sprout could have really done with a couple of those because, you know, in spite of that 4-0 start, the scoreline's closed up. Apeks are up in the lead. You're having to try and grind your way back in, and this is looking like another one of these clean rounds, in spite of the damage being done to Jake. Look at it, man. Look at it. He's just shrunk right on down. Will eventually get chased. Zello finds him with that deagle. And so they make it costly. Nice. Can they find anything else? Lank's naded out of the round, and so it's going to leave it all on Zello and his deag, but it's thirsting for blood. He's got 2 from it so far. As he swings on out, not checking the elevated angle, he's dead. He's screwed. So there we are. Stiko's going to collect that one. And Apeks will recover it. Losing 2 players, at least going to force a bit of reinvestment, but it's still like a, you know, still a round that you can stomach if you're Apeks, especially heading into the final of the half. They are fully set here.
Zello's got a nasty deag, man. He's hit a few shots in this game already. But yeah, just to put some numbers on what we've been talking about clean rounds, like the of all the rounds Apeks have won, the most costly one has been a 2v2 that they closed clean in that post plant on A. So every other round has been 4 or 5 alive, really. JL in the last round cycling an AWP to long. Even if he doesn't really play with it, he can fire it off and make it seem like the AWP is on the long side when it's actually on B. So that can be a bait in and of itself. We'll see how they opt to use it. JL taking the AWP for a run.
I'm glad they've gone for that as well. It's nice to see, right? Like Harry was saying the entire time, you built up so much of a bank, you might as well invest it. Oh, man goes full aggro on Banana. And actually, there's 2 quick frags found for the side of Sprout here in the 15th, because they picked up a couple of pieces to work with.
As I did again, he spammed the corner smoke and he killed JL.
So gross, man. Being on the receiving end of that, it's going to start getting frustrating.
Sprout looking for a 7th hit. This would be a fantastic T-side if they find it. And right now it's only Martin and his life on the round. Stuck in the site, 1v4. Backed up to the Moto side, wants to try and force a kill to Zyphon, but he's going very late on this lurk. Zyphon playing this patiently with a punish. There's the kill, and that might be the round.
The end of the life of Martin. Dead over on the long side. I mean, it's the last round of the half, so Apeks are going to try and give this a go in the 2v4. Nork moving over, Jacob in the library. For Sprout, they're so entrenched down in the pit. They've re-smoked Moto. This one should be unlosable, so they should be good to tie, not tie, but bring this game as close to level pegging as you can heading into this second half. Flashes moving over Apeks. It's just a Hail Mary play through the smoke, really. That's all you've got to go in with here. They lose one man, and Nork shouldn't have the time to win this. It's looking like Sprout are going to pick up that 7th after all. It's Azza opening again over towards the long side to make it all happen. And so this first half ends neck and neck.
And we're back straight down the middle, 8-7 in favor of Apeks after the first half. They put on a decent CT side, but Sprout wake up by the end and managed to make it close at least. There were some messy B executes, if you want to call them that, to begin the half, but Sprout finally figure out the post plants on A and get it done.
Well then, let's see what they can get going here into the second half of the game. 8-7. Close as you like, so a pistol round really could swing things like a wrecking ball.
Time to break some buildings. Demolition Derby. Stair spots it. Zello jumps back the other way. That baits for Stair, but they're still ready for the swing. He drops the bomb with ease and gets out of there. Very sneaky stuff. Completely abandoning the apartments now. Sprout take the man advantage and they chill. Ooh.
That is...
Hello?
Hang on. Look at that.
Oh, it's not pretty.
That's a little bit ugly, isn't it? Kixan's going to go ahead and deal with Zello in the meantime, but underneath the porch, Stair in this pistol round is crazy. A hat-trick from him, but Nork will eventually put a stop to his reign of terror. The round's not over yet. A 1v2 open to Nork here. And he's going to try and get tricky with it, you madman. You absolute mental case. Look at him go. He's read this well. Feigned the A site, even in the death cam, took a little run up towards the short side, and then goes around the world all the way into the B site. Sprout are only just clearing all the way up through short, so they don't even know it's not A yet. And that realization finally sets in. They start to rotate down through middle. This is going to give Nork a little bit of extra time to set up for this 1v2. Sprout do not have the info. So right now they've got to try and locate him. If nothing presents itself, they're going to have to tap that bomb, try bait a peek. But Nork, full say in where and how he takes these fights. Zyphon going to turn on a dime. And Nork will get dropped out of the round, unable to cook anything up in the 1v2. He at least gets out with a bomb plant.
Yeah, that will facilitate a second round buy if they'd like some Galil armors, perhaps, but nice round out of Stair, man. Don't know how he recovered the second kill here with Stika running him down on low health and taps a third. Unbelievable. And when the vibes are good, they're very good for Sprout.
Yeah, that's better to see as well, right? Even in this game at the start, we were seeing some players that looked a little bit shaky in terms of the body language, but once they're hyped up, it's hard to put them back in the tin. They just go absolutely everywhere. So 8-8, game tied, reinvestment from Apeks as well. They always love a rifle.
Who doesn't? Nork's had a great game as well, so nice to see him on a second round AK after getting that bomb plant. 14-6 on the lad. Jacob holding, but he's not going to get much. Siphon's committed to an anti-flash position with no support as well. Azza going for mid-peak, but he's been crept on by Jacob. Back around the world for Zello, trying to help on this A side, been spotted. Meanwhile, Nork pressuring B with 3 Ts in the bomb. If they want a 5-on-4, they can just group up and go for a hit. But Zello's made a gamble. I love this move. Sprout are in a tricky predicament. Despite having the rifles, they know Apeks are as well armed. This might even be a B split through CT.
Well, if that ends up being the call, Sprout are at least positioned to deal with that one nicely. However, they lost Stair on a little jiggle.
I think they wanted A, but B is just a better option at this point with a man of banana. But they didn't know about Zello having come back from that B site. Now they're kind of lost. Oh, dear.
Dropped. Zyphon down in the pit. Lovely double kill. Now dead over on the B side, but Zyphon's winning everything from down in the pit. And the bomb now gets away from Apeks.
No time.
It's a done deal. That one's going to hurt. Felt like you had the round right there in the palm of your hand, but unable to get the trade on Zyphon. He has a very heroic moment there down in the pit. Big 3K, because, you know, even though it gets a little bit weird after that CT kill comes in, because they're a little bit separated and they kind of lost the essence of what was meant to be happening once they lose the man pushing through spawn. You know, there was still a very, very good chance there for Apeks. If anything, like the info that Sprout had was that it looked like a B play, right? They heard Norka Banana, they saw Jacob trying to run CT, and so we actually had an early rotate of a second man over towards that B side of the map. So for a moment there, Zyphon was all alone, and he was essentially in like this 1v3 down in the pit, but he wins fight after fight, offers up that round. And now a timeout for Apeks.
Looks like a round where everyone is calling for something different, right? Like, oh, I've got this gap. Oh, no, but this was the original call. Oh, but this kill changes everything. Oh, I'll take the space. Oh, I'm dead. And everyone's kind of stuck looking for trade kills. And Zyphon, he does very well to get away with 3 kills. It looked easy from his perspective. Those were not easy frags. Stika runs through the app smoke to trade him. And even that last 1v1 on the site, he loses that. Suddenly, Apeks are favored with a post plant in a 2v2. So very big round from Zyphon, who's been quite quiet, but saves Sprout from that second round force. It's now a third round force. Apeks go back for more.
And it's an activation round for him as well. Because like you said, man, he was quiet. But once you have one like that where you're hitting the sick flicks, perks you up a bit, gets you into the mindset. I could hear Sprout starting to get a little bit more lively as well, complimenting him off the back of it. You can hear the echoes in the land hall, so it's good to see. And for Apeks, again, you've got a light investment, bit of a quasi-bite to play with. The Mac Daddy, the 2 Deagles, a couple of rifles supporting it as well. And I feel like it's never safe to say Apeks are out of a round. Some of the games I've seen them win, they can have nothing to work with, maybe just the Deagle, and it still sometimes happens.
Stek and smoke a Molotov. Sometimes certain lineups can creep and clear this position on the boost. Could still get dicey, especially when Mac-10s will manually clear this corner. Pre-smoke comes out. Puts out a lot of different mollies. Can he still see that much? Lau's got a very tricky job ahead of him in this round, but they're actually not going B. They throw all this util, draw Azza to the site, and take the gap on long. Nice move from Jacob again, and this time they're just going to wrap A. They're going to commit to it. Crossfire between Zello and Zyphon. Oh, and he gets caught changing position. Zello now has to jump up on the boxes and get a multi-kill. 2 will do, but it might not be enough. It poises them for a retake. 10-second plant for Apeks. Sprout now on the clock.
Yeah, Zello's done really well in that position, man. To get out with the double kill while he's getting wrapped up short and long, he took those fights in a great order to make that happen. Prioritized them well, and it set up Sprout for a position where they can look to retake. They can try give this a go. Gotta try and get past JL first, and with a man down in the pit, him and Nort could just kind of trade this contact, right? Play off the back of one another. Apeks, they do play that 3v3 really well, right? Zello might have offered up some heroics individually in that site hold from kind of a rough spot considering the real estate that Apeks had, but the moment you put them in that post plant, they don't miss a beat, and MOUZ even goes back to try and fight that, losing his gun, losing out on the save.
Never worth it. Never worth it in the current meta as well to take that fight. I mean, they've already won a force buy. Their money is in great standing, and you needed that M4. On a map like Inferno, you can win rounds with 1 or 2 guns. If you put them in the right place, you get some smokes on Eco, suddenly you can make those rounds very winnable. But Lau goes back for more, and he'll live to regret it. What an angle.
Didn't realize Nork was on an angle that tight when he got the kill.
Could he even see him, I guess, is the question.
He's norked on wood, literally, for that kill.
But a lot goes a long way. Yeah, that's a shame to see Lau reface there. 5 and 11, feeling the burden, feeling the burn. And now Sprout, they had to buy in this position, and it's left them with very little, and we're going to have an abs pop. Zyphon, what have you got? Good spot. Oh.
Dead now, of course, right? Run down. The Mac-10 finds him. And that's a save called immediately for Sprout. Oof. Dude, that's such a shame. The time is just rough for Zyphon. He turns from a flash, but rushed out through the apartments. The Mac-10 just gives him the Bratatat. And so Apeks reaching double digits, they take full advantage. I mean, you know, even with how this game opened, the fact that, you know, they actually double forced on the side of the Apeks squad, that's all because, if you remember, in that second round that they ended up losing after their force buy, Norka to save. He was all the way over at B. They get it down to 2 players surviving for Sprout. So they actually kept those reinvestments coming through. That is a high risk, high reward, you know, situation to find yourself in when you're force buying in back-to-back rounds to start the half. But it's worked out for them, and now they're in a really nice way. Not just taking the lead, but, you know, this was the reinvestment out of Sprout. They did put money into this round. They wanted to try and reply, and it's not left them with a lot. They saved those guns at least, so they have something to fight back with here.
And that, you know, dangerous third round buy for Apeks pays off massively because now they control the economy, they're up in the lead. And there's a full eco coming down for Sprout on the non-surviving players. So Apeks are in a great position in this first map. In Sprout's pick as well, with Overpass up next. Sprout need to get those AWPs out. And really win their first rifle round, or Apeks could run away with this map. I like this setup, but again, Apeks is keeping it very simple, and if they just apps pop, they win immediately. I think Stair should probably save his rifle. Pistols can die. He gets into the site, though, just in time. Maybe there's a chance, maybe there's a way, but they run him down. Good shots. A couple of pistols find picks, but it's not enough. And Lau gets run down. They do not let him get out with a gun. I love the chase. Apeks ruthless right now on this T side in fighting form.
Yeah, Apeks Predators, man. They're dominating right now. And on the other side, like the famous car eating someone, it's herbivores, right? 2 rounds between them.
That's such a reach.
So many layers to that, but I love it. Like, it's so good.
Wow.
And Zello with that AWP.
You could give 1,000 apes 1,000 typewriters. They'd never come up with that joke, Harry. Trust me.
Yeah.
I've got a warehouse somewhere. Great grenades up B, and Lau, who's already having a pretty rough game, gets double naded. It's going to get worse before it gets better. They leave Zello solo B. This is the best way for that Sprout can deal with this issue, but Apeks, their apps pops so far have not failed them. And so I love the brazenness to do it in a gun round.
If it ain't broke, why fix it? Azza over in mid playing anti-flash, just staring into a wall. This isn't him losing his mind. He doesn't want to get caught by a flashbang over in mid.
Stairs on balcony, no, not Zyphon, so let's see what he's got. Zyphon's not been able to do anything from this position.
Turns on this flashbang. This is what betrayed Zyphon last time. He chases him into the pit, but the swap off onto the AK will betray him. Under the balcony, Zyphon knows he's got to make a decision. I like the way he played that as well. That's the saddest part, you know. He has to battle in one direction. He tries to give himself a way out by attempting to take that fight in top mid. And now, you know, on numbers and positioning alone, Zello will just be saving this AWP. Apeks, they love an apps pop. They are loving it right now. And hell, like genuinely, this is all you're saying is you're going, look, if they cannot stop this, if they cannot fix this, we will keep doing it.
Yeah, that probably would have been 2 kills for Stair, but he swapped off. And yeah, his ammo was low. He wasted a lot of shots, but there was also a lot of players there. So needed to get 2 kills to make that worth it. And Zyphon, really awkward because he got the 1 kill in mid and he tried to reposition away from the apps player to force the mid kill, but as he pushed, the apps player tagged him. And so it slowed him down, it gave an audio cue, and Apeks were able to finish him.
I want to see what spawn...
Bad spawn. The worst
spawn for literally anything, of course. Like, you know, one of the solutions to this would have been kind of cool to see maybe like if he had a better spawn, taking that AWP into like the bedroom or trying to go for like one of these apps crossfire plays with some pistols to back you up. Yeah. Just something to try and solve this, because there's a part of me that hopes that Sprout genuinely just, not Sprout, sorry, Apeks just keep going. Just keep going for apps pops. Like just running it back time and time again, posing that problem to Sprout and saying like, we're gonna keep doing it till you solve this. I imagine we'll actually hit a point where they like use it instead as a fake. They know that right now they've got a lot of attention and a lot of heat on the apartment. So,
but it also helps that taking Banana every round first, so it's not even a guarantee for Sprout.
This is the spot for the Mag 7.
I like a jump here, but it's high risk. High reward as a close player, and now if he jumps again, he's a dead man. They'll just clear him. Nice shot.
Oh, no. Okay, right.
He hit it.
The Mag 7,
That's full Mag 7
it is
right
a dice roll. Every shot you take, you either get the best gun in the game or the worst gun in the game. You're never sure. He did 77 with a dink at point blank.
What else can you do, man? They don't need to go. Again, they've made the most of these 5v4s. They throw a smoke in.
Apps pop.
They get re-smoked. Apps pop, yeah. I mean, kind of 1D at this point, but sometimes it works. In fact, every time it works for Apeks. Hickson keeping their attention. He's probably going to stay here and throw his smoke molly late. Question is, do they regress before he can? Here's the util. Zello waits. Alone on the A site sits Siphon. Hey kicks in. He just swings through and kills that AWP. Wow, he is selling this one beautifully. He dies, doesn't matter though, does it? It's all now on Siphon. Kill everyone or lose the round.
Ooh, well, seems like he's opted for the latter, Hugo. The old lose the round.
Oh, well, what can you do? Desperate Deagles. Needing headshots. And Apeks now they feel free enough to hunt. They've got 10k on Jacob. He will die hunting that AW, but it's still a 13th round for Apeks.
Dude, look at how dedicated. Like, no one's even near the bomb.
Yeah, they're going to change their mind on that one. You never know.
JL realizes, he's like, guys, this could be scuff, so I'm just going to go back and double check everything. And now he feels content. He's happy.
Does he live here? Surely, right? I feel like he's going to have 3 health.
Yeah, it's going to be like really close.
Yeah, I was thinking 2, so let's see what he's left with.
I'm calling 3. I'm calling 3.
I'll have a 4.
Okay.
All right, so we're going within a small margin of each other here.
Oh.
Wow. Jackie was the closest.
I guess
All right.
by technicality, you win.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, 20 health. That's a lot of health for that position.
I'm surprised normally.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like if I'm standing there with any more than 1 health taken off me, my legs just get blown
I feel
off.
like you can take like 20 damage from like over towards, you know, like the kind of like speedway area. I know it's a backside plant, but like, all right, fair enough.
I'll never get used to it.
Happy Larry on that one.
Oh, this
and
one's slipping
Apeks
through their
are
fingers,
running away
boys.
with this. Yeah,
it's running out.
It's another big streak, right? They're now up to 5 in a row. Timeout called through for Sprout. This is the same streak that Apeks went on in the first half before Sprout were able to come in with a reply. So let's see if they've got anything in the tank. That one there was obviously just kind of a low econ round around the saved weapons. Now they have a chance to pull out the big guns for the util as well. Zello, what's his spawn like? I think it's worth checking at the start of a lot of these rounds.
He's going A, but he had just a mid spawn, like a middle of the pack spawn. It's fine. You can peek mid. Doesn't go too far. Every
spawn's a mid spawn if you're brave enough.
Yeah, sure. It's going to go back to long though. I feel like Zello, unfortunately for him, he's been just not really in the best positions to succeed, given how Apeks has been apps popping. That's not really an AWP's dream. Might even be, you know, somewhat of a counter for Apeks trying to get past this guy.
I don't know.
He's been on B a lot.
Tell that to Nork in the first half, right? He had a nice time shutting down some of the apps pops. But no, you are right.
Yeah, I mean, he had 1 round and he got 1 kill, I think. On
He
the
got-
apps.
he got
2
2.
kills? 2 kills, okay.
And one of them was the bomb.
All right.
I think he got a 3rd actually to close it, but it's all
No,
right.
he got all 5.
No, right. Look, apps has been taken by Apeks. And if they win this round, you know, they are just going to look to steamroll this. Sprout can't sustain another loss. This is the time where they have to offer up resistance. They're very worried about mid. Zello with a tag, but the first man made it out, and that offset his crosshair. Siphon trying to fight into the apartments, learns about Stiko, but look at Kingston already in the site. There will be a response out of the 2 Sprout players left standing, and that molly slows down the short play. They cannot trade this right now on the side of Apeks. Also, Banana has been fully taken by the Sprout squad.
Oh, nice.
That is beautiful. Lank's going to go ahead and drop the bomb up in top mid. And leaves this in a 4v2 for Sprout to finish off. JL and Stiko left in the hot seat for Apeks, both over towards short, and with no time remaining, this should just be around where they say they don't even look to move past this point. And this now means they run the risk of going down after time. Thankfully, JL will pick that up.
That's a reasonable swing for Siphon. He knows killing them right there is good for the money, but what can you do? It wouldn't have even mattered that much for Apeks anyway, because they have so much cash after winning 5 straight. But finally, Sprout put their foot in the right place. Steel-tipped boots. Keep that door with just a crack. Trying to stay in their map pick here, 13-10. Nice banana take for Lau as well. Doesn't overstep. Ooh, look at Zello again, but they're jumping up into apartments. He doesn't have any cover. His escape route is not guaranteed. Stiko, will he go this far though to check below? I don't think he has. Oh my goodness.
Oh, dude, the landlord's right there, and he's waiting to pay rent. Stiko hasn't checked it. He's still just walking around the apps. It's just a
Zello's
matter of timing of who turns first. Like,
Zello
come
will
on.
turn eventually. He can't stay here forever. This is unreal. Stiko's like, yeah, I've got all of apps, guys. Don't worry, it's okay. Pretty sure Stiko is a 16x9 player as well, but he just hasn't even looked down the stairwell.
I mean, why would you?
No. Especially this
At this
late.
point,
like,
yeah.
holding this. Oh, no. Zello hears the nade. He knows what's up. Zello? Zello hears the nade.
Hello, Zello.
Zello.
Oh my God.
Dude, he's literally gotten out.
Stiko's won
Stiko
this.
is in the... I mean, this is weird.
Great. They're going B.
They're going B,
It doesn't
so
even
it doesn't
matter
actually play into anything.
what is happening.
Someone phone Zello. Pick up the Zello pages. Find his number. The B play's coming in. Lounks at the back of the site, still left standing. Could win this one right here, right now. The bomb's coming in alone, and if he drops it, it's a done deal, but he will fall. Smoke spam for Zyphon looks to be the thing to do it. They won't know that Stiko has done this and is somehow all the way behind them, but he's got to get both kills in 15 seconds, and they are far apart here. Stiko cannot win this round. It is a done deal. A lot of weirdness there.
That's a head scratcher because he's just calling. I see nothing at A, and I feel like at that point they know they're going into a B stack, but it's all because he walked right past the AWP. That's going to be one we have to watch a demo back to figure out what the hell happened. Stiko will not make that mistake again. But who holds that for that long?
No, dude, right? Like, that's the thing. It's not even just Stiko, it's also Zello, where it's like, this isn't going to happen again for, you know, maybe 200 games. This bit was the bit that freaked me out, because it looked like he was going to turn, but even then, even if he turned slightly further to the right, the gun model still probably blocks it if it's got it on the right-hand side anyway, or if it's not more centralized with the view model. Oof, all right, that was weird.
Very strange. And yeah, Apeks probably just confused, but they've got to brush it off. And they've got to do it quickly because Sprout are starting to grow. 2 rounds in a row. And a solid B hold as well.
Takes the routing around the short side. Zello did want to take like this close peek down middle. See if anyone tried to cross on the left-hand side. Oh, the flash destroys Zello. Nork sets up Jacob for that entry. Now with top mid taken, the pressure's on.
Ouch.
Oh, that's rough for Azza. Runs out into the open, smoke pulled. Gets shut down, so Zyphon, it's all on you. And he falls. That should be the round. The smoke spam from Stair would have needed a multi-kill of epic proportions. Instead, it's just a bit of damage through it. And Apeks, I mean, that's what kind of is worrying to me, is like that round isn't some crazy strategy. It's not like some guy gets some insane opening pick. It's one flashbang, gets you the kill in the top mid, and then all the others come to you. Like past that point, you kind of didn't have to do much to win the round, right? And so when you're picking up entire rounds on the basis that you're throwing one flash, that is a worrying sign of the times. Especially as Sprout just found 2 in a row. They were hoping to start building, and now they're even getting hounded down, hunted, all the guns removed, and really on the back of that hunt, that's going to cause you just a world of problems here. You've got money to buy on 2 players, but is that what you want up against 14? Probably not, especially not with the scoreline being this close. So under the assumption that they are just going to partial buy here on the guys that can afford it, look to get an investment in the next.
Yeah, Zyphon's not happy, but I mean, he had the round. He had the, you know, obviously he's in a very difficult position, but he had to do something there. And 0 kills from the pit position. They took a while to kill him as well. He had a few shots.
Yeah, I think that's what makes it hurt more. It's not like they ran around the corner and just domed him, and then you can at least, you know, you're frustrated, but you're like, well, everyone else died and I just got wrecked. It's like, no, it was a very drawn out, awkward fight.
Yeah,
they actually went for the force, by the way. Sprout, they could have elected to eco here, but instead they've gone for this mishmash buy. They've got a famous couple of M4s, light sprinkling of util, but this is everything. This is all their money, and so if they come up short here, Apeks are looking for the victory on Inferno.
And it's an early hit as well. We've got no kits in this round, but Sprout have not won a retake since the pistol.
3 different points of elevation for Sprout here to hold control of brackets. Jacob waiting in the boiler with a high command. It can find some chronic kills. Hits one, but Azza trying to trade back. It's all getting a bit scrappy. JL trying to take it over the finish line now with 2 big kills towards the 50-second mark. You've got site control, and it all falls on the stair. He's having nades raiding on top of him as well. And he's just pushing for this. Fast feet as he runs down through middle, trying to play around the back of the smoke. He knows he's got to be quick about it, but his wits were not about him. Silenced by Stiko.
Yeah, that's a brutal mid-take for Apeks, considering we have 4 players there for Sprout. And as you said, all those different angles of elevation can be so difficult to clear. And it's not like they had all these mollies on Porch either. That was just dry fighting with a flash. And Apeks, they trade out very well. Zello thinks it's an abs pop, so he turns as well. That offers him up. And somehow Apeks win just an unbelievable round off of mid-fights. 4 in a row for Sprout, or they lose their map pick here.
I mean, considering what they just walked into, that like triple short side boost setup with a guy long, even, you know, getting like baited forward to get set up. Lounce accomplishes nothing on the long side. It felt like the round was kind of set up for him to try and do some damage in the late swing. I don't know, you just walked into a 4-man setup that is extremely potent in kind of a regular game that has a more standard ebb and flow to it. Like normally that is the perfect counter to someone trying to take top mid, and the fact that Apeks get through with ease is so concerning. This one feeling done, feeling like a done deal. Man advantage lies with them, and Jacob has just cracked open the A site. Both these Sprout players are just going to full send it down Banana. Monks will find one off of that MP9. But this is info for Apeks. They know what's happening here. They know that they know that one man's flanking in. Don't know if Azza was making noise as he ran down Banana, and if that's been calmed across, but they've smoked off top mid out of the paranoia of Lounx here. And so this makes it a really, really tall task for Sprout in the 2v3, as though being a man down in the A retake isn't hard enough already. Now you've got an aware Apeks turning back with Util in your way. This is a done deal. Apeks gonna pick up this map. Azza falls, and there they are, running away with Sprout's map pick of Inferno.
Yeah, nice sign of the times here for Apeks. Not a dominant win, but a dominant T-side at least, with a massive streak of 5 rounds and Sprout barely holding on. They now go to Overpass, a map that Apeks have been pretty comfortable on, and even with Anubis to finish, they are looking like favorites for this series. Sprout have to pick their heads up and put it back on for that second map, but I'm feeling the Apeks win right now. Our predictions looked as well the same, and we'll see if they can do it as we come back after the break.
Round 2. Let's go for a rival, I guess.
So we got one from Europe. So now I'm beating the game, and I think we're going to North America. So I am going to say Elish. Okay, never mind.
Let's type bit. He's AK-47.
Older than 25.
He's not from Ukraine.
So there's a big chance he's a guy from Brazil. So I'm actually gonna say Colzero. But is Colzero old enough?
I'll go for Shocks. Rain. I will write Rain.
He's older than 27.
The mystery player is older. Let's go, guess right. He played more than 14 majors. Insane, who is this guy?
Actually, a European guy maybe, and he's very old. Maybe it's myself. Damn, I'm getting old.
welcome back as we just rounded out Inferno, our first map between the two titans of Apeks and Sprout that are fighting for survival here in the EU RMR. And boys, we now move on to set our focus towards Overpass. We'll of course recap some of the things we saw on the first map there, but a good start for Apeks, looking like they're in good form individually and as a squad.
Yeah, I mean, you know, this one just fell really flat for Sprout. Apeks, they looked good across the board. There wasn't like a weak link in sight. They played off of each other well. Very good read on the game for the most part, you know, and man, I don't know, for Sprout, this one is gonna hurt. Stare, I felt like he was kind of doing all he could towards the end of that game, was just getting like hard avoided. Yeah. Was trying to put himself in some key positions, such as, you know, swapping out with Zyphon into the apartments in a handful of rounds. I think that's because he was feeling, you know, that I'm not being involved in as many of these fights as I would like. For Apeks, you know, you don't even really have to, like, I think, identify, you know, one hero player. It felt like everyone had their moments, everyone had their rounds. Even someone like, you know, like Jacob, who's kind of sat middle of the pack within this team, I think was instrumental with some of the openers he was able to pick up over on this A side of the map. Nork was flawless in opening duels at 6-0. His AWP, whenever it would strike, would get you a 5v4, it felt like, and at a pretty low risk. On the other side of things, and you know, I think opening kills are actually a very interesting one to talk about in this. So we had 27 rounds played. Across all of that, 6 opening kills for Sprout. Like, that's mind-blowing. The fact that it goes 21-6 in the opening duel department, if anything, kind of makes it wildly impressive that they even got 11 rounds.
Oh, yeah.
You know, that one's going to hurt. Zyphon, big part of the opening duels in this, went 0-8. And I do think a lot of that was kind of propagated by the fact that we had these apps pops that he was bearing the full brunt of and just could never deal with. And that's the thing, like, you know, you really need to remove that from the toolkit of Apeks, and you had to remove it early on. The fact that they ran it back, I think it was like 4 rounds in a row of just apps popping into the A site. And even then, to say that there was variation is almost like a white lie, because sure, they did start to look B, but only ever for openers, right? And then they would kind of divert their attention back into the A site anyway. So yeah, I think the moment that you let something as simple as that, just an apps pop, keep slipping through against you, it's like your opponent is going to keep doing it. They will keep harassing you there. You're going to feel that pressure. So now you're taking resources from other parts of the map. You know, as a result, other areas start to get weaker. It's just really problematic. You know, like that is maybe second to the idea that, like, if a team on like Nuke is just A-popping you over and over again, it's one of those rounds that you have to contain early, because if your opponent knows that they can keep doing it, they are going to keep doing it. It's going to be a constant source of success. It starts to suck resources away from everywhere else on the map. It has this big knock-on effect, and it's not even like it's some ludicrously complicated strategy, right? It is a handful of util going over, one flash over the chimney to try and get them out, and that's all it's taken to win you rounds. Hell, there were even rounds in there that Apeks won by just flash top mid, get the kill, steamroll the A site. It's like you've just won a round of Inferno using one piece of utility. That is not at all how this map should be playing.
But I think like utility is literally the key of the game overall, especially first half for Sprout, right? The amount of missed smokes, the amount of awkward timings where they're just doing everything on the fly. It feels like the comms weren't really as drilled in. The prep wasn't really there for them. You go on an overpass, if you ain't got your nades down, bud, like it's going to be a living hell.
Yeah, and while this is, you know, these two teams have played a couple of times recently in online qualifiers. Actually, Sprout won the last time, and they actually won Overpass as well, but it was in 30 rounds. And you know, if you're going back and watching that back, if you're Apeks, you're going to have more to learn. You're going to be able to improve on that one. And Apeks are a grinding team. They have played 15 to 20 maps on pretty much every map in their pool in recent 3 months, which is a lot.
Playing online, right?
Yeah, that's
like
a lot of games. So they're very well drilled right now, our Apeks, and I think that's to their benefit. We're seeing the results of that. We're seeing some strong individuals and a good game plan. But that's where we have to find out if Sprout can repeat what they've already done on Overpass and take us to a third map of Anubis. And even if they do, boys, even if they do, that's probably Apex's best map. So Sprout are in hot water, without a doubt. And Apeks, ready for a 2-0? What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, it's feeling done to me, honestly. Yeah, I think this is going to be the 2-0 for Apeks. They look just hands down like the better team there. I don't think Sprout really have the the resources here on Overpass to make it happen. The one shining light is that Stair was looking good,
Yes,
right?
yeah.
If you really wanted to like pinpoint a potential hero, if this was ever going to go the other way, I think it's got to begin there and then have like this trickle down.
I have faith in Zello. I want to have faith in Zello on a CT side of Overpass. I actually think he hit some good shots. He looked confident, but he was getting
like,
avoided a lot.
Avoided,
and also in the early game, on the first half, Nork like head-to-head him 3 AWP rounds in a row and killed him every single time. So that like sucks you out of the game if you because you don't always see AWP head-to-heads.
Yeah.
More so, I guess, on a map like Inferno where there are kind of just 2 main choke points where you're going to be AWPing Banana and down mid. But Nork every single time nailed him. And I don't think we're going to get as many of those head-to-heads on a map like Overpass. So I think as long as Nork isn't shutting Zello out early, I'd like to believe that Zello could have a strong game here because we know he's a very powerful AWPer. With him and Stair performing, there's hope. But with Apeks in the current form, I think they're ready to make it 2-2. And remember, boys, this is elimination.
Yeah.
This would be Sprout going home.
Yeah, you know, I think as well, you know, even just kind of the mindset difference between the teams is a big deal. You know, I can imagine you're deflated if you're Sprout. Like, I know the scoreline was fairly close, but in a way it didn't feel like a close game. And it's one of those ones where you know that, like, if you went and asked Sprout right now, why did you lose that? They could give you 100 reasons. You know, like they would know exactly why. And I think the main thing is like, yeah, we just couldn't contain them. We couldn't deal with the outs pop. We weren't really like synergized or playing off of each other. And I don't think that's going to be conducive to like a great atmosphere heading into the second map. Certainly not a good atmosphere for you to have your stars trying to step up and perform in, because Stair is going to have to go on like a bit of a recovery. He was kind of getting avoided and getting shut down and left in impossible rounds towards the end of that down the stretch. And I think it's going to be asking a hell of a lot of him to try and build straight back in for a second map on your opponent's map pick, staring elimination dead in the face.
Dude, and we talk about the map as well. It's going to be Overpass over on the B stream as well. We do have an Overpass game that's going on. We've always seemed to be having these mirrored matchups on the A and B stream, bud. And OG, a map up already versus 1 win. That's another game that's looking quite tantalizing. But we'll delve further into our series when we come back in after the break. For now, grab your snacks, get yourself some water, put your seatbelt on, and strap in for the second map.
I remember more Monesi clutches.
Right, yeah. You know, it was weird. It happened in Abu Dhabi. Obviously, last year, he starts with that, like, MIBR clutch.
Yeah.
But, you know, in Abu Dhabi, he had, like, a similar clutch from the same position and nearly the exact same kills versus outsiders.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, I thought that was so weird, where I was like, I've seen this exact moment before, right?
He had a one good clutch against FaZe as well. For me, that one is the best because he played it out the best.
Okay.
I think it was last Lisbon groups.
I'm also thinking of like the Inferno clutch as well when he stole bomb from outside of apartments.
Yeah, it was against outsiders as well.
Yeah, right. Okay, he had two clutches, same maps.
He's just crazy in clutches. Yeah. Like even practice what he pulls off, it's, I don't know how, but he just somehow makes it work.
You can't talk G2 clutch without bringing up Monis in.
And we're back, boys and girls. We've got another map view. It's overpass, and it's Sprout taking it on Apeks. We theorize, we prophesize a 2-0 in this series, and if that is the case, it would lead to Sprout getting eliminated with only one win, one match win, at least under their belt. That would be over the Viperio boys. And right now, Unicorn, with their odds, seem to agree with us. That is some of the most dominant odds we've seen this whole tournament.
Dude, those are some stacked Unicorn odds. Like the saplings of Sprout right now, they're going to be quivering like a tree.
Horn on the head, and it's poking out Sprout's eyes. Yeah, I think they're in trouble. But I'd love to be proven wrong. I'd love to see some of these individuals show up in a big way. I think Zyphon was probably the missing piece of that previous map. We saw in one of the most important positions on CT Inferno, failed to get any kills. He had one really nice 3K round, like really high impact, and then nothing else for the rest of the half. And I think that's a troubled piece moving into map 2. But at least we have Stare looking activated. At least we have Zello on the big green. But Nork, man, I think this guy's a great talking point because he is, you know, I called this team the more experienced team, and I think that's because some of these pieces have been around for a long time, and I think Nork is one of them, right? Having played at the top level in NIP himself. So even Stiko, man, let's go over quickly some of the organizations and teams that Stiko has played for over the years. Hellraisers, MOUZ, where he found 3 trophies, Cloud9 very briefly, No Chance of with your boy Thomas, Godsend, FPX, who attended a lot of DreamHack Opens back in the day, and now on Apeks. So he's had a 10-year career dating back to the very start of competitive CSGO. And we haven't even talked about Jacob. And sure, there's a couple of young players in here, but I think without a doubt, the Apeks have the experience, and that goes a long way in an elimination match for the RMR.
Yeah, where I think this also gets interesting as well is like when you look at Azza and you think about his previous teams in like Extreme and 100 Thieves, they never, I mean, they played Overpass a handful of times, but like they weren't particularly good at it. It wasn't really a map that they liked having in a series. You know, we saw them pick it up a tiny bit more in Extreme, funnily enough. But I'm just going to tell you, they had a 22% win rate on that map across the 9 times that they played it. You know, obviously a long while ago now, but you know, point is, Azza was never much of a fan of this map to begin with, right? And considering he's kind of been saying how he does feel a little behind on things and just, you know, having to kind of warm into it. Even in the interview that we had with him, he said, you know, he thinks he needs a bit more time to kind of up his level and get up to speed. And then you kind of compound that into this idea that you're playing on a map that even in, you know, the peak of Azza, he tried to stay away from. It doesn't inspire a lot of confidence.
Not at all. Well, I'll hold this point. Zyphon's rushing long. Ooh. That's one way to get yourself back in the game. One bullet fired into the head of Kixon, and he can get all the way back. They will not punish him. That's a fantastic opening kill for Zyphon.
Well, Hugo, you could see on cam, he was in his own head, right? Like literally at one point tapping the top of his temples because of how frustrated he was. What's the easiest way to get out of your head? Knock someone else's off. That's a great first frag on the pistol. I want to see what Lau gets up to with these dualies, but it always gets me excited when I see the double guns pulled out, and he's on the prime site for it as well, tucked in behind the truck.
At the truck stop, looking to do something dirty in bathrooms, perhaps. Zyphon does get dinged. Stare found jail in the meantime. There's a full T-spawn flank that's resetting now, but it might not be needed with Sprout having equal numbers on this bomb site. Not for long. Zyphon gone, and there's those tip-taps for Lau, but they're not connecting enough for a kill. 2 players full. They know there's a third at least, but Apeks are not in a hurry. They're trying to take this duel before they commit, and you'll notice Stiko at 1 health is going back with the bomb. This is high risk. Stares in the toilets. Oh, sorry, Zello is. Could he really backstab him? This is crazy for Stiko to be doing this all on his own. And Zello caught looking the wrong way. What a messy round right now for Apeks. They are getting pinched and picked apart. Jacob in the site. The flank for Stiko is going B, and Jacob might meet him there, trying to fight the last man. Zello's waiting for Stiko. Where's he gone? He's on the B site.
With 1 HP, he gets out, slips down to B, plants the bomb. Jacob makes the huge heroic play. Hits with the power of Hercules, bud. Like, that's mad, man. 3 frags. That was just Zello trying to recover this pistol. One that's been drawn out. No kit. Time ticking away. Up on the elevated angle, drops straight down into the water. Jacob over by Graffiti. He should have spotted the head. He knows what's going on. Comes it across to his teammate. Poising in position now. Stiko is low, but he could try and draw the crosshair. Jacob peeks out. One bullet to the brain. Zello, it's got to be quick time. It's gone. And Stiko hits the frag with a Glock as well. Apeks with not only the first map, but the first round and the second.
Sure, making that play and sending the bomb back B when all 5 have been spotted long isn't a bad play for Apeks, but Stiko with 1 health doing it, that's mental. And he gets away with it. He dodges every single player and manages to sneak his way down. Zello almost stops him on the way down through Con, but he's, you know, distracted by the players who come out long. That's just a mental call. Apeks, take a pistol and take a bow.
Force back in from Sprout, and they do have this double long setup, right? This could do a bit of damage. Apeks, they've got 3 players out in mid, but space in between them right now. Going to start to tighten up. They want to try and trade if there is this long push. Flash going in, but Zello opens. Now the MP9 gets activated. That's the bomb getting away from Apeks, and geez, they're still fighting for this. They want to try and knock it out. Kicksound with the double. He's going to make it happen. Zyphon and Zello both die over on the long side. They get a kill apiece. Oh, Stiko misses that timing in mid, and so we'll get fed to stare. Bomb retrieved on Kicksound, and JL outside of the monster might look to make a play into this B site. He could take all, a hell of a lot of space right now. As is floating around over in heaven, he's been jump peeking for info, but he just started to move down the stairs, and so that's given a little window for JL to get out into the site here. Kicksound starting to move in with the bomb. Yeah, you're going to be retaking in this spot. It was kind of, what you were set up for from the beginning. But I look at, Azza knows that because he's been checking the stairs, there is this like weird timing where they could even be deep. So he's actually paranoid as he tries to rotate down, has to clear these angles, while making it out through the connector. But this is something that Apeks should be ready for. They haven't had mid or con control since the start of the round. And they found their way back into the 2v2 with so much damage done onto Stair. With Lau now knowing about, this should be an Apeks round after all, in spite of the hard work put in from the Sprout boys at the opener. Stair is a dead man here. Ooh, takes one. Kicksound's going to trade it, and a beautiful round from the man at the helm of Apeks.
Nice pickup. It gets a bit dicey there in the middle, quite literally, with Stiko getting caught backing up, and Sprout knew exactly where that bomb was ending, but Apeks still able to trade their way out. And we're seeing some nice post plants right now. Kicks in the captain, taking a lot away.
Nice run, Damian. Nice.
And Sprout now have to take a breather. Go for a little deco. Perfect round to walk through Monster. Look at the setup. Sprout nowhere near. Only Azza with eyes on the prize and not the gun for the job either. And he may never even see the terrible truths. Molly's going to announce the presence of B. And Apeks have crept the bomb into the site. They have the rotation cut off. They have mid push denied. And while Stiko dies, you shouldn't get too worried.
Oh,
do it.
Jacob.
Yeah.
Oh, he's dropping down, so
That's
they will
awkward.
turn and deal with him. Stair gets himself an upgrade.
Cheeky.
Smart
Save.
guy. Drop the Galil. You tell your teammates, guys, there's a Galil and connector. And then you get to go save the AK. I like that.
His kill,
And
his
look,
upgrade.
As a herd. Galil down in con. All the more for me. So he's going to go grab that before the round is over. Him instead just saving. And honestly, all in all, for considering what you bought into this round, getting out with 2 guns, getting out with a couple of kills and forcing a reinvestment, it's great. Even losing one to the bomb. So yeah, 2 players surviving there for the side of Apeks. It actually ends up becoming an expensive round.
Yeah.
Sprout will take that. This is where you're hoping they can reply. Doing that extra damage only feels good if you're able to capitalize here and now. So let's see if they can. Zello's going to be bringing that AWP out immediately. Not an AWP in sight on the Apeks side. So for the time being, Zello has that much more of a kind of degree of freedom here for how he wants to approach the CT AWPing.
To give Azza the slight benefit of the doubt, I feel like, you know, this is so early into a roster and such a big tournament to play. I don't know how much you can even really accomplish in a month to get not only yourself ready when he's admitted that he's a little bit out of meta, but also a whole roster as well, acclimatized. And that may be the big difference, especially as we hit a T side of Overpass, the hardest T side to play in the game right now. Apeks have already done the hard bit in taking just the opening 3 rounds. And if they take a gun round as well, my God, this is going to get very out of control very quickly. Nice methodical mid-utility, taking every bit of space they can. Molly and Flash for Divider to push a potential AWP back. Zello making that move up to A at the right time. And that's because Lau has all this control. Siphon re-smokes to re-aggress, and this is a nice move. But they're moving up long.
30 seconds, you bypass the toilet player that wants to tackle you. Well, actually not for Kicksound, as Zyphon picks up, and now he can spot up the second man towards Connector as well. Relays the info, but time ticking away in the back of your mind. Stiko about to be flanked by Lau as well. He pushed out early through short pipe, but comes up big with a backstab. And Jacob, it's all really on you to create space in the next like 2 seconds, bud. It's got to be big, it's got to be quick, and it's not looking like they're really poised for it. Already backing off through the smoke. They throw in the towel on this one. They know it's gone wrong.
Oh, yeah. He might die after time here. He's trapped in the middle of the site. Takes 2 with him. Makes it expensive. That was almost about to be a 5 alive round for Sprout. But they at least kill 1 player after the clock. Could have been a lot worse for Apeks.
Yeah, you know, and actually, you know, the 2 extra kills given Jacob, because he would have had $150. Now he's got $750. He can buy armor if he wanted to, because you're going to be forcing here. It's actually fairly big, dude. It's actually huge. That's why I'm bringing it up. So now when he gets given the AK over, he has armor behind it. He would have been naked. He would have been playing, you know, like pistol and essentially saying, guys, trade me. That would have been his round if it wasn't for this. So the 2 kills on the AK, not only wasting Sprout's money, forcing the reinvestment and keeping them modest, but it means that this force buy back in response out of Apeks has just a tiny bit more weight to it. Also, was it Stiko who dropped the gun? That's very selfless, very Stiko.
Yeah, I just realized he's got a Glock, yeah.
And like, he died at the beginning of last round, so he therefore had money. So he's dropped that over.
Stiko is a very selfless player.
But you know, also the only way they were going to have an armor AK. In addition to the saved weapons.
Look at this round, boys. They have crept. They have done the snake, the little slither into the A site. Now, Sprout, you can see they're aware that this could have happened instead with a nice jump. Does catch that info early. The smoke to try and play ahead, but do you really want to do that? Zyphon announces his presence along. Jacob needs his trade. He'll get it. That frees up a lot of space in the post plant. If Apeks can go back to toilets, they can play this bomb, but they want to go forward. Set up to get aggressive. Stiko dying for his teammate. They're going to send this. Wow. That's so cool. Stiko just jumps into the bank. Jacob is feasting right now, and the AWP may take him down, but Zello's getting run at, and they are coming for him. They will find that frag and 4 on this T side. That's crazy that they chase bank like that. That Stiko jumps over, taking all of the crosshairs for Sprout. Jacob with a fantastic round. 3 kills.
That AK and armor really paying the dividends for them. So Apeks, not only going to be content with that round, but they're going to be so damn happy with how this overall map has been going for them. Like you said, but T-side overpass, it can be such a fickle mistress, and the fact that they're making it work's good. Molotov might be lost to the wind, but that's just one small detail.
to boost up anyway. Put this one gun to use. Stare buys into an eco. Ooh, and it's gone. That's sad. Only a dink as well. Nothing to write home about.
Oh, it's going from bad to worse here, man. The Sprout, this one, just going to fall on deaf ears. This little, might buy a round as his M4. Gets one in the B hold, but the thing is, Apeks just don't have to commit, right? They're not the ones in any sort of pressure situation. I think when you see that one gun there, it's kind of the trigger to go ahead and leave that side of the map. They are keeping it like super slow in this moment, and Az is allowed to get mobile as a result. I think this slowdown is actually making the round way scarier, but
they're going to probe.
He's going to probe B,
I love this.
And that's big. He's about to get the info. Guys, they've rotated. Don't go A. That's what he's saying right now. And so the bomb's going to come back down. 20 seconds left. Great call to have made.
Yeah. Sure, Zyphon gets deeked on A, but they're realizing, oh wait, this is the other probe. Smoke on B. Plant comes in with 10 remaining. And Zyphon might realize, like, saving this AK in mid is his best move. So Apeks, I mean, this is, Harry, we always say, you know, you get 4 or 5 rounds early, you've won your half, and I don't think they're going to go quiet now.
Yeah, you know, I mean, we were even kind of talking about the problems facing Sprout in terms of the fact that, you know, even in his heyday, even when he was like really fresh, the way that I would describe Asda in terms of this map for the team that he led, you know, in 100 Thieves and Extreme and across both those rosters is they wouldn't ban it, but they would never pick it, right?
Yeah.
It would just be like picked against them a lot of the time, and often they would lose it, right? And on top of that, even if you think about how much Overpass has changed as a map, right, it's become increasingly CT-sided as time's gone on. Back, you know, during the time when Azza was kind of playing, it was more 50-50, right? I mean, not like straight 50-50, but I'd say like, what, like 55-45, 60-40 sort of vibe, whereas nowadays, you know, it kind of feels like T-sides are more than happy with a 5-round half, and considering that's where Apeks already are, you know, that is somewhat cause for concern that they could really sweeten the deal here. The longer they keep this up, the longer they keep the pressure on Sprout's money, the more this stranglehold is going to look to put you under. Because every time you're losing a round, you know, you'll put down a pistols, it feels devastating, like you're barely even kind of given a room for error. Stare, hiding behind the tree. Tree man, Sprout man, growing into something big. Big tall oak, big tall bloke, Jacob. Coming back on the long side, wants to try and punish them, but they will get out with a frag.
That was so weird.
That was an odd fight, but his teammates are all the way at bathrooms while this has been happening. He got the info, 2 are pressuring me long, and when you see that, you're like, oh, is anyone even in the site right now?
This is so good.
Very uncommon to have a round play out like this. They've got them trapped out on an island on long, 2 players up through the con side. What a turn from Stiko.
Yeah.
On a dime, and now Kicksound holding on to long. Supported by the flank from JL. He is traded. They don't want to risk giving these kills away. Az is hunting in the toilets, and Stiko just get that. That's so annoying. They're gonna. Oh, that is rough.
Stiko.
Well, that's a really sad way to have lost that as well. You were kind of building into a spot where maybe that was winnable. Azza, if he was just a second further ahead, he has that kill on Stiko. They're in the 2v2. They've got a man at long. Azza can push up from short, and suddenly it's a very doable round. You thought that maybe there was still a world where, you know, the round could be saved because at least they got the info, right? That's the cope you were telling yourself in the moment. But Stiko at like 3 HP just deletes the long player. Look at this. Yeah, fair play.
Yeah, that's a rough round. I feel like Zyphon's playing a lot better this map already. You're seeing him hit some far better shots, play his positions a lot safer, getting value out of the long position, being left on his own in many of these rounds. But that's an unbelievable couple of kills for Stiko. The turn on Divider and the clear on Zyphon on long when they knew he was coming. Some crazy shots. Even just getting that bomb plant in a 4v4 The realization of like, yeah, there's a double long setup. I'm a molly implant. There's nothing they can do about this. And it puts them in such a predicament.
That's 3 out of the 6 rounds they've won off the back of the bomb blasts as well. Bit of a technical pause here whilst we resolve a problem, and then we'll slip back on into the action. But the real problems are for Sprout at the minute on that CT side. Just the one round in the middle between Free, which was the opening pistol, the conversion, the follow-up, finally get one. And then again, we've seen a triple threat from Apeks, who are looking pretty heavy-handed at the minute in this elimination best of 3. And keep that in the back of your mind, because that's what this is. That's what they're playing for.
Still just running flat AKs on this T side. Apeks a lot of just grouped balls of death, right? The snake up toilets, the long take, a couple of contact B plays. I've tried a lot. It's not been a one-page book. Kixan leading up short, not seen this before, and it's an off angle for Lau. He gets 2 with a FAMAS, that's huge. Spam does come through, puts him low, but no finishing blow. Apeks creep monster at the same time. They're getting desperate here in a 3-on-5. These are the hardest rounds to win right now. 3v5 T-side overpass, but they do have great position with Lau low. He takes a headshot angle, still cleared out by JL. Molly at the back of the pit. Now it's a 2v4. They lose their lurker. Azza turns from the flash, and it's perfect. They're both blinded. Jacob has to trade that kill, and now he's got to go full clutch. 1v3. Here's that orb drop in CT, and Sprout have him boxed in the sight.
Jacob, full big popper plays have to come out right here, right now. The blade's pulled out. He's brought a knife to a gunfight. He's been flanked and he's done.
He did that the other round on long. You know, a stair was hiding behind tree, and you were wondering, why didn't Jacob spam him? He quick switched for like no reason, unless he was pulling a nade and then he saw him and changed back. It just looked like a quick switch in the open. And that one, he just wants to speed himself up, right? But you live to regret those knife pulls, because that's a free kill there if he doesn't. So now let's see if Sprout can wake up. 2 rounds on this CT side. And in fact, a half buy for Apeks, where they put 2 AKs in, but still have 2 Glocks. It's a very strange investment. Shows they have a lot of faith in their T-side rounds, though. And also with Glock shooting, spamming monster smoke. Thank you, JL. You don't actually expect the AKs. So this is like the mega bait.
The last time they had an investment similar to this with Jacob on armor and an AK, they went on to win the whole damn round. So maybe they can repeat a bit of history here. Won't be as easy for them. The bait not really being falled for just yet, and still 3 players holding close. Grouped up towards the B site. Same could be said for Apeks now as they form a bit of a wolf pack outside.
That's going to make first contact. One of the Glocks gets it, and Nog picks up another on the AK. Just stare inside of B, but honestly, I think you're content with this. And oh, Jacob.
Look at him
go.
go.
Jacob, you naughty man. You cheeky devil. He's coming in. From behind, Zello's running. Zello's running this, and Jacob's going to collect it. Now he knows he's locked down A. That bomb might start to move back around. Now, what can happen here with such a lengthy rotate? Yeah, I'm glad they've gone back with the bomb. This is perfect. All right. They're going to try and play back in a B. They know that both players are here, but right now they're searching for Jacob. They know that Sprout's attention is divided.
No
Jacob's bypassed the man in the heavens, and Zyphon will turn on him. They dealt with the man in the heavens. Zyphon with a must-win fight, and he's going to offer it up. Wow. That actually gets incredibly awkward, right? Because the reason why the bomb goes back, and I said I love it, you know, there's 2 decisions you make in that moment. You either go for the incredibly long rotate all the way through spawn, all the way through mid, all the way into the A site. That's going to take you around about 30 seconds. And so what you would be relying on for that entire time period is that Jacob, who will have 2 players coming towards him as time continues, right? He's got to hold that down, because then if he falls, you don't have either bomb site anymore, right? So they end up trying to go for like the lesser of 2 evils. They have 3 players over towards B with Jacob supporting from heaven and at least taking attention away. So they just try to commit and stick to their guns. But Zyphon really goes above and beyond. Like, that is the defining moment of that round.
Impressive that Sprout don't panic there because they saw the bomb earlier in Monster. A lot of teams would have panicked. They realize, like, we're screwed no matter what we do, so let's at least commit and hope they come back out Monster with the bomb. Great read and great timing found for Zyphon to backstab Jacob. That only confirms what Stair already expects. It is B. And so, short an eco round anyway. Apeks now come in with a buy, but they made that very interesting, and Sprout still cut it down. Molly lands this time. Monster nades could be good. Not that good. But always worth a shot. Anything to get an early kill or some damage off on the T side. Prime yourself for later.
Yeah, a bit of chip damage on the T side of Overpass can always go a very long way. They're a long ways away from securing this round just yet, especially with the AWP being donned once again for Zello. Could help them out massively. Down connector, clearing it out, making sure no one's in position. The bomb finally moving up as well, so toilets control going to be attempted.
Looks like an early B execute. 45. And double monster for Sprout. Are they going to play in the fade? Azza looks interested. Close to the smoke. They've got Apeks right where they want them. Not much util for this hit. 2 smokes, a flash, and that smoke is massive.
Oh, that smoke, it's like you kind of have to go through it, really. And so this might force their hand to just go up through short with numbers. A lot of attention right now on Monster. Instead, playing this passive. These guys at Monster could have someone get out and get past and look to fight them. Thankfully, Lau's head's on a swivel, and he will hold the line. Puts up big numbers. Azza brings JL down super low, and so they will hold on there. That crossfire really didn't look super convincing, so Lau proves to be a big hero in that moment, turning around, getting a handle back on the short play. That could have got out of hand very, very quickly. Thankfully, both those players out through short were looking towards bridge, looking towards CT, fighting Stair over on the ramp, and so it let Lau get away with this.
That's very nice.
I'm short, guys. I'm fast short. I'm coming short now.
Not even needed. Sprout waking up, though. We were worried for a moment there with that 6-1 lead.
Honestly, I'm still very worried. I think even if they 9-6 this, you know, Apeks have done the work. Don't get me wrong, they would win a lot of rounds in a row to get them there, right? So that would definitely build the confidence up a bit. But considering that this map is very much like a test of your default and your communication, your ability to kind of, you know, work together across the map. You have resources spread very thin, so you really need to have your default nailed down, and it makes me a little concerned for Sprout because we've definitely seen some cracks in this team.
Ooh. Yeah, pressure's on Apeks right now. Sprout don't need to return smoke spam fire. Zyphon heard running
Is
back.
he going to find another weird timing?
Yeah,
like Jacob keeps catching these odd little gaps over towards A.
He could walk in.
They were just deep peeking this.
Nice
oh,
shot.
Zello gives it a swing off of the jump check. He didn't even see anything on that jump. No. So lovely that he decided to commit to that fight and look so ready for it. And now they know that this round it should be as good as done. Stiko with a missed shot. That was kind of the one opportunity.
Ooh,
that's nice. Okay. Zyphon dead over at long. You're not worried yet, but Lau is low, and he's the other guy assisting in the A-hole. This is where the fact that Stair and Azza have both taken short control away and are right here ready to pounce is big. They know that Apeks have got no idea this is happening. No one's looking at it, and so the backstab is in. Stair arrives, Stiko dead, and Norm going to get followed up onto as well by Azza.
Business as usual, getting rid of the ecos. Apeks come back with another buy. I want to see at what point they feel like they want the AWP. They've been tending against it, despite the money being good at the start. Yeah, Jacob feels like it robbed there. Still no money necessarily for the AWP. All right, what's this? Sugar.
I guess Lurk Smoke Monster?
Potentially.
Looks like what it's lined up for. Yep. It's going to get dropped over now.
Sprout just cross over it immediately, and they molly through the tunnel. No mistakes made. Early smoke to stop the pressure, but it's coming through anyway. Great flashbang. Azza gets hard cleared at JL. He escapes. Is that OG shouting?
That is OG shouting, yeah.
They are destroying OneWin right now on the other stream. 15-3.
Meanwhile here, we're down to the dying moments of the round, really. Final 50 on the clock. Zello took a ton of damage at the start of the round, dropping him to 50, but at least he's the one on the scope. Oh, and he was the one in the prime position to try and lock down towards long. Wants to assist his teammates as well with the utility, but still has to have himself laser focused. Talking of the laser beam, that's Zyphon that finds the frag onto Stiko. Evens out the numbers again. 30 seconds to work with JL, looking for the rotate. Can he actually catch him? It's so awkward.
He saw him. He's, right? Yeah.
He must have seen the back.
Yeah, he's told them to turn around. They're dealing with him. Easy. 3-on-3. This is still winnable.
Yeah, they're hard committed to this play, though. Very, they're going to leave it to Stare, which is kind of wild. Lau comes back, don't worry, it's all under control.
Did they doubt it because they saw JL?
Yeah, maybe, right? Just for a moment, it almost looked like he was trying to get finicky with it.
Or maybe they were just jumping away knowing that Stare had that long cross.
I guess they are content with, like, Stare floating around there. And, you know, you've rotated CT, so you can come back up and play around the only safe plant, which would have been away from Stare at Banana for CT. So honestly, I think Sprout do very well to turn that one around. They go a man down early. They call a bit of a gamble, 3 over towards A. Good head on their shoulders in that situation. Set them up for success. And that's one that for Apeks might hurt a little bit because you go a man up. You really want to try and capitalize on those rounds, on those moments. Don't get gifted them every day. But they end up walking into a triple A lean.
Apeks have really cooled off in this T side now. You know, we've had some nice setups for Sprout towards that B bomb site. The thing is, it's not really even been Zello like dominating a CT or B. There's just Stare keeping it up. Zyphon also doing great work on that top site. And Lau with a couple of lockdown rounds alongside Azza. Apeks, another halfie going to go back to an early B play. Good grenades, but Apeks is still going to have to hit the go button. 1 minute 30 on the clock, and oh, that's molly is such a problem. They've just thrown their exec as well. So what do? Zyphon forcing kills at B as the smoke comes in. He's a very eager player, is Zyphon, but he is tamed for now. And this has changed the game plan of Apeks, who've been forced to go backup connector.
As I just saw them leaving, and he saw that no one else was in short.
All right, Zello, if they were ever around, this would be it.
So they're going to be in his face. They're going to be up close, and that flash has destroyed him. That was Lau's flash. That was a team flash that just ruined Zello's round. Oh, maybe the redemption arc for Lau. Bit of a spam comes in, but Stiko nails that. Barely even sees the guy. Lives to tell the tale. Nork goes running in, and Stiko finishes off another.
Sorry, Nork, he just jumps in. He jumps in Dumpster Harry. He jumps through the smoke. What's going on? That's really awkward. Yeah, okay, Zello probably should have run back there, not forward. But he got team flash.
Yeah, I think that's literally why he runs forward. It's like, take the chance and potentially scuff in the backwards movement over the dumpster, or try to get the safe haven of truck and hope that your teammate along can cover you. But I mean, if I had to guess, like even Stare's probably having to kind of turn away from that flash a little. It pops right over the center of the site. It was almost better for Apeks than it was for Sprout by a long margin.
But even then, Zello pulls the molly, just to throw it in the open. You're not going to stop much with that, especially against pistols that will feel free enough to run through. He stays on his AWP, he at least gets a kill there, which maybe increases his chances. But That's really awkward. Those supportive, this is a map where team flashing is common because if you're throwing supportive flashes, you can throw them very easily from A to B, B to A, but you're often not going to wait and hold the flash when you're rotating off of B and be like, oh, are you ready? Like, because you want to get that quick rotation to assist your team. So you just kind of lob it and hope that they're ready for it. And we see that really come and punish. Sometimes it's better to do nothing and let your teammates fend for themselves. That's a very unfortunate
they're doing
round.
the triple boost over at long right now.
Go on.
Trying to get this angle onto the truck, and they're going to get it, Nork. There's the opener, there's the red carpet rolled out, and the A site is overran. A perfect time to pull out a little gimmick like that, right?
Yeah.
You know you force respect out of Sprout. If there ever was a time for them to be playing a bit more reserved back in the bomb site, it's this one. And they catch him. That boost nets the opener.
It's a dangerous boost as well, because if a player swings long, they just destroy you. They see you and you get knocked off your perch. So it's high risk, but wow, he lined up that headshot perfectly. And no way, Zello. Oh, the cover's not there. He's open. He's open. Oh, devastating couple of rounds here coming through from Apeks. Look at this play. And Nork barely sees him. You're sliding the entire time.
Triple boost, triple boost.
Triple boost, triple boost, triple boost, triple boost. 4 times for Azza. I love it. It's the only way you can truly communicate your pain, by saying it over and over again.
Stair has to extinguish that. Now they know he's here. No secret where Stair lies.
Oh, the spam.
Oh, the spam is
Deagle.
big. And that's softened up these comp players. The Deagle's doing a lot of damage. First kill might go the way of Apeks, but they've got some seriously low
again,
guys.
Jacob, stop quick
switch.
switching. 3rd time it's killed him in the map.
Jacob's an addict.
Someone send
Just
him to
keep
rehab.
cycling, man. Like, that's
Stop
brutal
quick
that it's betrayed him. Once more, boost up over into the connector. All right, I like this. Sprout is saying, look, man, you can pull out boost to steal rounds away from us. We're going to do the same straight back. They spot nothing down in the connector. One man here is low, but Kixan's still going to get a kill out of it. Honestly, good damage from the low HP player, and he's just being a nuisance, not giving the fights away. And Con, he can hear the footsteps at short. He knows that Sprout are here. They're going to try and chase him down while they've got him. He does so well to get out of this round with 2 kills at 13 HP the whole time. Ooh. But Zello, convincing shot off of the scout. And Stiko tagged up by the Deagles earlier, entrusted with the AWP. Takes a look into the short side. Smoke comes out. Nice. He nails the shot for a 9-6 half on Apex's T side. They've already put in a serious amount of legwork here. They're looking for that 2-0 and to send Sprout home.
So I just immediately like...
We saw some raccoons.
He started talking trash a bit about Copenhagen Flames. And
Oh, no way. Hey, I'm gonna catch one.
It's time for the Gauntlet Challenge.
What is the gauntlet?
No. It's the f***ing goal!
No way, this is last place.
It went really badly.
I wouldn't say it's good, because I would say it was great.
Let's go, baby!
As Cadian prepares to take on his toughest challenge yet, let it be known it'll take more than a hero to beat this one. We know he can lead his team to victory, but can he go at it alone? It's time for the Gauntlet Challenge.
It's time. It's time. Let's beat Dupree's ass, yeah? Okay, so what does the Launder show have for me here? Rings off, you know. Step 1. Let's go. Okay, let's go. This is the one, guys. Off to a good start. We go for the quick entry. No look. What? Buck. Everybody saw that. No. It's the f***ing goal! Okay, I think there might be some system to this is where the boxes will hit or what. I'm not sure. Oh, no. No. I failed the bunny hop so bad. We need just a little bit of luck here. Little bit of luck. Let's go quick. No! That's it. That's it. We're done. We're done. Dupree, he doesn't know what to do about this time. It's too strong. Yeah, I'm number 1 now.
All right, guys, let's give it up for Cadian. Come on in, Cadian. Well done. Take a bow.
Calm down. It was good, but calm down.
I'm going to ask for your signature in a second.
Yeah.
You were really burning calories on this map.
To be completely honest, I was just chilling. I knew that Dupree don't stand a chance.
Dupree don't stand a chance. You heard it here already. Well, why don't we make it official? Let's see if he lived out his dream of beating Dupree. To find out, we'll have the assistant, roll out the leaderboard assistant. Come on, let's keep it moving. Don't go out all night. Don't be alarmed by how long it takes me to write this number down. Just be happy it happened. The submission here from Cadian to the Gauntlet Challenge to see if he could beat Dupree. Did he do it, folks? That's right, they finally gave me my own show. Watch the Launder Show exclusively on Blast TV.
Let's go, baby!
And as always, it's been a blast.
All right, well, here we go. Potentially about to witness the elimination of Sprout here from the Blast Paris Major RMR for Europe. As Apeks, they were rip-roaring on the first map of Inferno, and they have kept up that pace into Overpass, finishing off the half 9-6, and they were on the T side to start. That's why we need to hammer that home.
Yeah, you know, I'll be honest, 9 rounds over on your T side should just be enough to win you the game. Like, that's kind of how Overpass plays for the most part, man. Like, the moment they kind of got off to such a hot start on the side of Apeks, it started to feel very dire. They went 6-1 up. And so I know, you know, there was that streak of 5 rounds in there for Sprout where it felt like there was some hope, something to hold on to. But Apeks went on to take the last 3 of the half.
And those last few rounds were really stylish as well.
Yeah, so you know, I think that just leaves you in a really bad way. To say the pistol round is a necessity for Sprout, I think is a huge understatement here. If they don't get the pistol, I don't see a world in which they win this. You know, you're going to be asking so much of a T-side comeback on a very CT-sided map in the current meta, in the current day. And a man down to open up the pistol round, I mean, that's just gut-wrenching. And you know, you losing Zyphon, someone who has been influential across this map, it's really not the player you wanted to have removed. They're still in this, trying to land a shot on the jumping player who's just peeking over the top for the info. Flashes inside of this A site for Apeks. They've got some utility to try and slow this down. One of them goes out now. Kit is on kickstand as well, behind the dice box. So if this A play comes in, the Kit is going to be very retrievable. Even if kickstand falls, it's kind of right where you want it. Now, Sprout still have this B lurker sat around outside of Monster. Now going to try and get involved, but oh, it doesn't go well for Lau. That was meant to be the fake. That was meant to sell the B play, and that's not sold anything. So now, strong inside of the A site. Lots of bodies here. Yeah, they lose kickstand, and that Kit gets away from them over at Truck. Now, Nork will get picked up as well. 2v3, not impossible for Sprout. It's going to rely on Stair getting something done. Tries to take away the bank control, but he's chased down. His teammate dead, and Stair finished off by Jacob. That's the pistol going the way of Apeks, who now sit on double digits, 10-6. If they find the conversions here, because on the back of a bomb plant, Sprout are probably buying up in this one, trying to bring the heat right away. They want the best chance to upset in this next round, but that means that if Apeks stick the landing up against this force, they're going to be sat pretty at 12-6, heading into the first fall by for Sprout.
Yeah, this is such an unlikely unit in Apeks, right, of players, right? You've got a lot of different countries represented, but man, they play great team CS. You can tell the communication's very clear, and I just love the way they've been playing off each other on CT side. You saw it on Inferno as well. Some of the setups were really nice, so it's looking like a hard team to get through, and looking to attend their first major as a unit. Went out in the open quals last time. And this, of course, this win would put them 2-2 with a chance to dance onwards and upwards. But of course, some scary teams in those 2-2 games, never a doubt in my mind. Big entry in a force buy round for Sprout. You say they must win the pistol. If they can't do that, this would suffice. A 5-on-4 and a round with an AK-47 and an A1S. They're in the good books right now. Nork, can he take a leaf out of their book? Push back. Gonna choose to commit with a smoke. That's a nice smoke there. And he's gonna play inside of it. Low on ammo already, 11 shots left up, and he just runs through, getting desperate here in this second round. Means Sprout will find a force buy, and we say better than winning the pistol. That certainly applies.
Yeah, the other hard thing though about pulling a comeback here is I don't think Apeks are the sort of team to get like you know, to kind of get out of the game, right? Like you spoke about the experience earlier on and how you say Apeks are the. Oh, sorry about that. That'd be my phone falling out my pocket. You know, you talk about how Apeks are like the more experienced, kind of tenured team, and yeah, man, 100%. You know, the idea, because running it back to like the mix of players that you have here, even in just Stico and Jacob, combined, you have 18 years of playing experience, which, funnily enough, means that actually there's more time spent in the server on two individuals of Apeks than years being alive for two of the Sprout players, right? So, you know, like in terms of like the actual experience there, man, it's night and day, and I think that's what's going to make this matchup one where Sprout will find it hard. You know, they're going to have to dig very, very deep. You're going to need big performances here, and you're asking this in a high-pressure moment, staring down the barrel of elimination at, you know, the last global offensive RMR, the last major in the cycle of this game. As the pressure is really high, it's really on, you're a map down, right? Your opponent has that up their back pocket as well, and you're on the T side of Overpass. There is a lot weighted against Sprout in this moment.
Dude, it's literally like deep sea diving, but they've just attached like 6 kg to each feet, and you're like, oh, I don't know if I can really recover from this. Like, it's rough, bud, because you're right, man. It's not just that it's major cycle CS, it's also the last chance ever to solidify any sort of legacy, get your name immortalized in the game as well for some of these players that haven't made it to that major run before. And it's just insane the amount of pressures on you. Then, like you said, you add in the fact you're on T-side Overpass. Any mistakes are going to start to add up very quickly. The devil isn't in the details in Overpass. It's just constantly there, sat on your shoulder.
Well, Stico says, if you're the devil, I can be your angle, as he pushes towards short water. And what an angle he's got. Early info on B means he can have his teammates rotate out and play a triple A setup, which is exactly where Sprout are trying to lay their head. Armed and dangerous. Not quite the same can be said for this ragtag buy from Apeks. Although I fear they may walk down into the B bomb site, avoiding the stack entirely, throwing A lurk smokes, and only to duck into the darkness. Stico is on B with an M4, one of the two. And JL has just left him as well, trying to split them up. Good bit of spam. But the mag difference does really make all the difference in a round like this. Stico's not going to have many chances to find a multi-kill. That's a big smoke at a good timing. It allows him to isolate short fights. They might have to run out on bridge. Stico swings wide though, and Zyphon's ready. 5-on-4, that might be the round. Apeks will be looking to save their couple of guns.
Yeah, this is at least cool for Sprout, man. I mean, upsetting in the second round with that force buy victory, and now, you know, finding the success versus the kind of counter force from Apeks is really good to give them a bit of leeway, give them a bit of a leg up here. You know, they still have a fairly formidable next round to go up against. That's like the beauty of this save and the beauty of this setup, is that you get out with 4 of the force port components remaining intact, so you essentially get a second chance at this one. Moving up onto 8 rounds. If they find all the conversions, they'll be 1 round apart from Apeks when that next rifle round comes in, but that's where the going really gets tough.
Well, when the going gets tough, the tough have to get going, or else you will find yourself completely battered out of the RMRs. No chance of making it to the major. So it's nice to see at least a little bit of a step up back from Sprout, of course. Apeks here using their third timeout as well. Talk it out, buy yourself a bit of time, reset the mental, and figure out what you can fix going back into this.
Yeah, keep in mind, as we said, this matchup has already gone on a couple of times in recent qualifiers and was even off the back of Sprout winning Overpass last time they played with a 7-round T-side. Sure, they need to up it today. But just to frame it, it's not outside of the realms of possibility after winning round 2. I like the boost. You don't really see it in gun rounds because you are pretty open to that connector swing. But to grab a cheeky party kill, it's a perfect play. Nade set on B, nothing to find from it. Sprout testing their luck. Similar to how Apeks were throwing double monster nades in that first half. Just anything to get an early kill.
This round can still get interesting. Nork with the Deagle is about to make contact. He's also getting split through the other side of the toilets, and that flash from Zello is a really nice piece to set Azza up for the kill. Now that they've got this long control, Apeks getting boxed in, going to try and respond by taking the short side, and Jacob doubles up with this FAMAS. This presents a problem, this Sprout. Suddenly, they can't actually like commit into the A side. They have to go back, try and flush out Jacob. For all you know, he could have kept committing on this push. Zello is cautious as he goes around every one of these corners. Gets the info that short's now been left clear. That's nice. It's going to give Sprout the option to start execing into the site. Jacob already opened this round with 2, but expecting any more out of him, that's asking too much. Azza going to best his old mate in the head-to-head. JL with this 1 M4 coming through the smoke at Bank. That brings the short side player back into the fold. Wow. JL tears him down. Head in your hands moment for Sprout. That is pure frustration setting in.
That's a backbreaker.
That's versus that saved force buy from the second round. That really needed to be them streaking to get the 3. That could have been the leg up they were looking for. It hurts so much because you know that you haven't even fallen down to much. There were 2 real worrying pieces in that round. It was a FAMAS and an M4, and both of them find success. All 5 kills coming from the 2 guns that are saved forward in that second round of the half.
I just wonder if that was calm. Like Zello just turned around as Zyphon was getting run down on the bomb plant. And Zello goes to look at Stiko, who must be making noise on short. But where's the comm there? He needs the support on the plant. That's really awkward timing for Sprout. 11-8. AWP is out on either which way.
Yeah, at a bare minimum, you know, from closing the gap, it makes you feel like you're still in with a chance here. Like, that round's always going to hurt no matter how you slice it. It's going to hurt any team, but I think someone like Azza is going to have a bit of an easier time, you know, convincing the boys that this is possible still. They're only 3 rounds apart. And everyone gets 1 blunder in a half, right? That's what you tell yourself.
Is that some MOUZ cope you've got there,
Yeah,
Harry?
I've learned from the best.
True. Yeah, Jacob's had a great game here. JL really making some fans today, I think, as well.
I think now, Hugo, we've learnt what it stands for. JL means just lethal.
Yeah.
Like 18 frags, guys been given it. Jacob again as well. Takes the fight towards long instantly. Tags up Azza to 52. And already applies a little bit of pressure in the mind games on the back of Sprout, but it's not just mind games from Nork. Oh, that is a kill on the AWP.
I think he knew he had him trapped as well, holding the perfect angle for that. They dive out from that long cubby. And Sprout set up for what has to be an A play into this triple hold. The AWP's not even here. I feel like this is surprisingly been a game where AWPs have not been prominent or prevalent on overpass. The flat rifle buys for Apeks or T-side as a court, throwing nades. Jacob finds that perfect timing off of the molly. Allow has to get an entry or they save. And honestly, it's the best call. 3-on-5. They lose their player with a util, they lose their flashes, and they don't fancy their odds. So this is unfortunately the right call to make, but it doesn't feel good. 12-8. A brief walk down victory lane with 2 rounds off of that force buy, but you can see Apeks, they've been laughing all series. They're having fun with it.
I think it's as rough as iPhone as well, missing the replay. It felt like he was kind of paused to try and have the timing to hit that shot. And with how crisp he's been in key rounds, it's a shame Nork just batters him, and that's now going to be another timeout used for Sprout. So both teams using 3 of the 4 available timeouts for this map.
Meanwhile, VP and MOUZ has just begun, and that's with Norbert over Chiron coming through. Interestingly enough, a change that we've never seen made mid-major circuit, and not even at the major, at the RMR, for crying out loud. And that's going to have resounding consequences for the roster of VP moving forward. Obviously, it's dependent on whether they win their game today. They are in a 1-2 match against MOUZ, for crying out loud. So if they lose that, that's going to leave a mark. If they win it, they've got to go on with Norbert.
No, right? Like, I think that's the crazy bit, is also they're doing it now at where you face elimination. So you've waited till the last possible second. Hopefully that'll pay off for them, because it could leave you really frustrated.
Yes, weird place to be for sure. Haven't seen Norbert play an official since World Finals at the end of last year.
Yeah, kind of sick though that you get, like, now with Norbert coming back in, that mirror matchup from the semi-final area, right?
Sure, the VP won out and went to win the major off.
Exactly,
so
right? And it's with
that is crazy.
That same team.
In elimination in the RMR.
But this time in elimination at the RMR, yeah.
It's crazy.
Wild fall off.
What a day. And there's more to be played. Sprout creep outside of Monster. This is massive for Lau. He's got so much room. He's cleared that barrels player, though. Zyphon struggles to. Lau will trade. It's going to be Kicksan stuck in the smoke in the pit, trying to create a little one-way for himself over the top. Flashed off. Lau still continues to move forward, and that Molotov, he ticks in it as well. Stairs on a big flank, boys, as long as Sprout can wait, because they're getting flanked as well. Apeks have come in through T-spawn. Oh, they're going to dodge it. They're bringing the bomb A. I love this call from Sprout. Lau might die, but it might not matter. The longer he lives, the better this is. The bomb's going up, and Jacob's wondering where the hell they're up to.
Yeah, this is wild. And, like, I know you almost don't believe Jacob when he's saying it. He's like, they're not here. And everyone from Apeks fully thought they had them, hook, line, and sinker. And so now as you rotate up, I think in the back of your mind, you should know this rotate is not safe. There had to be a reason as to why they up and leave B like that. After playing at their hand here so strong at the start of the round. They're checking a lot. They're checking everything. And Jacob finding one on the wrap round at Zello. It leaves it to Azza and Stare. Both pushed forward, but Azza dead from the smoke fade. Stare followed up onto by Stiko. And so Apeks, they might get given the ring around, right? They might get put through the ringer in terms of getting out-rotated, but they stick the landing on the retake, not even losing a single player. That's actually really impressive considering the situation that they're rotating up into.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, they knew that there were going to be deep players, and they very cleanly clear every position. I love Kicksan waiting in that smoke as well on a wide angle. With the flank coming in, Azza had to make a move and get aggressive. He couldn't sit a truck or he'd get, you know, crunched. And so Kicksan just waits for that play to be made. Every corner is cleared. Every stone is turned. Did he just say that was powerful?
I think so. That's what it sounded like, right?
That was powerful.
God.
13-8. And Apeks on the precipice of eliminating Sprout here at 1-3.
Oh man, Stiko already moving up. Flash over the top for the short pipe peak. Not the spray transfer as well.
Look at him go.
Oh, dude, he's just surfing his way up and still hits the shot.
Mid-air. No accuracy.
Yeah, he has no accuracy in that. And Az is pre-firing it, but it's the fact that he's levitating, man. You're up against a literal magician, like some sort of wizard.
I will say Stiko, in my opinion, is like he is one of the most clued-in players about like the mechanics of this game and how to abuse the engine and the system. He's got all the silent drops. He shows them off on his channel. He knows all the tricky little nades. I didn't even know you could do that, honestly. Like, it makes sense. but I've never seen anyone do that in my life.
Hey, Az has never bloody seen it either. Look at him. He comes around the corner shooting at empty space and then realizes, like, wait, what is this trickery? And then suddenly dead.
That's unbelievable.
Oh, that just
I've never seen it.
He's literally just peeked into David Blaine. Like, that's so mad.
Absolutely Houdini'd.
Nice opener from Zyphon, but I mean, there's actually more here. Oh, whoa, no!
Oh dear.
Hang on a second.
Okay.
The kick's out. That's really ugly. That's really rough.
Careful, Apeks. You've not won yet. Sprout still have fight in them left. And Nork's got to save, even with the money in good standing. They know it. They're hunting. Okay, well, that's one of the rounds.
Do I want to rewatch that on the replay?
Not really.
No, but should we? Probably, you know. I don't know how that went down in Connector. And that, like, threw everything through a loop, right? Because the idea was for Apeks, okay, it's not that bad that we've lost Jake, and we can still clamp down on this. We still have a guy here. They even lose the AWP at the end. So everyone falls out of that round. I don't know how Kicksan didn't get that.
He like held the shot for a reason.
Also he saw feet for ages.
Yeah, no, he held the shot. I don't know if he wanted more. You're not going to get more there. Siphon, look at this.
Then eventually was like, yeah, I should probably just take it, and then that's what happens to him. The FF.
I think that's Jacob's reaction to watching Kicksan not take the kill. Like, why wouldn't you take that kill?
I think it's more just in the fact that he just got like 180 destroyed on the lip of the smoke.
Yeah, very strange. Okay, well, let's see if that comes back to bite Apeks or if it is just a little mistake. Jacob's had enough. He's here to end the game, and he will try, but he will also die. 25 on Zello. Kicksan hits the molly. Oh, he's on the clock, though. If he wants to escape Con, he needs to do it now while he still has support from Nork. He's going to walk his way out of danger. That's good for Kicksan. Better than staying in Con, without a doubt.
Just suddenly feel like this game's got so much more for us to see. But have they arrived a little bit too late? Was the train too delayed? That's the big old question. Just under a minute left on the clock here now as the bomb's rotating back around. That'll be on the back of Zyphon leading the charge. You've got your man Lau. He goes in first through Monster Pipe. The nades dashed out. JL wants to peek. Oh, he's blind, but he's still fragging. The Daredevil with the devilish frags. And now you've got a 3 versus 2. Scratch that, just one man left. It's Azza with a world to try and put on his back here in the next 35 seconds.
Yeah, they're down under, and he's got to dig him out right now. Shovel in hand in the sight. Kicks and moves in, and Azza will fall finally. That's 15 rounds taken for Apeks. Sprout facing elimination here with only 1 win in their pocket. This is madness for JL. Fully blind, who isn't? And he goes 2 for 1 at the monster. Sprout. It hurts.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it is going to hurt, but it's one of these things where I think, you know, for the Sprout squad, they're under no illusion of the challenges that they face, or at least they shouldn't be, right? Yeah. They are a very fresh team to this iteration with Azza coming in, right? It's a mixture of kind of younger players who have things to learn, a system to build, and then you have an IGL who is, you know, full of experience, chock full, but coming off of a little break, right? So having to catch up himself. I think this is one that Apeks should have been winning just on their tenure, just on their time together. And we're seeing that right now. You know, for Sprout, this is kind of a learning experience. This is, you know, an outing for the squad to go back and learn from.
Yeah, I don't want people to sound the alarms just yet on this roster, because keep in mind, Azza joined a month ago and they go straight into an RMR circuit.
Exactly.
So I do want to see this team in a couple months' time.
It's a big competition we'll have to rock up to, especially when you're playing catch-up on like 2 fronts, really.
Jacob, he has been a force to be reckoned with. Here's that drop. A stare is the start of Sprout, and he will get traded. Bomb dropped. Nork, can he hit some quick shots up close? Finds 2. Jumping in for the 3rd, but Lau will suffocate him finally. 3 on 3. Those mollies force Kicksan out of the bomb site. They might have to play retake.
Yeah, but these retakes have been really kind to Apeks. They've been great in them. They've been fine retaking this A site. Nades onto the truck, gonna do a bit of chip damage.
Nice.
Brings them down even lower, softens them up for this retake. Stiko gonna go and clear long, and there is a player here on that AWP. They learn about Zello, so he's about to get traded over at the stairs. JL nearly with the mow down. There's Stiko arriving. And a 1v1 now ensues. Azza low on HP. Stiko up against him. Bomb at the truck, but Azza's repositioned around the bank. Won't be able to peek. Oh, Stiko doesn't know. Now gets on the bomb.
Oh, he
calls his bluff. Calls his bluff. Makes a step, and
Oh,
Azza
no.
now knows. Stiko, this one, gets away from him. Azza does not need to fight this. Swinging up at the end, gives the kill away, sure, but the round is Sprouts. And so they're in it for one more round. For Stiko, I do feel like he missed the trick there. I feel like he could have just got on that bomb once he learns that Azza's in bank. There's no way for him to stop that defuse.
He just knew he was low, so he wanted that kill. If he taps it, and if he didn't make that step off the truck, Stiko probably closed it right there. As a swings, he
But
gets
he
one
falls
bullet
off. It was
and
like,
he sticks.
Yeah,
But,
I feel like that's just
I agree.
heat of the moment. It's like you kind of realize as you hear him running around all the way to the dumpster, you're like, man, I could have just stuck it. So then you're frustrated. You're looking for the fight. You want to back up and get a slightly better angle for it, and then falls off the truck. And at that point, Stiko's like, man, I've kind of flubbed two things here. Like it's a done deal.
That's a shame.
He knows the game. He knows that at that point it's a done deal, and that Azza isn't going to give him a fight. Stair puts another on the tally here. Opens up on a Jacob who's just kind of running through long.
Stiko flying in the sky again, and I fear this will never get clear.
Dude, he's like higher up than I've ever seen anyone get. That's wild. He's full levitate.
I love this play, man. And yeah, we've seen this betray so many people because the amount of people that check this but not fully, they really think, oh, he wants the AK perhaps. They really think they've cleared it and they don't. I wonder if he goes back up. He re-smokes it. He doesn't take the AK though. SMG and Monster's certainly not a bad guy.
Did he throw that smoke deeper on purpose so he can maybe creep up and look to grab the AK? No, he is just going to play around this MP9. Just cycling the smokes in. With that one falling, you know, it might force the... Look at Sprout play out through short. Look at that. Look at the Wizard levitating into it. It looks so weird on the HUD, man. Like on the little X-ray.
Oh, he got molly by his teammate.
Cheers.
What?
Cheers. Cheers, JL. Thank you for that.
What?
Oh, man, that is so wild.
They might still win.
Going to try and save it. Going to try and save the day, but will get melted. The molly that never needed to arrive.
Okay, these are two throws for Apeks, really. Like they should have won this game already. I'm getting uncomfortable. Sprout have been given away back in. They're grabbing it by the horns. Why would he molly Monster instead of short?
You know, for all we know, it could have been something that's like rehearsed. Maybe if you're far enough up the wall, it like doesn't burn you. But I really don't think that's how that works. I'm pretty sure it climbs that
He does, right? Mollies climb towers. You throw a molly at the bottom of Vertigo, you're going to get burnt on the bomb. No. That's just a panic. That's a panic play. Maybe try to get deeper, but yeah, no. That's not ideal. Very weird round from JL, who's been a rock in this map so far.
Dude, he's been the one kind of being the big playmaker in key rounds when they needed someone to step up, right? So for that to happen there, it's frustrating.
Yeah, the thing that's like even more wild is that like it really wrecked everything because he throws the molly, which forces Stiko out of position. So Stiko dies like dropping down off of the boost. They hear him getting tagged. It gave the info over, but also because JL had just threw the molly and now his monster player is dead and they're coming out short, he doesn't even have the gun up like fully ready in time to like get situated for that fight. It's a very awkward engagement for him. So, you know, it's one of these things where, you know, like earlier on, Hugo, doing nothing there would have been the better option for JL.
Yeah, if he died, that round goes better. You know? Yeah, Steph saw this on the jump. I don't think Jacob got the info. Just walked into it.
Yeah, and like even
really
that opener from Jacob is
yeah.
very, very ballsy, and I think you're like playing to the confidence of how this game's been going. But
He's done a lot of those, hasn't he?
Yeah, it just kind of gives away that early 5v4. I feel like the way that T's want you to approach it is giving them these kind of careless early fights, right?
Good angle for Nork. Putting this AWP in the right place right now because these rounds have all been B. At least to open for Sprout. Nork. Fearless. Are they gonna Open the door for him. Oh, he missed it. That's a cool little trick there. It's a tag. Stika finishes the job, and Stika wants to finish the entire series with a big con flank, perhaps. This will leave him out of the party until the retake, as long as his teammates can hold the line with a couple of kills. Bomb going A, fake out a monster. That's dropping rotations. Apeks have nothing to lose by gambling, they feel, but they realize no. Stiko's called. He hears him coming back up to this top site. He's got both kills on a plate, holds a shot, and takes one, not two. He at least dropped Azza first. Longs gets that trade, and he's running to help Zello right now, who needs all the support he can get.
Oh, dead to the AWP. And Lau a long way away. 1 versus 3 in this, and he's making it up through the long side, but he's got a lot to go up against. This AWP still in play. Guns now retrieved. This might be the end, unless Lau can cook up something huge. Oh! There's the double, but Nork will put a stop to it. And Apeks sends Sprout packing. They live to fight another day. Jacob beating down Azza and the boys to send them out of this one. And they look sad, they look devastated with how this one pans out. I think it hurts even more because they do start to find a way back in there right at closing time, but kicked out by the bouncers of Apeks.
Yeah, I think Apeks are in a really good position to potentially make it to the major. It's going to depend heavily on their draw, who they find in that final matchup with so many strong teams, proven teams right now. But Apeks are starting to enter that conversation like a GamerLegion as a European tier 2 powerhouse. Sprout, not the end of the world for this new roster, or at least a roster with a new in-game leader. I think there's a lot of potential here. We have some impressive players that if they don't find success in Sprout, will be bought out eventually.
Yeah, I mean, and I'll say this, like, Sprout look devastated right now. Obviously, they've just been eliminated from the RMR, and it's going to hit like a ton of bricks for these guys. But you can see like Azza going around, fist bumping everyone at the end. I really hope that Sprout don't come down too hard on themselves. I think it's going to be very easy to do that because this team has been in like a super turbulent time period. They've gone through IGLs. They've been trying to figure out this 5th man. Hell, they even have Berry playing for a while in there, right? So it has been a rough time within this Sprout squad, right? But they've got Azza now, and it was going to require time. There wasn't a world where he was going to come in after time away and suddenly Sprout were going to be world beaters. I think you have to accept that there were going to be growing pains. There was going to be, you know, a new system getting implemented, a new look, and all this stuff takes time. And as you mentioned, only joining, you know, about a month ago, and you know, their first like proper outing at the LAN is going to be here at the RMR. It was always going to be a trial by fire, right? And at the end of the day, they do put up some decent performances. And so I hope that we see them build, man. I hope that this doesn't destroy the faith, because confidence does play a huge deal. I mean, hell, even speaking of the likes of Movistar Riders not that long ago, and we were talking to those guys, they were saying, like, yeah, for the longest time after some Pius left, we just thought we were bad. We thought it was done because like they went on this huge losing streak. Suddenly it felt like all the effort they were putting in was for nothing, and so like the outcome was already decided. It was like just a definite loss before you even show up on the day. And you know, I think by some margin that's probably how Sprout feel. Like, think about what this team's been through. They've cycled through players. They've had their coach standing in. Now they have a new look IGL who's coming back after some time away. So everything is going to take time. You've got to give them a bit, right, before we start coming for heads. I do think, you know, it's sad that it ends here, but for Apeks, convincing win in the 2-0, as it really should have been, I think, for this series. And they get to keep battling on with a chance to still make it to the major.
Yeah, I think they're in a very good position to do so, but as I said, depends on the draws. And, you know, scores draw the doors. Jackie, who stood out to you most in that matchup for Apeks?
Man, honestly, I think it's the key rounds from Jacob. I think that's where he was able to pop off the most. And I believe we actually have an interview ready to go as well. So let's get into that and see what they thought themselves.
Well, 2-2 now. A lifeline being gained. How are you feeling off the back of that match?
Pretty good, I would say. I mean, we went up 1-0. Felt really comfortable. Then back to 1-2. It's a little bit rough. So Tutti will, like, it kind of gives us another, not another chance, but we have secured the last chance qualifier as well. So a little bit relieved right now, but still one more game to come.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, you're going to be pushing for that challenger stage and kind of hopefully not relying on the last chance, but it is there as that backup, as you mentioned. Were you confident you were going to be able to 2-0 this series? Were you really feeling it after that first map?
Yeah, I think we were very confident going in versus Sprout. We destroyed GamerLegion, 16-13 versus FaZe. Should have won over BNE. They played well. We fucked up a couple of times, but you know. And then I knew that we were going to win over Sprout. We played them a couple of times online, and we were very confident.
dealt a little bit of a bad hand in the best of ones, do you feel? Or is it now just luck of the draw? That happens. It's the best of ones. You're going to get who you get.
I don't know. I think when it comes with FaZe, they're the best team in the world, ish at least. Experience, being in that situation so many times for them as a team, it definitely helped them. For us, like when we start seeing we have 13 rounds, we're close to beating FaZe, I think the pressure comes to us, we choke a little bit, and it's normal, you know.
Of course, we don't know who you're going to be facing tomorrow as of yet, I don't believe. Who do you want to face?
I don't know. It's hard to say. I don't really know who others than the 1-2 games. I don't remember all the 2-1 games, but you know, if I had to choose someone, I'd probably choose Falcons, Into the Breach, or One Win. No, One Win is out, I think. One is out. Okay. Yeah, one of those two.
Well, best of luck for tomorrow, and see if you can make it to Challengers.
Thank you.
That's Jacob, of course, from Apeks after their win, winning shots on our screen, and just sighs of relief as well, because as you mentioned, Harry, those last couple of rounds, they were getting a little shaky. Sprout were given a berth back in, a couple of thrown away opportunities, but doesn't affect the mental of Apeks. They look good. And I got to say, it's great to see Cuban standing behind him as well, finding more success with another roster after, you know, a few years out of the limelight, so to say. Obviously, this guy was behind, you know, the legendary VP roster of old, so a lot of experience in that sense, and Jacob even spoke about him in the interview coming in. But for Apeks, yeah, I think I would love, if we have like GamerLegion in that 2-2 game, I'd love the Apeks GamerLegion 2-2 for the qualification. Two very strong European mixed teams right now around the tier 2 region, especially with GamerLegion having already proved themselves by getting to Rio in the last major, and Apeks maybe knocking them down a peg. We'll have to see if that happens. Of course, that is our deciding game next, at least with Falcons GamerLegion. We get to see whether the Frenchies make it to the major.
Yeah, but it could be so damn good to see. And I'm just excited to see what comes next, really, in the grand scheme of the event, right? All of the results that have been coming in have never really been easy to call. And unfortunately, because, of course, we did lose Sprout from the event, we took some time out to have a chat with Stair, because it is going to be quite emotional. So we can step on into that and see just what he thought about that result.
Stair, commiserations, mate. Give me a vibe check on the entire team right now. It's not amazing, right?
I mean, it's of course sad that we lose. I would say we showed some good rounds in this game. Unfortunately, it was only some good rounds. Yeah, of course, we're not happy right now, but that's how it is, and we'll get over it as fast as possible.
What's the plans for now? The rest of the season. Of course, there's still a few more tournaments coming up. Are you guys still going to be consistently going forward from these, or do you think there might be some changes needed? What's your feelings coming in after this event?
I mean, we'll of course talk about what went wrong again, and how we can better ourselves, right? And that's on the server, off the server, how we prepare and stuff like this. So we don't really have a set plan, but of course we'll keep playing the tournaments and try to improve our gameplay, right? And just our teamwork in general.
Is there any standout moments from that Apeks game that you think, okay, maybe this is what went wrong, just off the top of your head, or do you think it's going to need review from you guys?
I mean, just in general, it's just I would say kind of stress, or it's so intense when we play, right? Or the pressure, maybe I would say. People get confused because the pressure is on, and the team speak gets very intense, and people start screaming stuff like this. So yeah, that's probably one of our bad points.
Fair enough. Well, commiserate.
Yeah, loud team speak, some screaming along the way. I think that's something we saw from Sprout, especially. I think less today. I think they looked a lot more composed, but there were times where communications were at question, some rounds in there. But even in that game the other day, the ITB game, you could definitely see the anger showing through for Sprout. So something to work on there, but I still think it's a roster with a lot of potential and a lot of star players, and hopefully Az can mold them together and build something great. But that's Sprout eliminated now from the RMR here, qualifying for Paris, and of course Apeks are only one step away from that big challenger stage.
Yeah, well, we still have more games coming down the pipeline, don't we? So that's all from this one, but we'll be back in just a minute with even more, so don't go anywhere.
I remember more Monesi clutches.
Right, yeah. It was weird. It happened in Abu Dhabi. Obviously, last year, he starts with that MIBR clutch.
Yeah.
But in Abu Dhabi, he had a similar clutch from the same position and nearly the exact same kills versus outsiders.
Right,
yeah, I thought that was so weird. Where I was I've seen this exact moment before, right?
He had one good clutch against FaZe as well. For me, that one is the best because he played it out the best.
Okay.
I think it was last Lisbon. groups.
I'm also thinking of like the Inferno clutch as well when he stole bomb from outside of apartments.
Yeah, it was against outsiders as well.
Yeah, right. Okay, yeah, two clutches, same maps.
He's just crazy in clutches. Yeah. Like even in practice what he pulls off, it's, I don't know how, but he just somehow makes it work.
You can't talk G2 clutch without bringing up Monasin.
Falcons taking on GamerLegion. We got the Falcons arriving right now. Kenny and the boys on their way in. Grizzled veterans alongside a couple of fresh faces for the Falcons. They've had a good run here at the RMRs to find themselves in this 2-1 position. On the other side, GamerLegion also pulling up to the fray. You know, a little weirder for this one. They kind of had this slow start to the tournament, taking that L2 Apeks, going on to best the likes of OG and 1win, though. Those are the legit wins, and that's a nice transition.
Dude, that transition was sick.
That was sick. Y'all put that together quick, Blast. All right.
What,
I
dude?
see you. That was really stylish.
Hey, that was
felt
dope,
like,
man.
Like a TikTok camera transition.
Like a little hypercut.
Yeah.
I don't know how they managed to nail that so smoothly. I wonder if that was even commed. If it was like, I'm gonna fist bump. Yeah.
It's like the kind of like classic, you know, YouTuber transition of old. Cover up the camera now and somewhere new.
It's that bro fist. Bro fist, right?
Fist.
Back in the day. Let's take a look at the brackets, see how things are shaping up as well. To see how we got here, right? 2-1 game, guys. You can see in the top right, Falcons, GamerLegion, BNE FaZe, and Bait versus ITB. These are some spicy games today. We've already talked about the BNE FaZe and the excitement of that being the rematch from Rio, but Bait, ITB for qualification for Paris is massive. The chance for the Brits and also Bait to finish what they started with their 2-0 run over MOUZ and VP, and now Falcons looking to be the only French representation at Paris. I think we want them there, but GamerLegion, they are the gatekeepers. That's what they've been known for. Made it to Rio as well, and shook the boat while they did. So I think this is a hyper competitive game, you know, and I have no idea who's going through really. My heart says Falcons, but that's because of Paris.
Oh yeah, but.
Yeah, I mean, well,
I think they're going to fight for it more as well. I think like that element holds more weight than ever. If this major wasn't in Paris, I think it's not as going to be as tantalizing. Of course, everyone wants to be the major, but just that extra push could mean a lot.
Yeah, well, you know, they have a GamerLegion to go up against who are kind of past this slow start, who have very much warmed up into the tournament as it's gone on. And we actually had a little sit down with Sui, so let's see what he had to say.
Shuhei, thank you very much for joining me, brother. Of course, coming in towards the third day, taking on Falcons. Give me your thoughts.
I mean, we're feeling pretty excited. It's been a very interesting matchups against them. Almost every tournament we've been playing lately, it's always them. So it's just another rivalry. Yeah, but we're feeling really confident.
And of course, for you boys as well, you qualified last time for the RMR. It was very, very dramatic. You're looking for the same here again. What was the preparation like coming in towards the Falcons game specifically, since, as you mentioned, you know them so well?
I think we just kept it the same as every other team. I mean, we're not doing a special preparation for every other team, but it's just another opponent for us, and we're just ready.
Having qualified for the last major as well, what would it mean to you boys then to qualify to Paris, the final CSGO major ever?
Obviously, it would be really nice to qualify. Again, the last major, so it's a big step up. But I think it's no different than qualifying to every other major. We're not putting ourselves in extra pressure. We're just keeping it calm and making sure we're confident.
Final one, any fighting words since there's a little bit of a rivalry with Falcons?
Let's have a lot of fun.
We'd love to see it, man. Best of luck in towards the game.
Thank you.
Oh, I do like hearing for
I
sure.
always like hearing for sure, man.
Yeah.
He's sick. You know, like whenever we talk about that, like MOUZ NXT squad of old, you're always focusing on the guys who went on to join the main MOUZ roster. But Shuhei was a big part of that and a very talented IGL. So it's great to hear from him. Great to hear some fighting words as well. You can see the unicorn odds there, 1.57 to 2.2. That's GamerLegion coming in as the favorites to this one.
It's quite stacked.
Yeah, you know, being put as the underdog for this. So I'm wondering, Hugo, do you agree with that?
I mean, there is a consistent head-to-head, and you know, GamerLegion having won the last 3 maps out of this head-to-head, right? As even said on that interview, right? We have this matchup pretty commonly. Yeah. So GamerLegion is certainly feeling ready. I like how Shuhei doesn't go through with smack talk, but I think he's calmly confident. That being said, Falcons with that little bit of a Paris push, trying to make it easily, trying to go through 3-1, and Body has been bodying fools all tournament long. So let's see what he's got for us in this pistol round.
Yeah, early on, GamerLegion going to start to work a little bit of short control. Body is down in the connector, and he's got a teammate with him as well. Out in mid, MBK taking a little bit of space. Moving in past the toilets. He has crept around them. There's contact made over towards short. That was... The guys are getting tagged up. I don't know where from. Masuta finds the opener. Acor dead, and he's now selling this B play beautifully. This is exactly what you wanted, right? Masuta getting out with a frag, now dropping in util. This is going to force a bit of a reaction out of GamerLegion. Suddenly, it's just one man over on upper. MBK with a double kill on the entry, and Kiar's followed up onto as well. This one's done already. Isaac's left saving. He's far too far removed in this round. One of the guys who tried to reinforce this B site after that opening kill from Masuta. And this one comes together beautifully for Falcons. You know, we talk about how on overpass, the pistol rounds are weighted pretty heavily, especially if T-sides can pick them up. And the fact that Falcons got that opener, finding the early 5v4, it meant that that fake into the B site was that much more effective. And it came together beautifully past that point.
Ooh. Elise is able to fend off Masuta, but the rest of the boys are there. And they get it over the finish lines. The opening round on the T side of Overpass here is claimed by the Falcons as they dig their claws in. Inferno is the second map in the series as well to work with. And it's nice to see the frags being found by players like NBK as well, right? The fact he gets the little double, you've got Kenny being a bit lively as well. That's what you need for Falcons.
Yeah, 100%, right? I mean, dude, like, they're actually in a really good spot already, and I think it's kind of wild that GamerLegion have got this force buy coming in, and it actually looks pretty good. Couple of Famises in play. They've been dropped over, so they've gone, like, the hero rifle route for the force here in the second. This isn't an everyday occurrence. I wonder if Falcons are going to be ready for that. Working middle. MBK again just creeping on up. He's also given us some great games as MBK. It's been a real pleasure. And I know in that MOUZ one, he had some choice words for them after his kind of, you know, history within the team. But this round is Sui and Isaac finding kills, finding openers, getting upgrades onto the rifles. The force buy looking good for GamerLegion.
Oh no. MBK on the peak. Actually ready for that one with the Galil. Hits the head of IM. I'm going down now from Kenny as well, and the rotation's already arriving on deck. The brains, the operation in the back here with the AK flashed off to buy a bit of time, but that just forces MBK to peak, and it's all on Kenny. Dead now on the ground. A-Core hits the Deagle, and they've breezed through them like a set of French screen doors.
Yeah, really nice from Shoei, man. He opens that round up, goes on to grab an upgrade, doubles up to begin the round, and Isaac even wins that fight down in the connector. Force buy response is in for GamerLegion, and that one hurts, man. You really want the kind of 3-round freebie on the back of winning the pistol if you're Falcons. Now put in a bit of a weird way. At bare minimum, right? They're coming into this with the plant in the last round, so they didn't have to throw everything into this one, but they will. Would have got 1900 with like 2.2 a player. You could have looked to have pulled in a rifle round just that much earlier, but instead they've elected to go with the Force. They do have a little more util than teams would often have here, thanks to that bomb plant. That gives them the option to fake. They could even double pump util in to try and get utility out of GamerLegion, but the fact that they're wrapping over towards this A site with no control over it B, I don't think we're going to see anything crazy in terms of faking plays here. Instead, maybe just a set piece over towards the A site. So flashing in for the toilets control, taking this space now. GamerLegion trying to stay one step ahead, have already kept a third man over towards this upper site. Even assembling this boost, they're going to throw the A1S up, and hello, they're doing it wide over the long smoke, and that also gives you a bit of an angle over towards short. Usually, you see the boost done at the signpost, it gives you this angle right here onto the front of toilets. So just a nice variation of that. No one at long was ready for a boost over this smoke, and it's knocked body out of the round. A pretty serious head to find. In the final 30 seconds now, Falcons looking to move in, but they're losing players.
Oh, damage traded again. Everyone taking a bit of a battering. Suta with the Tech 9 could be the battering round. They need to get them back into the round, but with the missed shots, it really does start to slip away. 20 seconds, MBK attempting to slay on the snipe. Oh, pushes in with the scout. They're repositioning. He just actually hit one. 16 seconds. Tried to get the Glock out. Not gonna happen as he goes down.
Yeah, so the force buy doesn't accomplish anything there for Falcons. They only get out with a handful of kills, so, you know, they're going to just have to run it back with pistols. Some really nice ideas here for GamerLegion. It felt like they had the read as to what was happening from the get-go. They were 3 strong over towards A.
Fucking clean, boy.
Yeah, that was clean. I'm inclined to agree. GamerLegion looking for the 3-1 and a good time coming their way if they can keep this up. Just pistols to beat now. Kenny gonna run through that Molotov, body and Masuta with him. They're really low, and that MP9 loves it. Kios makes a lot of money. Another man dead to a Molotov. My goodness, this is a round of fire. And MBK will get finished off. So it's nice, it's clean, 4 alive at the end of it. Money made on Kios' MP9. But now the guns come out for Falcons. Kenny did save a little extra as well, 2.5K.
Falcons get turned into creme brulee there. Little torch on the top. 3-1. No AWP yet for Kenny either, but... Oh, we see that GamerLegion do this a lot. They actually throw supportive nades over the wall into that B bomb site. So their lower players have more HEs, more smokes, more useful on B with clearer choke points. Boost up for the party peak. Doing their due diligence, but GamerLegion far more passive than Kenny will run into. A-Core's all working the A site while IM spots on the long side. He's going to try and back off. Good grenade, but I say that, it looked good. Damage says something else. And they might go back for this boost on the sign as well. It's a reset. Falcons get spotted deep long. They go back to B. They've actually got MBK out onto it already. He's committed very early. That smoke forces a decision, and he chooses to go back. 50 seconds. Everyone getting prioritized towards his site. Do we see a rotation in time? Akor started to make his move.
They kind of wanted to hit the go button, but that re-smoking at Monster is brutal. You know, if you wait for that to fade, you're pushing through with around about 14 seconds left. So it's really going to be down to the wire here for the Falcons. Might need Masuta to alleviate some of this. Oh, that was a team flash. Not ideal. Not with this much time remaining. Spam damage is nice, but Isaac responds with a nade to chip that damage back around. Trades come in. It's Kenny S and MBK providing the entries. Wow. MBK on a tear. 3 in the round from nowhere. And all of a sudden, it's a 1v3. This round just went dire so fast, you almost didn't have time to realize it was getting out of hand if you're GamerLegion.
I gotta say, it has been great seeing the resurgence of MBK in this tournament and inside of this team as well, because we saw him obviously one of the most decorated French players. It's hard to talk about him as much when you have someone like Kenny in this team, but MBK is right there with him. And, you know, his times post, you know, Envy, post G2, when they stopped being a full French team and he went to international rosters, he never really had that success, right? OG didn't look too good, MOUZ looked even worse, but now that he's finally back in a full French roster, this guy puts on great games, and you definitely see that level of comfortability and clean communication. So yeah, MBK's games so far have been great, especially that BO1 opener on Ancient. He looked unbelievably skilled. I think I was up against Sprout. Managed to top frag that entire map as well. 1.37 rating. So what a time to come alive.
You know, I think for MBK, he almost got like left in this kind of weird spot where, like, sure, you know, the performance started to decline a bit, but he's still like believing in himself, believing he can, like, you know, keep his kind of level up. But it felt like wasn't given, you know, a tremendous kind of spots or chances or time in a lot of the teams that he ended up being a part of, right? It was kind of, he had to perform immediately. And in some of these cases, like with the MOUZ one, you know, the proof was there that it was probably a good move to have made to start shifting in the younger guys.
Yeah, they had a different plan, right?
You know, it's one of these things where it was just kind of like a different vision between the two. And I think for someone like MBK, that probably gets under your skin. You feel like you weren't really given your fair shot. So it is sick to see that he's very much rebuilt himself. He's been a huge part of Falcons' success here in this run. Him and Body doing so much for this squad. So on the board with their second. Quite a way to have found it. That was like a last-second play into the B site where just everything had to hit right. Everything had to be in sync. You know, when you're playing in with the final sort of 15 seconds on the clock, there can't be missteps. You can't fumble anything. You've got to nail every opportunity you get, and MBK did exactly that. GamerLegion trying to reply. They've got this AWP on Akor set up over towards short, but Kenny, that's a quick old shot out of him.
They nerfed it. They nerfed it. You're not supposed to walk that fast. How's he doing it? That should never be your kill. Oh, an MBK, a crispy shot to him as well. MBK selling this fake, the bomb's running down, back B, and Falcons already have the site. They have pulled the wall over GamerLegion's eyes. Plant allowed, and Kenny has that rotate cut off. Do they really want to risk it?
No, not at all.
No.
Never. Not in a 3v5 like this. It's just, even going back to go and save these guns was uncertain because they knew that Body was kind of sniffing around somewhere over towards short. They heard him, and they saw him get trapped in there earlier on, so figuring he was going to hang around. They were hesitant to try and leave, but now that they've dealt with him, they feel a bit more comfortable. They're going to try and get out of there regardless. The third round for Falcons is big news. Kenny and MBK, the ones to do it. And, you know, Kenny, throughout the RMR so far, has just kind of been, like, pretty mid. But, like, they've been winning in spite of it with big performances out of the rest of the gang. And it begs this question, like, what happens when you get Kenny S activated and switched on? Because, man, like, you know, we all have a Kenny memory. We all have our own little nostalgia that you hold on to with this guy, and you know how good he can be.
I couldn't pick one, to be honest. I definitely couldn't pick one.
I do find it funny as well. You know, obviously, there was like the famous AWP nerf back when he was dominating. It felt like it really hit his performance hard. But then even then, as he kind of starts to come back, they make the AWP 5 bullets. So it's like...
Well, Kenny's coming back, so we've got to nerf it again.
Yeah.
You know, we've got to balance it. Can't let him be too good. A guy that really made the shotgun AWP the meta, right? Like alongside players like JW, was known for his quick, close shots, his no-scopes. Before Simple was at the top. And I think, obviously, this AWP nerf has kind of counteracted that a little bit.
And man, you know, something I'll say is that, like, you know, when Kenny spoke publicly about how, you know, he kind of came to fall back in love with CS again and want to delve back into the competition, it was because he attended the major in Antwerp, and he said that, like, getting to watch all that, you know, it really brought back fond memories. It kind of relit that competitive spirit within him to want to try and compete. And so now the idea that you are just one game away from going to the major yourself after setting this goal, you know, not even that long ago, of trying to come back and play again, and the fact that the major is in Paris, you know, it's a very romantic storyline. I think that's why we're all paying such close attention to it.
If you go on HLTV and you look at like the top ranked players of all times, obviously the ratings are getting inflated in easier quote unquote regions. Out of the top 8, 7 of which are AWPers. You know, so the only non-AWPer in that ranking is Antares. So I just found that funny. Smooth in the top 5. I'm sure Kenny's not far off, or at least he wasn't. I imagine he's already overtaken Guardian in those kill counts as well.
Yeah,
Pop out. Oh, they don't clear him. They do not clear him, and they're going to regret that one, but he missed his shot. Didn't finish Python what he could. The snake bites back. It wraps around. Falcons over the top. Body didn't know. There was a second player close. Headshot needed. Acor finds it, and he even stops the par to post, leaving Masuta in the clutch.
Yeah, Kenny, in his dying breath, got that bomb planted, setting up Masuta for the 1v2. Back in the toilets, first man dead, and now Masuta repositions, keeping them guessing. Acor taps, but no peek out of Masuta. He doesn't even know he's made it out. He has no clue that he's here. Masuta swings. Lovely round from him. Set up by Kenny S, who gets that bomb down, gets it planted, in full faith in Masuta to walk it over the line. He plays that to perfection. Every decision is so decisive in that moment. He swings out for the first kill, catches it, beautiful shot on a player jumping at dice, then immediate reposition onto the flower bed. And it is the speed, it is the decisiveness of that decision that completely blindsides Acor. He was still scoped up on the bathrooms. He was expecting a repeat from divider or front toilet, and that is nowhere near where Masuta had ended up. So that round was as good as done the moment he crossed over in the 1v1.
Such a massive momentum round as well, dude.
This was the moment that, like, felt like it could have been everything, and it hurt so much that, like, it's only one kill. You know, even 2 from there, because it could have been even more than 2. Like, you're able to rationalize that and go, well, look, I 2 for 1. I've done my part in the round. I've set my team up. Because also, while they made a great timing over towards the connect, not timing, like position, going unchecked, the same could be said for Body, who was deep at dumpster, cutting down the rotates as GamerLegion tried to flood into the site. So it was like, it was a round of 2 players in very forward positions where they had no business being. And unfortunately, you know, it doesn't get the value out of his, but Body does reap the reward of that close angle, cutting down the first man trying to rotate in. Because, you know, imagine how different that would have been if Body wasn't there. The fact that they moved through and they actually kill Kenny as he's planting the bomb, truthfully, you know, if Body falls, the bomb probably never even makes it into the site. That's a GamerLegion round, and even if it does, Kenny dies before he plants, so Masuta can't 1v2.
Smallest intricacies there. Really affecting things in quite an earth-shattering way. A little bit of a tech pause here whilst we resolve an issue with one of the MOUZes for the players. We'll get that sorted out, get the game going again, because I'm sure the people out there right now, they want to see this matchup. They want to see if Falcons can go on right here, right now, go from a 2-1 to a 3-1, and see where that will place them later on, of course. If that will mean they go straight through to the Legend stage, or if they have to wait out for that 4th place decider, based on the external factors at play here with the RMR system. I just hope we get to see a bit of Body as well, man. Like, dude, Body for me has always been one of those players that I've really enjoyed watching for years, way back in the LDLC days where it felt like he was fresh, he was hip with it. Felt like we had a period in CS where he was kind of overlooked. It's nice to see him have his place on this roster, but also be performing at the RMR here in some of the prior games we had for him. Same could be said for Masuta as well, man. Like, it looked like he was building himself, you know, a place in the history books account of Hugo, and then he kind of disappeared for a bit.
Yeah, right, and fair enough. You know, he was a good player on Vitality, but I think the upgrade was clear, and it's also Vitality. You know, you've got some of the pieces in this team, like you have, like ZywOo and the Exastralis players. You need the best available options, and Spinks was a clear one-to-one upgrade, even with the slight role switches. But Masuta finding form and finding comfortability on a team with similar levels of experience, not quite, but at least dating back to historically, yes, Kenny and MBK. I just checked the overall orb kills on LAN as well. Kenny is 4 above Guardian. He did overtake coming into this game. So that's always nice, and I don't see Guardian catching up. Not at the moment. So Kenny's going to try and run away with that one.
We're waiting for the Source 2 Guardian comeback.
Yeah, Source 2 Guardian, that's a play.
Hey man, like he was sick in Source, he was sick in CSGO. Why not come back and do it again?
Run it back, yeah. He left Sampi at the end of last year as well. We miss him. He was trying to bring up some younger players. It's a cool project, but was only there for a little less than a year.
Well, this round's over.
Good to know. Dead now, of course.
Welcome Matt down. Falcons will find it, and they will rub those muddy shoes all over it. Get the additional cash for the bomb plant, try and keep things as squeaky clean as possible. And on the reverse side of things, that's where GamerLegion want to look to attempt to pick up a couple of frags. Blade out though, and that won't work well for Acor. Body with a molly. Ooh.
Even Kenny taking that angle. Body begs for the AWP, and yeah, Body can second the AWP without a doubt. I mean, he's low here, but seeing him pick up that gun from time to time, which is not going to be uncomfortable here. Kenny still trying to keep some semblance of control. He has crossfire with MBK in case GamerLegion commit. Don't let them overrun the bomb, drop a smoke on it, and cause chaos. Falcons wait that clock out. They're going to run in. They're looking to just get kills here and make Falcons lose some guns. They're not even on the defuse, but Falcons don't know that. MBK spams out 2, and now they guarantee the round. Nice bit of damage at the end. Nothing to lose for GamerLegion. And so they may as well go for it. Suit up.
Oh, please, Masuta.
There we go. Phew. We'll talk about GamerLegion for a second, because we already mentioned how these guys made it to Rio last time around in the previous major circuit. Just about got through in the final 2 slots of the RMR. And once they were there, man, they won their BO1s. They even beat Vitality in an opener. And that was, of course, led to Vitality getting dropped out earlier than they would have wanted, not making it to the playoffs. But this was in the Challenger stage. They took 9C and Vitality down in BO1s. It was BO3s where GamerLegion had trouble not fielding a single map against BNE, Furia, or Cloud9. But it's these kind of events, these kind of situations, as kind of mentioned by Shui, that they are confident in, especially in a matchup that they have played many times before. Gap found, Kioz realizing quickly that they could be up long, but does he know just how deep they are?
Kioz, can he close the kiosk of the round? Body and NBK already just hitting shots, but he is being able to put up some kind of a defense. It is just 2 men left on the CT side, all on the brains now, and Kenny skewers him with the AWP. A lot of combat on the site, but not really working out the way they wanted it to there. So GamerLegion letting that round slip, and Kenny's giggling, Hugo.
Yeah, I mean, they just keep saying that if it's not going to play long, then you're going to lose. So we're just going to keep walking up long every round and getting behind you. And the mental timings are just there. And even though GamerLegion realized last second that this gap was open, they hadn't seen anyone. They just don't really have a setup. They're desperately running through Dumpster. Falcons 6-3 right now on the T side of Overpass. This is a damn good start.
And that's with 5 back-to-back rounds. It's a good stead for him. Recovered well after dropping a single one following the pistol, and now just looking to see what they can keep on grooving here. Obviously for GamerLegion, low investment as well. You've got the 5-7s, quite a lot of them actually. 4 to be precise, and just the 1 Deagle. And they go for a bit more of an aggressive play. The 5-7 in the backline hits the head, and Masuta removed. Now it's 4 for Falcons, already pushed up towards toilets.
Oh, he needed that. He'll get it. Backstab is coming in. Body doesn't need to take this fight, but Kenny's missed his shot with the AWP. And that's a fantastic Deagle. In with 2 shots to the head. Should not be in this round, but GamerLegion taking full control. Body, he's lost the bomb. He's lost in the source. 50 seconds, clearing everything he can. But if he goes down B, he's already throwing in the towel. Realizing now there's no more flanks to be found. GamerLegion, they check their back, but they are not worried yet. This jump spot might... Oh, he's giving it away. It's a nice nade. 46. But Body with a lot more to do, and I love this. They're running at him. They're going to trade the kill. There's no way he can win when they play that oppressively. GamerLegion with a half-buy win, and that's all the Deagle. A crucially missed shot from Kenny S. And he pays the price with his life.
And this was the kill we were talking about. This spin from IM when he just hits the 1D, man. Like, all right, well, the second shot, but still, boy, it counts. And that's what matters most for him. And considering you went into that with what, 4 5-7s, 1 Deagle, you are licking your lips at the fact not only did you get the opening frag, you still close out the round and immediately force Falcons into feeling the need to take a tactical pause here to figure out what exactly you can do to recover from that. Already, of course, they are building up a huge lead on that T side. But you don't want to let that slip away. You want to keep that constantly going.
They got the bank to show for it for now, so make the most while you're not having to play half-buy rounds. And as long as you're keeping these expensive, you can afford to lose a couple with this lead. Of course, GamerLegion ripe rather for reset. Falcons ready to pop that berry. Quick water take, no boost employed, nothing here to stop this. And Molly is just a warning. Falcons don't respect it.
They're getting close. They're getting ready to rumble. Early contact found. HE dashed out as well. Whoa, didn't even need the nade, but the AWP will do all the work for you as MBK slain. Body's ahead of the Molotov, but he needs to make a bit of a play out of this to see if he can actually buy something to work with for his team. Backed up by Python as they constrict the round. Akor's in the smoke. They don't know where he is. They can't find him, but he'll announce himself with a quick shot. Looking for the second, but it's a near miss. Masuta doesn't know. Still silenced, and it's all down to the AWPing superstar from old Kenny S in a 1v2 clutch, trying to get into the back, seeing if he can put the pieces together. Misses the no-scope, tries to go for the re-peek. He'll hit it, but it's not enough. You still got to find the frag.
Oh, Kenny with a no-scope and only getting the leg. What year is it? It's sad. History not repeating itself today. Not in that round, at least. Kenny with a nice try, but Akor, and hey, this guy's an interesting conversation, right? Looked incredible on Mad Lions. Saw him in MOUZ, had a really poor performance, was subject to a lot of scrutiny.
Yeah.
Was given another opportunity in GamerLegion, and he was the main part that got GamerLegion to the major back in Rio. He had some unbelievable maps in the BO1s. Very aggressive here. But it's only Glocks, so Shui will take a couple. But it's nice to see Akor continuing those performances from the previous cycle.
Yeah, I mean, because, dude, like, you know, you're dead on. It was like he caught a lot of attention from the Mad Lion days, and then when he got over to MOUZ, it was like, to say streaky as an AWPer, I think is complimentary to how the form was, right?
Consistently poor.
Yeah, so, like, you know, the nice games felt few and far between back then. But to see him have rebuilt from that, I think it takes a hell of a lot as well. You know, there's kind of more, you know, some roles are under more scrutiny than others. And because of the sheer value of the AWP and the fact that, you know, AWPers are normally the best players in the world, you have to perform, right? You're taking up most of the team's resources in terms of the financials. And you know, seeing him rebuild, like, you know, think about other AWPers who have kind of gone through a team where they have their confidence destroyed. It takes a lot to build back, and sometimes it takes a long while. Someone like, I don't know, Junior, there you go, there's a good example, like, where he went over to Furia, had his kind of confidence put in the dirt, and it's taken him ages to build back up to the level he was at prior to moving into that team. So it is great to see, and, you know, Akor does feel like he's worked on the consistency a hell of a lot, as you say. The big reason as to why GamerLegion made the major back in Rio.
It's not often you get to rewrite your own narrative. That's a great play, by the way. They run boosted over the short Molotov, so Masuta didn't think there could be anyone close, and then he doesn't rush him. He waits for a late flash, and he's already ahead of whatever Masuta's timing thinks. Again, Falcons just find these gaps. This time it's not long. They've walked all the way up Banana into the site.
I don't know why MBK's just always on these little missions, man. Just walking on up, finds a huge gap.
Gotta care long.
He is. He really is.
For now. His teammates have cover though, but he's
honestly,
still the
long
first
is the
line.
only place he can really watch from here. If he's looking over there, it's terrifying. So hopefully MBK keeps looking forward.
MBK going for the chase. Good shot. And was watching towards toilets. And now they have a lot more control in this post plant. They still have a man in the site. Body just goes 1 for 1. He's done his job here. He's going to get mollied though. That makes things slightly more difficult. He still takes one with him. Oh, MBK continuing the spray. A lot more damage. And he continues to pop off in post plants. This guy is a late round player. And Python's there to finish the job. Falcons up to 7. This is a T side that is eviscerating GamerLegion.
Shredding them on the scoreboard and shredding them in the server. That's what's mattering right now. Because like you said, man, you build up such a large lead on your T side. Your confidence starts to brim. You go into CT feeling confident about yourself, feeling like you can hit those sick moves, and feeling like you don't have to worry as much about not having a buffer to fall back on. You see it reflected as well in terms of the overall flow of the game, the way it has kind of been Falcons with big chunks of rounds put together. GamerLegion with the odd 1 or 2 here and there, breaking it up when they can. At least for me, going into the 14th, it's nice to see that A-Core's back on the scope.
Yeah, gonna have to put it to use on the B site. Right now he's still on Divider. They have so much con control. This allows for a quick flank contact through Monster. Falcons playing risque. And Kios is gonna punish them with 2. Here's that quick flank we're talking about. Sui drops it into the short side. MBK needs to get some molly in here, but Shui's ahead of it. Oh, we might need some help. They were going to smoke the molly, but they get killed in the process, and both of them fall. That late lurk out short side for Kenny does wonders. And A-Core, hey, you said you were happy he had his orb. Well, you'll never get to fire it.
Yeah, still got it, but obviously not putting it to the best of use.
Play it later.
The MBK performances here have been the coolest thing. I know Body's also been popping off alongside it, but MBK's been very, very consistent.
Yeah.
I think the reason why it's cooler is, you know, like, Kenny's obviously, out of like the old French legends, Kenny's kind of the draw, right? Like he's the one you look at and you go, oh, it's going to be sick if he can get back to that same form, right? And out of the 2 of them, Kenny had the higher ceiling, Kenny was the star, but that's what makes these huge performances from MBK really hit like a warm place in your heart, right? He's playing at a fantastic level right now, you know, far better than the likes of Kenny has throughout this tournament. And it's just sick to have seen him kind of, you know, reinvent himself a little bit within this Falcons team. He's clocking in at a year older than Kenny as well. And as mentioned, both, you know, back in their prime, if you were given the choice, you know, between taking Kenny S or MBK into your team, you would have chose Kenny S. So, you know, sick seeing MBK playing his heart out like this, man. He clearly really wants to be in Paris. He's clearly put a lot of time into his individual game.
It's also just like, you know, he's played literally 16 plus years of Counter-Strike from his time back in Counter-Strike Source when he firmly found his place. And some of the French legends of the scene back then when Very Games were dominating every event. So we have him here live in the flesh at potentially what could be his last major run in Global Offensive. It's just all there, you know, all the little storylines kind of tie in together. And you're right, man, it's so damn cool to see him being the big dog.
Look at this flank, though. He's going to catch players setting up nades. IM has had so many cheeky backstabs in this map. And MBK, the man we talk about, is put to bed first. Kenny holds. Him doesn't want to go any further than this. And going up connect, that's a danger in its own right. But Body nails a headshot somehow, some way. 4-on-4 inside of the smoke. Isaac forcing a fight. He'll get dinked. Python traded. This is just back and forth right now. And still the flank is in play, ready to activate. It gets cleared. Body falls. Kenny gets an entry, but he's blind as well. And Sui does great work to drop that bomb and set up for a crossfire here. Masuta's the one who has to make the move. Quick shot, and he's traded by the captain. It's 7 rounds at the end on the CT side, but still Falcons sit on their perch on the top of the mountain, ready to run rampant in the second half.
Okay, first half out of the way. Falcons being able to find themselves one additional round of edge here on Overpass with an 8-7 being the scores on the doors as we rounded that one out. Inferno waiting in the wings as GamerLegion's pick preceding this. But let's stick with the present that we've got because it is an absolute gift. Some of the old names, some of the young guns on the server, Hugo, tons of talent stacked on top of each other here.
Yeah, for sure. You talk old names, you think Falcons, you talk young guns, you think GamerLegion, right? But there's also a mix of either in both. Right now, it's one of the most experienced players in the server performing the best. MBK 20-11. No, that's not the year. Although it feels like it.
That's actually quite accurate, weirdly enough, yeah.
Popping out a monster here for GamerLegion. There's no flash on this one. Molly goes out. They're just going to walk it right now. They don't even use that single flashbang. Out they go. It's a CTs that force a fight. Minded off the second. Isaac gets even closer to the objective. Takes out Masuta. Lots of damage done through the wall as well, but Body's still putting bodies in bags. 2-on-3. Kenny's low.
It's a GamerLegion with just a troubling twosome left alive. It's going to be Kios and Sui left to try and keep this one going. The IGL sneaking his way in down through the back, actually coming across that he wants the bomb to start moving as well because you've got a minute on the clock, but Kenny's right there, bud.
He's missed the timing. He walked right past Kenny. Neither know for sure. Sui's going to go back up and clear it. He's realized something, but Kios has been dropped in mid by the bomb, that rotate up connector, and Kenny has the perfect position to punish. Go on, lads, send him back, and Falcons find the pistol. Sui's just confused at that point, like, what? Why is he there?
Yeah.
Why is he waiting for me?
How's he done this? The absolute magician.
Dear oh dear. Casting spells with a magic stick.
Even Kenny's reaction, just with like the hands in the air of like, I don't know.
I'll take it.
But it worked out for them.
I wanted a knife kill, won't deny it, but it's fine. And yeah, a bit of disappointment off that pistol because they know how important it is on the T side. Falcons already had a monumental T side, the likes of which we do not see often. Molly not deep enough to force a smoke. Not that they have one. Great grenade.
There's like a bundle of dynamite going off on Isaac. Leaves him left on 22, so they're all nice and supple to be finished off by the rest of the rifles that are backing towards the site. And MBK with the MP9 now dropping the bomb carrier and IM as well that was so far pushed ahead makes it look like if there was any chance of them finding at least a couple of frags with the Glocks, that's quite quickly being whopped away. Masuta cleaning up. Mop a bucket plays. 10 on the board for Falcon.
The cool thing you see from Falcons in all of these games is they're just playing to win. Like they're playing like how we've been framing it. How desperate they are to be at the major, not just because it's the last Go major, but because it's in their home country as well. And you can just see they're never playing fearful. They're never playing too safe. Sure, it puts them in some sticky situations with some of the aggressive rounds we've seen from them on other matches. But right now it's working perfectly. They are just suffocating GamerLegion. They were doing all T side, the amount of gaps MBK found, pushing flanks. So, yeah, chasing ecos as they should be with MP9s, but let's see how things look. It just continues. They've got plays. They've got moves. They flash body into middle. He is pushing all the way back. Sui is forced completely out of his own real estate. I think he saw legs there. He fired off. MBK gets spammed out at B as well. Or mid. He's low. But Body just has his control, and even though they know he's here, you've got to stop him. And that's a whole different problem. They're just going to avoid him for now. Go hit B, which is slowly but surely getting stacked up with the third.
It's still always that seed of doubt in the back of your mind, worrying about the flank as well, because you know that his presence was shown. Oh, mate. All right, 60 seconds on the clock then. Again, re-smoke outside of Monster to buy an extra bit of time. IM attempting to get himself into the elevated angle so he can be levitating like Stiko was in a prior matchup. And Falcons now finally reeling Body back in from the early map control that he had taken down to the bottom of middle. And they're still a little bit worried about this as well, of course. They haven't been able to clear it out yet. So you've got to invest some of your players to actually check this.
I think they're just doing it to push him back, and then they're going to go back to this B hit. So this is actually really nice. It has forced respect. The question is not about this, it's about whether Kenny rotates. And right now he is, because he hears the footsteps. Kios has faked it. Can he find Body though? That's the question. Out Monster they go. Body wins that A fight. Masuta holds strong at B. He's not got the gun for the job, but he does a second one in with damage. Firing through that smoke. Kenny looks for a kill. He can't get it. They're lit up. but still every kill for GamerLegion pre-plant. They battle their way through B. That was all over the place, but I love that reset. They set everything up a monster. They get spotted. Kios get seen lining up the heaven smoke, and so they have to retake some mid control. They have to force some reposition out of Falcons. They do it well. Only a bonus round in play, so better armed to GamerLegion. Falcons is now going to come in with everything. Let's fucking go! But I'm liking the hype. I'm liking the energy from GamerLegion.
All right, that's what you want to see as well, dude. They are a team that once they start to get going, once they're lip ripping, it's going to be so hard to calm them down. And we've seen Falcons at times even popping off with some of the yells, so it's good we got a bit of a back and forth in the energy. Here, though, it immediately will be an ice-out maneuver. Just go for the tactical timeout, slow down any sort of quick expansion from GamerLegion whilst you've got a chance to talk it out, reset your mental, and figure out what you're doing going into round 19 here. Mixed bag of weaponry to work with, whatever they could grab from the car boot sale, as you've got the 3 rifles there, the M4s being sported, 1 FAMAS on MBK, and Python with the MP9 versus the full house of GamerLegion's AKs.
I think we're going to see something aggressive here. Kenny could have bought util. He bought an aid and dropped it over, and he's playing with nothing, so he wants to fight. That's what that's suggesting. Yeah, here he is, taking an engagement through the party. Body and Masuta claps upon them. It is an all-in mid-crunch out of the Falcons. They come into this round super limited on util. They don't even have that much firepower, right? The guns are not ideal, and yet they throw themselves into these gunfights. They try to make up for that shortcoming of not having a lot of utility to slow down a play. If you gave GamerLegion the room to play their own game in this round, you know, to get ready and exec you and actually, you know, throw some util your way in a grouped fashion, you were screwed. So this was like a really nice, you know, way to try and still find success in this round, and it was very, very purposeful. It was the call from the outset. Like I say, Kenny dropped a full belt of util over, and so that just screamed that he wanted to play with this mid spawn. Isaac has hit a fairly cool timing, right? Dodging the flank that he doesn't know he's dodging, but he is dodging it.
So I'm not sure how helpful it'll even be.
But all this.
Oh, he thought he
probably just to save the party. He's missed it again, but footsteps heard, and there we go. Backstab onto MBK. A 1v3 now ensues. 30 seconds. And it looks like he's just playing the save game, trying to hide, trying to hold on to this AK. Lovely round from Falcons, man. That's all there is to say about it. Masuta coming down long. Python challenging. The B site, rather, it was actually Body over in mid, who lent a helping hand to Masuta, crunching with Kenny S, fighting from the party. So like a 3-pronged approach into mid, and it blindsided GamerLegion. They were not ready for it. Oh, and the slam back down to reality, right? Like, the last player counts we cut to. You got the boys yelling, you got loads of cheers. They're feeling invincible at that point. They know that that was an important round, and that nearly broke the money, right? You know that that's going to push your opponent to the edge of the economy. And then to have them reply that cleanly, that concisely, it does quieten you down.
Cool to see Kiels at the top of the board. Not his first time fighting for the major. We saw him make his debut back in 2019, where he attempted to go through the Berlin RMR. And that was actually in a CIS team with Norbert, with Perfecto, and with Neelan, who's now on EG. So it was, you know, just players we still see playing at a high level. Cool to see Kios now back in a European mix. MBK, he's got to drop off that boost. They hear him up close. They might know there's 2. They trade the first. They're not ready for a second. Sui turns from a flash. That timing is perfect. Set up well by Acor to get this bomb planted. The captain with a triple kill. And GamerLegion plant and push Falcons out. We can get those screams back on our screen because Falcons want nothing to do with this.
Dude, just going like tit for tat with Falcons, and this is weird. You know, this is going to be better for GamerLegion, even though they're the ones on the back foot. You can say, well, you know, trading rounds is fine for Falcons because they'll win, but they're not gonna keep trading rounds. That's the difference here. You know, CTs, they just got to spend that much more to keep these buys coming through. They don't get extra money from bomb plants. There's more ways for Ts to make cash and things are cheaper. So gonna have a nicer time for GamerLegion, and they're gonna start to erode through this Falcons economy. Saving on 2 doesn't even really give you the room to throw too much into this round, really. You could elect to force here. You would have another M4 with one of these saved players having extra cash dropping over, but like, you know, then you're kind of hinging on a very weak buy to offer up resistance. So and assume, oh well, they will elect to go for the force.
It's not bad. They've got really good util as well. But yeah, 2 rifles. It's not an easy map to win with just a couple of guns. But I need a hero here. Maybe Masuta can be that man. PK just burnt from 100 to 0. Yeah, the fires climb walls, boys. We know that. It climbed up the shelf, and he, instead of going back up, decided to drop off through it. Makes noise, so he doesn't want to commit to the boost. Oh, yes. Oh, this is great. The jump shooting MP9. Go on, lad. Send it. And he gets it in the air. You see so many teams do this on low econ rounds. How does that work? That's really cool, and they're going to go for a reboost as well. Why not? Just throw everything you've got. Nothing to lose. Masuta tries to put this rifle to use, but that's big info. They've seen them at A.
Kenny with the deagle. Is it going to be Devilish? What's the man got up his sleeve for us in the final 50? Is GamerLegion grouped up? The util comes in and the push starts to work. Bang, Molotoved off as well. No fallback. So luckily it's the front attack from Masuta that buys them a bit of time, but only 1, not 2 kills. So the rotation's going to be struggling to actually get here to put up much of a retake. Body in the back line. No kits in play into this round, at least not on the alive players as well. Just the 1 smoke, but Body focusing on his crosshair. Silences Isaac. A-Core waiting by the truck as well. Bomb. About 15% ticked here. He's on a cheeky angle, lines up the first head, waiting for more in case Python will peek in. There's the connection, and it's all about Body that's now dropped, swung on like pizza dough.
That's a sick post plant as well. So, all spearheaded by Sui. Gets ahead of where Masuta thinks. Masuta, the man who could win that round with a 1 rifle. Oh, he fell off. Didn't seem like he meant to do that. That's stressful. This is a cool idea.
Dude, I mean, this was a round of gimmicks for Falcons, and it nearly did it for them, right? They actually assembled 3 different boosts over the course of that round, and it looked like maybe there was an intent to even do more than that, right? With the whole MBK con situation. He had someone there at the start of the round, but ends up burning out in the molly. But yeah, you know, 3 different boosts all throwing in. The third one even was assembled in the CT rotate to peek onto truck over the stairs. That one never actually saw the light of day. A-Core didn't peek till it was too late, so GamerLegion 1 away from the equalizer and a full eco round to follow here for Falcons. So that 11-11 is essentially locked in. GamerLegion are starting to make a bit of a comeback happen over on the T side. Question becomes about the longevity of it. But if they can keep Falcons in this vulnerable spot with the money, they'll be feeling fine. They hear the footsteps over at long. Sui looking to farm up some kills here. Just the USPs, so he's having a walk in the park.
It's always going to be easy. But I think this is a point in the game where the familiarity between these teams comes into play, right? Like, I don't think an 8-round T side is a GG in a game where you have 2 teams that know each other very well, knowing the tendencies. Having done a lot of prep coming into this game. We've seen overpass between them before. It was a dominant win for Falcons, though, at the start of the year. That's crazy. 6 maps between these 2 teams already this year. It's been a frequent fight. And an even one at that. 3-3. And 11-11. Kenny's AWP is here, and it really has to sing, right? We've said there's been some underwhelming maps from Kenny. This cannot afford to be won. This is crunch time. This is where Kenny must stand tall. Flashed off, fires off. Now they know, and that may change everything for GamerLegion. They are 5 set outside of B. Do they still want to tangle with the beast?
Nades out. Again, poising themselves further forward. But this time, the pedal is put down to the metal. It seems like they do actually want to fully commit to this walking close to the smoke just as it fades. But look at the rotation off. Look at the way Falcons are playing this.
Kind of flank it. Instead, they're playing retake, but it's still so out of position. Python now committing, has to get kills.
Okay, nice kill from Kenny to open. An early 5v4 found by the AWPer. Can he get any more out of this? Angles, but smoke's in his way now.
Nice,
it's going to fall to the rifles. The nade does a lot of damage, and that's going to soften them up for his teammates. Kenny even deletes one more before all is said and done. They put a stop to Sui in amidst the madness. And so Falcons clamp down upon them. Honestly, they do well to make that so clean, because, you know, that could have got out of hand. They got stuck in this like weird moment where they were set up to play retake B anyway. Right, and that third player, MOUZ, was actually leaving to go back towards the A site, but in that exact second, as he's like transitioning up towards heaven, you know, the call comes down the pipeline that, oh, well, we've pushed short. We're coming down connector, like no one's here over on A. And so then it dawns on them, okay, it is going to be the B play. And so they start to go back to playing inside of the bomb site. But there's this awkward period of transition when you're going from the retake setup into a site hold where you're actually very vulnerable. And so they do well to cross in. Kenny nails that first shot that he's given. I've seen countless rounds like this get out of hand because as players are crossing from CT, they're just blindsided by a monster play, right? Like, guys are already in the site. You don't actually have the info looking deep into the monster tunnel. So good job to get out of that relatively unscathed, and a nice round from Kenny S.
Need more of them. We've got Acor's Orb out now. Very capable rifler when he can't field it. Oh, look at that, through the molly. Misuta forced forward. Head-on collision. Python picks up the pieces. Kenny pushed back by Spam. He's going to go for a close shot. This is what Kenny was born for. But he's not given the satisfaction. Keel's backs all the way out. He hears the scope. Isaac's in con. There's two very low players here for Falcons, so yeah, trying a gimmick again is a good move. A boost over the top, catches Keos. Always annoying to get caught by that in a mid-round. Just tells you the CTs are out of position. If you're ready on B, you're going to hit it, but they were just so unprepared. Back towards A, MBK. Needs one, at least, with his low teammates. He would love a multi. There's the first frag. Acor needs that trade missed shot. MBK takes his time to take that guaranteed kill and can even smoke off toilets if he wants, or just face it. That will leave him dead in the water, but Isaac now needs to ace. And will he just save again?
Looks like that is the answer to this one.
Damn, with two low players, that's a shame.
It's a shame, but it's just the numbers, man. He's just looking at the top of his screen, sees a 1v3, sees he has 30 seconds and very little to go off of in terms of the map control. He would have had to fight all his way into the bomb site, right? So just elects to hold on to this AWP. And, you know, this was the only way that GamerLegion were going to have something this expensive in the follow-up round. So trying to play the long game, but Falcons are picking up speed now.
The wings are flapping, and it's taking them higher and higher up on the scoreboard with the 13th round now achieved. 3 away from getting a win on this matchup, but it's far easier said than done. You can even see MBK there trying to keep the roster somewhat in check, just talking to them like, boys, don't get too overzealous about this one. But it's been nice adaptation from Falcons. I think that's what's helped them so much on the CT side. They're not playing too stagnant. They're being able to throw in the boosts when they need it. The repositions are good. Even in rounds where it feels like they're caught out of position, they're still able to adjust. Oh, no.
They're lucky. The AWP's holding for that. Kenny right now is scoped in on the boost. So, if anything, GamerLegion don't know how lucky they are to dodge that. Oh, no way! They finish the job. Everyone helps out. MBK.
That one moment shows why the Galil better than Famous, because he had 35 bullets.
There were like
extra
4
10
guns.
Yeah, well, you know.
But I agree, I guess.
Exactly, and as long as it agrees with your point, you'll take it as evidence.
Sure, Galil is better.
Kind of a tenuous link at best, but
it's just better. I mean, it's $400 cheap, $450. So
more ammo feels nicer. Hits harder.
Doesn't have a burst fire option. They can make that good, man. I just want a good burst fire.
Dude, Source Famous was like the best thing in the world. You felt like a god king every time you had it. I'm so sad it's not like that anymore.
Maybe Source 2 Famous. Maybe they do it.
This has to be a moment for him. This actually has to be, and it's combat warping, but never even given a chance to fight, and that's him with an upgraded gun now onto the AWP. This should just be a save. Body, even looking at this is crazy. Just leave. Get out while you still can. Because GamerLegion are here. They're not playing around. They get that first kill on MBK. And they deliver around on the back of it. That one's going to hurt for Falcons. You kind of had GamerLegion right where you wanted them. You had them force sport into a round. They had limitations here, right? They didn't have all the bells and whistles, but they pick it up flawlessly at that. And it all starts with a chance wallbang onto MBK down in the connector.
And 5 live rounds at this point in the game make all the difference for GamerLegion, right? They've had no money. We talked about how it's tit for tat at the start of the half, trading rounds every time. Now they're taking clean ones, and that's going to go a long way. Especially, well, they actually throw out the second orb, but better than nothing. Take an M4 instead. No reason to be running double orb. And honestly, the less in the server, the less for Kenny to grab, as far as I see it. That's all good for Kenny. The snake up toilets catches even the best out, and here's the boost that they failed. Oof.
Oh man.
But Kenny is in heaven the whole time holding, so they would have lost their AWP. Instead, it's flawless round.
Oh, that was frustration from MBK. You know, dying like that will do it to you. Okay, Body coming through with the aggression, running it down through mid with the A1S. He's gone deep here, but doesn't quite have the vision on this man close to the smoke, and now he's screwed, low on health. They're looking to punish, but Body will hold the line. One shot away from death as he gets that. And so this one starts off to the advantage of Falcons. In the meantime, there was this entirely separate fight down towards B that Python was able to win out.
This boost is perfect. Again, Falcons, every time they lose a health on a player, they employ a boost in a different area. Able to negate the low health by using headshot angles. And I feel like you're never going to get away with nothing. You will always take the first if you play this boost, but they don't like it. And that's because the fear of long, right? If you get walked up on, that's the one counter, and it's far too quiet. Now they wish they had the boost. Everyone's on toilet. GamerLegion, this is still a very difficult round to win. They've got all the util. That's what's going for them. Can run a full exec. If they can get a molly behind sight or truck, that could be huge, especially for Body on low health. He can't even play close to it, but he gets caught in a jiggle. Molly goes out on truck. They're in hot water. Kenny's in trouble.
Yeah, Kenny's got to do this all alone.
The molly missed.
Teammates are moving in, but Kenny, only man in the sight, drops the bomb, tucks in, doesn't want to give these over for free. Kenny S with the 3K. He stands and delivers.
They missed their molly. If it landed, Kenny does not do that. That's a different round. That's a different game. But it lands in front of the truck, and he puts up 3 kills on his own with no support, with bank and truck, with bank and dumpster smoked off.
Man, one of those rounds where you need him to go absolutely huge as well, and it matters the most there. The passion that was on display from the Falcons boys every time as we cut to cams, you can see when something goes wrong, it affects them so mentally. In rounds like this, the elation's there, and that's what they need. For GamerLegion, though, it'll be their last timeout used, the last attempt for the coach, Ashley Battier, to get involved with the action and try and see if he can drill any last-minute points home to the squad, because this is do or die now. You've got incredibly close, and their T-side's been good, Harry, but it needs to be amazing.
Yeah, you know, I mean, dude, it's rough because, you know, in these crunch rounds, the ones where they really have to win, right now, GamerLegion have actually been taking them, right, where their money's on the edge, they're kind of teetering on about to be broke. They have to do that again now, though, right? And it takes a lot, man. It takes a lot to dig deep in these rounds, knowing how important they are. And each time you're required to do it, it's more and more pressure because your opponent's edging closer to the finish line. Now Kenny's just offered up a big round too, so maybe that gets him really keen to get involved. Even in this one, he tries to go all the way down long. I think Falcons have maybe bit off more than they can chew with the opener of this round, though. MBK and Kenny fight on very isolated angles down through mid and long. And they give over that first kill. Kenny might get caught in the toilets. Oh, gonna try and cross. He waits for a few seconds for the spam. GamerLegion are taking long, and no one from Falcons is in A to watch for this.
Kenny, you can't peek either because he's got 20 health, so he's got to play a passive position where he can take a shot and fall back. Okay, this is great, though. If he gets a kill and falls off, they play retake with a fast flank from body.
That's the if. I think it's important that he does get a kill. I think if he falls out and like loses the sight instantly, once that first player gets by, he just has to hit the first bullet. That's the challenge here for Kenny S. And the smokes come in. They push after the fact. He's going to reroute into the bank, trying to hold this real estate. But he can't commit. He can't go alone here. They are going to try and come to him. So Kenny will get given a fight in just a moment. They're setting up to try and take this bank control. The bomb's planted for it. Instead, smoke goes in. They're just holding the extremities of bank over a long A-core falls. That is a must-win fight for body. Someone had to tip the scales if Falcons wanted to win this. There's the trade out of Kios. Python sneaks up short. A 3v3, but with deep control taken for GamerLegion. Kills come through, traded either which way. It's left to Sui versus Python.
He's won it.
And he's won it to time, backing off into the bank. Finally gets this real estate, better late than never. The tap on the bomb, baits the peak, and Sui will win that fight out. GamerLegion again, when they had no choice but to win this round, to keep the map alive. They stand tall. They do it.
Yeah, right on the edge, though. He couldn't find that AWP at the end. He was just a second away, but the timer expired, and they won't have one as a result. And yeah, there's not a lot of money left for GamerLegion. This buy could arguably be worse than the previous, but they'll just take the round at that point with a double flank from long and from short. GamerLegion will just be happy they are still in this map. 14-13. It's their map pick Falcons map pick as well in the series. So GamerLegion took it. They'll be poised for that 2-0. Falcons with their final timeout, and they've got to be feeling the burn right now. This one is not as safe as it once was. And these T sides have been the bread and butter as well. 8-round half for Falcons. And now GamerLegion just moments behind.
Such a momentum round as well to win, specifically this late into the game, the way that it swings things, because obviously the economy now for Falcons basically in the bin. You've just got to buy up what you can and reinvest into it. So it's the 1 M4 on body, Python with the FAMAS. Anything after that is just SMGs and pistols. At least there's a few bells and whistles in the utility department, so you don't have to worry too much about being completely battered off the back of the opening round. But we are into it. Round 28, 14-13, first map, and the best of three decides which one of these two teams takes that next step to make it to Paris.
Oh, the nade stack.
Oh, bye-bye.
A lot of damage on a Basuta. Brings him down to just above half health, but he will snap back with a 5-7. Over towards short, gets away with a kill. Python trying to hold on to B all alone, but it's Sui through the smoke that might have just saved any danger of this round. Clean one, and Sui with 4 even runs in and gets that last man. He's having a great day in the office right now.
30 kills from the in-game leader of GamerLegion as well. Meanwhile, on the other stream, MOUZ, his ex-teammates of the NXT variety, are going up 8-1 against VP with Norbert. So that's in the second map as well. MOUZ only 8 rounds away from eliminating Virtus.pro. And Sui, he might make the major first. This is unbelievable. They have just broken Falcons for 30 rounds. At no point did this feel like this was going to be GamerLegion's. And Falcons have read it wrong. A gamble on B, and GamerLegion skirt on by. What an unbelievable map upset this would be to start the series, with the way it began, with the lead Falcons had. 10-7.
And it's the fact that it's all falling apart on the CT side for him as well. I mean, as you kind of slip down, you know, like through the world rankings, this map does, you know, level out a little bit more. It's more so like within the kind of like top 10, top 15 teams that this is really, really CT-sided. That kind of normalizes out as you head down the rankings. So, and you know, as you say, there is a great deal of familiarity between these teams to how often they played as of late. Oh, so that definitely plays a part. But I mean, this still is a tremendous feat as far as I'm concerned from GamerLegion. They're losing a lot of guns right at the end here.
This is big, just save.
Yeah. Arming the Falcons boys for the next round, going to make that next fight that much sweeter.
At this point, it's not even about the money. Just having an AK is just the better, objectively better gun to bring into your final round of regulation, your attempt to make this bonus play. They're going to have what they need, but it is still GamerLegion on map point on their opponent's pick with Paris on the line. This is not an elimination game. This is a 2-1 matchup here at the RMR. 3 wins and you're through. And maybe even in the conversation of legends. Once we know every team that will make it. They actually got the boost this time. Kenny has his AWP, but he's not Heaven's side. He's Glass Cannon on lower. It's a 4-1 while Sui works mid. GamerLegion now have to regain a lot of space. I like that they pull that out in 30 rounds.
Oh my God,
look at what Falcons are doing.
Triple monster push on the smoke fade. That is wild. Don't often see this, but it's just Kenny left.
He's trapped.
Low on health, 8 points of health, trapped at monster, and they might want to chase this down. Smoke's going in. Nades as well, trying to hurt him. Trying to finish off the job that they started, but honestly, you'll take that. You'll take a monster push that's ended up in this scuffed 3-on-3. You know that you forced repositions out of Falcons. You know that right now they don't have the resources to be deep on A, so you're feeling that much more at home here, going back, spreading out, looking for other avenues on the map. If they keep this up, they're going to go waltzing in to an under-defended A side of the map. The fact that it's gone so quiet at B might give Falcons a moment of pause. They might start to lean back in a moment's time, but it doesn't look like it. They are just committed to this 2-1, and so MBK, he started this game off on a hot streak. Right now, he's got to try and save Falcons. He's got to be the lifeline, but he's missed the timing. They're in the sight, and MBK's caught, dead at the truck. Falcons, it's down a body in Kenny S. GamerLegion, 2 kills away from stealing away the map pick of the Falcons to open up this series.
This would be devastating. And Kenny's got to do it with 8 points of health. A kit on body, a single flash, but guns out right now. Kenny goes through and they line up. That is it. 16-14. GamerLegion with an upset in the first map of the series. Take their opponent's pick off the back of an 8-round T-side on Overpass. You do not see that every day. And as you said, it may be at the top level where that map gets really CT-sided. But right now, GamerLegion, that's what they want. They want to get to the top. They want to get that legend stage. And they're only a map away from being in that very conversation and at least guaranteeing Paris.
I think it has to be last 4 finals, I think. That's 4 finals in 2021 in Copenhagen, in the Arena, with the last dance of the French team. That was like so fun to play. Just we did the final against NAVI. We had a lot of fun moments playing against Australis just before in semi-final. Like just, I said that a lot, like just making quiet the crowd.
Yeah.
It was pretty fun to be honest. I just had a really good moment back in the day when the French team stopped at some point, and we had that World Final in Copenhagen. I remember I didn't want to cry, but it came out without like asking. It's still emotional for me to talk about that because that was a really good moment with the French the team, and most likely with Xtaz we had like a really good like chemistry together, and we did a lot of things, good things together. So, but yeah, it's a good memory.
Welcome back. Of course, GamerLegion taking that first map away from Falcons and pushing them into a scary position where now they have to go onto Inferno. Here's the winning moment for GamerLegion with a big comeback. It wasn't, you know, it's not like an 11-2 all the way back, but just the context of being on that T side, being down 10-7, managing to, you know, field a win in 30 rounds, break the money back and forth, and yeah, Shui, the captain, a very young player, but also a fragger, putting up over 30 kills to close that one. That must feel good.
Yeah, you know, sick game from GamerLegion, and you know, both these teams actually winning out more T-side rounds on Overpass than CT, right? In the first half, it was 8-7 to the Falcons, if you remember, and then obviously GamerLegion going to get 9 in theirs. So lovely little turnaround. Sui leading the way, leading the charge, 31-16. Great performance from this guy. He's been in my fantasy team, so I feel like, you know, he actually started a little slow to this tournament by the metrics, you know, and the kind of standards that we hold him to, but he turns it around massively as the tournament's gone on. Kind of stole the show, really, didn't he, on this map?
Coming through when it matters.
And on the other side of things, heartbreak for Falcons, who were up in this big lead. MBK was lights out to open up the series. We even had, you know, Kenny S getting activated, Masuta with some really nice rounds in there as well, but it ultimately wasn't enough. Started to fall apart towards the end there. And as mentioned, I think what was really impressive for me was this idea that Falcons kept having GamerLegion at the point where they could have won the game, right? You know, it would be like one round to win the game, essentially. Those rounds where when you win it, you just break your opponent's money. And that happened multiple times during the final stretch of that map. And every single time, GamerLegion were coming in with like their final cash-strapped buy. It's like a couple of guys who have like an AK and a flash, and you're like really milking the util that you've got. They would win those, and those are really like high pressure rounds where you're already on the back foot in terms of the utility that you're bringing in. The individuals were enough, the calling was really nice, and I also think that towards the end of that game it felt a little bit like Falcons were trying to just put it to bed, like trying to put it to rest. They came in with some very aggro rounds, and I think versus a lot of those low buys, that actually gave a helping hand to GamerLegion, right? When you don't have a lot of utility, you kind of lack that ability to be super proactive, right? If I only, you know, if we were on GamerLegion, we only have like 2 flashes between us, I probably don't want to spend a flash on like you trying to fight in towards the toilets. I want to try and like save it for the site exec, right? Yeah. So instead, they would be like holding this default early on, and at that point, you want CTs to come and fight you. You kind of want them to bring the fight your way while you're sat there holding angles and waiting for it. And we have multiple instances of that down the stretch. MBK and Kenny, kind of the guilty 2 over towards that A side of the map. That was like the round where it really felt like it took it over the line. They headed off outside after this, and I can't imagine they're feeling happy. They don't look happy. I don't think this was how they imagined it going, especially after such a strong start. That's like the saddest part of all of it. You know, there was a time where they were kind of running away with this for a while there. They go into that second half after being 8-7 up. They win the pistol. You're feeling on top of the world at that point, and so quickly it turned against them.
I think it's all about how you reset though, right? Do you have that championship mentality? And that's the one thing that we do say that is good for the Falcons at this point, that experience, players who've been in this position before, players who've played with some of the best players in the world. Masuta, obviously in his experience in Vitality, and very briefly with the Astralis guys as well, right? Played under one of the best coaches of all time. For Kenny S, he's been in grand finals. He's been the highest that you can go, and the same can be said for MBK as well, who has trophies coming out of the wazoo. So when you're down in this horrible position, a position that many of these players have been in before, how do you rise back up and how do you stay in the game?
I mean, dude, one of the things we always should say about Kenny, though, is he's a very emotional guy. Like when we were kind of talking about, you know, his comeback, we were saying maybe the time away has kind of helped him address that problem a little bit, right? Like feel a little more neutrality in these moments and drawing upon past experiences. But that was just theory, you know, like we're just talking about someone maturing. You hope that like over the course of a few years you kind of learned to deal with those demons, but some people never do, right? Some people are just more emotional leaning, and really, you know, we haven't really seen like this sort of pressure, right? We haven't really seen if he's got that ability to bounce back. So for him individually, there are going to be some question marks there. We kind of have to see it proved in the second map. I can't say for sure that, oh, he's going to draw upon all these years of playing and like bounce back now, because, well, historically that was not really the case, and on top of that, you know, he is still coming off the back of like a break, so you know, you kind of have like a bit of a distance in your mind between you back then versus you now.
And I feel like I just don't even want to see Falcons in that 2-2 game with some of the teams that we have left in, considering it's the potential of FaZe or B&E as an option. They've already played MOUZ, so I guess that's not a problem. But there's some scary teams still left in the tournament, and those 2-2 games are the worst ones to play. You never want to be there. You want a little bit of breathing room. But for GamerLegion, a good day in the office so far. Now we go to Inferno. It's their map pick. Are they going to 2-0, boys?
Man, you know, like, honestly, legitimately based off that last map, I didn't think they were even going to go on to win the series. I'm thinking already ahead of myself, Falcons are looking like they're going to lock this down. But after seeing that, Hugo, the 16-14, the devastation that's caused to Falcons, something that's such a heavy amount of pressure to come back from, yeah, bud, I think they do. Like, it's their map pick, it's their turf. It seems like the team's looking good. I reckon so.
It can hurt more than getting stomped 16-14, especially the way that went.
Yeah, I mean, because it's not like you were coming back and then lost out and then you go, man, oh, well, we still did good. It's like, no, you were winning, you know? Like, that's the saddest part, you know? And you defo had moments to close that game out. Also, Inferno is just a map that there's a lot of reps for GamerLegion here, right? And a lot of good results. And admittedly, you know, this is kind of like down the scale a little bit in terms of the teams that they're playing and facing. But still, man, I mean, Falcons are somewhat in that group of teams that we're talking about. They've got a lot of history here. They've got a lot of ideas up their sleeve. I think it's going to be really hard for Falcons to grind away back into this game now. And it does make me nervous for them. It does make me nervous that we might see Falcons in that 2-2. So we'll get our answers soon, I guess. We'll be back from a little break, and then we'll follow up with Inferno.
Well, here we are. We're back in, strapped in for Second map on this one of Inferno. And also, meanwhile, battling on the A stream, we have a very intense matchup that's been going on. MOUZ, one map ahead and countless rounds ahead, up against VP that made the last minute switch for the man that's currently on the middle of your screens there, Norbert.
Yeah, I don't think we need to say why that is a shocking change, a shocking result for VP to go out 0-2, and you know, in this match at least, and this would be a 1-3 ending finish for VP. I think that's shocking, and I think there's a lot of questions on that team right now and what's going on. But on the flip side, it's good to see MOUZ recover strong, also a top 4 major team, but to be eliminating the major champions, and in fact the exact major champions, all 5, just like this,
yeah,
that would be a statement.
I mean, it's a revenge from their semi-final, right?
Yep.
The one that gave way to VP making the finals back at that, the Rio Major. Yeah, dude, they're out for blood by the looks of things on the MOUZ side. Let's start focusing back in, though, on the matchup that we have ahead of us, right? Because while over there they're talking elims, we're talking graduation. Someone looking to go 3-1 on this, and GamerLegion on those unicorn odds have massively leapt up into the lead, and I think with good reason. We're heading to a real comfort map for the squad, and they were lights out on Overpass.
Yeah, this is a comfort map, right? 6 streak in a row, and even if we look further back, they have 11 out of 12. I mean, these guys really grind Inferno, so GamerLegion in a great position to 2-0 this series and to send Falcons into a terrifying position where they have to, you know, face a 2-2 game with all the pressure in the world, even more so than here. You don't even have the guarantee of one more chance. So Falcons need to get their heads back in the game and get it together and bring us to Mirage. Otherwise, it will be GamerLegion again, making back-to-back majors and being in a great position seed-wise, potentially even get one of those final remaining Legends spots. There's no guarantees. There never is, as Falcons are finding out the hard way. Pistol round on Inferno, GamerLegion on the T side, but as we've learned this series, that's where you want to be.
Yeah, straight down mid for the Falcons. They want to try and come at this with an alarming pace to open up. Mixed bag of results as the trades now go the way of the Falcons. Kenny S, with his pistol, gets involved. GamerLegion down to 2, and with mid lost, you're trapped in the spawn. Right now, Acor needs to try and be that guy. Well, I've actually been given room to get out, which was very nice of Falcons.
I don't want to overplay it, right? Because we talked about some of the aggression.
It's 4v2, and sometimes you end up in like these weird, I'm trapped in mid, and this just isn't an angle you're supposed to play for a long time.
It's actually very hard to get out. Yeah.
It's a cool kind of loop back round into the A play, but it did give GamerLegion room to regroup and look to approach this 2v4. Get a man out long, Acor taps one in the dome.
Oh, no!
Has found Sui in the apartments, that's the bomb away, but Acor's made this competitive, long-range fight, but he skips over Python's USP.
That bomb drop, oh, he's got it.
This is a real chance for Acor. Sidearm might be the best friend of an AWP player. 1v2, with the bomb down, ball's in his court.
Acor. Can he be able to pick this one up? He's got the first headshot off onto a body. That's 3 frags to his name. Just needs the 4th to round out the round. There's the peek coming in from Python. Diving, ducking, attempting to hit it, but no. GamerLegion from what was an incredible opening for Falcons on the second map. Oh, it's all gone wrong. It slipped away in a matter of seconds as the Glock just ruins them.
That's a sick clutch.
Literally, I think for the sake of your mentality, it would have been better to have just all died pushing mid than to have that go down, right? A 4v2 that goes against you. I mean, a 3v1 at one point in this. And Acor does such a good job. He's given that fight over at long. He goes back, takes this space. He reads the banana flank so well. Python had one opportunity to put a stop to that 1v2 on the mid-cross. And it was dodged. So Acor goes on to win a 1v3 clutch in the pistol.
And already the odds shift even further because that is a tilt round. That is a momentum breaker. Just when Falcons could have wiped the sweat off their brow with a pistol round.
Yeah, I mean, you imagine, right? They go outside after that last game. They try to big themselves up a bit. They're like, come on, right? We're going to go into this next map. We're going to start strong. They're trying to like bring that confidence back. They come in with a very ballsy call in the mid push, and it works out. And there's that one moment where they're like, yeah, we're back. We're back. And then one man tears it all away. This round just looking like a B exec for GamerLegion, and it's only MBK and his scout here. Now, he's a pretty keen scouter, is this guy, but expecting him to win you this round, it just ain't happening.
Full save.
Smokes go in, and it will just be a full 5-man save, a unicorn round, perhaps.
Yeah, these are...
Oh, well, it's not going to be a unicorn round.
They're coming, they're coming.
It's at best a horse round. Oh, MBK strikes once.
Rips the horn off of Kios. And gets back on his Rainbow Road. Carts his way to the A site. GamerLegion, though, they take the round, they're happy. And these are good rounds to just play full gamble again, right? Falcons next round can even commit to attempting a madness retake in a 5v5 if they get the gamble wrong. Or they can choose to save the armor. It's up to you. Kenny's kept a bit for later. Trying to play into that AWP as soon as possible. They get a strong map for it, but GamerLegion right now, with a map in their pocket, their opponent's pick, and a clutch to give them energy to start the game. It's all looking good.
Well, stacked A in one of the rounds, stack B in the other. That's how it works, right?
It's like the Counter-Strike hokey cokey. You go for the B stack now, the A stack now.
In, out, and turn it all around.
Whoa, the Counter-Strike E.
It's good, actually. But they've sent a probe on B, a little robot, here to report back on its findings, pick up some dust.
It's MBK alone again, by the way.
Oh, poor fella. Well, don't worry, I heard he's a scouter.
Yeah, MVK's like just a beacon. Wherever he is, GamerLegion go.
Even smoking B as well, like, you know, they're trying to give the implication they're not for here, but that's only going to force GamerLegion back into this A site. Look at their crawl right now, creeping around long side. MBK, and he goes big pit. That's sad. If he was on the other side, he could fight long. Now it's a lot more difficult, and they're splitting him. That's a shot. He needs a lot of tags, and he won't have many opportunities. They're already climbing up and over. He realizes no scope will not connect, and MBK is a dead man. Shooting bodies. Shuey with a statement.
Kios wants to try and make some money as well. Knows that the rest of the gang were over at B, but he wasn't ready for that.
It's like last round again.
Down through Banana. Here they come. And there they go. They will be saving.
Yeah, I like this save. Screw it. You're not going to win the round. Keep the armor. You know, play the long game. And it will have to be a long game for Falcons. Because as we say, GamerLegion have the reps on Inferno.
This is so scary, man. Like, in terms of the start for Falcons as well, the storylines we've been building the whole time. Oh, hello, Kenny. All right. Fast reactions in the abs. Yeah, storyline-wise, you know, we've always been focusing on the fact that it's like the French boys, if they can make it to Paris, the fact that they would have that energy behind them, the extra motivation, but it's also the extra pressure that comes with it. We saw it when they were outside, trying to reset the mental, get themselves into the grooves, going over the anti-strats they clearly have for this as well. So many pages of paper, Hugo, but it's just not really helping them right now. It's GamerLegion. They're farming up these rounds all off of the back of that pistol that never should have happened.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, if history's anything to go by, GamerLegion are very comfortable on the T side of this map, right? There's a reason they have so many reps in it. They've developed a great T side over that time period. And so Falcons really do have their work cut out for them. A map down in the series for those guys right now, and having to come to terms with the fact that you're facing GamerLegion on a real comfort pick. It's never going to be easy, but you knew that when you signed up.
crying out loud, they win 61% of the T rounds they play. That's an unbelievable statistic. Falcons with Kenny on the corner. He's kept the Galil. It's delayed the AWP. Jiggle and a wiggle, but nothing to find. GamerLegion still lead Kios at B, doing the same round again. He's kept 3 here for now. Python trades utility. He can swing the smoke as well. Maybe even spam back. Dangerous. But it is just that A-Rap. Shui coming in at long. And Kenny's so committed to the porch side. He can't really do much else. He's got to somehow save Masuta's life when they jump out apps.
Yeah, this is just a very bare bones hold. You are going to struggle to keep this one in check. They've got to go 1 for 1 at least. Kenny needs a multi-kill, and with him only getting 1 and Masuta falling with nothing done, the round's already been decided. It's a safe call here for the Falcons. I kind of
Crossfire's a bit weird, to be honest, right? Because, like, you know, as we see, Masuta's holding the long side from mini pit, but if they drop out apps or they come short, Kenny can't actually cover, and he realizes that and has to drop off the box, giving a sound cue. They suddenly turn around. If he started holding short, you're playing just a little bit wider, so he was never on the box in the first place. He could have actually gotten a kill and set Masuta up for a lot more, but this one, like, by the time he gets there, Masuta's dead, and of course they're going to trade Kenny 1 for 1, and there's even a long player, so that setup doesn't even seem to make much sense for Falcons.
I also wished, you know, with B being so quiet for so long there, right? Like in other rounds where GamerLegion have kind of gone for these A plays, they fake B a little harder. They've been like lobbing util. There was that round where the stack was there with the pistols, right? But that round, it was extremely quiet over towards B. And so I would have liked to have seen, you know, normally when you dedicate that many resources towards the B side, there's only so long you can do it before you have to start trying to like retake top banana with the util, right? Even just going for like a little flash peek in. I understand the nerves. They haven't had that control for a while, but you know, it just leaves the A site so high and dry, and it's like you're dedicating so many resources to one side of the map. Eventually, you kind of need to do something with all those extra resources, or just, you know, dissolve the 3-man stack. You know, you're either playing with a feeling or you're being proactive and looking for the info. And the problem is like that round was just entirely feeling based for the Falcons. They didn't have any info to go off of. The A hole was super passive. The B hole was super passive. You're flying blind at that point, and a blind Falcon is no good to anyone.
How's it supposed to deliver your post? Maybe that's pigeons. Oh, Kios, poor fella. It spreads at the last second, and he's so committed in the corner. Not even really a mistake. Unlucky, I guess. Python jiggling, and he spots him. Holds a smoke. Oh, he went back.
No, he just didn't need to do that. Yeah. That's insane. That's wild.
Oh, well, get what you pay for. He thought about smoking it. He didn't even need to smoke. He just didn't need to repeat.
That's the whole...
Oh, they're feeling the burn right now, boys.
Oh, yeah.
The whole gist of what's happening is just, if they shoot near me, I will throw the smoke. They shot near him, and then he went, wait, did they shoot me? And then swung back in.
Just, yeah, I mean, what's he jiggling for? Info? He knows they're there.
3v2, thanks to that kill through the smoke. Ooh. Suddenly gives you a reason to believe if you're the Falcons. Holding onto the spawn, Acor gets smoked off. Yeah. That's to facilitate the bomb plant. He tries to direct his attention onto the coffins, but that missed shot gave way to body to get the planter. After the plant, Acor still has that bomb to play around. The AWP by his side. First shot misses, and he can't find them both. Well played by Masuta and Kenny. As they chase that down, they keep a very tight spacing, knowing that they can trade that AWP out once a shot's been fired.
Not too tight, though, and that's the key. Too tight, and you get collatted. And so, hey, Falcons win that round despite a couple of issues.
This one was just funny more than anything from Python. Now that you've won the round, it's one that you can laugh about in hindsight, but like, yeah, in the moment, that nearly screws the pooch entirely.
Also, great jiggle for body, because he knows he's being AWP'd, but he gets the shot out the AWP, and he doesn't dilly-dally. He immediately pushes through and kills the planter. And yeah, he knows he's a trade bot right there. He's just dead after, but as long as he sets his team up in a 2v1, Acor with a start, but there's Kenny going, rolling back the years.
All right.
Double down long, and it's going to be Kios climbing over the top with a trade. Somehow GamerLegion get out all the better. Acor also picked mid. So they sit 3-on-2 and they don't panic. They don't rush. They focus on their crosshairs. Missed shot. But now you know Falcons are split 1-1 and that space is taken for a moment. MOUZ with a huge kill to keep this round alive.
MVK, natural born killer. In this round, he's got to be the big man to deny the push into B. Hits the first head onto Kios. Nice Molotov as well to buy the time. It tags Acor, but he goes running in through the smoke. He's got the bomb in his back as well. And there's still a minute on the clock. All the utility around his belt, but he's looking for someone in Speedway. Flicks back towards B. That's NBK's domain with MOUZ on 19 down at the bottom of T steps. He gets the headshot off. Now he's just wondering, where exactly is this final man?
He must know, he's just cleared CT.
There is an AWP here you could look to grab to compensate for the low health on MOUZ, but he's going to move in with the rifle drawn. Silent on the approach, Acor dropping a smoke.
Oh dear.
It's going to be fine. MOUZ lives to fight another day. This is the full commit to the plant. MOUZ doesn't call his bluff and does move in on that tap. Now ready to round the corner for Acor. He still hasn't seen him, still has no idea where this guy is, and so the whole map is a question mark. It's a guessing game for Acor. And he's going to look to swing out now. But MOUZ nails it. One shot away from death. He really only had one opportunity to land that. And with that shot connecting, Falcons breathe a big sigh of relief. Kenny S gets 2 kills to open that round. And it still comes down to the wire.
Yeah, both those kills for MOUZ were extremely high impact. Remember when he got spotted in mid and turned around to kill that Apeks lurker? Then he goes on to win that crucial 1v1. Plays it so patiently as well. And you can see Kenny's getting hyped as well. Means he can get a guaranteed AWP next round as well. Dropped over. And keep Falcons in this, not just get reset immediately off the back of a single round win. 2 defuse retakes coming through for Falcons. Maybe there's hope yet.
Past 2 rounds have been absolute insanity. There were just so many weird plays. The opening first sort of 25 seconds of that round was just carnage. Everyone was picking everyone off. And for it to finish in the fashion that it did, it definitely will reinvigorate Falcons somewhat, but now you've got to keep yourselves level-headed and be able to put these rounds together. You're on the CT side of Inferno here. You've got the AWP still out on Kenny. And this time he's stationed over towards A as well. They've been changing pace and changing the way they've been playing here. GamerLegion, what is the call going to be again? Aggression on Banana. This time it's MVK that goes running down, but straight into the awaiting arms of Kios.
I don't know if he wanted to even send it, but that close Molotov is big. And it basically forces his decision for him. And they just go right into A, but into Kenny. Posted, prepared. A flash must be thrown, and there they go. Kenny will dodge it. That was very swift. He can re-peek for more. They don't even know he's on this corner. Jump to bait the shot. Kenny has to fire off the flash. That's unbelievable. Was that a team flash? Oh, dearie me. Kenny gets killed by MOUZ, who now must make up for it, but he's already down to half his mag. Molly in the back of the pit. The smoke will not put it out. Flank coming in, cleared by Acor, and this has gone from bad to worse. Kenny didn't bite. He didn't bite on the bait, but he gets team flashed. Disaster. GamerLegion. They are in for the kill as well. They smell blood in the water.
Well, funnily enough, you know, they were really keen to remove it, but now I don't think they are so keen anymore, right? You throw 2 bodies at the problem. Don't want to make it a 3-body problem. That's a whole different beast. So body. Oh, he's trying to maximize the damage. Oh, you sly guy. Look at him sliding in at the end. He makes this a very expensive round. I do like that. Okay, little like switch flips in his head.
I always do that.
And he just goes like, mate, this is already expensive. What if I make it even more expensive? And he dashes in right at closing time to take a man out of the round, an extra man.
Where was that flat? What flash was it? Was it a bounce off the apartments? I couldn't even see it come in.
Yeah, I mean, we just saw it from the other POV and it did nothing. Like, you heard it go off, so I'm really questioning, like, where that ended up.
Dear, oh dear. The only flips being switched out are during scuba diving, and right now it's Falcons drowning. No oxygen tank here. Kenny losing out on one of his first orbs in the map.
Felt like after what we saw him do at Banana as well, that the mechanics were back. He's starting to get into a bit of a jig, right? You're thinking, this is going to be a Kenny round. This is where he goes huge. And for it to finish in the fashion it did, it's just rough.
It's even sadder because, like you say, you know, that was like his second ult purchase, I'm pretty sure. His second time getting to have one, because the first rifle round they ran, he saved the Galil forward, right? And played that to keep building up more money. So he's really trying to get these orbs out, and they're very expensive. They're big ticket items, right? So you want to put them to use. Masuta.
That will do.
Can he make up for it? Can he make up for an unfortunate flash? Him and Body are just tearing through the apartments.
Well,
running riot as Falcons decimate this round. This is all, mate. How have you lost this? Look at the time left, and look at the area of the map you're restricted
he's got another.
to.
Yeah.
This should still be fine. Yeah, it's all well and good. Okay, I've never seen aggression like that. Never seen that much taken where, like, literally 5 players are in alt mid and actual mid, pushing down ramp and second, and you're in spawn. That's crazy.
Yeah, but I love the re-aggro. Masuda gets 2 here, and then as soon as Body gets 1, Masuda was backing out, and he goes, screw it, let's just commit. Let's just go for every kill, because the times that they've tried to play it safe and pull out and, you know, and go and just play out the 4v2, GamerLegion won them. Think about the pistol. They regretted that reset. So Falcons, they have them right where they want them, and they finish the job. GamerLegion, that breaks the money, right? And that's off the back of Body's exits in the previous round. Let's put GamerLegion on pistols now. Always got to think forward, think long term. Greed. It does bite back. Call that Counter-Strike karma. 3 on B, pistols again. GamerLegion have done a great job of finding the weaker sites with relatively no info.
The thing that's different here, though, is Falcons actually just retook top Banana. This is what they were lacking last time they played Triple B. They've got that info ahead of time. Double nade is nice. It brings Masuta down low, makes that a very easy kill. MBK from long, offering assistance, so Body does have a helping hand here. Whittled down through the smoke, but it's Body with all the glory. 3 in the round, and here's the rest of the gang to try and close it up. So we will get finished off. And so Falcons chain a couple together now. This is all thanks to that damage that Body did in the save in that lost round, right, where he took 3 players out of it, where only Acor survived.
Yeah, that's very impressive. The Body gets away with so much there, considering he's fired 10 shots through the smoke, gets nothing from it. Nade gets about 30, and then he just multi-kills, and the flash from Python over Graveyard blinded everyone for GamerLegion, and he just pistol whips the last. All right, they're pulling it back now, and they're making more and more plays by the second. Body, he's juiced up right now. Oh, can't see that last player. I think that final bullet, if he had 21 shots, he would have taken another head. But instead resets. Kenny gives him the orb. Body's found a 5-on-4, but this is already a low econ round, remember, just Glocks. So Falcons really don't want deaths. Body needs to be careful. Out on a limb, on 20 health. They can trade this. Not with Kenny there. Body system. And Kenny keeps it cool. MBK flanking Banana, and Falcons, a big comeback to find 5.
Yeah, dude, like this is them now looking a lot more like themselves again, finally, right? The first couple of rounds, you were thinking, oh, the energy's good for the pistol. Suddenly you get done in by the Glock, it all goes wrong, but they're not letting that affect them. These pushes are so damn sick to see because this is where they're at their best. This is where they look damn clean. And it's working. We're all tied up. 5-5 a pop here as we head into the 11th, but finally again, everyone actually gets a full buy to play with.
Dude, I mean, I just want to see Kenny with a good spawn. I feel like every single time he's had this AWP, he just hasn't had a great position to try and get involved early outside of that one round when we saw him go and pick B. And what a round it was, right? He got 2 down the Banana. Have some very fond memories of Kenny Alpin here on Inferno.
They keep doing these app setups, but they've yet to run into anyone. think GamerLegion are avoiding Apeks after last time they got massacred there. That flash did nothing. Good dodge from Kioz. Python, if he dies here, the round's over. Can he get out? No grenades. Kenny opts to rotate.
Oh, MBK. That's so unfortunate. If you're IM there, man, you hear him start spamming and you're laughing at yourself. You're thinking you're so dead, man. Like, he comes around the corner, mops him up. The suitor needed to do it all single. Oh, Kenny wants to get involved.
Too late.
Yeah, this is wild. This is wild for him to even give it a look in.
Bruh.
Lobbing the util in. That's just stuff you will not have in the follow-up round, but it's all well and good.
Hope he can kill a planter, but they're in no hurry. Why would they be? 5-on-2. They actually want Falcons to fight.
And dude, I don't know, GamerLegion are great at never really letting it get out of hand. Similarly to Overpass, when I was saying, every single one of these rounds where it's so important that you pick them up, they're kind of in this spot right now because of their early successes. And only being at that 3-stage loss bonus, that they actually can get reset right now. They can have their money called into question. So that could have been how Falcons look to run away with this game. But they have this incredible tenacity in these moments to kind of keep their heads screwed on and cook up winning solutions when the pressure is really being applied. So 6 on the board, and it's not just the fact that they win this round to keep the lead, but it's how they win it. Right, 5 alive. The prospect of breaking this T-money is just not really a thing that Falcons have up their sleeve anymore. At least for the Frenchman, cash is looking good, so they're going to keep the pressure applied by buying up again. Saving 2 helps kind of lessen the blow of this round slipping by the wayside. But it is a frustrating one. It is a frustrating way to have it go. You never really felt like you were in that. You lost a player over towards B. We're relying on a solo A hold after MBK fell as well. Triple B early. And the AWP is a part of it. He's going to split up the forces at top banana. MBK gets away with a dink. Kenny needed that trade, and he will lock it in at least to find the 4v4. So it's a stalemate for now over towards banana. Sides trade evenly. GamerLegion slow down.
Oh, Python trying to make a play off the back of the fade. Utility-wise, though, he also recovers himself with smoke, and that's going to be critical. That was the last bit of util they really have. Just a single smoke left in play right now for the CTs, but it's about slaying. That will make the difference. Hard commits to the spray as well. Cut his way through 2, and Dinks, the last man down to 16. Kenny rocks up back to the party, sees the smoke, and knows that he's got to take a better angle.
It's a good reposition. He's here very early, but they've gone over the top. He hits a quick shot. Isaac, where was he crossing to check dark, perhaps? Could have been covered for the plant, but just walks into the waiting arms of that jump. Sends him flying over the smoke. Masuta picks him out of the sky. And it's a big round out of Python. Gets his potassium with that multi-kill.
Yeah, nice round from Kenny as well.
Yeah.
Right. Big series of kills. Gets that very important trade for MBK at the top of banana. Does well by his mate. And then backs up, goes through the motions with that AWP. Denies the bomb crossing and throws GamerLegion through a bit of a loop. Also just nice to see one of these triple B lanes actually work out for Falcons and get to be involved, right? We've had it a handful of times, and occasionally it's felt like a bigger problem than maybe it's actually a solution for Falcons, right? We've had rounds where they've been triple B and we've just had GamerLegion kind of hit an under-defended A bomb site. So it's nice that as this game's gone on, I feel like Falcons have kind of adapted a little bit more. Whenever they are playing with resources over towards B, it's a bit more proactive, a bit more involved. There's been rounds where like MBK barrels down banana. It's getting more composed as the game goes on. No accounting for all this damage early. And lobbing the nades down through mid, but honestly, Acor's fairly content with this trade of damage. Ooh, but there's the opener in the round. MBK onto Kioz, who's pushing up banana all alone. Kenny's going to try his hand at the fight down into the tunnel, but ultimately elects to up and leave. He's going on an early rotate over towards this B site, keeping it mobile with the AWP. Just been spotted over at long, right? And last time it was a triple B, it featured this AWP. So hoping that, signaling that the AWP is A-ward bound, that's going to send GamerLegion into a B play. I'll actually start to trade these players out. It's just to reposition the AWP. It's not to stack this B side of the map, and that might serve them well because GamerLegion is trying to wrap Arch.
Hear the pot shot. That molly just about lands, but the lurker will not, and that's not even a round you could be against saving in. They'll probably just go for it, knowing they have a 3-on-2 on the B bomb site right now. But that fear of Python lurking in the shadows is in the back of their mind. A smoke at 30 seconds. The GamerLegion just call it off. Falcons have done enough. That will be the towel thrown in. 7 to Falcons after what was a 5-1 beginning. A 5-2 beginning, a 4-0 beginning for GamerLegion. This is a strong recovery from the Frenchman.
Them taking the lead for the first time here between these two sides on Inferno as they do get to a 7-6 split. And this is close. This is a whole lot better. Some of the rounds the GamerLegion have been winning just don't seem like they're sustainable, don't seem like they're repeatable, but they were just picking it up off the back of the individuals. But for Falcons now, everyone's starting to come alive, and that's what we needed to see. Not just NBK on the first map, not just Kenny with little moments of flashy plays. Body also there, doing what he does best. Masuta as well. Some of the shots he's hit have been so damn clean. For GamerLegion, because the cash you've been left with, it's just the 2 saved rifles. Well, the third one on Isaac as well. And the Mac-10, the tech supporting it. Boost up for Kenny at middle early on. Will it pay off? Ooh, fast flick down, but Acor actually takes out Masuta.
Yeah, his first kills that were GamerLegion's way into that previous map, they were 18 to the good, and 6 of them came from IM as well. But he's having a far quieter map here. He was second right behind Sui.
Yeah, and I mean, Sui's also going quiet, right? So right now it's really Acor and Kioz as the tag team. If anyone else can get switched on, we're going to need it. IM drops down into the pit, but Isaac is there to trade at least. And so man advantage sides with GamerLegion.
So
They've overrun the site. There's this fast mid-wrap coming in, but Acor in the long smoke. Will he be accounted for? MBK was looking at it. He was considering it, but I think he's decided that it's clear, and so Acor's allowed to spring this trap, and they get crunched in the top of mid between Acor and Sui. Dude, Acor's having a really, really good time right now. Like, considering he's the AWPer, normally, right, you would kind of forgive your AWP player for being further down the board. He's been playing a lot of rifle, really only on the AKs, and he's been making it sing. He's the reason why GamerLegion even have like a super competitive first half right now.
Yeah, Acor's always been a strong rifler, right? You see some AWPers who are pure blood AWPers who can't really rifle to the same degree, but that's never seemed to be an issue for this guy. And they need him now more than ever, especially with those 2 top performers going a bit cold here on Inferno. To think that they have 5 kills between the 2 of them in round 15. And they're still even.
But I'll say this, you know, I think for Falcons, Kenny's actually been a fairly big part of this right now, and life is going to get harder for him in this second half.
Yeah, they got to get him into some post plants, that's for sure. Right now, he's going to get lost to the wind in this round because GamerLegion are walking all up B. And Falcons, for the first time in a while, are actually holding on to this. If an uncrouch comes through, MBK was going to die, but Acor can't see over that smoke just yet. Kioz gets spammed through. There's that boost. Oh, how did he not see him? Acor, a one-way to his favor, delivers the post, and it's bad news for Nathan. 4 on 4. Python staying at top B is a danger considering the lack of util and support. And even 1-for-1 puts his team in a very compromised position. Do they even flash this though? That's my fear. They might give him the dry fight he so desires. There it is. Python given a freebie. There is no trade. He's able to play his util and call for help. Thank goodness they keep it even. 20 seconds. It's Kenny versus the world.
Gonna swing this. AWP misses. And he's smoked off back in the spawn, but he knows 1 kill, right place, right time. Kenny S could win the round here. Smoked off in the coffin, looking for the wall bang, just fall shy, just a couple of pixels off the mark. And so this one set up for the retake, a 3v3. As GamerLegion have a few seconds while these smokes are up to get settled in their post plants. They win that first fight and they slow down the Falcons retake.
Oh, here we go. IM finally being tagged as well. Drop down to 23. Acor closing the door, and it's all about Kenny S now, and he cannot do anything here. The advantage taken at the end of the half. GamerLegion taking this one to potentially a dominant victory. Find out after the break.
A strong T side from GamerLegion yet again. It's what closed it on Overpass, and it's what begins on Inferno. 8 rounds as they clutch and close against the Falcons. The Frenchmen look to make their mark in Paris, but they may never get there if GamerLegion have their way. It's a 2-1 matchup with still a surviving spot for the loser, but Falcons don't want to be in that final bracket run, but it may be out of their hands. GamerLegion with a great game right now, showing depth amongst the roster. First map, it was the captain leading the fray with IM right behind. And right now we have the AWPer who can rifle to Acor, storming the board. GamerLegion coming in confident, rushing down Banana. They pay the price, but there is more in middle, or at least there was. A massacre from Falcons, and Acor dies too. That is a dominant pistol, and that will reset you off the break.
That feels good, right? Especially because in the first half of Falcons, they also attempted the mid push, and actually the mid push worked out brilliantly for them. They ended up losing a 1v3 to Acor as he was allowed to get tricky with it in the clutch. So now GamerLegion try to hit you with your own strat, your own aggression down through mid, and you don't just repel it, you destroy it, right? There wasn't a moment in that round where it could have gone the other way. That's a feel-good moment for Falcons. They got to hold on to that. They got to ride this energy. If they're going to start believing again, rounds like that are going to put the pet back in your step.
They're stepping their way into B early on. Utility dashed out again to try and deny this. Remember though, GamerLegion, when they've had these 5-7s in their hands, they have still been such a force to contend with. We saw it on Overpass. They were able to pick up rounds where they had no real investment whatsoever. Here, it is just a big old stackaroonie. Everyone on the B site grouping up. And more so for Falcons, it's about shifting that focus towards A.
These are the best kind of rounds. Free rounds. Punch your ticket and redeem rounds. Don't see them rounds. And Falcons just round the A site and take it up to 9. It's going to be a full save for GamerLegion, so they can play it again in the next. This would set us up for something, right? I'm not counting out any T sides today, not between these two teams. Very strong attacking halves. And Mirage to finish.
Yeah, I feel like in this second half, right, we're going to keep an eye on a few different players who we were kind of looking at early on, right? I think Body's still very much someone to keep our eye on. He's been having a great tournament and a great map here in particular. Kind of a key to the whole success of Falcons so far. Kenny was very influential. Well, you know, he was pretty damn influential on that CT side, but it will get harder for him now, having to AWP in the T half. He, you know, might struggle to get the ball rolling. Always a tricky map to T side AWP on, but this is where I want to start kind of looking towards really someone like MBK, who did have his moments on the CT side, was coming in with some moves down towards Banana. But if he can start to up the level, right, kind of replace Kenny in that regard, who held his own throughout the first half, I think, you know, you are going to have this trifecta, this Body, Masuta, MBK trio to try and lift you up, dig you out of this, because MBK played his heart out on Overpass. So you know he's got it in him. For GamerLegion, it was this save. They're running it back with these saved pistols and armor. So this round is still threatening. This round is just as scary as the last. Falcons have got to treat it as though it's a rifle round almost. You know, teams come into these sorts of rounds where you do have armor, you do have a bit of util. They come into this with ideas. They know how winnable this is. And so GamerLegion take a bit of a lean early on over towards B with everyone moving over. Full gamble. Overthinking this would be your downfall. For Falcons, they're set to go A. If they follow through with this, they're fine. They are not in any danger, and they have this probe over towards B. Even if they wanted to have him make a move first, that's fine, right? Send Body in, kind of get the info. He's got pretty deep before he sees anyone, and that actually might bring them back. But thankfully, there's the trades. Now they know everyone's a B. Cool. Falcons are happy. Body did exactly what he had to. He actually even gets out with a double and all the info. And so Falcons will move in to the empty A site.
Sorry, I just had really bad deja vu from last round, actually. But at least goes a lot better for Falcons again. Body continuing to look very strong on the rifle. And again, guys, he is the top-rated player of the entire EU RMR Group A right now. Or he was at least coming into this matchup, and hey, he's been keeping it going.
I think to a degree, deservedly so as well, man. He's been a name that's been floating around for so long, and it feels like he hasn't ever really had as much spotlight on him as he's commanding, as he's showing he deserves. And if he could be that huge factor now, the absolute X factor for Falcons to keep them in the game, keep this going consistently, it would be gargantuan for them. Already 18 kills amassed. How many more will we see from big old Body? The second shot he got off as well, but it was just absolute insanity, man.
here's Akor's AWP as well. And just think about what he's been doing with the AK and the T side. Now he gets to take his spawns.
Exactly. It's like this was kind of the big problem. Is it's like not only is Kenny going to have a harder time, but you know whose time gets even easier? Akor. Who top fragged in the first half of GamerLegion? Akor.
Who finds the opening pick?
Akor. He's very, very happy with this, man. Getting to put that AWP to use in a far more devastating way. We got to keep our eyes peeled for him because he's already been running amok in that first half. You dread to think what he can do now on the better side for his favorite gun. 5v3 to open up this round. Akor started it, but IAM's added another onto that list. And for Falcons, this one's already rough. I mean, there were rounds that panned out like this for GamerLegion in the first half, and they would save here. What would this be in the first buy round? Falcons don't feel like they have that privilege. They want to try and make this expensive, so that's like your kind of bare minimum target here is to at least do a bit of damage to your opponent. Can it be anything more than that? Let's find out as this util rains out into top mid. Molly's on either side to facilitate this control. It lets them move in very securely. And Molly doesn't spread to that cubby, so they might have to run around and look right at it. This smoke will at least help them to that end. IAM's nade's lovely, does a good deal of damage. 53 or 52 off of that nade. And now he holds the smoke. If they try to come through this, they're dead men.
You don't have to read to peek on the back door of the library, but Body was prepared for it. Akor. Man's in the back of the pit, could decide everything off of these next few shots, especially with the backup of Isaac. 10 seconds on the clock. They go running in, attempting to get the bomb into safe location. Kenny S, he's going to be hit by the nade, but he does at least get the plant off. Body in the meantime, still trying to pop off, spammed in the back, focusing on the front, pushes up to the library, and Sui will silence him.
Yeah, I saw him scream that out on the camera as well. I love how Sui plays that super patient. If he rushes that kill to Body, Body gets a chance to turn around and get back into the site with the help of that dropped smoke. Sui just holds. He knows Body is contained. And that's a great round for the GamerLegion folks. The repositions into Big Pit as well. They give nothing away to Falcons. You can plant, but you're getting nowhere after. Trying to level up and match it 10-10. Akor again starts A, or B rather. Kenny has his AW. So he's taking banana, but those are good flashes. Oh, he just got a chance to bail. He was still at the corner. Pot shots through this molly and through the wall, find nothing for Akor, but he grenades on the way out, and Sui flashed in, but that's Kenny finding opening kills required. 2, and Misuta follows up as well. A wall bang to exit that round. And now they're on the hunt already.
Yeah, they want to try and remove the guns. They want to try and go for all the glory. Really, maximum damage, maximum pain.
Oh, he drops off, but to climb back up? No. Python might find the angle.
They know what's happening. They know where this save is taking place, and they're going to wait till everyone's here to try and take these guns out. This is really nice restraint. Like, you know, when you're in the hunt, a lot of folks just want to face, just want to try and remove the guns, but this is like a very calculated hunt of these final 2 players.
Excellent.
They're essentially execing into the A site on a wrap, and so Isaac does well to knock a couple out, but the guns are removed. I want to come through with a little update as to what's been happening over on the mainstream as well. We saw that VP game go down. They ended up copping the 2-0 to MOUZ, meaning they fall out 1 and 3. The matchup that's on there now, Bait versus Into the Breach. That's taking place over on Ancient. And right now, Bait are up in the lead. Obviously, with VP not making it, marks the first time in CSGO history.
Really?
The champs of the previous major will not even be attending the next one.
That is mind-blowing.
So the final global offensive major looking to be historic for a multitude of reasons.
Yeah. Falcons want to be part of that history. And pulling it back here after GamerLegion won their T-half. That would be a statement. Body. Looking to slam a bag of bricks on their head. But smoked off instead. He's going to have to respect it for now. Sui with a jiggle, but not one too many. They want to go and recommit at B. Akor's Orb will not be a factor this time around. It's Kioz with a Molotov. They could do a boost up. Oh my goodness, he's going for it. Surely he backs off before the smoke fades. This is a very dangerous decision to stay here with your one rifle. They don't have a flash for this. He's just sending it. He hears nades, and he only takes a kill. That molly is massive. They do not have an option. They cannot smoke him, but he's burning alive and blind. He has nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. Masuta finds him. 3 on 4. In they go. 20 seconds. Falcons can't wait.
Oh, damage done on the boost, but Body replies. He's the one to get the kill.
He hit him.
Tag onto MBK as he plants, but the bomb goes down, and that is the signal for GamerLegion to try and leave. That's if Falcons let them. Akor wants to get this AWP out. He needs to get this AWP out, but Kenny, out of all the times to win that head-to-head, it's now finding 12 for the Falcons as they commit to the hunt again. Isaac thinks he's put enough distance between him and that bomb site, but Body, who got that kill into CT from on top of Oranges, what felt like just 10 seconds ago, now meets you in the apartments.
Yeah, and getting these exits is so big for the mental as well, because you just know you have these freebie rounds that follow up. You don't have to worry about, it's like playing VP. You just have to worry about every round. The pressure never lifts. You never get a chance to breathe. You don't have that issue. Yeah, you're smiling, Harry, but usually, VP, that team, that's not a factor. They've hunted every kill that's attempted to be saved. This is save meta. This is the save map, and GamerLegion can't get that either. That re-aggression from Keels looks crazy, to be honest, and I don't even mind it, but he's trying to pick players that are throwing nades because he hears them setting up, but he swings so wide, he's in the view of like 3 different players, and 2 of them had nades out, but 1 is covering. If he peeked just a little bit, he could have isolated those duels. Instead, Falcons, they get a free kill, and poor Sui's full blind. Without that, if Sui's not blind, he can reposition, but he's between 2 Molotovs. There was no escaping. Falcons, something has changed. This feels like a different team right now. GamerLegion are just barely hanging on to this half. And now they're on bare bones buy as well. This feels like Falcons are taking us to a third.
And what a recovery that would be from like the... I mean, you could see it in their faces once Overpass got away from... They couldn't believe it. That feeling that, you're right here in this fantastic position, a chance to go 3-1 into the major at Paris, your home country, your home nation. And, lap that up one last time in global offensive history, and then you lose your map pick in the full 30 rounds. Like, bruh, I mean, Falcons look devastated at the end of that. They've built back into this one. They've built back stronger. And this T side is standing the test of time. GamerLegion, they've got some pistols. They've got a bit of armor around it. Nothing to write home about, though. And with these openers out of Body, who has just been hauling Falcons through this game. There is no stopping Body in this form right here. It's ludicrous how often he's creating opportunities, creating space. This is interesting for him. He's in a good position here with the 5-7, but he'll get checked. Python flushes him out. And so Falcons get past the pistols, keeping it clean. Body's even here to try and deal with Akor. Right at the close, his top fragging counterpart on the other side, and Body wants to put him in a bag. Look at them, they're hunting again with everyone. No one's even over near the bomb. No one's even, not a care in the world. They know that Akor was here, he got a kill in the B stack, so they know he's trapped. But like, look at what they're removing. In reality, they're taking a P250 off of the guy. You don't get to have anything nice. This is why you can't have nice things, because Falcons take it off of you.
They swoop down, they steal it, and they really are building themselves such a huge bank. This is madness, man. Like you were saying, it's a whole different team on the server. From the individuals, from the way they're playing it, from the fact that Body's just brutalizing everyone. Towards the B site, this is just his domain. If they're there, it doesn't matter because he's just going to hit shots again and again to create that space. 13-9, Falcons clawing, screaming, kicking this one back to potentially them pushing us to a third and final map that would be Mirage to decide which one of these two teams advances and makes it the whole way to Paris, the dream scenario for them. For right now, though, we're into the 23rd.
Oh, Sui the banana. Oh, he found a second, but there's still instant trades. You can't relax for long. Body finds that refrag, and Python back on the A side managed to get himself a pick. So the AWP scoping up, they hear it. And they don't need to fight this one. Go back to B, get a group, get an exec. A site that only harbors Kios with a single flashbang. And Acor doesn't want to risk going for it because he knows they were in apartments. So even peeking down mid is not safe. We need that pre-rotate for Isaac. He's the one guy with defending utility with a Molotov available. But A is so hard to solo hold as an AWP. They won't make that risk. They are scared of apartments. Meanwhile, Kios giving up B. Smokes come in. They have another, and it's going to go... Oh, it's not going to go down. They've not smoked coffins. Kios has an off angle. He can get a kill and leave and play retake. What?
What?
Did he see him?
I mean, he had to, right? I have no idea.
Not a normal
That's
spam.
insane.
Yeah.
That's insane from Body.
Dude, Body's a beast, man. 28 and 11 right now. That's a cracked KD.
If he did see him, we're talking like he saw like a kneecap, a finger, like, you know, a couple of pixels worth of difference, and then he just spams through the box, finds a clean kill. GamerLegion, like, once again, they're in this moment in the 3-on-3. I mean, even the start of the round was like another keen example of this, where things are feeling really good and then so instantaneously just and unanimously turn against you. It's wild. Think about how this round started. Sui pushed down Banana, 2 kills, one through a smoke, just spamming. And GamerLegion had that one moment where they have that like sigh of relief. They go, oh, our captain, the guy who carried us through the last game, he's just stepped up. The stars aligned. He even got a kill he wasn't going for, right? Just a stray bullet provided us a 5v3. And then in almost the same second that that happens, there's not only the trade from Body at Banana, but Python opened up in the apartment. So it's right back into a 3v3. But it's not over yet. They start thinking to themselves, okay, 3v3, we can win this. Kios has got a great position over at the B site. They've left his coffins open. He can play for the one and done, or, you know, get out of there and set us up for the retake in a 3v2. And he dies without even seeing anyone, without even firing a bullet.
GamerLegion have won the last 11 out of 12 games on Inferno. This has been their go-to grind map. They won their opponent's map pick in 30 rounds. They fielded 8 T-side.
I really don't know what he saw.
What did he see?
Can we see that one more time? I'm going to get up and I'm going to go real close to the screen on this one. Hang on.
Kios, he moved. He made like one step, we saw from his perspective. But, yeah. Maybe that was the one step that was too far. This is the go-to GamerLegion map, and right now they need to dig deep. They called a final timeout. Try and make something happen, try and make something work, but right now the individuals of Falcons have got them over the line. The individual of Body, it's felt like. Good grenade, but... Oh, that's a great couple of grenades. 2 players battered.
You can feel the tension on this round as well, just by even looking at the mini-map with the way that they're poisoning themselves. Acor backs off, gives up the lease to the apartment. But look at the rotation called in for Falcons. Again, setting themselves up towards the B sites where Body's been finding countless delights again and again. This time, he's low, bomb in the back. But they're set up for this. This could be absolutely nasty, Harry.
Oh, yeah, Sui. There's the opener. Masuta dead to it. Back to the side. Kios still in play. And MBK dead. Kenny S with a trade. Sui still standing. In at the orange. He's going to try and get the reload off. Up and over. But Body shut out. And Python can't turn around in time. Spammed from CT.
Even Kenny laughs that off, right? Like, but that's a really well played round as a team for GamerLegion. They get be contacted basically. And there's a great crossfire, supportive flashes from CT that just keep allowing swings, and even Isaac spammed out that final player. So it's a nice hold, but it's one of many for GamerLegion. And we have so many players willing to close this out for Falcons. There is no weak link, it's felt like, in this series. Orb fires off, Ako has his. Back up Banana. They just want to repeat it, and this time GamerLegion don't expect that ballsy call. They keep 2B. Sui, careful on these jiggles, as we learned in that first half. The smoke comes down, they don't respect it. They get a spam kill, now it's on the kiosk. Got to kill everyone. Gets a shot, gives it up, doesn't want to get spammed, not again, but he swings once more. They're already in the bomb site. Python just gets that frag. Kenny climbs over the boxes, and this is how it crumbles down. This is how it falls apart. Grenade will not kill Python. He's going to flash through, but they're already ready. Team Falcons on to 15.
And back on Overpass, they got stuck on this 14th round. They were up 14-12, were the Falcons, and GamerLegion ended up pulling it back, but this time they break through right away. Kenny S even in with a double to round this one out, right? Peeking over the top of the oranges, building a bit more confidence. Those are more Kenny-esque peaks, right? Taking an aggro line over the smoke, deep into the spawn. And GamerLegion lost in the source. I mean, I think even the fact that they scrambled so desperately into this retake, solely out of... Oh, please got it. Okay.
Body!
Oh! Just gets out. But yeah, even the fact that they scramble so many resources into that B site once it's so lost, like, this was a pretty decisive L at the B site, rather. A 4v3. Most teams would have been kind of looking to save there. They keep dedicating through the CT smoke with 2 players sacrificing themselves to Falcons. This has really influenced what they can bring to the table in this one. It's lackluster in terms of the firepower. The util's very, top heavy on a couple of players. Some guys aren't left with really anything.
And they've got their game plan. They've got their answer. It's, again, just to bludgeon this B bomb site. This time we do have that third rotation. Akor's here with the orb. He needs something, but inevitably Sui smoked off. He lines up a collapse. The smoke lands so late. They go in dry, and they will die. Masuta gets a blind trade, but Sui's flashed back in, and this is what worked last time. Kenny, time to throw back it. The years, time to roll it back in a 1v3. Tech can't tap. And even though the orb connects, Sui stops him in his tracks, and GamerLegion hang on for one more round.
It feels like, Kenny, what's going to take, once that first no-scope lands, that's where they're going to start hitting, because right now I feel like he's been let down by them a couple of times in this series. Still, 3v1 wasn't around meant for Kenny S. Was around for Akor, though.
They really jumped that gun, though. They went right before the CT smoke, or way before the CT smoke, rather. It was barely even in the air before they were entering Banana. Didn't read that triple B. But GamerLegion might just keep going for it. It's all they're seeing. Try to stay ahead of the game. Akor starts long side. Falcons. Oh, they've got him. That's body on 29. Won't find 30, not yet. This GamerLegion stem the bleeding.
He's just been so good, man. Has body. He's created an advantage in this round where you didn't have a lot to work with. Double short setup nearly gets awkward. I like that they've pulled back from it. I thought it was kind of ballsy to be committing with that aggro when you don't have info on the apartments. MBK would have loved to have greeted you over at short. Yeah. Kenny falls, that's the AWP gone. And GamerLegion even supplement this A site with a third man.
Final 50. Still paranoid about someone coming back down from Banana. They've got the bomb on their back as well. Utility-wise, there's a few bits that you can still work with. You don't have to commit to this fully. They do smoke off towards Arch side. NBK lurking at A. He can back on through this as well. Meanwhile, they start to take the pace up Banana. The rotations there. Split 2 CTs per site with just 30 seconds for the timing. NBK weaving his way around the back whilst the full frontal attack from the rest of the Falcons is arriving. Double smoke down, block off the angles, restrict their peaks on the site, and it all really does fall onto the in-game leader to make them lifeless. See if he can punish. Shooting towards the pool, but the bullet's not connecting. 8 seconds on the clock. You've got a plant right here, right now. NBK falls. They are trying to get the bomb down. Python finishes it off. Has the AWP in his hands as well. Creeping round the corner. Looking to hit the body shot, but Kios says no. And Masuta now must make a massacre in the final 1 versus 3 if Falcons want to be able to end this right here, right now. Hits the initial headshot, waiting for the peak to come through. They're creeping up on him. He's not ready for the second. Isaac saves it barely and keeps them in the game by the skin of their teeth.
Oh, that would have been horrendous if they lost that one, where it's Sui in the game win or the round winning position at back quad, getting flashed in and standing tall, but they clear him out. And Kios doesn't want to risk sending it after he kills that flanking player. They would have loved to wait for MBK on that CT wrap, but with 20 seconds, they had to clear the site. And Falcons can't close the post plant. Pain and more rounds to play. This would be shocking. This would be heartbreaking for Falcons if GamerLegion pulled this one back from the brink. 3 rounds, or 2 rounds in a row.
You're still at that point right now where for Falcons, you know, they have that little bit of breathing room, but it's closing up. They're running out of air, right? And they're going to have 2 more 4-buys before all is said and done, where they're going to have all the little bells and whistles they could possibly want. But it is a little concerning, right? You're going to hit that point eventually where the feelings and the memories of Overpass start to come back to you, how you had that game in the palm of your hands too, only for it to get stolen away at the 11th hour. Falcons do not want that to happen again.
IM just hasn't even changed his playstyle despite having a poor game, and I respect him for it, right? He's still making audacious moves. He's still gathering a lot of info on A. Last round with a re-aggression as well on short, despite being, you know, sub 10 kills. Only Sui's just now risen over that mantle as well. And right at the right time, Kios on a timer himself, got to get out of B. As again, the pre-rotate comes around because Falcons have had an incessant lust for this site. That's insane. Kios just swings with no support or flash. And Body doesn't miss a beat. 30 and 14. He takes that opening kill.
Dude, that's a wild way to have given up the man advantage. And if that's the kill that comes back to haunt you, that's going to hurt for GamerLegion. They played a tight game thus far on this CT side, but that little jiggle, you know, Body, with the game he's having, he's not the kind of guy you can afford to dry face right now. He's somewhat playing a different game to all of you.
Yeah. You can just see it in his aim.
So look, he's going to try and come through. There's a gap in this smoke. That is as good an invitation as he's going to get, but Sui will strike first. Flash in reply. They've got him trapped in the pit, and they are coming through. They get that trade. Man advantage still with the Falcons. It's going to come down to a retake over at B with GamerLegion a man down and late to arrive.
They should be impossible. Isaac's all the way around the world. Python's going to hear him coming from a mile away. They have 2 flashes to get in. Isaac gun out the whole way. A-Core shotgun AWP now. And the time is already half expired. Not even a kill or a player foul, but a late attack. Python gets strike from the back. IM coming in on the cross. MBK and Kenny hit headshots galore, and A-Core caught in the air means Falcons find it. They take us to 3, up against the wall. They do not stop fighting. A very scary first half from GamerLegion, but they are snuffed out by the end, and Falcons find us 3 maps and a chance to go to Paris in style.
I'll just try Carrigan, because I think Carrigan is going to give me a lot of hints.
GKS. Justin Savage. Justin Kill Savage.
He's older than 24.
AK-47, more than 5 majors.
And it seems like he is not European.
It could be Nitro, but at the same time, I think he's been... I'm gonna try Nitro, actually. That's exactly the same result.
Not so familiar with all the NA players, so it's maybe a bit tougher on me, this one.
Okay, let's try... Nico.
The team is not Liquid, so no one from Liquid could be it. Maybe Rush? We can try for Rush.
Twist, he's Canadian, so not that guy. NAV. But then again, it could be NAV, but at the same time, but maybe Canadian, I'm gonna try NAV.
Hooksy. Wait, it's not Europe. Electronic. More than 8 majors, and it's not even close to Russia or Europe.
Rush is not it, but I have the age range pretty clear now.
American teams, it's Liquid. Liquid? Only Liquid.
It's not OC. Stop thinking Liquid. I'm only thinking Liquid. Who else is playing in North America?
And he's played a lot of majors, it seems like, so it seems to be like an obvious name, to be honest.
Stewie2K. He's from America, he's retired already, and he's younger than 27, imagine. Maybe he's playing Valorant.
Which was the roster that Cloud9 won the Boston major? Was Stewie, Automatic, Rush, Skadoodle maybe? No, it's because the weapon is AK, so that wouldn't fit. Could it be Tarek?
Let's try Tarek.
Let's go!
Why was that one? That one was really hot.
Yes, it's Tarek.
The Major has 3 phases. The qualifications phase, which includes both the RMR qualifiers and the RMRs, a playoff phase consisting of challengers and legends, and a finals phase called champions. The RMRs take place in April and are played offline in each respective region. The European and Americas RMRs are a Swiss format, with the Asian RMR played in a double elimination format. Initial matches are best of 1, while all elimination and qualification matches are best of 3. The Asian RMR is an 8-team tournament with 2 teams advancing to challengers. The American RMR is a 16-team tournament with 4 teams advancing to challengers and 1 team advancing to legends. The European RMR is split into 2 16-team tournaments, European RMR A and European RMR B. From A, 4 teams advance to challengers and 4 teams advance to legends. From B, 5 teams advance to challengers and 3 teams advance to legends. 1 further team advances to the challenger stage from a last chance playoff. Stay tuned to see who will advance from the RMRs to the playoffs phase in Paris. Find the full format explainer, along with schedules, team info, articles, and the best live viewing experience of the Blast TV Paris Major on blast.tv/major.
Oh my word, Falcons complete the comeback. They turn it around on their T side of Inferno, and they set this to be a 3-map series after all, with a chance to make it straight through to the Major in Paris. Right now opened up to them. Hell of a turnaround, hell of a performance from one man in particular in Body, who had a fantastic game here. Very much the guy to get switched online and help reinvigorate this squad. Came into this second half feeling, you know, kind of mixed bag of results across the series, knowing that their first map was snatched away in the full 30 rounds, having some weird moments in the first half of Inferno. But they opened up with a great pistol, and Body then, you know, from kind of starting strong, just kept up appearances. It was a beautiful game from him, and it just felt like he unlocked some extra level. He was really in the flow state, as it were, man. Like, no one could stop him. And then in that final round, Kioz, that little jiggle over towards top banana, that invitation, that red carpet rolled out. It felt too good to be true for the Falcons. If you give them an opportunity like that, they were always going to take it.
Yeah, I mean, unbelievable to see Body play this well, right? And, you know, now we go to a map where, sure, the numbers haven't meant a lot this series, but both maps, GamerLegion have had significantly better track records. Now this is no longer the case on Mirage, at least off of recent history. That being said, they had a head-to-head last time they played. GamerLegion came out pretty heavy-handedly. So, at this point, previous results mean nothing. Yeah. It's all about the moment, and Falcons seem to be able to reset pretty well coming into that second map after what was just a mind-bending loss, or the way that Overpass fell apart. So right now they're looking like favorites for the series. I wonder if the odds as well reflect that at this point of the series, because map 3, Paris on the line, maybe even a legend spot. Obviously we have to wait for seeding and see what happens when we have all our 3-1 teams, but that is in the pocket potentially for Kenny S and for MBK, Harry.
Yeah, dude, no, I mean, it's wild. It's wild scenes. And I'm inclined to agree with you. Like, now that we actually go the distance, right, and it's all kind of, you know, in the same way that we were struggling for Falcons because it feels awful when you have your map pick crumble away from you like that. It just happened that much worse to GamerLegion, right? And in terms of actual, you know, experience and playing time and whatnot, Falcons hold the fort there with no real contest. So, you know, they're going to be feeling amped up coming into this. They had to go outside. They had to step out and like, take some time at the end of Overpass just to try and calm down and refocus, recenter. Well, now it's GamerLegion feeling that sort of pressure, right? This idea that on your map pick, on a map that is your home map, like, that's what makes this even more impressive. This is like a very easy identifiable map to say, yeah, GamerLegion should be more than comfortable on Inferno. They should have run away with this 2-0. But Falcons just rose to the occasion. Body kicked it up a gear. And at the same time, in that same vein, the guys who were stepping up on Overpass, folks like Sui, you know, fell off of the cliff come the performance on this map. It was A-Core trying his best to keep them in it. But let's see the Body highlight reel. I mean, it's, you know, this was just a phenomenal game from him. It started off fantastic, and then he came over to the T side where he gets to dictate the pace a little bit more, where some of these fights take place. Dude, he was a monster at breaking apart this B hold.
Yeah, 6-2 in opening duels, mostly coming off the T side. 9 multi-kill rounds and ended over 100 ADR and 86 percent KAST. Like, these are crazy numbers, especially considering they were down 7-8 on their CT side. Rare to see, but Falcons, they show some depth and some, you know, ability to pull back a series, and that's going to be required, right? It's not exactly a T1 team they're facing. If they are going to go to Paris, they're going to play a lot better rosters right now. But GamerLegion, they have that major experience, that recent major experience back at Rio. So I don't know where this series is going. I think anyone can win it. I think Falcons are now favorites, funnily enough, considering how one-sided those odds were after map 1. But anything can happen, boys, and that's Counter-Strike.
Yeah, true.
Empty statement.
Great. You're not wrong though.
How can you predict at this point when we have 8-round T sides on both maps on? Yeah, okay, Inferno's pretty T-sided, Overpass not. Comebacks on both maps and Body playing like that. I just hope he can keep it up.
That's the thing. It's all about just being able to maintain that energy, right? Because you've gone from literally the lowest possible low where you're thinking, maybe this is it. Maybe it all ends here. We have to play another game. We don't really know where this is going to go now. The chance for Paris that seemed obtainable suddenly isn't as easy. Then you go instantly into this moment of adrenaline. Your hearts are pumping. The whole team's happy. For GamerLegion, they're kind of going through the latter right now, right? So it's weird how this will work out, not only in terms of the individual and the actual bit of counter that we get to see, but just from the mental state, from the human element that we have from all 10 players.
And I feel like, you know, for Falcons as well, like they need to make Paris, because remember, Vitality, obviously the other French representation, not full French, but 2 players are in Group B for the RMR, but that is without a doubt the more stacked group. The base level at that group is higher. There are more Tier 1 teams, and so yeah, you don't have the FaZe on the NAVI, but you have G2 and you have everyone else. You have Heroic, so it's going to be very scary. Falcons fighting for that final spot, and we will find ourselves on Mirage in just a moment to see if they can get themselves there, or if GamerLegion can once again make a major.
Okay, so I have 5 rounds, and if I nail someone in the first shot, I'm gonna walk out the door. Flusher is the first guy I'm gonna get. No, it was not Flusher.
Let's start with Simple as the first guess.
Let's try.
Okay, let's type Monacy, okay? Let's start with him. I heard he's a really good player.
Okay.
So he's from Europe.
And he's young, it seems like.
Let's try.
I'm gonna go further down south. I'm going to say Kenny S, because I'm gonna try and see if I can hit an Arbor.
I guess I can go for Saibu, since that fits.
So he's from G2 and it's an Arbor, so I'm kind of close. G2 and he's an Arbor.
He played the last 2 majors. Monacy, alright?
I just have to go for Manesi here, I think.
But Manesi is Russian. Wait, what?
Well done. What?
Is Russia part of Europe?
Wow, I'm actually insane. I told you before that I'm a really good player.
Picturesque moment here between Python and Body as they chat post-map going into the third. Paris awaits a final Counter-Strike Global Offensive major for the winner of this matchup. GamerLegion taking on Falcons. On one side, young and hungry gamers in a Legion who've already made a major before, and on the other, legends in their own right who have run it back and won trophies of their own. Right now, it's all up in the air. We've had comebacks galore. We've had some incredible T-sides and Body as well, with a 1.7 rating in that last map, topped the series, and is even the highest rated player of the entire tournament so far.
Yeah, dude, no, Body played out of his mind. I mean, you can see the odds down there, the Unicorn odds still putting this in favor of GamerLegion, right? In spite of Falcons' efforts, in spite of how they look, still feeling confident about the Legion of gamers heading into this third and final map. It's Mirage. And we can't wait to get there. There's a lot of questions around this, right? I think, you know, Kenny S might feel a little more freed up on this map to try and make some big plays. You can feel his confidence starting to build, starting to crescendo towards the end of Inferno, finding ways to carry impact over with a T-side AWP. It's no easy feat. You know, on top of that, you had that great performance from Body. There was even, you know, a kind of standout game from Masuta. He was really holding his own in a lot of rough spots. It felt like he was getting out with multi-kills. On the other side, for GamerLegion, Acor was the guy trying to do it. In the first map, we had Sui looking really good. The captain of this team was in peak form, so might want to have, you know, a resurgence, have some second man to try and join the likes of Acor. you know, in trying to carry the squad through this one. When we look at Mirage, you know, for this GamerLegion squad, it's one that they've had, you know, kind of a mixed bag of results on, you could say. But wins over Falcons on this map in the past certainly goes well in their favor.
Mirage finisher. Such a tight series, such weird intertwining storylines between both sides, and the way that the game has been all about ups and downs, close comebacks and last-minute defeats. But it does feel like across the board we're seeing a level of consistency from each of the 10 individuals on the server, and that's far better. That bodes well. That means that Mirage should be a powerhouse finish, a big bang, a nice way to take us and the end of the series, as we are here ready to kick things off on the pistol. GamerLegion on the CT side, Falcons starting it off on T as we slide on in, and they have a read on this already. You've got a 3-player stack towards top mid, but he's checking it. There must have been a confidence in the anti-strat, and a man pops 2 heads, Hugo.
That is sickening. Those were very clean kills, and that is anything but. Shui flicks back and finds MBK out of Palace. Python crawling his way out ramp as well, but Glocks are not what you want at this range, and Shui's playing with his food, takes a chow. There's still kills on the balcony. Shui doesn't even need to move. There's no molly. There's nothing to get him out of position. He's still very confident and keen to take these fights, but teammates ready to swing off his contact. They wait. 4 players here, and picked apart are the Frenchmen. GamerLegion take the pistol.
Yeah, lovely way to find it, right? They keep that very, very clean. There was never really a moment that it felt like Falcons were going to rise up and come in with a response on that one there. Starts with this little top mid push. Lovely kills out of IM to find, you know, the point man from the previous map. Makes it look easy. And that's a lot of energy coming in for the first round, right? They try to start on a high. They're trying to bring the hype. They're trying to move away and forget about that last map of Inferno. I do think, you know, GamerLegion have shown that they've got a pretty strong mental within this squad. You know, back on Overpass, there were countless times where they had rounds that they just had to win, and normally with lackluster resources, and they would always make those work. That's telling of a team that can keep their composure under pressure. And so I like that there's a real effort to try and, you know, bring your kind of head and emotions back into the game for this third map. They've got the pistol, and a full eco now for Falcons means that that 2-0 is as good as done.
It's an accurate point as well, Bud, man. Like, even myself, every IGL I ever played under would say the same thing, where it's like when you get to that third map in a best of 3, you forget about the previous 2, you treat it as a best of 1. You leave emotions and you leave it all at the door when you come into it. Right now, though, it's the door closing on a B bomb site as the SMGs are farming up the frags, and that is squeaky clean. 4 kills. That's what you want to see. Convert these rounds, but do it in a fashion where you're not having to throw away extra economy immediately. Build up that CT side and get yourself grooving.
Now, they've stuck the landing on the conversion, but the goal for Falcons was always to bring the guns out in this round. They knew they weren't going to do a lot in that last one. It is going to be lacking the AWP. That's the nature of the third round buy. Kenny going to have to wait a little bit longer to get his hands on one. Aggression into Palace, and body on the receiving end of it. It's Sui to deal with him in that head-to-head. Convincing kill from MBK out in mid as contact is traded all across the map, but to the advantage of GamerLegion. Only losing 1 man in the process. Kind of dire straits already for this first rifle round. Python's trying to make a move in through window. Does catch IM repositioning in the market. Now they know about this window player. They've got him boxed in. They're not giving him many options. If he tries to go through the murder hole, he's a dead man. But with Kenny taking the bomb back towards ramp, he's probably trying to manipulate these rotates. There might come a time where he feels kind of tempted to go seeking his fortune and wrapping the spawn, and I just hope that that isn't how they choose to play this. Kenny has taken the bomb towards CT, though. And the fact that he wins that fight, Kios has to stop looking at jungle eventually. Both these players are low. Kenny and Python are both injured, and that kill comes for free as Python runs it down into CT. Not aware of that second man. There is a huge flank coming in from Isaac as well. All the way up through ramp, but even though he's got the MP9, Kenny is so wounded, so injured that the MP9 is fine at this range. Kenny's dead, not ready for the flank. And so that's a bit of a frustrating death to have just because it's not even a move you were considering, not even a move you thought was going to happen. And so it fully blindsides you. That's a bonus round, cooking up the answer in the third. A real boost to the GamerLegion camp as Falcons will just have to eco again. And so this is going to be a lovely scoreline for GamerLegion. Look at how hyped Sui's getting. He's really making sure everyone knows, and everyone knows how good they should feel about how this is starting.
You need that. You've got to ride the high. We saw how much that did for Falcons back on Inferno. But for the first 3 rounds of Mirage, they have had their wings clipped, and they are not looking like the same level of lethality that they were serving up. Of course, a few of those rounds you're not really having the money to support yourself. Here, the quasi-buy comes out, Tech-9s, Deagles, the 1 AK for Kenny. Utility passed across so they can set themselves up for this. B looked good against the eco, and that was just the MP9 slapping him in the face. This is the first real test, and Isaac on the fadeaway shot takes down Masuta. Kenny claps back though. That's the one Kalashnikov that was brought into the round, at least making a bit of momentum for them. Response back onto body, looks good. MBK with the tech, hits the head and drops him.
Yeah, this has gotten really interesting. Kenny's given way with the opener, and MBK getting that trade over towards short has kept the pressure on. They've not been able to retrieve these guns, so right now it is just Kenny with that hero rifle still. He's going to get smoke spammed. What a rough way to go, but MBK, they play out through the door, and the Tech-9 comes alive. MBK, take a bow, because you've just stolen this round away from GamerLegion. He's even chasing the AWP. Acor trying to get out of there, trying to put distance between him and these two Ts, and he will get out with the AWP intact at least. But a round for the Falcons. From nowhere, it's that hero AK on Kenny. Couple of Tech-9s, and they find it. Also great to see Nathan with performances like this to open up. MBK was very much the guy on overpass. And so if he can even get back to like 75% of what he was bringing to the table there, ooh, we're in for a treat.
Yeah, he definitely had a little bit more trouble on Inferno. Bottom of the board. But that's Falcons coming in early with a round. Double Palace push. Body, though. This is a guy sharp, not the person I want to run into. Standing still, but Sui clears it perfectly and gets himself an upgrade to boot. Body being snuffed out of this game already at 0-5. 4 of those being opening deaths as well. It's not going to do wonders for the confidence at this point for Falcons. They need him more than ever. Mid-take in response. Falcons know they can get away with it with relatively little resistance after that Palace push. MBK, I don't know how he got hurt. Did he nade himself? Just lost like half his health in middle, but no one nearby. Falcons are going to meet him in the A site with a ramp split. And Sui's so pushed up, man. Kios just needs the info, and Sui can play to stop the plant. This is a dangerous timing, though, and he's going to get punished. Kenny picks him out ramp, and now Sui has got to stop them from getting too comfortable in the site.
Rotate round from the AWP. Sat back in the spawn. Plant comes in. There's nothing that GamerLegion can do about this, but they still have this Palace player. Sui going to strike. Masuta out of the round now. Kenny holding a narrow angle into the spawn, but they bait him with that jump across, and Acor even lands the tag through triple. MBK is going to do it. And this 1v3 this time, asking him to multi-kill in this situation, that's too much to bear. That one crumbled so fast for the Falcons. You know, they were sat so pretty. They're not being given any contact. They feel safe to plant the bomb. They're sat there and they're wondering, just where are GamerLegion? No one's even given this a look in. While Sui then plays his cards out through the palace, strikes Masuta in the bomb site, and this shot to bait Kenny with the jump out, then follow it up by immediate, like you can see, because that's frustrated. That's one where when it's done to you, you know that that was calculated, that was put together, that was designed to ruin your day, and ruin it did. The fact that Acor then even goes on to spam out the guy hiding on top of triple is just wild. And it screams to the fact that Acor is coming into this with his head screwed on, keeping up that form from Inferno. Kind of a later series activation from that guy. But if he can keep it up, sky's the limit. 4-1.
And every map, it feels like we've had a different hero or heroes for GamerLegion, right? Shui was undoubtedly the standout player on Overpass. Acor had a crazy map on Inferno, but now it's Isaac starting extremely strong as well. The depth of talent continues, and Sui starts strong in middle. 5-on-4 taken to Kenny. Acor dropped down under. He's locked in a box, and Python shuts it. Suta runs a molly. Sui still took one with him, and IM, what an important swing to keep things good for GamerLegion.
Mate, big 2K.
Hello?
Yeah,
How has this
one's
happened?
weird. This one's weird.
How has this happened?
But I mean, the bomb's in top mid, and he's going to get spotted later.
That's fine.
They got the info. It's fine. Rounds 1. Easy. Body thinks he's being sly. Did he slip the net? But really, they know all about him.
Yeah.
And so there's the close. Beautiful round from Shui, man. He just destroys the Frenchies there. Call him Shui 2K as he doubles up over in middle. Love that for him. Fighting the top mid, drops into the lower tunnels. Finds another. Kenny S, first man to fall. Then he goes in to assist Acor. Adds another to the tally.
Guys, keep it up.
Such contrasting energies from both teams, and I mean, fair enough, the proof's in the pudding with the way that the game's going right now on the CT side for GamerLegion with how they're playing this. And it's insane as well, Body, from what we had on Inferno to here, where he's being denied even being allowed to play Counter-Strike at the minute. The man's gone down so many times before he's even got a look at the round. At that opportunity, he thinks, maybe finally I can do something, at least get a couple of frags, get my blood pumping. Instead, he's just silenced. 0-6 on the scoreboard. And a 5-1 lead for GamerLegion when they group up. With the bits they've got to work with, Hugo, they're going to try and make a bit of an A play.
Yeah, they might catch Kiosk. He's been caught jumping and making moves here. This is a lot safer of an option, though, because he's covered behind the ticket. He sees him get out. He can flash his teammate in. Acor commits, and there's the kill for Body. Finally on the board. Activated from the Palace. Kiosk moves through with a nice little smoke to play behind, and he can pick either side of the site. Kenny trying to plant. If he gets away with this, that's mental. Planted with Con as well. They have no control there. It's a full CT retake. Isaac with 2 more, and MBK the reload. He won't even get the mag back in. He's dead. GamerLegion swarm on the CT side, and much as how we saw on Overpass, right, with this just ball of death, they would run around on the T half, snaking through toilets, hitting B short. They're doing the same on the CT, roaming as a pack, taking middle together. We've seen some really nice mid trades. Even the double Palace push that Shui gets away with. Everything is as a unit. And right now, everything's under control for GamerLegion.
Sui was literally sounding the alarm, like dropping the woo, woo, woo.
Sui.
God damn, man, that's so sick. All right, well, here we go. 8th round kicking off.
Oops. They heard that.
Yeah, a lot of attention in mid in this round for the Falcons, but it feels like GamerLegion are willing and ready to meet them every step of the way. And even trade, that's all right for the Falcons. You'll take that. It's going to stretch the resources of this CT side that much thinner. And now you actually get given a little bit of respect over in middle. You get to have this control. GamerLegion are just going to fall back and hold the extremities, right? The angles that you get once you've got this mid control. That leaves them split 2-2 between either side. And
what? That was up close.
Okay, Buddy. All right, Buddy. Here's IM inside of the back of the site. Going to tuck himself in. Knows he might have to go big here.
They take all the time in the world to allow body to reset. And I am so confident that he leaves ramp open. He's going to commit inside of it backwards into ramp. It's a good flash, but IM will cover his teammate. They now know both positions. Isaac swings from spawn, and he drops the bomb in the open. Time's ticking. Masuta's on the clock in a clutch. Oh. What a repause for IM in that round. That's incredible. He is so confident the body's left ramp. He literally walks in backwards, reading the Palace reset, and because they knew that Falcons had to be middle from that underpass tag and the trade onto Sui and Con, they knew exactly what was going on. Little Con split. These rounds have been telegraphed. GamerLegion always in the right places. It's not been hard to figure out the end goal of these T sides. I mean, look at who you're playing against, young puggers. They've played Mirage before.
Man, I gotta say though, this is like, out of all the ways that this map could have opened after the kind of high intensity Inferno, Falcons, they just wanted anything to hold on to. The fact that this is such a wash to begin is really worrying. I think it's gonna be so easy to just kind of feel frustrated at this point as opposed to looking for those solutions, man. Like, I don't know, they came into this feeling good, and all the kind of player cams you saw Smiles like, look, they haven't even done a dribble of util damage. I mean, that's kind of wild. And a lot of these rounds have felt pretty clean cut. Like, even in situations where Falcons have had bomb plants, normally it's GamerLegion kind of going, yeah, we'll give them the site, we'll just win it in a retake, you know? And that's a scary spot to be in. You're getting chances, you're getting control, but it's because your opponent feels so comfortable in those retake moments. That's a nice opener. It's going to go untraded. There's no way to equalize this. No.
No comment.
There's the equalizer from Sui over on short. Big kill. Into the 4-on-4, and he's swinging mid all over again. Body on the receiving end, and Acore couldn't adjust in time. They learn about MBK. But learning about him is one thing, dealing with him is another. Kenny S with the Tech 9 will make it up through the connector, bomb in tow. But look at Palace. Yeah. Look who sits here. Kioz has been waiting for this since the start of the round. This is a real nasty position to hold, and I mean, it's stolen a round away from GamerLegion before.
Oh, he jumped the gun on that one. He could have just waited for the plant. He's caught by two players, was still crossing in. They knew there had to be a close A player, right? Firstly, Shui's still alive, even though they knew he wasn't there, but they're spamming on the back. They're looking at ramp, and he jumps the gun, putting his team in a 2v3. Shui and Isaac split up and split open. It's Sui with no smoke for that bomb either. The big threat is the Palace player, and Kenny's just going to swing it out, end it on his own terms. 2 rounds now for the Falcons. They wake up.
Still early doors in the game as well. So it's a good opportunity to grab yourself a second round that T side. But this was just madness towards middle from Sui, man. Like, I was right there with you, Harry. You're thinking, okay, you've got the opener to work with. This should be pretty damn clean. You can build off the back of it. He just does that for the 2 frags and for it to finish in the manner it did. Very bizarre round with how close these have been. Acore again going for the drop down early on. Oh.
MBK give it up, but then go back for more because Kenny's found that pick from Palace and Kioz has been cleaned out as well. Acor's mad dash through the Molotov and through the smoke, and he does hear that drop off, but he can't kill Kenny, covered by the mist. 2 on 3. Isaac could creep in, but MBK's turned around at the right time, and Acore should look to save, but he's in the middle of a war zone right now, escaping as MBK closes the gap. He's got to fight for this gun. Oh, I think he's good. Rooted out in time, but it's still 3 for the Falcons. And if there's one thing we've learned from this series already, it's late game activations. You don't win in the first half.
And yeah, I mean, this is like best case for them to start turning it around, right? Breaking the money now, chance to start to go on a little streak. You will have Acor's AWP to worry about in this coming round, but Nearly didn't have to worry about it. Nearly, about a second off, actually, of not having to worry about that anymore. But it is something they will have to pay mind to. Okay, finding 2 in a row now. And MBK, alongside Kenny S, being the ones to make the magic happen. Just pistols around this AWP. So right now, it's kind of like, you know, you're going on a little scavenger hunt. You're going to go look for where the AWP is. And once you find it, unlike with the scavenger hunt, you're going to want to run away and go somewhere else.
Resmoke window. Just to keep him guessing. Deny that information. But the B-pop should be assured and Acor should be saving. Nothing to scavenge, but another round and another chance in the next. Isaac, he could hide out if he wants. Try and get behind the car. Jump spot sees 3 at least. And he's out of there like a light. Oh, that's massive for MBK. Sure, they can go back and pick it up, but he's going to try and hang around and take as many as he can with him. Ooh, getting chipped away. More kills. Isaac will grab 1, and now there's suddenly 2 guns to pillage. Falcons still win the round. They don't want to risk throwing away another kill. If they did now, you could make a argument for GamerLegion to attempt a retake. So Falcons will cut their losses.
All right, there's that promised 3rd in a row, though, starting to close the gap. And, you know, there's still a world. I know it feels like we're far away from it, but there is still a world where Falcons can go on and win out the half here. It's going to take a good bit of the momentum swinging their way, but hell, man, they're kind of putting in the footwork, the legwork right now. And it's cool that it's this Kenny S and MBK duo kind of lighting it up, making it happen. We had a great game from Body on the previous map, and I mean, this trio, this is kind of the intrigue, right? This trio, the last time we saw those 3 at a major would have been back at E-League Boston 2018 under the G2 banner. So it's sick that, you know, Body helped get them to this 3rd map, and now it's MBK and Kenny S putting in the legwork.
And it takes getting back to a French team as well, right? We talked about the issues MBK had inside of OG, inside of MOUZ, not really reliving his glory years, but seeing some of the best face out of him we've seen in many years inside of this Falcons roster right now. It's the pistol all over again. I am up top mid, chasing down the Python, snake in the grass, and I am wrangles with it. MBK looking for a B pick. This is a fake though. How much attention will it draw from GamerLegion? Do they feel the pressure right now? Suter makes it clear the objective for Falcons, out ramp, out palace, but smoked off is going to stall this round out. They can recommit later. If MBK found a pick here, it would open up an opportunity, but without it, they're just going to hope for the best with a B hit. And look at who's getting curious. What might be the perfect time, but his back is now turned to the real objective. They're coming in through mid. Short split to B, and he knows MBK's in apartments. They can just set up for this. They can just gamble. They can just rotate into B. No info of where these mid players are going, but with MBK in apartments, that is enough information. Isaac might even get the kill, but MBK swivels and takes that one, and now they can split up if they want. Go back to that A site. Do they realize? The suit is selling it. Bomb's coming in as well. Kenny can't trade. He might have to go back and join his teammate in con.
This is getting really awkward, though. They're very divided here. MBK still dedicated to pushing through the apartments, and this AWP of Acor, the lone line of defense, besting Kenny S in the AWP head-to-head. With the bomb gone, Body's pushing here. Gonna mean that MBK's got to grab it. He's got just enough time if he can sprint up the connector. But he needs his teammate to deal with the AWP, and Acor nailing shot after shot. Frustration setting in for the Falcons. Body with a desk slam.
Yeah,
he dedicates to that CT wrap. He's trying to take space, trying to take players out of the round, but it leaves Kenny, it leaves MBK to the full mercy of that AWP on Akor's back in at A. The lone player, by the way, everyone else for GamerLegion over towards that B side of the map, and Akor makes it look so comfortable, so easy.
He peaks at the perfect timings behind triple as well. Doesn't jump the gun, but also knows if he doesn't make a play, that bomb can get into the site. He waits for that player in con to have to try and get past the short split.
Yeah, he like hit that perfect. He waits till it hits the point of no return where the bomb has no choice but to be moving his way, right? Like he peaks in the final like 9 seconds because if you actually want to get that bomb down, that's around about the timing that you've got to start moving out the connector. Perfectly played from Akor. He's got a very cool head on his shoulders. He's keeping up that strong performance from the second map, and it is a delight to see.
This has always been a really good map for Akor, even in MOUZ, especially in Mad Lions, was a go-to for this guy as well. So. Yeah, this is it's turning up very nice for Akor on the CTA WP, making it sing, winning the half now on CT side, something we've not seen this series. It's been 8-round T sides or more. Akor, he's confident. Look at him go, dropped into under. Dangerous though, without a smoke thrown in the underpass, he has to consider every option, and IM swings out, but he dies. They could do it for Akor. They could do it, but escaping in time is Python. Out in the site, they're getting picked apart, and it's a dead round. Lost in the source. And 9 to find for GamerLegion.
It's madness. The way these rounds are just flashing by us in a matter of seconds as well. You're thinking the opener was something they were going to build off the back of. It looked like this was their chance again to get another round. But instead, it's just going to be some frowns. So there really isn't much that you can do. Peek out, at least don't die after time. The frag will be secured, and so will the round go along with it. As this is just a monstrous half that they are being able to amass now.
Yeah, and opening kills in almost every single one of them as well. 9-4 in score and in those opening duels for GamerLegion. And they're really starting to feel the stress as well. It's slipping through their fingers. They had to fight so hard to pull this one back, to make it 3 maps in the first place, and now might be all for naught. You don't even want to think about who or what waits for you in that 2-2 game. Not just losing the lucky chance to be legends, but maybe even qualifying at all. Falcons look to pop Palace and go for another Hail Mary on A. Look at the stack.
Yeah, they're going into fight the force, but hang on a second. Oh my goodness, all the kills have come through for the Falcons. These rifles getting the job done, and Python there with his deagle to get the trade. It's left just to one man, 1v3. But the one thing he's got on his side is the speed and the pace of this wrap round. They're holding for him. On either front, they're waiting for this. Oh, little swing out of Kenny S. Has him locked in up in the palace, though, and the Prince back on his throne as he bests him to find that round for the Falcons on a low buy as well.
Yeah.
They come into that with a handful of AKs, mostly pistols in play, and into a stacked bomb site. That's what makes it even more impressive.
Seemed like GamerLegion, something twinged in their head and they realized what was about to happen, but they couldn't get into the site in time. There were smokes down and they popped through with really good flashes. So GamerLegion, even if they knew what was going on, it was just a few seconds before they were poised for it. And the pace in this T side has been unbelievable, but will it work is the question. Trades out, Masuta spams. You're not ready for a third player on the back though. Kios needs to bide his time.
Oh, there's one kill, but the others are allowed to fall back, and now they know about him. That molly falls a little shallow. He's given an angle as a result, and he gets away with a lot of damage. One molly falling slightly shallow, and it gives him a huge multi-kill. Isaac back in the spawn. I don't know about him. Body's clearing this manual mode, but it's a scuffed clear. And so it's left to Masuta, AWP in hand. He's going to need an ace in the 1v2 if he wants to win this, and Akor won't give him the room nor the respect. Double digits for GamerLegion. They're eyeing up that trip into Paris.
So I just immediately like.
We saw some recruits.
He started talking trash a bit about Copenhagen Flames.
Oh, no way.
Hey, I'm gonna catch one.
It's time for the Gauntlet Challenge.
What is the gauntlet?
No. It's the f***ing goal!
No way, this is last place.
It went really badly.
I wouldn't say it's good, because I would say it was great.
Let's go, baby!
As Cadian prepares to take on his toughest challenge yet, let it be known it'll take more than a hero to beat this one. We know he can lead his team to victory, but can he go at it alone? It's time for the Gauntlet Challenge.
It's time. It's time. Let's beat Dupree's ass, yeah? Okay, so what does the Lone Show have for me here? Rings off, you know. Step one. Let's go. Okay, let's go. This is the one, guys. Off to a good start. We go for the quick entry, no look. What? Buck, everybody saw that. No. It's the f***ing goal! Okay, I think there might be some system to this is where the boxes will hit or what, I'm not sure. Oh no. No! I failed the bunny hop so bad. We need just a little bit of luck here. Little bit of luck. Let's go, quick. No! That's it. We're done. Dupree, he doesn't know what to do about this time. It's too strong. Yeah, I'm number one now.
All right, guys, let's give it up for Cadian. Come on in, Cadian. Well done. Take a bow.
Calm down. It was good, but calm down.
I'm going to ask for your signature in a second.
Yeah.
You were really burning calories on this map.
To be completely honest, I was just chilling. I knew that Dupree don't stand a chance.
Dupree don't stand a chance. You heard it here already. Well, why don't we make it official? Let's see if he lived out his dream of beating Dupree. To find out, we'll have the assistant, roll out the leaderboard assistant. Come on, let's keep it moving. Don't go out all night. Don't be alarmed by how long it takes me to write this number down. Just be happy it happened. The submission here from Cadian to the Gauntlet Challenge to see if he could beat Dupree. Did he do it, folks? That's right, they finally gave me my own show. Watch the Launder Show exclusively on Blast TV.
Let's go, baby!
And as always, it's been a blast.
Right then. After what was an incredible display on Inferno, Mirage has been all GamerLegion on the first half. 5 rounds ahead as we start to set ourselves up to see where the storyline will take us. Will the French team, the Falcons themselves, be able to resurge now and stamp a ticket to go to Paris? Or is this GamerLegion locking it down and finishing things off? The pistol round will tell us so much more, Hugo.
Yeah, those wings were flapping in the first half. So many instant XX for Falcons on the T side, and well, GamerLegion won't be too patient themselves. Body tip-tapping away, jump shot by Kios, picked out of the sky. Kenny S tries, but he fails as they drop him with backs turned, no heads to hit. Im does fire back. 5-on-3, and GamerLegion even send it into spawn. They have flashes if they want to fight for more, and they'll send them out. Dink done, and look at these jump shots connecting. Masuta will stop the bleeding with 3 more kills, but that wasn't enough in the last round of the half, and it might not be again. It's put into the clutch. 1v1, experienced member of Team Falcons, but it's Isaac with the damage and with the finishing blow. 11-5, GamerLegion survive a pistol round.
Dude, that was such a seesaw as well, kiltering back and forth constantly. The Masuta madness in CT to try and give the Falcons fans something to look forward to. MBK in a 1v1 clutch as well. And that's how it ends. That dink onto him was just despicable, bud.
Yeah, Masuta, I mean, he's had so much work in 2 rounds. 6 kills in 2 rounds, both of them lost. And that last one was really hurt as well, the round number 15, where they didn't check on the balcony after killing 2 close A players. Just the pace of the T-side screamed frustration for Falcons. They didn't do much defaulting. They didn't really do many mid-takes and let their AWPer work. Kenny not giving much of an opportunity there. He's got a scout now. He's going through a smoke, but Keels is out Palace, and GamerLegion with a standard AXX are just shredding them. 2 entries and more smokes, pushing them back layers at a time. And look at that jump for Acor. How does he make it here? He might pay the price of that wallbang. But just crosses, and then crosses back. Bomb's going down now, but this is without a doubt a 12th round. Looking to save the FAMAS on body. 30 kills in the last map, 5 right now. A fall from Grace, flat on his face. And again, the opposite for that of Isaac. 17 and 5. What an unbelievable scoreline. And Sui resurging from that first map as well, where he carried GamerLegion, kicking and screaming over overpass.
Yeah, I really hope the Falcons take a bit of a decision to try and bring body back into the fold, right? It's common that sometimes if someone's like falling off a little bit, you try to set them up more, right? You try to give them the flashes, try to bring them back into the fold, give them a couple of easier fights, and make sure they've got that support system around them, because if you can get body switch back online, that might be your saving grace. If not, you know, you're kind of running out of options here. MBK and Kenny might be giving it all they've got, but it doesn't feel like it's enough not to go up against the might of this GamerLegion squad, where everyone's had their moments. I mean, you know, you talk about Isaac and Sui being up top of the board, but even then Acor has won rounds single-handedly and kept up that really, really strong second map performance. Sui opens in this round, only the pistols and the saved guns to worry about. And so GamerLegion are breathing easy right now.
He's holding so much attention in middle as well. They can just run their A execute, and I think GamerLegion, right now the game plan is looking so basic but so perfect, just running A smokes until Falcons stop them, doing Palace pops. It's actually how Falcons won most of their rounds on the T side. They decide against it though. Maybe they realize this A stack's in play. They saw a couple towards Connect to go back. Body just trying to position himself right with the FAMAS. But the longer that goes on, the more doubt that seeps in. GamerLegion 4 rounds from the major. And a back-to-back affair. A team that's held together for months at a time. Core of which was added 7 months ago. That's a while in Counter-Strike. They believed in the system, and right now it's paying off. Here's the FAMAS, body versus them all. He does take that first kill, but already the ammo departing and jumping back to try and get a reload off is exactly what Sui expected. Late to middle, tag for the Deagle, but Sui will finish with 3 solid gold. GamerLegion 3 away.
Yeah, this now puts a tremendous amount of responsibility on this first rifle round, man. If Falcons don't find something right now, they might never find anything at all on this third map. They have to stick the landing here and now, or else GamerLegion are going to run all over them. Kenny S dons that AWP, but look at this round from GamerLegion. Full disrespect out through the ramp, fast A play. Body trying to play up close on the stairs, but they just jumped over him. IM's hit him with a Tony Hawk move, man. He just kick flipped him. Oh my God, MBK trades one back from the connector. Out for revenge. A skater boy says, see you later, boys. IM's removed and Sui's gone as well. Falcons will reply.
It's one way to do it. Didn't feel like that was in their wheelhouse after that opener, but hey, finally, an A play suppressed, and that will force a lot of respect out of GamerLegion in a T side that they were showing absolutely none of it. Unreal.
What? But that's like the most insane trigonometry I've ever seen. Yeah, like that's ridiculous.
The thing that's even wilder was like Body was playing, kind of looking down slightly, both to dodge flashes, but also to spot shadows under the smoke. He saw the feet coming. He's like, I'm about to get peeked, and then suddenly the guy just leaps over his head. That's one way to throw off the shadow advantage, I tell you.
All right. that can light a fire under Falcons or GamerLegion. Hey, they barely worry, they barely wonder. They just go right back to what's working. That's a great jump for Python, though. He's going to try and stay alive at the back of the site. Flash perfect. Kios hunts him down, and that's the bomb committed in the site. The molly not respected, and the plant denied by Misuta. Over for more as well. The AWP is found, almost whiffed by Isaac. He's getting run out right now. They're playing their own game. They're meeting them. And now it's Sui in another clutch, a big flank, but going through the window will be his demise. Body is ready. And that's another round for the Falcons, 7-13. They're happy to take these brawly battles if they want.
Masuta as well has just been such a force to be reckoned with on this map, man. Like, he turned the A site into an abattoir. He was just slaughtering everyone. It's insane just how much momentum he can affect. And that's what you need to see. Again here, though, tactical timeout being used. Ash, the UK representation of this squad, getting an opportunity to talk, and he's always had such a good outlook on the game. It was one of the things that he really took from his time developing the UK scene. For when he went international, he could provide so much insight, and it's so damn good to see this whole roster right now living off the back of that. Here, though, GamerLegions are the one finally on the back foot. And this will be Falcons trying to follow through with the investment they've been able to hold on to. Kenny on the AWP, the rest of the boys armed with the M4, full utility, nothing to work with for GamerLegion, just the pistols.
Ash wasn't the only Brit to go through this team at one time. It was actually Mezzi's first attempt at international Counter-Strike, right? Moving out of the UK scene, went into GamerLegion and got the eye of many a man, including Mr. Greer. And as, of course, ended up on Fnatic and gone 3-0 straight to the Legends stage. So GamerLegion has somewhat been the staging platform for many of the players we know and love today. Oh, not like this,
man.
Not like this. MBK can't save the day. It's in with the shots.
Wow. And if you're Falcons, you want to give this a go. You don't want to admit defeat versus only the pistols, but you're 2v5. You might have no other choice. Kenny's trying to move in. But the Deagles, the scavenged guns, they're lusting for blood. It wants to put this to rest right now, and he brings Python down low. GamerLegion with nothing in their name in this round. They find it. They find 14. And heartbreak for Falcons, who are trying to stage this now an impossible comeback from 13-5 down after the pistol on the half. Yeah. And this is how the wheels fall off the wagon. This is how it all comes undone. The Deags do it to them. And that is a big confidence-boosting round for GamerLegion. You don't have to worry about this game getting close. You don't have to worry about, you know, staving off more of these rifle rounds. You bring the heat right there, next to nothing in your pockets, next to nothing in your name. And now a timeout for the Falcons. They've got a big problem to solve.
It's so invigorating winning rounds like that, especially when they're just on the precipice of Paris. And Body again, the carry of the previous map, attempting to make more opening moves in middle. He's 1-6 in opening duels. Last map, he was 6-2 up. He was cracking skulls. Now it's his bones that may be laid to rest and put down to that 2-2 game. While GamerLegion run it back one more time. 14-7, and they have not shown an ounce of respect on this T side. Until Falcons demand it, GamerLegion won't supply it. Mid-util, even a molly in front of the con smoke to make sure that Falcons can't get aggressive. They've managed to find a way, though, through Catwalk, making a push through. GamerLegion bypass this position and try and get into B.
And they've thrown in the full A exec. And normally when this has happened, GamerLegion have just disrespect played out through ramp. Kios is selling this right now. No one has the info, and IAM's just opened up the B play like that. Body dead.
Unreal.
What a fall from grace for him after that high-flying second map. You were hoping he was going to be the savior, but put in a casket to close out a 15th round for GamerLegion. It's not even worth Falcons considering this. And GamerLegion know how tight the money is. They saw weapons bought up here. They know this is a force buy. And so if they can hunt some of these guns, if they can knock them out of play, that tees GamerLegion up for the win and a run into the Paris Major. with a 3-1 record. They've spotted these guns in mid, and they should come hunting. They've got a man moving up through A. Kios could take some of these out of play. This is a very respectful round as far as it goes, worrying about their own money more than their opponents. They really could have gone for the throat here. They could have afforded to throw even one man at this to try and take something out of the round. The one thing they meet is this pistol on Masuta, and he ends up better armed. So out of all the ways this could have gone, that's the worst. At least he gets out with a weapon. Masuta offered up some big moments to try and make this happen. And now he's armed with an AK, heading up against 15 for GamerLegion. These last few rounds, they found a way in. It's over here towards B, and with how this half started, with the countless, just A set pieces where it's really simple, it's really stripped back and basic. You're just running standard set smokes in a way and out through the ramp like madmen. GamerLegion have fully conditioned them to be so worried about this A-side utility. I almost wonder if they double fake in this round, right? Or is this just going to be the contact play over towards ramp because they're jiggling? They look interested.
Sometimes it's best to keep it simple, and some of these T rounds really have been the epitome of that. Explosive pushes, and this time with lurkers to supplement. Isaac coming in through underpass. Ramp ready to react, and if Falcons want to force the first fight, GamerLegion have the players to trade here. Aiko's going to go back and throw a set piece. Body finally making the move that they desire. He hears the footsteps. Kiels takes a safer angle, doesn't want to spring his trap just yet. That smoke comes in from the short side. Kenny waits for this top mid kill. This will be a huge one, but it's only one half of the split, and he's announced it from lower as well. And Molly's going to keep Kenny out of control. Body in a very powerful position. Keels is looking the wrong way, and Body takes that much needed opening kill and the real estate to follow. Python stops one more, and they're getting dragged to hell and back in this round. Falcons looking to fight for another. A 2-on-5 attempt now, but no time to do it.
Yeah.
They're going to give it a go.
Still going through the apartments.
Yeah.
This is wild to even be attempting this.
Shows where they're at.
Another kill out of Isaac on the wrap round. This is a last second play in a B, but the bomb will get dropped here by Masuta, and that's the deal sealed on that round.
The fact that they're going for that is just a sign of the times.
Desperate times for the Falcons, and desperate times calling for desperate measures. They've stayed afloat, but the tides are very much against them. GamerLegion have just got so much space, and they're even going to call in a little timeout now. Direct eye contact being made, focused in.
Alpha stuff. And they know it. They're
like,
not,
did you even have time? You have time to play up to the cameras and do a bit.
Yeah.
You're literally doing a bit in the
It's so ridiculous.
3-1 game for the major. You had time to just tune out whatever your coach is saying and focus on doing the bit.
They're not scared, dude. They're not scared at all. They don't feel like there's any hope of a comeback. They have 7 chances to find a round. Falcons have really not shown their best face in this map. From 2 very close maps the whole way, trading rounds back and forth to a dominant game all the way along for GamerLegion, and one where they feel like they haven't even touched the tip of the iceberg, where they haven't even shown anything on this T side. A couple of nice fake rounds, but mostly just brawly A hits. Sui again under the con smoke. The con man, and I'm finds every opener yet again. What a flash. So he runs right by, but he turns around in time, sees another body trade. There's more where that came from. Acor in middle with the orb, and they fire through the smoke.
This might be the beginning of the end, the great unraveling. Masuta up in the apartments, clean execution onto Kios, but still plenty of time for GamerLegion. They're not committed here. They can go wherever they want. They've got all this control over in middle. IAM's heading in through the apartments. Masuta leaving B. I mean, in moments like this, when you're a man down, some sort of risk, some sort of gamble usually taken. And so Masuta trying to play the best of both worlds is kind of leaning back into the market. Will reposition in. Might catch this short flank. Oh, misses that timing. Misses the timing on the window. These are horrible timings for him. Will get one at least, and now it's Python 1v2 to try and keep GamerLegion in this. Try and deny that run to the major, to Paris. But Acor in the post plant with this orb. Whole different beast, and he's holding for it. The screams ring out as GamerLegion. They're going to Paris.
They do it again, not once but twice, back to back at RMRs and Sui. The guy left on the sidelines from the MOUZ NXT project, the MOUZ team that went on to even be top 4 at the previous major, but he makes it again. He makes it before they even do. While they sit in 2-2, Sui smiles on with his boys, and this young gun squad again qualifies to Paris. Impressive stuff from GamerLegion today, and to think that there's even a chance they could face in as legends once that seeding is completed for Falcons. It's commiserations, and it's one more shot.
Yeah, that is heartbreaking for the Falcons squad, right? If we look at the other side, this is one where you will be haunted by how that first map panned out, right? Reflecting upon this series, knowing what we know now, you are going to be haunted. The overpass, your own map pick in this series, went the full 30 rounds, and you end up losing to a T side coming back against you. They were up 14-10, and it ended 16-14 in favor of GamerLegion. Come the second map, Falcons were able to bounce back and then dominated on the third, barely even in it. And that is the one that will haunt you. There were moments on overpass where the ball was very much in their court, and these are the reflections you have after the fact. These are the ones that really do follow you to the grave.
Yeah. Shui with an incredible series as well.
Man, these games just stick with you forever. That's like the crazy bit about it, right? And for GamerLegion, it's going to be for entirely different reasons. And it's so represented by the scoreboard. I know you were talking earlier about the fact they were kind of passing the baton. Everyone that needed to show up did. And here, it was Isaac that opened up the game, had a sick little play on the pistol, then on the eco, he's looking good. Suddenly, he's smiling. And that just never went anywhere. He did not stop. 23 frags to his name, supported by the rest of the squad as well. And how on earth has Sui just been so consistent? That's the key fact that I think we have to highlight on, man. Like, you're calling, but also just mauling.
Yeah, for sure. And Acor, the guy to, you know, storm the board as well and close the map. We had him jump in for an interview as well for the post-match. Let's see what he had to say.
Acor, straight off the riff, talk me through the feelings. How are you feeling?
Just feeling like it's amazing, like qualifying for the major one more time, like we did in the Rio, and like we all had the confidence that we're going to do it one more time, and we came into the tournament with more experience from the last major as well, and I think it all showed, and we all played really great, and we had a lot more composure from the last time.
And of course, Falcons as well, it's a familiar foe. You've played them many a times. It's kind of a mini rivalry, but you guys seem to have the edge of them, especially on Mirage. Talk me through Mirage.
Mirage, we kind of had a rough map on Inferno. We didn't really get into the map itself, and coming onto Mirage, we did a full reset. Everyone was ready. We went into the map with a lot of hype and confidence, and just being like, we just wanted to make plays and trade each other, and like everything, just like everyone fully ready to play the game, and I think it showed on the map.
And finally, of course, you've made it to the final CSGO major ever. What's the celebration going to be like?
I'm not sure yet. I think we still have one more game to play to actually play for the Legend stage. If we even make it to Legend stage, that could be insane. Yeah, no more words for me. I think we all did really, really well, and we can only be proud of ourselves from now on.
If they made it to the Legend stage, it would be insane indeed, considering last time they went 2-3 in challenges and just fell short from a BO3 against Cloud9 to actually qualify. And like you said, there's a way, there's a world. More matches, of course, we have to wait till the bracket's done. We have the seeds, and then we fight for one more spot for the Legend stage. So that's going to be exciting, of course, at the end of Group B. But let's check up where we are in the day. Apeks earlier on, eliminating Sprout. GamerLegion giving Falcons one more shot while simultaneously making it to Paris, and now the final match of the day here on the B stream. It's Bad News Eagles and FaZe.
Yeah, the big bad rematch from Rio with similar stakes on the line. FaZe would, you know, I say FaZe, that's so loaded. You know, whoever ends up losing that still drops on down to 2-2, right? But you know, that becomes a terrifying pool in that 2-2 bracket. There's a lot of strong teams down there. And dude, it's one that you've got to keep an eye on, especially as well, I think, you know, with how the veto and everything planned out back in Rio, with the veto that we had yesterday versus NAVI, there's certainly some intrigue around that one. It's a chance for FaZe to get revenge, or maybe Bad News Eagle's going to do it to them all over again in BNE Part 2.
You think they're going to float Vertigo again, Harry?
No, never for a second.
I think they've learned their lesson. The Ancient looks a lot better as well, but that's all for later on. In fact, up next, not many minutes until that fact. So GamerLegion to Paris, congratulations to them. And we are done for now as we throw it over to a break and get ready for our final match of the day, BNE FaZe around the corner.
I think it has to be last 4 finals, I think. That's 4 finals in 2021 in Copenhagen, in the EU Arena, with the last dance of the French team. That was like so fun to play. Just we did the final against NAVI. We had a lot of fun moments playing against Australis just before in semi-final. Like just, I said that a lot, like just making quiet the crowd.
Yeah.
It was pretty fun to be honest. I just had a really good moment back in the day when the French team stopped at some point, and we had that World Final in Copenhagen. I remember I didn't want to cry, but it came out without like asking. It's still emotional for me to talk about that because that was a really good moment with the French the team, and most likely with Extase we had like a really good like chemistry together, and we did a lot of things, good things together. So, but yeah, it's a good memory.
It's time for another team to book themselves a spot at the Paris Major. GamerLegion are already going there. And now FaZe Clan or Bad News Eagles will head to the Paris path. We're going to be taking a look at how things are shaping up and see those results in the schedule we have for the rest of the day. Now, it has been quite the day of Counter-Strike Apeks over Sprout. Sprout no longer in contention. GamerLegion just qualifying over Falcons. Bad News Eagles versus FaZe now coming up. This is interesting for a lot of reasons because we're back in the major circuit and we have already seen this matchup. The last time we seen them was in Rio, where FaZe bombed out last in the major itself as the defending champions at the hands of the Bad News Eagles, Lucy?
Yeah, a little less on the line here, not elimination. It is just the, well, it's the qualification match to go to the major at Paris, the very last CSGO major, and both these teams fighting for it, but FaZe definitely out for revenge.
And looking at the Bad News Eagles, this is a team that have added in a new coach, have a new analyst in. They're a little bit more disciplined, but the style, the identity of the team is still there.
Yeah, a lot of raw talent on this roster, so why not make the most of it, right? You don't need to get too overcomplicated. That doesn't play to the strengths of these players, but as long as you do the simple things right, you're always going to have a chance with some of these players. Juan Flatro, always a very aggressive player, and GXX on the AWP, not always a real standout on this team for me as an AWPer, but this event, he's been fantastic for the squad.
He has indeed. We can take a closer look at some of those stats, Lucy.
Yeah, it's actually rare to see him at the top of the board for this team. It's a team famous for all its really strong, aggressive riflers, right? But GXX stepping up here at the major qualifier is a fantastic sign for them going forward, and potentially maybe a symptom of some of those changes they've made to their analytical way they're playing the game now.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to seeing how they're going to shape up against the FaZe Clan today, because we don't get to see the B&E guys all that often in this LAN environment other than the major circuit, right? In the RMRs, in the major. They're getting used to it now. I'm sure they've been here many, many times. It was around a year ago where in Antwerp, at the first RMR they qualified, they were just super excited and they really won everybody over. Now Devilwalks come in, a passion project. I bought it. I'm buying him new ear cups because those are ridiculous. Those are really ridiculous for Devilwalk. Maybe if he qualifies to the major, we'll get a brand new headset even, because that's on its last legs, Holka.
Yeah, absolutely. But I've got to say, one of the things we love about Bad News Eagles is also they're a team who play with no fear at any time.
Yeah,
they'll take the fight to you, and that's why they are this scary upset team in the past, because if you're not playing at your best, you start to feel under pressure because of the aggression and just the constant battles they're willing to take.
Well, a big part of that strong mentality is Rigon. I got to sit down with him on the sidelines ahead of this matchup.
Well, thank you, Rigon, for joining us for another interview. Congratulations on the win and getting to this point. It's FaZe Clan again. It's in the Swiss system. The last time you guys played them in the Swiss system, you knocked them out of the major. You feeling confident this time?
I mean, it's our third time at RMR right now, and we really don't care who we play against. So we're just going to do our game, and we will hope the best.
Looking at your performances so far throughout this tournament, have you been happy with what you guys have shown?
I think we could have done better because we started slow against one win, and but right now we're getting in the groove, and I think we will do good against FaZe Clan. So I think everyone is happy with the performance, and yeah.
Now, a lot of people will have watched that FaZe Clan game back from Rio, but what is the biggest difference for you guys in how you play from then to now? Because obviously you brought Devilwalk in, it's changed a good bit. So what is your biggest difference?
First of all, we won't play Vertigo, I think, so that's one. We really didn't change anything. He just, as I said before, he just gave us some more discipline and stuff like this, but we still play the same, and yeah.
And coming into the final CSGO major, it's a more of an airy-fairy question, but how would it feel to you guys to make it? Because, I mean, making the major as a team that doesn't have a big organization backing them at a major, it makes a big difference.
I think we are even more motivated to qualify for the major because as you said, we don't have organization, stuff like this, and we need to prove us. And it's a good start because we have Melbourne coming up in the next 2 weeks, and it's a good start if we qualify for the major now in Melbourne, and we are then in Pro League and stuff like this, and we have the bigger tournaments which we can play, and we can hold our stable HLTV ranking, for example.
Great to hear from Rigon. Their opponents, FaZe Clan, coming in as the Intel Grand Slam winners. They're coming in hot into the RMR. Carrigan himself said, you know, they're just going to play simple Counter-Strike. They aren't going to play with the same intensity. We definitely seen them struggle yesterday against NAVI with that style, Lucy.
Yeah, I think the numbers here kind of speak for themselves, right? Rain and Carrigan is your second and third highest rated players. That's not normally what we see when we look at FaZe. I mean, Rain can have those performances, but normally we're looking at players like Robs, who has been playing pretty consistently, but Brokey and Twist as well. I mean, that's the trifecta that has made this team such a dominating force for the last year.
Yeah, Twist has actually even expressed his frustrations. He says he's not feeling the game right now on Twitter yesterday. He has been a little bit quiet over the last few events here, Holka.
He has. You know, funnily enough, so I popped to the bathroom before this game quickly. Don't worry, this isn't going to get too weird.
All right, okay.
I popped to the bathroom and Roban and Twist were sharing the same sink for some reason, just washing their hands together. I was like, I don't know what's going on, but I wonder if that's the magic touch that Twist needs, because he hasn't been feeling it on the server
that
so
sounds
far
like
at this
some
event.
serious team play, and a big team player for FaZe is Rain. We got to chat to him before this game.
Rain, you had a tough match yesterday against NAVI. How are you feeling coming into today?
I feel pretty good. When you play this high level and you play two tier 1 teams against each other, it's about who hits the best shots in the day, and they played pretty good yesterday, and they beat us.
And last time against Bad News Eagles, that was at Rio, who obviously eliminated you. You're looking for revenge. What are your thoughts going into this matchup?
Yeah, of course. When we knew we were playing them, everybody felt like a fire, like we got to get revenge for Rio. They knocked us out there and made us have the lowest point of our careers. So we have a lot of fire in us to get a good revenge here.
And Bad News Eagles, they have a pretty distinct play style, but they've now added in Devil Walk and Crystal for a bit more analytical. Are you expecting anything different from them this time?
No, we've been watching a lot of their games, and they still play pretty much the same way. There's a lot of contact, a lot of rushing, a lot of guns out, not too many grenades. So we just got to be aware and ready from the start.
And lastly, what would it feel like for you to play at the very last CSGO major in Paris?
Yeah, it would be amazing. It's kind of sad that it's the last CSGO major, but it's gonna be amazing to play there if we win. So yeah, very excited.
Good to hear from Rain and his thoughts on Bad News Eagles coming into this game. Not expecting too much of a different play style. Here's the maps. It's different from the last time they played Hawker.
Yeah, you get the Inferno pick from FaZe, which they have been rocking recently. I was wondering if they'd try and switch it up at all, because it's a decent map for Bad News Eagles also. But then Bad News Eagles have to pick Mirage, which is definitely a strong map for both teams again. So I think there is a bit of an overlap. And honestly, I don't know if the maps will massively play into it in this series. It probably will come down to whether FaZe can handle the aggression.
Yeah, and they are ready this time, Lucy. It was great to hear that question in that interview about what are the differences. And he said they've had a look. They've seen pretty much the same stuff that they fell foul to 5 months ago. Here's your Unicorn odds on screen right now. Bad News Eagles definitely on the receiving end of being the underdog, and FaZe the heavy favorites for good reason.
Yeah, absolutely good reason. And I think we're very much an upset if Bad News Eagles can do it again. But it was an upset last time. Didn't stop them before. But yeah, game plan hasn't changed for Bad News Eagles. And the question is, will FaZe have adapted? It feels like they probably should have had plenty of time to be more ready this time around.
Absolutely. I'm looking forward to seeing how this matchup is going to shake out. It's a question that I've been wondering for a long time, because that was the lowest point of their careers, as Rain has said. They've made them suffer the lowest point of their careers. That's a hell of a motivational factor when it comes to getting revenge.
That was really good to hear from Raid. It's really nice to hear that they are taking it just that extra bit seriously for that very reason. And, you know, we saw them yesterday against NAVI, maybe not playing at their best, but here against BNE, I feel like FaZe's play style, in theory, it can match up pretty well against a team like BNE. It really does just come down to making sure you're never caught off guard, right? You don't want to be fumbling with nades at the wrong time. You don't want to be not expecting the fast aggression, because sometimes, even if you're expecting the aggression, if you're just half a second too late in thinking about it, you get caught off guard. So it's really important that they're on point early.
If you're going into a BNE game and you're not expecting aggression, well, you don't know who you're going up against. It's the difficult part is actually dealing with that, Lucy.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, I think FaZe obviously know plenty about that. And, you know, this veto that they've gone into, I think it's with a clear game plan in mind. Yes, when you think of these two maps that we're starting out on, Inferno and Mirage, I do think of Bad News Eagles, right? These are two maps that I think are synonymous with them. But I think FaZe also, you know, as I mentioned, have had plenty of fantastic performances on these two, particularly in Inferno. So, you know, I think it's going to be an absolute brawl between these two teams, right? Just with the types of play styles that each offers.
And FaZe have been talking about, they made it no secret, rather, that they're not going to be using their in-depth strat book when it comes to this event. Kerrigan says, you know, it doesn't really matter how we get to the major as long as we get there. And so getting through Bad News Eagles, we're probably going to see a more simplistic style of CS than we used to see FaZe at the top level when they're playing for the big championships. So that could play into the favor of Bad News Eagles slightly here, Alex.
That is the scary thing. If you try and play a more simple play style against BNE, you're basically putting it down to just individuals versus individuals. And listen, we said earlier, the stars haven't massively been fragging. I mean, Rops has been in great form lately.
And even yesterday versus Navi, he was very quiet.
Indeed, yeah, he's been in great form in general, but maybe not even in that previous series. And then Twists has been way quieter than you would expect for someone with his aim at this event. So if you do just try and go man for man and you have that similar level of performance, there are genuine concerns here. The Bad News Eagles are always a live underdog.
Yeah, and I think there's only so far you push the saving for the strats for the major strategy, right? Like, I feel like after the loss to Navi, this is where you're starting to think, okay, yeah, let's take this one very seriously. You want to get through easily now, because if you lose this, suddenly it gets very, very spicy, right? There's some serious teams there that can upset.
You you don't want to go into the 2-2 and decide or leave it all down to chance. You want to get through as quickly as possible. They're going to be fully focused for this one. FaZe want to be in Paris. They want to challenge for another major title. That is the goal of the team. I mean, they've really completed everything in CS. They've completed CSGO, essentially. You know, they've won all the big ones. The Intel Grand Slam, they've won all the Katowices, Colognes. They've picked up Blast tournaments. They've done everything you need to do, including a major. Now the next goal is to win another one.
I think they want to put a stamp on this end of CSGO. They could make it almost their era at the end of CSGO. They've been around for a while. They haven't been able to maybe get the wins at the right times to make it feel like that's happening.
But they can dominate the big titles.
Exactly, and if you win the final major, it's got to be the FaZe era at that point.
Absolutely. Well, it is just moments away from getting into the series, kicking off Bad News Eagles versus FaZe. Bad News Eagles have so much to play for. Their entire year hinges on qualifying for the major. Without the financial backing of an organization, getting to the major and having that financial support of the stickers and the fans getting behind them is massive, considering this is the only one this year. Bad News Eagles need to win and get to the major, whether it be through FaZe or through another side. But here we go. Inferno kicked off. T-side start for FaZe. Bad News Eagles on the CT side.
Quite spread out on the CT side at the moment. Peeking towards apartments, but Synopsy falls on back. As FaZe start to take the ground, Rain looking up towards top mid. Has Carrigan not that far behind him. Smoke over towards long as they start to take space.
Leaving Twist just in Banana. You can trust him with all of that responsibility. They're going to try and push Rig on early. Very vocal. Rig on close to the smoke, ready for some sort of action to come his way. He'll hide in the arch. Smoke starts to fade away. FaZe pounds forward. Rigon gets the first headshot, swings out, hunts down the second player, and now they swing together. It's Rops on the double on the retreat, and they're looking back up Banana.
Yeah, back to B. B&E was so ready for the long play. They try and counter with the aggression, but it's dealt with, and now there's only one player on this B side.
Well, it's GXX on the coffins, looking to put a couple of FaZe players in them. GXX hits the first headshot and retreats back to safety. He's damaged goods, and FaZe put the bomb down.
Yeah, right play here. They do have the kit, and they've gotten players here fast. Scenario, it's important that he finds the frag here and doesn't go down. Rotation now coming over from Synopsy. GXX, he's the low man, has to take the point as they swing on through. Twist up on high, has a good angle.
Yeah, very strong position here for Twist. Brokey dancing in between the coffins and the site itself. Twist delivers two, and Brokey will follow up. FaZe have the pistol. The first round is theirs.
Twist with the special touch in the pistol round. I'm telling you, man, sharing that sync with Roban, it's done something for him. This counter-aggression, though, it looks so good for B&E, right? They're ready for the long play. They have the flash to try and come in themselves, but they swing into Rops, who is ready to deal with it. Maybe if you were against another team, you wouldn't expect that wide swing from the CTs, but FaZe clearly well prepped. And then seeing Twist with his snappy aim on display is incredibly exciting.
If you are just tuning in for the start of this matchup, this is the pick of the Bad News Eagles. FaZe have the first round. B&E investing into this, forcing into the pistols.
Slower into this one. Much like the pistol, just taking the early control up towards Banana. Utility going out now as they clear top. Two players on the site. Smoke's in hand on both, so they can delay when this first barrage of utility goes out. One smoke over to CT. Forces out one from Rigon.
Carrigan begins to place utility around the A site. That smoke goes out to Moto. And Rain already with full control of the apartments. It's FaZe putting pressure toward long side again. GXX swings from Arch. Good flash from one flat throw. Carrigan hits the deck. 50 seconds remain. Bad News Eagles have the player advantage, but lack the weapon superiority.
Twist leading the charge up B, but look at the rotation. Bad News Eagles with another player arriving. The upside for FaZe is you have a bit of utility. You can try and cut off some of these angles, but no mollies to flush out these awkward corners.
Yeah, this could go wrong. This could absolutely go wrong for FaZe. Bad News Eagles, the skill they possess, especially on the hand cannons. Gonna sit back as second oranges. They know there's a couple of threats they've got to neutralize here, and Twist starts with that first. Rigon towards the back of the side, can't spin for the second. They've cleared out the threat inside of the side itself, but there's still more coming in on the retake attempt. Synopsy's got himself a double on the 5-7, but Rops puts him in the ground.
That one gets a little bit too close with that 5-7 coming on through, and the stack in place. If Rigon's able to swing around and get that second kill, the whole round starts to fall apart. The pieces were there for Bad News Eagles, had the right call. Getting the opener was huge as well. And GXX immediately rotating over to reinforce B, but unfortunately doesn't get the opportunity to do too much there. But the ideas were sound, just the lack of weaponry up against those rifles meant that FaZe always had the advantage.
Yeah, there needed to be a bit more chaos on the site so that GXX could try and emerge through that smoke. Instead, he's just stuck behind it. Once his teammates go down, not much he can do. So this should be the solid start that FaZe are looking for here.
Very heavy in second middle here for FaZe. They're focusing A right away. GXX going to be forced away from his mid information gathering position when Flatro attacks Rops from the apartments down into second mid. Runs to Boiler, will be his final destination as Twists puts the Galil bullet in his brain, and Brokey will assist on GXX. Although Synopsy undetected in the apartments, finally strikes. It's Carrigan in the graveyard. Rain is doing his best to pull a couple of kills back, and now he can assist on the issue of Synopsy on the balcony. A couple of kills coming through with some decent damage over the last few rounds, but FaZe will get the 3-0 lead.
That damage is so solid, though. That could really be relevant here. FaZe won't have much money built up off these early rounds. And there was the question in this veto as to whether FaZe would go for Inferno, a map that is also strong for B&E. But at the same time, I think when you're FaZe, you have to just play to your strengths here. No need to try and get too wild when going for your map choice. And here come the big guns. GXX has that AWP in hand. Ooh, they went for the run boost, but unable to get it on this occasion.
As we mentioned in the pregame, GXX has been the star player for B&E here at the RMRs. Not usually the man stepping up in that position. With his AWP into this round, can have some impact. Looking for the fight, Synopsy gets one. Carrigan immediately trade, and there's a flash coming through. HE over, removes Carrigan, and GXX is still on this angle.
Well, Bad News Eagles would be happy about being a player up in this position. Still lots of time, but not lots of players left for FaZe. Twists is also down, and Brokey's desperately looking for the site player. They're doing a decent job at hiding away, but you can't hide from Rops for long. He hunts down one Flatro. Rigon, look at this. He senses a gap. Makes a few steps, but Rops has not detected him yet, and Rigon tracks him into the mini pit. He knows that there is a player there, reacts on the first and the second collected, and they can get hyped. They've got their first round.
Played to perfection as well. Using the smokes and the chaos, GXX putting in a lot of work on Flatro with that double kill. But really, that 2K at the end, Rigon just getting there at the perfect timing, using that smoke to his advantage. Taking the time with the discipline to let Rops escape, gets the first kill, and it's an easy second. B&E get on the board when the guns come out.
Yeah, really nice round at the end there from Rigon. I always think he's the one player on B&E who most stands out with his instincts on how to play the game. I think his decision-making is very good. A lot of the other players have the raw aim, but I think Rigon's got a great brain for the game as well. And that's always a really good thing to see. Quick technical pause on board. Definitely the exciting start to this game I wanted. I feel like we're seeing both teams show up strong with their individuals. It's got the makings, it's got the feelings of a game that could be really intense.
An update from the A-Stream game. We've got B8 versus Into the Breach, 16-16. Into the Breach, we're looking strong to close this map, but it's headed into overtime. And B8 fighting back, making it difficult for the UK squad to head their way to Paris.
This is a massive matchup. I feel like for both these teams, you really want to get the win here while you can, because that 2-2 bracket is scary. And how often have we seen a team go up to a strong start early? I mean, B8 were up 2-0. If they go back down to that 2-2 bracket, it's terrifying.
And that'll be 2 RMRs in a row that they've been through that experience too, which is obviously not a great feeling. It looks like Into the Breach won out the first half of OT, so maybe the UK will be represented in Paris. That'll be known in a few minutes, potentially.
Yeah, or a third map. If B8 can pull it back. But right now, it is the side of FaZe Clan taking on the Bad News Eagles. What a story it's been over the last year following the Bad News Eagles to their qualification to the major in Antwerp, to the upsets they were able to pull, And you're thinking maybe it's just a one-time thing going to Antwerp, but then they stick together through all the hardships, not picking up an organization. I'm sure it was disappointing after a result like that. I'm sure they would have expected some interest to come their way. So they stick together, and it's very difficult to pull that off in that position. And they're able to go ahead to Rio, make some damage again, knock out the defending champions FaZe Clan. And now they're back to try and do it again. Back to try and qualify for the Blast TV Major in Paris. 3-1 down currently here on Inferno. Goodbye for them. FaZe have significant weaknesses here in this buy.
Yeah, I think that's a testament to how close SB&E have made a lot of these rounds, even the ones with just the pistols coming through. Still finding a lot of purchase with them. Keeping them honest, and Twist with the MAC-10 going fast up Banana, trying to get in front of the smoke, finds Rigon, takes him down, and able to get back as well. Carrigan brought a little bit low in the process, but they'll take that.
Seeing Twist shine early could be so big for FaZe on this map. Entering up Banana like that, if you can get those kills consistently, it makes a massive difference for you on your T side. And now look, they just come back towards A, where it's only Synopsy currently in position. A rotate is arriving, but it's going to be tricky here.
If Synopsy goes down without a kill, it's going to be really difficult to recover this one, but luckily, catches Rain alone. Alone in the bedroom.
And now the rotate will fully arrive. Even a smoke.
Yeah, FaZe in a tough spot now. Under a minute left, Carrigan is damaged up. They don't have a lot of utility. A smoke and a flash left. Make that just one smoke, and here they go. That one flash used very effectively. Flatra overrun. Carrigan and Twist just shredding through the defense, and GXX has no other option. He has to save that all.
Single flashbang sets up Twist, comes on out the apartments with the MAC-10, even upgrades to the M4 off the corpse of his opponent and finds a follow-up frag. Explosive from FaZe when it felt like everything was in the right position. Synopsy gets that kill, the rotations come through, the smoke in mid, everything is set up for a perfect response to FaZe's strat. It falls flat in the face of Twists.
This is a sharp start from Twists after a very quiet performance yesterday, even expressing his disappointment in his performance recently. A 9-2 start in Inferno, he's got to feel good about that. It's been 5 rounds of play and he's got 9 kills.
Yeah, maybe this is just a matchup where Twists gets to get those aim fights that he's so happy to take.
It's rare to ever find a player that outmatches him in individual skill.
Absolutely. Yeah, and I think for B&E, normally you assume this little hay bale position should be kind of good for holding, but you see, you just kind of get blinded when you're playing here.
When you get it, especially with the MAC-10 as well, just flying over.
Exactly. That's why so many players will play Pit, for example, or just a position where you can dodge those flashes a little more easily. But you're just so exposed there.
Yeah, I think it just comes back to the late rotate, right? He couldn't get into one of those comfortable positions.
Well, look at this money now for Bad News Eagles after that, Lucy.
Ooh, yeah, it's got to be GXX here, really.
I do want to see a jumping Mag 7 on Banana.
Yeah, it's always satisfying, isn't it? Behind the half wall.
Yeah.
Well, the Bulgarians are arriving next week in ships. That's kind of his signature move. We'll see a bit more of that next week, but Synopsy is going to have a go.
No jumping.
No jumping, but he's just going to sit by. Oh, turns away at the wrong time. Timing eludes him. Twist just walks around dry. Synopsy hits the deck. And now they're looking to try and pressure Scenario inside of the site. There's nothing really of value here on the site for Bad News Eagles. Should be relatively straightforward for FaZe to just walk their way onto the side, make sure they don't get caught by any stacks or pesky individual plays like what Rigon's doing right now. Twist hunts him. And that'll be FaZe locking in 5. And GXX saving that AWP, but look at Rops. He's on the other side of the map. He could get rid of that.
Yeah, I mean, they know it's there, so why not send Rops on the lurk, hunting for it, and there's so much time ticking on this clock. Feels like GXX is a dead man, even if Rops does take a little bit to get there. Although GXX is currently hanging around, looking for any exits here. And this might even be his undoing, but that's a nice shot. Twist goes down. Orp's position revealed, and the players towards Arch start to activate.
The fact there's 2 heroes should confirm the Orp doesn't get into the next round. They should trade effectively, even if he gets 1. GXX wrapping. There's a shot on Brokey. Actually, the spacing was a little bit off, so maybe he does just get this in. Rops splintered off from his teammate, and he's gone into the fight and does stop that AWP from getting into the next round.
Oh, unfortunate there for B&E. I think for FaZe here, I'm pretty sure they threw a flash more towards top Banana while Twist was taking that fight. So maybe that's part of the reason why the CT turned. Can definitely be a nice way of doing it if you're not going to flash that specific angle. And what a start for FaZe. Twist is really making up for lost time in terms of his stats, isn't he? Up to 12 kills, 3 deaths.
He's on an absolute barn burner right now. A timeout taken for PNE. They'll burn there first. Letting Devil Walk have his say. A team that sometimes would struggle in communication. They've made that public knowledge. Sometimes they always don't call when they leave a position open or make the rotate. And that is the key to leveling up for them. 5-1 here. FaZe will have to go up against this much stronger buy this round.
Well, Pat for Berkey now as well. I don't know if that was the one Frost was able to recover at the tail end there. It looked like he was going for it. Otherwise, it's been invested in, and actually with the money, I think he might have won that one. Rain getting in the fight, but can't quite finish off Synopsy. He is able to just about get away. Meanwhile, Twist takes a similar amount of barrage damage over in Banana. And with this position from GXX, BNE actually have some pretty decent map control early. Although he's going to feel nervous with Synopsy having to fall back.
Yeah, can't hang around there for too long without rifle support for the other angle. Nice for BNE in this round that they get some decent Banana control initially as well. But they have now decided to fall back from that. The upside is FaZe are likely to use some nades to retake Banana control. So you will have a bit of an early warning. Not many nades left for BNE though. A couple of smokes at least. And a bit more damage onto Rain.
FaZe are fine leaving Rain up here alone.
I mean, they're finally retaking Banana, but there's only 40 seconds here. They have left this a while.
Passive setup from BNE though. They haven't got a lot of information at the moment. And that third rotate is coming over towards B. I feel like this is going to be that B play.
Snary's got a smoke here.
It's going to go down at the perfect time, the boost up, everything's in the right position. GXX even finds Rain on the lurk.
Oh, Carrigan's pressuring back to A. The bomb's coming with them. GXX hasn't left his position. 19 seconds. FaZe Clan looking like they're not going to be able to win this round or even fight for it. They realize the time is not there. They're going to have to cancel.
I think maybe a little too slow in this round. They only open up that option back to B with about 40 seconds remaining. So once they try and come over towards A, they didn't really have the utility set up to move into top mid. And they clearly didn't do enough to draw that rotate away from that A site.
And it's so key on the B site to be able to put that pressure on enough to force out that utility early, right? But they left it so long that smoke goes down at 30 seconds. You have to push through it, and you don't want to do that into a stacked site. So they feel like they have to go back towards A. And GXX is just sitting here, nothing to flash him off. And he's hitting every shot that comes his way.
Yeah, I think you saw the little shake of the head from Carrigan there. He knows that's not his best work. I'm sure he'll get straight back to it, though.
Yeah, sometimes the round gets away from you.
It happens. Money on both teams, a little uncomfortable now. Could be a swing round here in the half.
Oh, good nade stack here. Good idea for Bad News Eagles. They're running in. They're bringing the fight. And Carrigan, he's going to lose it. There's no fair fight here. Finally, Twist just gets back up and he gets a double. They reaggress right into the Canadian.
GXX comes back though.
And he's still here.
Wants to get his revenge. Twist is just sitting behind this half wall. This is impossible to clear with the AWP.
Oh no, Twist, no! So it's a third kill towards B for Twist. The bomb can now come back. There isn't going to be 4 players here, right? So they're going to be sending that bomb, barreling back up Banana. It's Twist's job just to confirm control, consolidate it for a while.
Even mollied on the rotate in. Don't get close enough, and Twist has gone even further forward. It's a 4K for Twists. And he might just get denied the ace because Synopsy should probably save here.
Well, he's close. He's close by. Broke his head, no longer attached to the rest of his body, and Twist is low. So he's retreating. He's playing this more safe inside of the site. Rain has a lot of utilities, in particular that Molotov, so he can use that into the late round. Smokes out CT, and there it is. All 5 for Twists.
What a start he's having. Twists out here in full force. 17 kills in what, 8 rounds? That's mad. And this is why you put that smoke down, because you can so easily hold for the reswing. BNE don't really properly use utility to swing into that angle. And so if you put little smokes down like that, you can stand there, you can hold, you can wait for that BNE aggression that you know is going to come at you.
And that is going to feel so frustrating, Lucy, right? You got this aggressive play, it works for the first kill, and it all just goes away.
Yeah, I feel like Twist, none of those kills were like aggressive, trying to like out-aim your opponent. It was just out-thinking them, outplaying them in each instance. Behind the smoke, behind the half wall, getting into the rotates, picking them apart one by one, and well, it doesn't look like he's done. Singing another smoke, dodging utility, and oh yeah. Smoke fades, charges on through, gets the first one, looking for the transfer, but Rigon is able to get him back.
Oh, they're fighting this, and they found 3 kills. Bad News Eagles brawl in Banana, and it's kill after kill. A 2 versus 3 established here. Rops and Rain, sure, have the AKs and plenty of utility, but B&E can win these kind of rounds. And if they go in towards the A site, well, there is one player still waiting for them. Flatro with the MP9 realizes if he just sits back, it's more difficult to win the round. Whoa. But Rops can clutch. He's been known to win a few of them, and he's starting to pull this back. One more, but Flatro puts him in the ground. Rops does not complete the clutch.
Again, Bad News Eagles just running at their opponents, and it almost cost them the round. It did the round prior, where they gifted so many kills to Twist. This time around, Rops, you just know he's the man that's going to pull that off if you present it to him on the platter. Flatro at least wins out that one door, but that got so darn close.
This was crazy. The fact they're just running down Banana, not realizing Rops could still be there. Got a smile on the face of Flatro. He's having a good time right now. And that counter strafe was so quick to deal with the final peak of Rops.
Look at the buy from FaZe as well. They've just reset the money down to pistols. FaZe, more conservative approach here, not investing into really anything. Rops sure has allowed the luxury of some armor and a deagle. But this should be a good round for B&E. This should be 4.
We do have that push down on Banana from B&E, which will allow the rotation here. And it's just a lack of utility, which is going to cause all sorts of problems for FaZe. You don't even have a single flash to try and close the distance.
When they're walking with the strength in numbers mentality.
This is dicey.
And the AWP is going into a bit of a pistol stack. Good quick shot from GXX. Run boost around the corner. They'll overrun the AWP. But luckily the rifle's there, and Sceneri will back him up. Good hold there from Sceneri. Rops forced away on 12 HP.
Yeah, they know exactly where he is as well. Made noise on that exit. Getting any more kills here feels unlikely, particularly with Rigon chopping on down, but Rops is ready. Eagle comes out, but Synopsy up on over does take him down. So only 2 frags found. B&E get another on the board. So they brawl their way back into this one.
That run boost round was maybe a little sooner. Twist can kind of offset the crosshair. You can see he's got the Glock, right? So they're trying to use him as the bait, but he ends up flying in and having the best chance for a frag. So even when Twist isn't set up to get kills, yeah, somehow it works out.
19 kills on Twist, 10 rounds in. Against NAVI, he had 3 on the T side.
Yeah, what a stark contrast it is. I guess he didn't go to sleep. He's just been DMing since then. Flies back here for FaZe.
IV drip into the DMs.
Yep.
Banana control taken again by B&E, but quickly forced back by those flashes. It is hard to commit fully to that Banana control now on the CT side. So you have to know how to play from the site.
There's not a lot of nades left here for B&E.
Yeah, they used a lot on that Banana take.
I guess they're just using the AWP here to peel away with the first.
I mean, FaZe don't have many nades of their own, though.
It's a different off angle taken for GXX, so they're going to likely peek on the CT angle, the commonly played one. He's a little bit wider, now tucking back to the more standard position. And he misses the cross kill. They might just go right through it. Rigon from First Oranges delivers a kill on Carrigan. A lot more needed from the B&E side, and the rotations are in. GXX, quick shot on up, and his teammates are falling down around him, so he has to retreat behind the coffins. There's no ammo left in that big green gun, so has to reload and concede the site to FaZe. It's Brokey and Rops in the 2 versus 3.
Up on top of the fountain, good angle, but drops off as the smoke fades. Repositioning now, using the other one as cover. They're unsure where these CTs are coming from, but a good read from Rops, peeking on through, but it's as GXX swings. Has to be Brokey now, back in the corner. 3 players coming his way, swings over the first, has to swap to the Glock, and can't quite connect.
Unfortunate for Brokey that, playing behind that position when they've got 3 players running at you, not easy. And I think for Rops as well, you feel like he's gonna have the chance for the fight. Doesn't really happen for him. And yeah, Brokey only had 8 bullets in that AK at the start of the clutch attempt, so just so hard when he's left in a 1-on-3 like that. I think the initial chaos that B&E caused is kind of what they wanted there. the front sight smoke actually kind of just causes more chaos for FaZe than they probably wanted.
There's even extra smoke dropped in there from Rigon to further muddy the waters there. So you can see that they are trying to create that chaos to thrive in, because that's kind of what we know B&E for.
It was also very important that GXX didn't commit too heavily after realizing he's put his team up in a 3-on-2. You know, sometimes this team like to fight, but once you get into this sort of advantage, it's worth sitting back.
I think this is a sign of the discipline they've been talking about, right? GXX, a very wild AWPer. For the last year, we got to know that. But this is a much more disciplined percentage style play. Sure, he still gets to be flashy, he still gets to take the fights, but it's calculated. And we've seen quite a bit of discipline here for B&E throughout this game so far.
Yeah, it's important you blend the balance, right? Because something that makes B&E so unique is their wild play, but you've got to make sure it's just not crazy. I don't mind a few crazy plays, occasionally, but it can't be every round, and I think they're learning that. Pistols here for FaZe.
Flash is over, one Flatro. Thrown to the porch, and Rigon out from short side. It's lovely teamwork from B&E to shut that down. 6-6, we're all tied up.
Yeah, I wouldn't believe we were here after the strong start from FaZe. We were 5-1. B&E finding their way back into this, onto the CT side. That one wasn't too difficult for them. They had the perfect setup to deal with this sort of pistol by fast play onto the triple setup on the defense in short. Perfect for it.
Getting something a little different from the usual nices.
Oh yeah, B&E, they like to change it up. They've got a lot of interchangeable communication. And one Flatro, he's going aggressive down middle. He's looking for this first fight. Twist is not ready. What a way to die when Flatro and GXX on the mid push pull it off for B&E. And Scenari runs down Banana. Aggression on all fronts, and FaZe Clan get caught off guard.
A classic CD strat book play. Pull that one out every now and again. One rifler pushes down, the AWP holds second mid, and then the banana pressure as well. Once you start causing that chaos. Down to a T there, perfectly executed. Bricky and Rops now in a 2v5, and they have no control of anything.
Oh, that's the sort of play you see Carrigan making sometimes on the CT side. It's the fact that FaZe aren't ready for it, maybe a little surprising. But at the same time, B&E didn't really use any utility in doing that. Whereas I see other teams now set up a lot of nades sometimes to make that happen.
You can get involved in the polls on Blast.tv. You can vote for whether or not you think Twist can get a 30 bomb here. Most people do. 72% have voted yes. Easy peasy for him. You can do that again over at Blast.tv. But this round was open and shut pretty much from the get-go. And that's what we're talking about, Lucy, when we say bad news equals aggression. That's it. And it's calculated. It's not just wild individual plays. You can see the different layers of the aggression as to why it worked. And it's difficult to play against that.
Yeah, you can see they were just completely caught off guard, just not expecting it out the gate like that. Ross is going to go down here as well. Takes a couple of bullets to do so. Bricky was considering the save, but...
It's massive as well, because look at the money right now for FaZe.
Yeah. It's going to be completely reset, which means, I mean, Bad News Eagles will be in the position to win out the half. Brokey might get the hold onto the AK, but I mean, look at these CTs through the walls. They're hounding his position.
They know they've got him in the kitchen. Here they come, running in. Rigon runs by. Everything's being thrown at them, but somehow the kitchen sink stays intact, and so does Brokey.
I can't believe he got away with the AK there. Somehow.
Running through the smoke with a knife out just to run across. What a beautiful round.
Yeah, it was just so good to watch.
Yeah,
Twist had no idea.
A bunch of dry fights. FaZe aren't ready. Not much more it comes down to, and that's the feeling you get sometimes when playing against B&E.
Another timeout taken in this first half, too. Already used for B&E.
No reason not to use them early as well. You know, this is, a tough competitor, but if you take them down and, make your way to Major off the back of a FaZe victory, I mean, that is so massive for you. So use every single resource at your disposal early on for that advantage.
And of course, B&E want to try and get as deep into the Major as possible. You don't want to have to go through every level of the Challenger stage. You don't want to go in with a lower seed. It makes it difficult. So you want to go in as highly ranked as you can. And beating FaZe, well, certainly giving a lot of confidence too with GXX. Run boost over the top of mid. Doesn't see anybody to open things up. It's quick from FaZe up Banana. Carrigan with the Tech 9 is shredded. early on, and there's no real issues here for BNE. They're confident to swing down Banana and take themselves a few kills. It's just Robs and Rain left. Again, another 5v3 right from the get-go.
That almost looked like a hard read. You got 4 players on B, ready for the pistol aggression. BNE may be realizing that's the likely position for the pistols to try and get activated.
They're ready for Robs. Oh, they were ready for Robs. Here he comes. Of course, Robs gets a chance. Scenario's on 4 HP. They know where he is now. And they'll momentarily take him down. Tech9 tries his best to get something out of the round, but it's flawless. BNE feel very good about that.
6 in a row for BNE on the CT side. All the momentum with them, and you can just feel it in the way these rounds are starting. It just feels like they're dictating the pace every single time in these last 3-4 rounds.
Yeah, Twist is called down too, forcibly called down by the Bad News Eagles. And FaZe feeling frustrated about how this T-half has ended. They've lost the half. They want to try and secure 7.
Mid-smoke thrown here by BNE. From spawn, you can sometimes play for aggression around that. Instead, Snopsy runs straight through into second mid. They've got to be ready for this.
Oh, they are ready. Rain is not going to be caught by aggression this round. Synopsy runs right out of the apartments and straight to his death. Opening kill for FaZe in round 15.
GXX was interested in taking a peek through, but decides stay alive, reposition in towards the apartments where his teammate had just gone down, just in case that lurk comes through. But you can see FaZe just holding for any further aggression, knowing that BNE in the disadvantageous position might want to try and take some ground somewhere, get that information, but at the moment, they're holding strong.
Well, FaZe not looking to be at all. They're looking at this A site as the prime target. GXX up in the apartments. Riceville support behind him on the balcony. Here they come. FaZe are walking right into this AWP. This setup could work really well, but he's just left. He's just walked away. And now he's coming back, but it might not favor him. He's quick on the trigger, luckily, and now gets back. Now they're doubled up. And FaZe have to slow down because of the utility.
Snary gets one out though. Peek from long, just gets the information. And the frag, a follow-up on the fade back. And look at this AWP. What's going on?
Rigon's on the T-stairs.
He's in T-stairs, AWPing. 30 seconds left. He's completely blocked this off. They smoke and run past him, but there's a huge gap, and he's used it. Robs goes down, and Carrigan is desperately charging towards B, but they are hounding him from every angle. Gets one, but Snary takes him down. A 9-6 half for Bad News Eagles on Inferno.
FaZe Clan come bursting through the gate onto Inferno. A strong showing in the first few rounds. Twist was dominating the Bad News Eagles individually, but BNE, you can never put them away. It's never an easy half against these guys. They recuperate, they come out swinging with some calculated aggression, and they pull the half all the way back to 9-6 in the lead.
You kind of have to ask, where would FaZe be without Twists on this map? Because he got them off to that strong start, then they lost 7 in a row to close the half. The question here for BNE, though, is can they keep that same aggression up on the T side, where FaZe's nades might make it more difficult for them to get into those aggro spots?
The Twist Ace was the last time that FaZe got around. Can't rely on the individual heroics. Has to be the team effort here, particularly against Bad News Eagles, who are all firing on the same cylinders.
A short break at halftime. The reset.
Check that someone's at the half wall.
That's the best fake flash
cool.
I've seen. That is actually a really cool idea. It's a good way of just...
They do it with a decoy? Yeah, it was a decoy. Why not?
It's a great way to get info. Brokey in the apartment is not getting a lot of info. Snary let off the leash, just charges up alongside. Carrigan in the arch gets overrun, and now the B split, it's fully on. Twist doesn't get anything in the pistol, and now Rain in the boosted position. He has to deliver something. It's the first and the second locked in, and he'll drop to the site. Corpses litter the B bomb site. His might join them. GXX goes flying through and will remove Rain. It's down to Brokey and Rops to pull this one off.
Brokey's already here, and he's swung on out, comes and gets the bomb planter, but after the bomb has gone down, Rops and Brokey now have to piece this one together. Scenario, his position is known. Brokey helping to clear, and he swings on out, looking for the fight. Damage done. Brokey can now focus on this position, but the new box swing could come at any moment. A flash on over. Rigon is just tucked on in, and they walk into his crosshair, gets the first. The bomb ticking on down. Rops desperate for it, but Rigon delivers.
Yeah, big pistol win there for BNE, and Rigon delivering massive headshots towards the end.
Get the guns out, boys. Let's go. They're hyped.
We need to get the Cloud9 level tank tops out for BNE, I think.
If they get to the last CSGO major, get the tank tops out, surely.
The summer of BNE.
Absolutely. Listen, Matt, FaZe had a pretty good read on this pistol. As you pointed out, Lucy, Brokey instantly flanked Banana. He didn't even consider the possibility of the A play. And yet still, BNE just frag out so hard. GXX up to 16 kills. Rigon alongside him, having fantastic games. And now Brokey's scout instantly removed from the round. GXX doing it on the rifles now.
Yeah, just shooting him in the head the simple way. Oh, Counter-Strike here for BNE. Rob sits in the apartments. They've got the info on that. Flamflatcher doesn't need to go into the apartments at all.
It's the worst place to go against this sort of round, right? This is where the SMGs and pistols are most potent.
GXX is almost caught up to Twist right now. Just a couple of kills away from doing it. Might even do it in this round. Rain's
you mentioned
close.
that there was the last round they picked out was the Twist Ace round. Was that the last round he got a kill at this point?
I think
feels
so.
like it. Well, Rain's going to swing out from first oranges. Synopsy with the MAC-10. He's the first to draw blood. Rain at least gets one, but it's just not enough to really stay competitive on this B side. The other two on the other side of the map. And so BNE will push themselves forward to 11.
Starting to look very good for BNE now.
FaZe's pit. They've been completely out of control of this game. Like the start of the game, they were dominating. And then it just flipped a switch and they lost control completely. I mean, think of that last round of the first half. We didn't get to really talk about it going into the break, but that was crazy. I mean, Carrigan's running everywhere. There's someone in T-stars. They're flushed. They're throwing the smoke that doesn't land properly. Carrigan's sprinting around the wall. There's someone right in front of him. FaZe have no control or idea what's going on the map at this point. BNE are making it really, really uncomfortable.
It's weird. There were a couple of rounds where they got caught off guard by the aggression. And early, you're right, it was like FaZe were reading the book. They knew exactly what was going on. And then at some point, they just got lost throughout that half.
And we said this earlier on, like, it's not like you don't know that Bad News Eagles are going to be throwing aggression at you, right? It's their thing.
Yeah, we are going to obviously point that from the FaZe perspective, but you also give props to BNE because the way they pull off the aggression, they have a really cool layering system of how they were able to pull it off and make it happen. So even if Twist gets one kill, there was always a player there to trade. They had the aggression and Banana perfectly timed too. It's very coordinated for BNE, which makes it really difficult to handle.
And even just the total number of different looks BNE gave.
Yeah, they had so many different approaches.
Yeah, apartments aggression down mid, down Banana in the mid round, down Banana early. Even just the timings of the aggressions were mixed up sometimes. This is still a round where FaZe can compete. Not the best buy for them, though.
Yeah, Robs has been quiet, and I mean, we talked about him being the rising star to the top. Well, we'd love to step up here, and that's exactly what happens. Bang, 2 kills immediately in tandem for FaZe Clan. Now BNE start to panic a little bit. GXX at least pulls a kill back, but there's a 3v4 at hand.
This position from OneFletcher just could end everything there. He's managed to find his way into CT spawn. Brokey's aware of it though and gets the tag. Just 10 HP down back in response, and Carrigan, he's the one that catches him unaware. Scenario gets one back. Now on the side, it has to be Brokey. They're pincering him through. A single scout kill onto both will do it. The first comes on through. Scenario with 2 HP actually gets past him, and Rops is running through flames. Scenario, a bomb plant assured, but surely
no, I don't know.
Yeah, Rops comes on through, and FaZe finally break the silence.
Yeah, that's a good round. That came out of nowhere. Absolutely nowhere. Those 2 shots, Hawker, I have no idea how they both came through at the exact same time on polar opposite ends of the map.
Oh, they do stray into the apartments.
That is literally the exact same time.
Yeah, crazy. And you do wonder whether that's the round FaZe needed. I think that's a little release from Roban in the background there, because that was, what, 9 in a row for BNE? Absolute madness. But there's still a bye for both teams here, so game faces straight back on into this round.
That was also technically the easiest round for Bad News Eagles. I mean, that was just like a couple of upgraded pistols, the Scout and MP9. That one was never meant to be FaZe's round. But it might just be the tipping point that gets them back into this map.
I really want to see what BNE's protocols look like here, because it's going to be much more difficult for players to get into solo aggressive positions. If you try and go up banana, you'll get smoked, you'll get mollied. You won't be able to just force those fights in the same way. So you do need a bit more depth on that T side of Inferno.
Not a lot of info being picked up for FaZe right now. We got 1 minute left. BNE have got banana without really having to fight for it or burn any of the utility, which they're very happy about. They didn't have a lot of utility to begin with. And they set themselves up at top banana, confirming that control with the top smoke. So FaZe know, and BNE at least have some presence over towards this side of the map, but the bomb is slipping its way out top mid, and Brokey's just rotated off, leaving a big gap. They could split this A site in 2 fronts. They could wrap long and put pressure on Robs and Twists.
I feel like FaZe have gambled B because BNE just used their last smoke towards that B site. They're not expecting this A play.
This has to be Robs and it has to be Twists, and they have to do it right now. Twist swinging on out, low HP, finds one and a headshot on the Scenario. Robs finds the other 2, and it had to be those 2 when they find all 4 frags.
Yeah, it's crazy. That was perfectly set up for BNE. The movement of the rotation of Brokey away just at the right time. You had 2 players in the pit, starved of information. You're about to wrap them from 2 sides. Should have been a lot easier there for BNE, but it's never easy to take down those 2 players.
That was ruthless. That was cutthroat from FaZe.
Yeah, and I think BNE realized now that is kind of a round you want to be winning, and so a timeout taken.
Absolutely. I think that the fact that the first kills are so clean, I mean, you see Rops just playing above this smoke. Beautifully done. BNE not too happy about it. Twist back on the board as well. Good to see. Off that 19 mark, he was on for a while. But the utility for BNE, not enough to disrupt that setup with the crossfire that FaZe had available.
And now BNE down to Glock. So this should be FaZe putting 9 on the board. You can really see the effects of winning that low buy round. The FaZe picked up a few rounds prior. Breaks the economy pretty quickly for BNE.
Are they playing tic-tac-toe in spawn on the BNE side?
I think so.
Using it as a timeout, I guess.
Why not?
Mini game.
They finished their game.
We'll never know who won.
They were just playing it while their teammates were dying, man. That's not very nice.
Well, you know, the purpose of these rounds is to waste time, pull out utility, and showing face somewhere, you know, that does bait out some response. So, you know, why not get in a game of tic-tac-toe? Keep yourself mentally stimulated in these off rounds.
I know the official title is tic-tac-toe, but it used to be called Exiozis where I live.
Exiozis?
Sure, okay.
Not noughts and crosses.
That's kind of
Exiozis. Was it noughts and crosses for you?
Yeah, I think so.
I like that one. What was your favorite, Alex, if you had to write them?
Oh, I don't know, man. Listen, it's weird that there's so many
different variations, right?
Yeah.
There we go.
There we go.
Oh, nice.
Who won?
I don't know if anyone wins. No one wins.
Oh, classic.
Oh, wait. The chicken
he won. Who else is throw, surely?
Yeah, he threw. Someone had to win. And that is...
I thought the chicken was going to be the hero for a second, blocking it down.
Yeah, well, that's Tic-Tac-Toe, brought to you by Blast TV. 11-9 as B&E lead the way versus FaZe, and they've got a buy back. The rifles once again in the hands of the B&E players.
Instant extinguish. Nade still coming. I think that will go too far though. Snopsy really wants this. Oh, fantastic flash. Hunts down one.
Props hunting as well. They walk straight in, the headshot angle. He hits those every day of the week. Falls on back with that man advantage. Rigon though, fighting back in. Carrigan overstepping, wanting the information. Scenari steals one from Rops. And suddenly it's starting to crumble here for FaZe. Just 2 defenders left.
When B&E get a T-side round going, it is rapid. It is so difficult to put away. It almost feels vicious from the Bad News Eagles. Twist is still alive, and we can't count him out with the form he's on right now.
Spacing sucks here.
Yeah, it really has separated them into 1v1s, and Twist peeks out just at the right time. I would not bet against this man to hold the site. Oh, he goes out, sets himself up with a flash, and gets another kill. Brings it down to just Scenari, and Brokey can absolutely win this clutch now because of Twists. He's got a smoke and an HE left, and Brokey gets into the CT smoke. Scenari was reading it. He's dropping back into a better position, and Brokey walks right through. Twist gets the double. Brokey sends it down the river.
That feels a bit more like the B&E of old. You get the aggressive plays, you get the headshots, but the composure in the late round has to be better. You can't just send Rigon in alone like that. You can't let Twist have time to set up a flash for his own peak. He's alone on B. All we've got to do is trade him, but B&E can't convert the 3-on-2.
Twist thanking his lucky stars. That first kill was just gifted to him. The fact that he finds another, enough to get FaZe another round now. 4 in a row. B&E, that massive lead that they accumulated is now starting to slip away from them. One off equalizing, and I mean, look what B&E are working with. Tech9's a Deagle.
And one flat throw, running right through the top mid molly, right into Twist, who actually nearly manages to get the second kill. GXX does very well there. He'll walk away with a kill and an upgraded weapon, and they have just left B. They've dropped back fully into spawn. Has opened up a chance for B&E just to walk on by.
Yeah, Long was completely open. They're so worried about a wrap because that's what B&E have done so many times.
The bomb hasn't got across. Now the smoke will come in, but Synopsy's so deep, and that was his chance, and he'll still capitalize on it. Rain gets caught, gun down, and this is Bad News Eagles thanking their lucky stars. Why is the B side open, they ask? Well, they don't care anymore. They just have to try and close this round out, and they are doing it right now. Carrigan's fallen, and they can't do anything about this. FaZe have to stomach a ridiculous round loss.
That is wild. They leave B entirely, and it almost looked like B&E planned for exactly that. The way their A players literally get the 1 kill and instantly turn around because they have their players so far up banana. That was beautiful. The timing of that was perfect from B&E.
Yeah, I think there's an additional worry there. If you're FaZe, right, when a Tech9 bursts through a smoke, takes down one of your players, suddenly they've got a rifle, you've heard multiple footsteps, you're worried. This is a fast play onto A, right? And you want to reinforce that and concern about that wrap through long, which B&E have been doing quite a lot. You can understand the rotation, but B&E read them like a book.
Having a word with each other. Wanting to get back on the same page using this timeout phase. I feel somewhat rattled after that one. Been a few rounds that are a little bit questionable. And that one's got to hurt.
They should still have plenty of money, though. That is the upside. I love this call. I really do. The lack of info for FaZe ends up being so costly. And you know that it's going to be around where B&E have a lack of utility. You need to get this man a tank top, seriously. You can't be rocking the sleeves up like that. 12-10. Buyback for FaZe. Can they bounce back? Both teams losing rounds they maybe shouldn't have. He's playing for info early. Does he go for the aggression? Decides against it. Meanwhile, Banana has been taken by B&E.
Flash through does get a little bit of information, but so early on, nothing spotted. Retake utility going through towards top Banana, although they're not peeking off the back of it, just waiting to see if that Molotov would flush someone forward. But instead, B&E happy to sit behind it. They've got GXX on top of the logs peering on over. In fact, it's the boost for that extra bit of elevation. He's not spotting anything here.
Here they come now. Here's the retake of Banana. And it's going to be, an instant kill for GXX. Luckily, Carrigan is able to keep that tread even.
Oh, Snopsy burning a bit, down to 60. I think FaZe were happy to go dry there because they know Brokey has rotated in with the AWP. So it's almost a bait for B&E to try and push into this AWP. Hasn't happened though, and now they know the sniper is there. So what did B&E do with that extra information?
Brokey's a little worried. That rotation over, it's opened up long again. You can see B&E have just really put this into the back of their heads that that's such a concern. Now they all group up as a unit. The sole defender here, Carrigan, has to do it all, getting in front of the smoke. And he's caught off in 2 mines, and now he has none. Splattered all over the floor. Brokey throws one through the smoke, but it doesn't connect.
Surely a save.
Oh, Brokey's still hanging around. He may go for a pot shot and just see if he can deny the bomb plant, which he won't. And Twists and Rops have already committed to that save. Brokey is in a bit of a precarious position. He is going to start to fall away.
Ouch. This is
damage as he goes.
This is really uncomfortable for the AWP.
It doesn't feel good in this spot, does it?
I mean, you do have money in the bank, but you still want to save this sniper.
They're going to come checking for him. They see him. They know he's there. And Brokey will not be able to save the sniper. And he'll be swiped away by Bad News Eagles. And so will another round.
It's again one of these rounds where it feels like B&E just have FaZe flustered. They don't really know how to respond to these situations. They've got kind of the wrong timing reads on all these hits.
I think it's the pace of the game. It feels like FaZe haven't matched it right now. They're struggling to deal with the sheer speed of some of the plays that are coming at them. But this is a good shot. Would have probably been... it's interesting. They use the utility to set up a retake in the Banana. They don't actually use it, and B&E... Good to hear from the player comms. B&E always in good spirits.
Oh, yeah. Oh, 3-man B stack for FaZe. Surely will do a bit of damage.
Goes both ways. Rain, an opportunity there for a moment. Fumbling grenade, swings on out, snaring Carrigan. Carrigan gets 2, and he's looking for more. Spamming on through, doesn't quite connect onto Rigon. So he is able to escape. Carrigan, oh my god, GXX just throws an AWP shot through the smoke and connects.
Carrigan tried so hard to spam that smoke, and then just a one AWP shot gets him back.
Yeah, GXX like, I'll show you how it's done. Sends it right through, 1 bullet, perfectly accurate. Carrigan put to sleep. Minute and 5 seconds left. Bad News Eagles start to drift over towards this A site. Currently, it's Rops playing from Graveyard. Now, this position is so strong. It's really difficult to get a player out of here.
He's got help out towards Library as well. Brokey's there with the AWP. A perfect setup for this hit.
Twist could start to get round the back. Once the information is gathered, they are committing in towards this A site. But Rops will be the first player to contest the Bad News Eagles play forward off the balcony. They Molotov Rops. He gets 1, tries a second before burning away. It is Rion who connects the AWP shot. Now they know where Brokey is. They know they've got him pinned in the cubby, so it almost has to be Twist to make the play. And he's still a long way away, finally arriving towards top middle. And Brokey just staying alive. Twist making some noise. Oh, that molly's going to be good. Rigon's not in a position to have the health to stand in it, so he has to drift wide. He's looking for this fight. Goes for it. Twist gets caught, and Brokey hits the deck. 14 rounds for BNE.
What an unbelievable round from Rigon. How does he win that fight on the Rops? He drops out an AWP in his hand in the mini pit and takes the fight against Rops with a rifle in Graveyard. He should have no right to win that out. Not only that, dodges the Molotov towards him in pit, moves around, and then gets the quick scope. That is an unbelievable round from Rigon.
That's so sick. I thought for sure we were going to see the long player watching for someone leaving pit, but no, they didn't watch it. They just molly it. They don't watch to see if someone's forced out by the flames. And Rigon realizes, listen, I'm not in a good spot here. I'm just going to try and take a fight. That was a big moment. Brought it back to the 3-on-3. And again, look at how fast the pacing of that play is from BNE. And look at the reaction, the pop-off.
Headset popping off. That excited.
Careful now. You don't want to break any of the equipment and have a tech pause when the momentum's this high. FaZe, they've got themselves the M4 on Rops. The rest will be on pistols. Twist, in particular, on the USP. He'll be the carrier of the utility. He's got to take something magic here, and Rain offers up 1. Second kill nearly connected. Very unfortunate not to walk away with it. And FaZe getting destroyed upon this B entry from Bad News Eagles.
There's still that rifle though, and with 2 players, 3 below half, can do a lot if he gets mobile. And Rookie here with the deagle.
Low health on the planter. I don't think he can do it though.
Not gonna spam. Not even gonna find it. Oh, that's unfortunate. Rops, no incentive to go for this.
Yeah, he's nowhere near that. So I'll save that M4 again. But right now, B&E up to map point. This is FaZe's map pick.
Yeah, I think it's important to contextualize that. Firstly, FaZe's map pick. Secondly, this is a map FaZe hadn't lost this year until yesterday against NAVI. They've beaten Cloud9 on this map, Liquid, some big names. It's been one of their home maps. And for B&E to come in like this, so impressive, and Rops can't even get their kill at the end. B&E know they are in a fantastic position to steal away the first map of this series.
I think it was 6-2, and now it's 15-10. You know, this has been a very, very shaky performance from FaZe from pretty much the later stages of the first half.
And everyone from B&E is having those moments, right? Rigon, GXX, Scenario even, you know, we're seeing some really impactful moments from everyone on the B&E side, whereas for FaZe, it's really just twists. A few rounds from Rops and Rain, but that's really it.
Snopsy runs up Banana. Quick start here for B&E.
Bounce that half-wall smoke. That's actually a smoke Carrigan popularized to try and get through, but Rain tries to pop through. Carrigan backs him up, but it's not enough.
The aggression hasn't worked for FaZe. Twist is going to stay atop Banana. Synopsy's not committing because the bomb's over towards A. Twist, oh, he's going to get spotted. That's the Molotov burning him in the corner. He's dead. He's out of there. Knocked out. B&E just have 2 more players to find, and they're still committing A. They're still going to where there's the best chance for FaZe right now.
Wild.
But they're leaving. Rops is leaving.
They don't.
There's no way they would think this, and so they're running over to try and get back to the B side in time, and now they realize, now they have to come back.
Brokey's heard it. Rops, he's coming on through. The bomb still has to get across the smoke. Oh, one flat through. Brokey now the only hope left. He's dropped the bomb. Sees GXX, but GXX strikes. Bad News Eagles take FaZe's pick of Inferno.
Our first time Royal Arena, playing in 2017. We want to win the first time on Danish home soil. Device is sick. We have to play with Dennis as a stand-in. I don't sleep 1 second the whole night. I didn't even understand. I remember me 5 in the morning, going outside, going for a run. I was like, what is going on? Why can't I sleep? And then I go back, I try to sleep. My heart is pumping. I was like, why did I do that? Why did I even go for a run? We go to the venue the next day, and I see the makeup artist, and I'm like, you gotta help me. I didn't sleep the whole night. We somehow managed to get to the grand final. Everyone is really happy, and we're 9-0 up on third map. And somehow we managed to lose that. We were 9-0 up on T-side catch. I'm never going to watch that game back. Never ever in my life.
Bad News Eagles take map number 1 from world number 2. Inferno faces map pick, goes the other way, and the Bad News Eagles are once again only 1 map away from confirming themselves a spot at the major.
Incredible. Incredible performance from them. They deserve all the credit in this one. And we saw 1 or 2 moments where the composure was an issue, but on the whole, the composure was much, much better for these guys, keeping the team play going despite putting themselves in chaotic scenarios. Really impressive, and once they got the opening duels, they never really looked back.
Well, speaking of opening duels, GXX went 5-0 in opening duels. B&E dominated on that front.
Yeah, I think if we compare the two snipers, it tells a huge tale, right? GXX was just having so much freedom, able to take those fights, find the openings, not getting traded out, always finding the space. Broky felt like we didn't really see him.
No, we didn't, and there was a lot of players we didn't see on FaZe. It felt like a massive underperformance. It felt like Twist was the only player doing anything, and he was the quietest yesterday. So we got to see more from Robs, got to see more from Rain. Rain really struggled in those opening duels. He lost 8 of them and only won 3. So when you're having your player who's so often so good at creating that space, not getting anything done, it feels rough for FaZe. It feels like you're suffocated.
Absolutely, yeah, and it's so nice for B&E to have GXX perform like this, because we always said him on the AWP hasn't always been the focal point of this team. He hasn't always been the main man, and most teams really build the backbone of their squad on that AWPer, but he's been so solid here.
And we've seen a lot of discipline as well from GXX, right? This round in particular, didn't overcommit, was able to wrap back around, and just because he stays alive and he doesn't go for that extra kill, there's so many options available to them.
I think that's the key thing we heard from that interview, right, with Dragon about the discipline that Devil Walk has brought into this roster. Yes, they're still playing the same style of Counter-Strike as we just saw, and it was beautiful to watch. But that extra layer of discipline, that's really made a big difference.
Yeah, they win extra rounds, and they don't lose the silly ones. There was a few that were let slip. It could have been even more convincing from them, but it just looks so good, especially on the CT side, like the second quarter of the CT side. They were able to just look so good and strong when it was coming down to the aggression.
Yeah, it's kind of inevitable to at least have a couple of rounds like that when you play like B&E, because they're always thinking about how they can take the next fight. So I don't mind that, because you see the upside in the rounds they win, where they just get into such advantageous positions. Even just finding even early trades can work for this team, because when they went for their site pushes, they were so quick on them. That round where they came out through apartments, had the molly into Rops's position, they were out the apartments so quick. FaZe couldn't use counter utility or really respond in any way.
Yeah, well, speaking of quick, Twist really racked up a lot of kills very quickly indeed. This was a masterful start from Twist. We thought the Magician was about to pull off another magic trick, but in the end, B&E started to pull it back. Twist did a lot in the start of this game.
Yeah, he was able to pull an ace out of the hat, but really that was about it. That was in fact the moment where B&E started to come back in after that magical round that came on through. But you have to show, I mean, this is fantastic from Twist after the performance against NAVI, right? It's good to see him bouncing back and showing that form.
Let's talk Mirage, guys, as well, because that's coming up next. We just watched Inferno. FaZe's map pick goes the other way. Are we looking at a world in which FaZe go 2-2 here?
I really think so. I really can see that. I mean, Mirage, I'm expecting basically similar to what we got in Inferno. That Inferno game almost weirdly felt like a Mirage game with the amount of options for CT aggression we saw from B&E. Mirage is a better suited map for that for the B&E side.
Yeah, it felt a little bit like FaZe were trying to play Bad News Eagles game, right? I mean, we heard in the interview with Raid, they knew what to expect. Nothing really has changed at the core of it. But FaZe trying to match that play style didn't really work out. B&E were coming out ahead.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at FaZe before this, and Rain said that this was the lowest point of their career that B&E forced them to suffer when they went out at the major in last place after being the defending champions. To come into the RMRs and be put into a 2-2 position where their attendance at Paris is not confirmed by any means. You got one chance left to do it. They've got a lot of work ahead of them.
Yeah, it's actually a really scary position to be in. And also there's the sort of morale. If you lose to B&E in this match, B&E go through to the major, you're suddenly fighting for survival. It's the team that eliminated you from the last major. That's going to be sitting in the back of your head.
It absolutely is.
Yeah, you don't want those thoughts in there. You really don't. You want to just be able to come through in this one. I feel like FaZe really have to make sure, listen, I feel like they should have expected the maps, right? So I would like them to make sure the nades are really on point, the util is down. I really think that's the important thing for them here. The problem is, they were trying to set up those nades sometimes and just getting caught out. So you can see why it can be an issue for them.
Yeah, in the rounds they were trying to set up nades. I think the one in particular that I remember is when Twist is at T-Star setting up utility, flashes into Banana, and he just has 2 players running down middle at him. You know, there's not really any space to play that traditional style of CS. You're getting disrupted constantly throughout this.
I feel like Mirage, they might have a bit more of that. And I also think it's going to be a map that's going to allow players like Brokey to shine, right? Mirage, we often think of as that AWPing paradise, and it feels like he can really show up there where he didn't on Inferno.
The pressure is now just mounting time and time again for FaZe, and you're seeing the problem of going into a 2-0 game versus a team like NAVI, because as soon as you take one loss on your belt, you go down, and there's a lot of scary teams the further you fall in the RMRs, and upsets can come through. You know, you're playing against teams like Bad News Eagles that FaZe have struggled with. You can see already they're struggling still, even 5 months on, right? It's just a style that's very, very tough to deal with for FaZe Clan. And now you're going to go ahead into a second map where the pressure is just super high. I think the FaZe players are talking about coming into the RMRs. You play simple CS, but it also feels like the event with the most pressure. You almost feel more pressure at the RMRs than you do at the major, because if you don't make the major, that's a disaster.
Yeah, and I feel like there's also a hunger for teams like Bad News Eagles. You know, a team that doesn't have the org representing, isn't getting invited to a lot of those partnered events, right? This is their chance to really make that statement coming through, making the major. It's huge for them, and maybe FaZe, you know, obviously they've got their motivations, but Bad News Eagles, they feel really hungry for it.
Well, Bad News Eagles, one map up. They've snapped up Inferno, and now Mirage waiting in the wings. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, we'll see if B&E can lock themselves in for Paris. Bad News Eagles versus FaZe Clan continues as we head into Mirage. Looking good for B&E right now. Very confident, I'm sure, after winning the first map. The work is still yet to be done for FaZe. They come in as favorites still on the Unicorn odds. Bad News Eagles, it's never easy to put away a team of FaZe's caliber. Even when they did it in Brazil, they had to go the full distance, all the overtimes, all the maps. So definitely not going to be easy. This isn't an open and shut case, Lucy.
Yeah, those odds have changed dramatically though. It was what, 6-1 at the start?
Yes,
so,
they have dropped significantly.
I think B&E are really starting to prove a point here because Inferno honestly didn't look that hard for them. You know, there was a few contested rounds, but for the most part, it felt like Bad News Eagles was setting the pace, and FaZe, well, they had to play to a tune they weren't comfortable with.
Got to remember for B&E, this is weirdly a map that their recent form hasn't been as good on, but they've taken losses against some pretty good teams. Cloud9 and FaZe, both very strong teams, and then they actually lost against OneWin earlier at this RMR, so that's maybe a little sketchy, but even in that map loss, GXX was playing well. He was the only positive player on the team, and now it looks like the Riflers are absolutely here to join him in this one.
Well, Devilwalk hands out the final pieces of notes as they prepare to go to battle again here on Mirage. For two teams that are in polar opposite situations. Bad News Eagles without an organization backing them, desperately trying to make their way to the major for financial stability. This has been the only major of this year as well, and they survive based on their major performances and making it there and getting the sticker money in. Whereas FaZe, sure, they've had some financial woes, but they've been a team that picked up the Grand Slam, won the big ones all year, the majors, Colognes, Katowices. They picked up all of the big tournaments. To not make a major here, the final CSGO major, and be put into the 2-2 bracket, you don't want to have that happen. So FaZe, they need to pull up their socks here against the Bad News Eagles side. They are the expected favorites for this game, but they currently aren't playing like it.
Yeah, in theory, they should be the big fish in a small pond, but some of those small fishes have got some bite to them, Dinko, I'll tell you.
Yeah, the B&E guys are like piranha. They are like vicious when they get going.
Yeah, I don't know if that's the animal comparison I would have gone for. I feel like it's already there in the name, but you know, yeah.
No, the eagle. Yeah, the eagle fish.
Eagles literally eat
Yeah,
fish,
maybe that's
so,
it. Boom, yeah, there you go. Swoop down, get the big fish of FaZe, and just make it to the major. Why not?
Well, that's one of the men that wants to carry them there.
I do love it. You got to. You just have to.
Twist's bag is definitely better than Cypher's.
I don't know, man.
You're not a fan of the Tesco signature?
I mean, it's a pretty cool way of rocking up to an event. Way to state your nation right there. But here we go. Bad News Eagles versus FaZe. Mirage underway. Bad News Eagles lead by 1 map. And FaZe start on the CT side. Bad News Eagles would love to get a good pistol here to carry that momentum over.
Full Kevlar for FaZe, so retakes difficult. And this B site does look a little well backed up right now. Rotate arriving here.
Oh, Carrigan smacks Scenario right away. Synopsy able to trade back, and Recon creating further space as he looks at Brokey on low HP and finishes him off. Just Rain and Rops, and when I say it, Rops just gets forcibly removed, so the pistol's done. B&E have the first.
Both parts of that pistol strat just work perfectly. The hit on the site goes exactly as planned. They lose 1 player, but they trade out well. But, I mean, Synopsy was the backup plan. He finds 2 kills in mid, so even if one part of that plan failed, it still comes through, and they hunt down every single last player. B&E starting as they plan to continue.
Yeah, really fast play. I mean, they just win so quickly. And that's with FaZe rotating another player over to this B site. Brokey was arriving. Doesn't really get there in time to help because his teammates fall so fast.
That was the highlight for FaZe, that rain shot. That's all that happened really
was a
in
nice
the
shot,
round.
to be fair.
That was nice.
Here's the force bite. Carrigan on the scout. Deagle's out for Twists, Brokey, Rops, and Rain.
Synopsy dropped an AK to his teammate. He's got the MAC-10, no utility. The pace man, Carrigan, well, he's removed immediately. Synopsy pincing on through, but nobody is here. Most players playing over towards B, as you often do when you've got the limited weaponry. And, well, Rain maybe gets another one back there. No, Twist is the one to find it. Bomb planted. And this is the force buy, so they're tempted to give it a look in, but Brokey's already limping.
They're backing away, but I don't think they're going to be given that mercy. B&E looking to fight them. Brokey very wounded, but be able to retreat and lick those wounds. FaZe will have to stomach a 2-0 deficit right off the get-go. The FaZe started really strong on Inferno. They don't get that luxury here on Mirage. Bad News Eagles are given the better start.
I feel like on B&E, it's almost a luxury for whoever gets that MAC-10, because that's the player that gets to just run fearlessly at their opponents.
Pick me, pick me.
Exactly. Only the 1 kill for Synopsy this time. But it makes sense, being the 1 man on the mid lurk. Give him the MAC-10. Make sure the rifles just stick together so you don't lose any of them unnecessarily.
And that was the force. I mean, there's really not much here for FaZe. That MAC-10 kept on over. Bro could be happy to have that. Finds a frag or two, be much closer to the AWP. Yeah, a deagle on a couple of players. Carrigan's got a HE. And, well, some of those have been expended already.
An A split. It's definitely being set up right now for Bad News Eagles. Got one player up in Palace, two towards ramp. And two occupying mid itself. Brokey plays for info, flashed into the ramp. Doesn't see anybody, so we'll retreat back to the Underwood.
This is where this kind of pacey aggression can be an issue for B&E if they do just run into a site, but I like the patience from them. They know that a couple of weapons were saved over, that there's likely a stack in play, and if they just poke and prod, they'll get that information.
Comes down to the timing for B&E because the rotations are starting to come through now. FaZe are stacking players on this side of the map. That Molly has not connected to the right spot. Rigon goes into mid. Robs falls victim to the AK-47. Ren also thrown into the grave. It's not too difficult right now. Brokey, oh, suddenly with the MAC-10 gets two. And Flatro ceases that fire. And he's looking to continue to fight towards CT. Removing the danger. And just Carrigan actually landed the dink and scenario is very low. And Rigon's within damage point 2. He's turned around and Carrigan nearly gets the shot at winning it. But B&E will pick it up.
You could see it happening there, couldn't you?
There was definitely a world there.
The headshot comes, the other player's low. And that's the worry. That's what kind of B&E were worried about, why they were taking their time there. Because if you walk into a site where the stack's in play and they capitalize on the chaos, I mean, that's just great mechanics from Brookie to be able to get that second kill, to transfer across with the MAC-10 spray control. Bit tricky. B&E, crisis averted. It's a little costly.
Yeah, a little sketchy when you swing into pistols like that, especially towards the end. I feel like you can just try and get the bomb down, let your teammates hold for you. This looks like a tech issue potentially on board. Players not moving.
Yeah, I think this one likely to get cancelled. But while that one gets sorted, the Into the Breach bait game.
They're looking good.
2 rounds away from doing it.
Yeah, 14-6.
Would you say it's coming home?
Would you, Alex?
I don't know if we can say it's coming home in CS, can we?
Well,
in the same way.
It's coming home.
Cypher said
They've
it.
qualified.
I saw a HLTV article. He said it's coming home.
He did say it.
Well, it's coming home. They qualified for the majors. He said the full majors coming home, or they just making it, I guess. The RMR trophy. Everyone was sought after RMR trophy.
For the UK, I think, you got to set your sights at the realistic target.
Yeah, exactly.
Getting there.
Exactly. That's a really impressive that they're getting that.
I think they were the second lowest ranked team coming into this event, if I'm not mistaken. So really impressive for them to step up like that.
We do have an issue just with Twist, obviously, so we're getting that one sorted as quickly as possible, and the action will continue. But 14-6, looking like Beta are going to at least step up there on the other side of things. That's over on the A stream. Stay with us here for FaZe versus Bad News Eagles, which will resume very shortly. So far on Mirage, FaZe haven't impressed just yet. Obviously, it's just a slow start. We haven't gotten to the gun rounds.
Yeah,
haven't really got going yet.
Yeah, that first gun round will be coming up, and it is important. If I'm Carrigan on FaZe, I'm instantly telling the team out of the tech timeout, guys, let's remember, focus on stopping the fast plays. Dump utility early, because when you're in a tech pause like this, your mind might wander sometimes. You might not be fully on board when you get back into the game. And that's when Bad News Eagles can punish you.
And they have been punishing. We've seen it time and time again. See if that will continue here on Mirage.
On the action. We'll resume now. Issue is sorted out. A 3-0 lead for Bad News Eagles, and here comes that first gun round. Time for FaZe to get into it.
Yeah, up on both sides. So we were saying it's important for Brokey, especially when you're against the fast aggression. You want your CT sniper to be stopping those fast plays.
Might get a chance in mid.
Yeah, look how quick GXX is to get up to this position. He's at the chair already. He's going to be looking for that opening as short, but there's no aggression coming from FaZe towards this side of the map. A heavy lean for B&E on that B side.
It's a great position just to get in so early. You might see that peek coming in from mid at some stage. Twist is in the area. Although with time passing now,
it's the fight from Connector that was coming first. Brokey was on a collision course to get that fight down in towards the underpass, and he comes out with it.
Exactly what we wanted to see from him. If they swing into him dry, he has to hit shots like that. Positions himself well. Now, what is the response from B&E? Because the utility is a real concern here. They've put a smoke up into window. They might need to make their move now, and they want this split onto the B-bomb site.
Brokey's rotated here. Twist as well. Exactly the duo you want on the side. Brokey peeks on out, finds another. Repositioning. Scenario's trying to find the space. The rest of the hit coming through the apartments. Rotations on their way. That smoke is causing so much trouble.
Snopsy, blinded, caught. Brokey crucifies another. Scenario and GXX, a 2 versus 5. Not looking recoverable. Gets underneath Twist, but Carrigan's arrived in the rotation with Robs, and the reinforcements come in for FaZe. They find their first, and it's the first gun round going their way.
It's a very good sign that Brokey's willing to take a few plays with confidence there. Instantly calling, okay, I'm going to move into Connector, and then he's the one that says, I want to move over to B. I think there's a good chance the round ends here. And he ends the round on that B-bomb site. Especially after having a fairly rough first map. Good signs for FaZe that Brokey is delivering early.
And the immediate timeout in response as soon as FaZe get on the board. B&E, they want a moment to reflect. They kind of just walked into the crosshairs of Brokey that round.
Yeah, they used them early as well on Inferno, and they were able to find the solution really quickly. So I think it's good to use these timeouts nice and early. It's proven to be effective for B&E. Devilwalk likes to get on the mic. And most of the time when you look at it, it's not even Devilwalk really communicating the most, obviously. It's hard for him to use those quick 30 seconds to translate in a language that is their secondary language. So usually it's one Flatro having to say, Snopsy getting involved, everyone chimes in to find the ideas. It's a team unit here.
Yeah, big conversation point is how they execute this round, because it's barely light on utility, and a Tech 9 for Synopsy, not what you want, so it's just going to be pace coming out. Robs in the sandwich in the power position, gets the first, swinging on through for another. Break comes on through from GXX, and the reinforcements have arrived.
And the rotation is here. And Brokey playing down towards Ticket, peering over the side of the smoke. It's all gone silent for the time being, but it is just the calm before the storm. It is about to erupt. Bad News Eagles slow to a halt, waiting for the mistake from FaZe to come around, waiting for them to get a little overzealous or hungry for info. And Brokey knows the angle the rig on is likely to peak from. It's not gone so well here for B&E out of the timeout. FaZe up 4 players to 2 with under a minute left. And the bomb hasn't really got too close to the site yet. Brokey has just been a menace towards Ticket.
Look at this gap he's using now. Hole in the smoke, player tucked into Ticket.
Carrigan's over at jungle now too. He can come out of window room once they realize that 2 remaining players are committed into the site. Gonna molly that option away for now. Smoke off the connector. Get a bomb plant here. And that's a good peek up for Ren. He knows the last player is just on the triple stack. And it's gonna be Brokey to clear it out. And FaZe to pull off the round to go to 2 rounds.
Meanwhile, Into the Breach do confirm their win. Celebrations already on board for the boys. Great win for them. So now it's all eyes on this matchup. And I think for B&E here, if they'd have pushed a little quicker behind Synopsy, Robs is in a really precarious position. Maybe you can trade him and get towards the site. I was a little concerned when Robs was playing that spot, but works out. And now we've got a hero AK, or maybe just a Force. I think it is just the 1 AK in play for B&E.
Yes, it's kind of a result with the past round where they did opt to full buy into that one, even though they didn't really have the economy to get out the utility, and you can see where that led to them just stuttering. They had no smokes, no mollies trying to take position until the ones that fell for GXX were collected. And the consequence of that is now just these pistols. Really rig on the man that has to do it all.
Well, Robs, this is a chance for him to get a few easy kills. It's gonna go down and soften them up, and that M4, oh, it's only good for 1. Twisty's be careful, he's been dinked, and now they have an upgraded weapon in their hands. Scenario removes Twist, and Opsy runs out of the ramp, and FaZe are suddenly down to 2 players. Carrigan nipping at their heels, Brokey saving the day for the time being, and just Scenario, he's left on 9 HP. It shouldn't be a world in which he pulls this one off. but he has plenty of time to try.
He just needs to catch the timing. FaZe should have all the advantage here. Scenario, no chance. Drops on by, spotted. Brokey has his number, and that bomb out in the open. Scenario's going to get up on close, but Carrigan's come to reinforce. Good for one, maybe, but two, surely impossible. And Brokey switches to the sidearm to get FaZe the round.
Yeah, solid work, but still a little sketchy there for FaZe. Not exactly fully according to plan for them in that round. Pretty impressive for the Pistols to do this much work. See a couple of players softened up early, but Brokey has still been delivering. Really consistently getting kills in almost every round that FaZe are winning right now. We are seeing the lack of utility be a bit of an issue for B&E in some of those scenarios. His B site hasn't been tested in a while. GXX will beat that volley.
Yeah, he's beat it indeed, and he's been so good in the series so far at getting the openings. Over on Inferno, dominated. But no jump peaks, no information being gathered at all here for GXX. He really wanted the opening kill to go their way from that move. Still hanging around, and the opening of the round will come from Twists. Synopsy caught unaware, and the gaps filled in by the utility too, so Rigon can't chase that trade kill.
Yeah, and the lack of util for B&E is tough here. Their final smoke was used into top connect, and they have to go, but they get the peek into them.
Yeah, good pick from Rigon. Twist just dry open. And it's trouble. Rain's just missed it. Carrigan is now alone inside of the site. He's having to defend from two fronts. And they're going to overrun him. Of course they will. Rigon avoids the problem of Rain and leaves a huge opening on this B site. And now the bomb can be picked up yet again. And 49 seconds left. It's Brokey and Rops up against three of the Bad News Eagles players. And Brokey's scope, now severed off with the smoke going up. Rops has got to do it from short. He's delivered one. Brokey moves forward, active, gets on the other side, gets on the bin, and Rigon, low health, runs out of ammo, and Brokey does recover what was a scary moment for FaZe.
And what a recovery, because that one was about to fall apart. Rigon gets past Rain, who was unaccounted for in ladder, but GXX holding in short actually takes him down. And so suddenly it's only these players coming through from the same position in kitchen, but Brokey taking the active fight, Rops getting involved, they're able to make it work, but it comes down to the wire.
Get Brokey the glue at the end of the round, plugging the gap when required. For B&E, it feels like they're limiting their options somewhat by consistently not having full utility in these rounds. They only had a couple of flashes left there. They kind of had to go for the B split. And now in this one, it's pistols and a bit of utility to work with. This A site is fairly vulnerable right now, though.
Smoke goes through. That's going to slow it down temporarily, but they're not going to respect it. Running on through, Rain actually wants to take this fight, and he gets overwhelmed by the Tech 9. No one in position, as mentioned, to be able to do anything in response.
Now they want more than that. They've tasted the bomb plant. What else can they get out of this round? Brokey is waiting for the aggression, but it is not coming just yet. They've gathered up a stack of players on the left side. Brokey realizes that's where they have to be, but dealing with it is easier said than done. GXX and Scenari charge forward in FaZe once again, have to stomach a round loss in that fashion.
Ouch. Pistols just overrun the A site. Rain was hoping the smoke would be enough to hold them back, but this is a round where B&E are especially able to loosen up. They're not going to stop for that smoke. They've got their mind set on that A bomb site. They might as well just take the risk of running through. Wasn't enough there for FaZe to lock it down. And then that push into CT. Carrigan had to be the pillar to back up Brokey, who hit the first shot, but he couldn't deliver.
And you can kind of understand the decision-making from Rain there. I know he's caught out in the open here, but, you know, he sees pistols streaming out from Palace, right? It's a very common play on these lighter buys. The M4, obviously, you feel like you can get a multi-frag there and maybe even end the round, but the fact that the rotations were, you know, a little bit delayed, there was no one there to support. He goes down. Suddenly it falls apart. B&E find a round back in the most unusual of fashions.
Entry pathing was really cool there too. You clear under Palace by getting onto the site, and that's when you have your back turned while the flash is popping onto Rain. Really great timing on the flash, and Rain is having a tough time in this round. Look at Robs though on the minimap. How is he so far forward?
This is wild. He's just gone on an investigation and wants to keep going. He won't stop, and he might get his reward. Oh! Synopsy turns back at the correct time in Rops. I thought he had it for sure.
That's a huge kill, because now FaZe can't stack this A site on the rotate, and the A play is coming in.
Broky's had to rotate as well. Karrigan's there, Rain on the site, low HP, out in the open again, but somehow finds the frag. Almost an opportunity for a second, but Twist goes down as well. A free entry into the site. Bomb can be planted. Broky's close in jungle. No chance here, surely not, unless the kill's gifted, but no. Synopsy takes down Karrigan, and Broky, it's a mission of survival.
Yeah, this half is going to be so rough for FaZe. They're getting toyed with at the moment. Another great round for Bad News Eagles. They're taking the lead. Broky drops down into the underpass. Shot will connect. But they're on the hunt. Oh, chasing it behind. Broky's down to half health. Well, Flatro is not going to give up this. He knows getting that AWP is important. And that is a huge loss for FaZe, not only in the round, but the weaponry going into the next. It's becoming a bit of a worrisome position for them, because now they're not even really in a position to recover this. It doesn't look convincing at any point. Bad News Eagles are outplaying them in these rounds.
Yeah, this kind of feels like the start of Inferno, right? Where FaZe got up to a good run of rounds, and then suddenly B&E started playing this style of Counter-Strike that FaZe just weren't ready for, and it feels like they're a step ahead on a lot of these executes.
It's weird with B&E, because when they win rounds, it really feels like they just win them so easily. Like, you feel like they're just a cut above their opponents, because it looks so comfortable. They just seem to win almost every fight. They quickly get kills onto a site, and they're suddenly up in like a 4v2, like that round. Really impressive for them to have this level of firepower. And for FaZe, it's almost a different story here. Well, it's a similar story to the first map, except it's Broky who's stepping up this time, not Twists.
Yeah, in the sequel, the main characters changed, but Tail is playing out the same way. And, well, 6 for Bad News Eagles, looking likely. We've got a CZ for Karrigan, 5-7 for Rops. He's the only one with armor. And they've stacked the B bomb site. Now, the concern here is B&E are interested in this side of the map.
No Mac 10 to send in first either. Have to be a rifle investigating, which can get concerning in these close angles. They've got to be aware this molly hasn't cleared out Rops entirely. Yep, they weren't aware. Oops.
Well, that's...
You're so tempted by the AWP though.
You really are. But Rops is...
He's smart.
Waiting on his teammates to come and help. Gonna claim it as a unit. Let's look at Synopsy. He's got the gap at the bottom of the smoke. Rain. He's going to be ready for it. He's sending shots through. He's trying to warn Synopsy. Don't hang around that window. You do not want to mess with this. He's going for it, confirming his position in that smoke. But look at B&E. Look at the way they're slipping into the A site. Finally, Twist will look at it. There was an open A site pathway for the bomb. Twist peeked out, got one, but the bomb is slipping its way forward to that site. And there's no one there to protect it.
An open pathway, but no smoke. They're lucky to get past that AWP, and the bomb does go down. No reason for FaZe not to send bodies at this.
Synopsy's cutting off those bodies from getting towards the site in mid. It's a strong hold from Synopsy. Got the clock up against the USP and still wins against Broky. One Flatro will help close it out. So yeah, a couple of moments there where FaZe think they may have a chance into the round, but in the end, leaving the A site open. That's B&E's opening. They see it and they move through towards the site to close the round.
Retake's still really difficult there, especially because the gun you stole was the AWP. So it's not like you can easily run in with that and trade your teammate.
Yeah, that got a little scary there, right? The AWP goes down, it's recovered. The position you're holding is through connector, and that's where the bomb's going.
Loudest places on Earth, beside a jet engine and in the B&E player room.
And a baby crying on a plane.
Yeah, well, that is one of the more irritating noises here in B&E. Celebrate is the opposite. We'll have to see the celebrations on their faces. That's after winning a round against majority pistols.
I feel like, yeah, if you're ever having a bad day, just watch B&E winning a Counter-Strike game. It'll cheer you up.
Well, maybe not today if you're a FaZe Clan fan. Rob set up for the peek into ramp, and it is going to work well. Synopsy had no chance.
Rigon going to come and step into his position. Rops is vacated. Did take a bit of damage in that, but with Rain holding this, actually, he's gotten off the angle and Rigon has slipped on through. Rain between two spots, and this might cause concerns. Rigon's going up on over. has the potential to disrupt everything, has spotted the first player. Gets him down, but Rops unaccounted for. The flame's coming on through, but Rops swings out.
There was a second there where I thought Rops was about to get taken out. It looked like Rigon was about to compose himself, but they're slipping into the B play indeed. Twist is out, towards short, but GXX has cut off the rotation, so it has to be Twist. And they run one by one. That gives Twist an easy headshot on Scenery. GXX though, okay, what a round! GXX is just picking one player after another and forces Rops into the clutch. They know exactly where he's coming from. They just seen him a few moments ago towards A, and GXX, no problem. 4K for GXX. The AWPer for BNE is delivering today.
GXXXX. What a round from the AWPer from BNE. Catches the rotate of Carrigan and then able to clear Twist from that position. Twist had his number. He knew exactly where he was coming from.
Tried to put down that smoke, wasn't effective. And you saw the celebration from GXX. He deserves to take a bow after that round. We were saying that his step up could be so important for BNE on this map.
We've got to say though, BNE are coming into this game today feeling it. They are looking so sharp individually. These are the rounds that look very good for FaZe Clan. GXX, the spacing from his initial players in was not good enough. This really shouldn't be happening, but he ends up just finding a way to isolate every one of the fights, and he doesn't miss the shots. They're taking their opportunities right now, and they're going to FaZe. They're knocking on their door, and they're matching them, even surpassing them in individual skill.
I feel like BNE have got a new celebration noise every time. And they've been celebrating a lot.
Calm, right, with the amount of screaming they do.
Well, they're going to be screaming into B right now. Warcry perhaps on towards these CTs. Synops is going to be at the front of the pack, and Carrigan, he is coming to meet them. Coming to try and deal with a peace treaty, but they are the players in power, and they will charge right forward. Carrigan has no chance with dealing with Rigon. Twist is so far removed, and I love the call. The simple call to attack into this B site, overwhelm it, flood it with BNE players. And an 8th round picked up. They've won this half already.
It's done. Mac 10 can farm. Not even needing the money at this stage. It was purchased just for the pace. Twist gets one, and it's a nice headshot, but not going to add too much. What a round from BNE. What a half from BNE. What a series. They can almost taste Paris.
Yeah, looking at some of the numbers for FaZe, opening duels have been okay for them. But multi-kills have not been great. Outside of Brokey, who has 5 multi-kills, Rops is the only other player with any. 3 players on the team without a single multi-kill round. Damage is decent, but BNE have got a fair bit of cash after winning so convincingly.
Yeah, they've got a lot of cash, but you know, as much as this is looking good for BNE right now, you've got to always have it in the back of your head that FaZe last year made themselves known as the comeback team, the team that can come back from anything. That when they're behind, they sometimes play their best CS. And sure, they look demoralized right now. It feels like they don't have the answers, but sometimes it can all start to come together. And I'm not saying that FaZe look great today. They definitely don't look in that kind of form, but there's always the possibility.
And with a momentum-based team like BNE, you stifle that momentum, suddenly it can all fall apart.
Look at the speed they're going with yet again. Look how quick Synops is just using this Mac 10, getting into these positions. FaZe are having to deal with speed again, and they couldn't deal with it on Inferno.
This is just crazy to do this. There's even the light there, so you can kind of spot the player jumping in, but somehow he's surviving. Finally, Rain takes him out, but it's the B site the entire time.
Again, it's B. This time, it's Carrigan standing tall. Twist able to help from short, and the bomb is still in the apartments. It's just 2 players left, and Scenario is the rifler. Really needs to do a lot.
It's just GSX now. We saw a 4K from him before. He's coming to the AK, but no, Rops takes him down.
Finally, the B hole does something with that, right? Carrigan, a couple of times he's been caught. Whether he doesn't have the weapons for it, whether they get caught off guard by the speed. This time, they're ready. They hold the B site, and it's much stronger from FaZe.
That's impressive, too, because you can see what BNE were going for there. The fast play into window just causing so much chaos there. Even gets away there for a moment, just attracting Rain, but they don't budge on B.
Yeah, I don't think it causes enough chaos just getting one player in window like that, because you kind of know he's stuck behind the smoke. Like, where's he going there? You're not really that scared. It draws the attention a little bit from Twist. It doesn't do enough. And FaZe realize, okay, that's not actually a real threat right now, unless he gets a kill. Here's GXX, confident to try to take the fight. Oh, it was a rifle on the other side. And it's gone.
Yeah, that's a great kill, and Robs can't get away with the trade, so he's going to be very frustrated about that. He swung ramp pretty quickly, but BNE were out of there faster. And one flat throw up into the window. Such a strong position to have.
And this time around, he's done it without being noticed. Tucked on in. BNE have everything into this round.
Oh yeah, this is rough. Rough for FaZe. 1 minute left. BNE have a lot of options available to them, and that's an important fight. Once the choke point progression starts to come in, you've got to win them if you're FaZe. And Twist and Carrigan, 2 rounds back-to-back now where they found some really important kills.
Not really able to make chaos happen with the positions they got themselves into. FaZe recede back, wait for the play. Now they flash in. Info gathered, but no kills.
Well, Brokey's been very good so far. Up towards the ticket box. He's got to at least get a few here because Twist is getting taken down to 3 health. Unfortunate there for BNE not to take that kill, and here goes Brokey. Oh, the distraction set up. That gives him a window of opportunity to peek out. And Scenario is brought down. GXX, the bomb carrier, and the AWPer. Synopsy! Oh, that's one way to deal with Brokey. 1 tap to the skull. Carrigan swings to CT, and the cleaner, he's cleaned up. 2 kills, no problem. Carrigan saves that round for FaZe.
How back and forth is that? I thought GXX might actually have a chance when he jumps across to safety, but it's still so tricky. Carrigan knows he's done damage. This is a good recovery from FaZe, but it's also another one of those rounds where you could argue BNE overextends slightly with some of their players elsewhere.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, the fact that BNE almost came back into that after losing the fight to Carrigan and Twist, right? To put it back into the 3-on-3, and they're still able to almost make it work. That tap from Synopsy was absolutely delightful.
Oh, wow.
OneFlatro, well, speaking of taps, Taps drops out of the server.
That's the only AK they have in the last round here of the first half, but it's already got involved, and it leaves the B site very vulnerable right now. Twist has gone investigating towards mid. I think he might get back in time, though.
The boost again. Oh, Berkey's ready for it this time.
You can't go window every round. Twist. Oh, aggression short, spotted by Rigon. No issues there. And now Rain, oh, he is stuck in sandwich. He decides that's not a comfortable position. He gets out of dodge just at the right time, but the pressure's not over. Rigon hunts him down. Brokey commits to just 1 kill, and the opening is there for Bad News Eagles. Carrigan's coming back. Bomb planted on the safe side of triple, and the flank is coming around the backside. Carrigan has no idea. There's a player in behind him. He won the clutch in the previous, but this one is so difficult, and OneFlatro will close it. Bad News Eagles with the advantage. This map is on a knife's edge. Welcome back to Bad News Eagles versus FaZe Clan in the 2-1 matchup. Sure, you're not facing elimination here, but if FaZe lose this, they set to play MOUZ in the 2-2 last chance game to qualify for the last ever CSGO major in Paris. FaZe Clan can drop the ball here. They're one map down already. They're behind in the first half, and MOUZ await them if they lose. The ramifications of this are massive.
That's actually insane. Major champions just a year ago, potentially not attending the last CSGO major. Now we are getting a few steps ahead of ourselves. B&E still have to close it here. They can almost taste it. 3 rounds up at the half, and the juggling is coming out.
The differences in pressure you can already see, right? B&E are in control right now. They're a map up. They're in control of this map. And FaZe have all the pressure in the world. They played NAVI. They got absolutely destroyed. They come down to this matchup. This is their best opportunity on paper, right? Is to go through B&E. But they've been here before. B&E have broken their hearts in Rio. The last time they played, knocked them out last place in the Rio Major, ruining their chances of being able to claim the title back-to-back, right? Find that and hold that major title as the contender. But right now, this could happen again. You know, we're going up against MOUZ in a decider game. That is not safe at all.
Yeah, and you've got to love the attitude, the mindset that B&E come in with. They always look like they're having a good time. It's a little easier when you're playing so well, when you're winning against FaZe.
Yeah, it's worth mentioning here as well, we do have a sound issue for Twist that we're getting resolved to get this second half underway. Obviously, with a game this important, you make sure everything is perfect. Twist has been burdened by quite a few issues, unfortunately, here in this second map. But for FaZe, the second half recovery, that first half recovery, it could have been worse. I think Carrigan really started to step up with some massive rounds. I mean, that clutch that he won over towards CT spawn, he doesn't win that. Imagine the position FaZe are in.
I think that's one of the great qualities of Carrigan as a leader is when he, you know, often he is kind of the first player in to kind of set up his teammates, but when he's in those clutch positions, he's actually very competent in them. And we saw it there, the 1v2 to pull that one off and get a reasonable scoreline at the half.
And this is why Carrigan coming into this event set the expectations of everybody's asking him the question, oh, you want to go 3-0, you want the Legend stage? He just doesn't care. He just wants to be at the major because he knows how hard it is to get through these teams. I mean, look at the teams that have been dropped. The defending major champions aren't even going to the next major. And now FaZe, they had to play NAVI in the decider game of the 3-0. Now they're down here in the 2-1 game versus B&E, who are absolutely wrecking them right now. And if they fall again, MOUZ. So you see, coming into this tournament, when you mess up at the major, your seeding gets all screwed up and you're in a position where you're going to have to deal with a lot of difficult teams on your path to Paris. And right now, that path to Paris might have a few extra obstacles.
Yeah, MOUZ could be a real bane for a lot of fans' existence. If they take out VP and then FaZe, that would be crazy. I think in this game right now, we've seen Brokey have a really good first half. GXX has had his moments, but he has been quieter. And I wonder whether on CT's side, we'll get to see him freed up just that little bit more. Had a lot of those explosive rounds from B&E, which can make it tricky as an AWPer to always keep up. Definitely need to have a specific set of skills, a specific play style to be able to play that way.
Neeson.
Exactly.
Let's take a look at the opening duels, because that was actually a topic of interest coming into Inferno. Bad News Eagles dominated them. Here right now, GXX, he's 1-1. He was much better on Inferno at grabbing those openings. A bit more balanced across the board here. Rop's winning the majority of them. For FaZe also losing the majority of them, so involved in 7.
I think GXX was 5-0 on Inferno at one stage, but a lot of that was championed by the CT side, which obviously now they move on to.
Oh, I've just got news that we are ready to get this second half underway. FaZe Clan with everything on the line. They do not want to have to go to that 2-2 game where they will face MOUZ. They want to get through Bad News Eagles. 1 map down, 3 rounds down, heading into the second half. B&E in full control as they go onto the defense, and FaZe are setting up for the A play.
One of the most important pistol rounds, right? The execute coming through onto A, and, well, B&E just aren't here.
They've got a kit and a smoke for the retake at a minimum, but there's no way they get a kill before the bomb goes down. Question is, do FaZe take CT control? And it looks like they do, so some better post-plant positions. Let's see if they can lock this in.
They got some of the best pistol players in the world, and they're about to be set up for a flash in towards CT. Rigon's flank caught by Twist. He watches for it. Flash goes over. Rain set up. Does not deliver. In fact, it is Brokey that claims the kill for that maneuver, and then they double swing, and Scenarii gets 2. He's still standing. Synopsy strong. A turret from that spot, and still a 2v2. Remember, Scenarii has a kit, and he is rolling forward. A tank moving at quick speed. Shot after shot. Smoke on the bomb. Kit on his back, and the knife pulled out. He's missed it. And just at the last second, Twist cuts him down.
I can't believe he took a swing and a miss in the smoke. He still gets it. That was like 0.05 or something crazy on the timer. I'm convinced.
What a clutch from Twist, though. Winning out that duel over the stairs, that is everything. It felt like Scenarii did so much. 0.01.
I mean, if that doesn't show you the thinnest of margins can make the difference in Counter-Strike, I don't know what does.
BNE, 0.01 seconds away from being on 10 rounds. But they force by into the next. FaZe, it is not a done deal. It is not a clean start to the second half unless you remove this force buy you're up against.
Yeah, really, BNE deserved to win that and landed some great shots in the process. So you go up against this force buy, you still got to be concerned. Good turn kill from Twist, though.
The savior of the last round goes ahead. Sees one Flatro, second kill in. Dealing with a force buy right now. Synopsis hearing the steps, sprinting towards A. He's going to try and speed up himself.
He's the only one that can do anything here. Teammates are still on B. They're not even budged. Rops is holding for it. Wins it out. Takes a bit of damage in the process, but the round is done. Twist, he had a fantastic T-side early, didn't he, on that opening map? And it looks like here on Mirage, getting off to the same sort of start.
Yeah, it was maybe a little risky moving into connector like that, but I'm honestly fine with it. I want to see Twist start to feel it in that way. That's a great shot from GXX.
Even if Rain goes down here, at least you're getting info on what weapons are available in the next round. So Brokey's still pushing the issue over here. But FaZe can sigh a little bit of relief there that they haven't gone down to the force buy. Won it pretty convincingly. 4 players still up. Brokey, sound cue made as he hops on up. He will remove GXX, so had some insult to injury there for BNE. Just the one Deagle saved over. Should be another round here for FaZe.
Suddenly gets a little bit more comfortable. 2 6-9 halves they've had to face down, and this one now about to be evened up. And it all comes down to Twist just getting some fantastic openers. The force buy not able to achieve anything here. So now it's just Scenarii that's really got anything to say, except for those 2 Deagles.
Well, it's a quick A play. Looks again from FaZe. Very simple. Everyone's setting up. Outside of A, apart from Rain, you'll often just see Rain be the solo mid player. They can rely upon him. They have for years.
Yeah, definitely a safe pair of hands. Smoke for window. FaZe still with eyes set on this A site. We have got some players here with upgraded pistols. I think the utility will likely count them out completely.
Everyone's scrambling. They're going to be here.
Whoa, the bomb is still a ramp.
They're looking to take the control first, and this could be a concern. They could walk straight in. The boost on over. Synopsis found one. Brokey's charging on through, looking for the fight back. He jumps. Rigon finds another, but Carrigan, he's recovering. 2 kills, a third to his tally before Synopsis trades.
Carrigan is bailing them out time and time again here. He's recovered that. They found the loose thread up towards Palace. They took so long getting into the A play that the rotation comes in, and BNE can be a bit more free with the lack of weaponry. So a cool boost, great bit of engineering to get that first kill. They pull the loose thread. It starts to unravel, and then Carrigan has to pull them out of the hole again.
Yeah, in fact, that Brokey looks so uncomfortable. He ends up jumping awkwardly on the stairs. Not ideal. BNE makes sure to group up so that they can swing together, try and cause some chaos. Does do a bit of damage to the FaZe economy, but here comes the buy for BNE. Pretty much everything they could want in this round.
Slightly lighter on the utility, but shouldn't matter too much. GXX has the AWP crucially. Such a menace on Inferno.
Look how far back FaZe are holding in some of these positions. Really just waiting to see if there's aggression. And when Rops gets to this position especially, why not wait to see if someone gives you a fight?
Because you know they will. It's Bad News Eagles. It's what they do.
haven't seen many rounds play out like this, have we? Very quiet in the first 40 or so seconds. Finally, some utility into mid. FaZe still with plenty of nades remaining. And connector control should be taken pretty comfortably here if they want it.
Rain and Twist look to enter connector just as the rest of the prong of the approach comes through ramp. Snopsy starting to gather that info. Good first peek. Twist falls, and there's no trade potential. One Flatro. Oh, he will fall. Rain doubles. That's the space creator. The Rain did not do over on Inferno. This time he's having a round. Comes up through the connector. Pulls 3 beautiful kills. And Scenari, he's still alive. He's still kicking from the jungle. And he's looking to be the king of it. And unfortunately, Brokey will usurp his throne.
Yeah, it was a little bit messy there from BNE, trying to respond quickly. GXX just jumps down into mid with the AWP out. I mean, Rain had 10 HP. GXX maybe was a bit more ready for that fight. Could have had his pistol out and potentially pick that one up. But Rain, I mean, what a fantastic couple of kills. After that first one comes through to connector, he responds in kind, makes it double.
So Synopsy put that smoke onto the A site, just trying to create a bit of space. But the one angle he's still exposed to is Rain over towards connector. So it's so important that Rain gets that kill. Otherwise, Synopsy could have played around the smoke, bought some time, which would have made it very uncomfortable for FaZe. Instead, Rain makes it easy for them, and now it's faster from FaZe against the pistols. They're already setting up this B split. Oh, and Flatro misses his opportunity. Oh, but makes up for it.
Well, he gets a second chance, doesn't he? A second crack at the whip. This time he connects it, and now they're stacking B. So many plays to try and get through. Rain has done well for one. Twist has to now step up as FaZe start to filter through. Synopsy retreats further and further back, relinquishing control of the site. And GXX now alone. Eventually, FaZe will take them out and, in fact, go on fire with 5 rounds in a row.
Well handled, considering they walked directly into the stack in a 4-on-5. The fact that they were able to come out ahead with 2 players surviving is a testament to their thoroughness on the approach. A 2-round lead for FaZe. Not been recent that they've been in the lead. They can't get complacent. We've seen what BNE can do once they get on a roll.
It's a question of whether BNE can get back into that position here, because it has started to get a little more serious now.
Difference is, you know, you've had Rain come online over the last few rounds. Carrigan's been just keeping them floating here. Brokey's always had a good first half, a good second half. He's here right now. Twist getting involved in that previous round. Once those stars start to activate, you know, this becomes the phase that we know. There was only Twist on Inferno, only Brokey in the first half. But now there's been some time, and FaZe has started to warm up into this, and this is the real phase once these players are online.
Major winning phase, Grand Slam winning phase. You just know Paris is on their mind. And B-side also on their mind.
Yeah, absolutely. Stacking up. Everyone over on this side of the map. It's about to be a quicker play here for FaZe.
Looks like it. GXX with that AWP not in the right position. Lurk smoke out.
So it's Scenari that's under pressure then. Molotov towards the van. Oh, he's tucked in. He has to get a multi-kill here. His teammates at short trying to help him. He slipped the net. The rotation is very quick to come back over. There's 3 players on this site right now, and FaZe have slowed it right down. There's a second wave of the attack coming in now. Flash being set up, and because of that slowed down, the rotation starts to come back through. BNE start to second guess this rotation, and this is a good call for FaZe. Now they go again. Scenario is under pressure once more. FaZe come crashing down on the B site, but the round might come crashing down around them. Luckily, Scenario is forced out of position, but Bad News Eagles have got back. The reinforcements are here, and Brokey cannot stand the cavalry.
I feel like that was full mind games that FaZe are trying to play there. You see sometimes Carrigan has these rounds where he will just solo try and fake the B site. It almost looked like they wanted to feign that out and make BNE think it was the solo fake. But BNE aren't going to leave that B site entirely. They're always going to keep players at least somewhat close by, even if they just go back towards mid. And that rotate back comes through.
Yeah, and the lack of contact anywhere else. I mean, why are you going to go far? GXX, yeah, he might go through to window or jungle, but it doesn't take him long to get back to B and find that impact. Carrigan just thrown in with the Sharks, and once they tasted blood, they didn't budge.
Time will take him. Letting Rolban have a say too. Just think of Rolban in this story as well. The major that they won, he didn't get to stand behind them. The major that he did go to, they went last place. Now struggling here in the RMRs. don't think how disappointing it would be for him as an individual if they were to go down to that 2-2 game.
Money on the line in this one for FaZe. Full investment. Boost up early into a run boost. Oh, that is so dangerous to not go behind the boxes. He's out in the open and he's a dead man.
Yeah, he's missed the shot. Rigon's gonna snap that up. A great opportunity for Bad News Eagles to find the opening kill, and because Rain took damage, the nade finishes him.
Fletcher gets away from all of that with a single point of HP, but it's enough, and now Rigon, he wants to get back into it. Pushing up into mid, Carrigan on the other side, and comes out ahead just about.
Another important kill, one for Carrigan. He's found so many of these for FaZe in the tightest situations, in the darkest moments. He has been pulling them out, but it's still a 4 versus 3, albeit one Fletcher on 1 health, but he's still standing.
Yeah, you do wonder, was that necessary from Rigon up in a clean 5-on-3? But that's the way BNE like to play. And now they stay spread. 2 players on B, 2 on A. That leaves an open window in towards window in mid. And Twist is going to try and use this position. It's a little too risky to assume it's wide open, though. So they'll leave Twists on the lurk. It looks like they'll move back towards B.
Dropping the smoke there might bait out some movement, and that's where Twist can maybe catch someone out, peeking in towards mid. You can see, it's definitely a possibility.
20 seconds.
There it is.
Limited
Snary's
time.
walked on through.
Timing!
Turned away.
Looks away. Snary catches him looking the wrong way. 17 seconds left. GXX still here. And FaZe are not getting towards that site right now. Rops is going to drop down into the site, but what can he hope to do? GXX tracks him, hunts him, and puts him on the wall.
It's back to the usual tricks that we saw on Inferno. BNE setting the pace.
I thought Twist saw the shadow on short, to be honest.
Surely he did.
I don't know. It seemed like he just didn't react to it. Maybe was focused in his mind on making the play forward already. That was the strong start. That's the strong close. GXX in the right place at the right time. Oh, I think he did react after.
Well, that little buffer that FaZe have built themselves up is now gone. It's faded away, and in fact, they are down to pistols. They've been reset on the money, and Bad News Eagles now looking to head into the lead.
God. Okay, Raid, he really wanted that pick, didn't he? I mean, he has to be one of the heroes. I think he'll drop the D to a teammate now. You can see why, with a buy like this, you would try and just take a risk like that. Yeah, we said at the start of the round, it was a key one for FaZe to win. Their money now in trouble. And this should be a very clean round win.
Yeah, no issues here for BNE. Heading into the lead. FaZe have got to stomach it, and oh, this is where Carrigan's going to feel a lot of pressure on his shoulders as the caller to figure out the solutions. The pathway back into this game, because every time they found a few rounds here, or it seems like they've opened up. Bad News Eagles adapt. They find the hole, and they make sure that FaZe can't come through it.
Do we see the timeout? I feel like at times FaZe haven't used those timeouts aggressively enough. This might be a moment for it.
Let's go. Let's fucking go, boys.
But apparently not. Really important round here. No AWP available for FaZe. Some nades missing. Roki even stuck on a Galil into this one.
Scary position to be in with BNE in the lead. Scores in the teens for both teams.
It's another play where FaZe are committed heavy with numbers towards one side of the map, right out of spawn. Twist is dealing with the mid play. He's just watching that mid push in the flanks, but here comes the quick call for FaZe, running right in. Maybe the change in pace works out. Brandon Rops with the first kills for FaZe. Rigon has done enough initially on the hold, and a little bit of a gap that Carrigan is ready for. Once again, keeping it somewhat close. GXX overrun. Carrigan jumps over the crosshair, and Carrigan, he's the star right now. He is finding so much impact for FaZe.
He'll drag them kicking and screaming through Mirage, and maybe through the Major. The leader stepping up, pushing through, and stopping Bad News Eagles when they started to get on that roll.
I feel like you see BNE just a little hesitant with how they're going to set up on that A site. Rigon's sort of fumbling with nades, not really able to get into a position in time. Sigh of relief for Carrigan. He knows how important that round was.
Every round at this point is massively important for FaZe. 3 players in mid. At the start of this one, Brokey's just holding for aggression, anticipating it coming his way. Hasn't come up in the first few seconds, so now FaZe take that opportunity to move into middle. Sending Rain down close towards the connector smoke.
Flames come on over. Flatro forced on back. You can see he wants to go for this fight. Has Rigon over towards Ladder, who can help support. Peering on through as that smoke's about to fade. On Flatro might get the opportunity onto Rain. Another set of Flames comes on through, and he's given the opportunity. An opener for B&E. Twist immediately trades.
Important trade from Twist. He had to get that one to come through. Now just over 1 minute left. FaZe want to make this B play. This is their final call to move into B. Twist is coming up through short. He's a little bit further away from the rest of the pack, and he has to get through Rigon. Rigon's smart enough to deal with that, molly it down, and this attack is starting to fizzle out. FaZe cannot split together. They cannot get up short in time. So the B Apartments play needs to come in, and Rops makes the difference. Jumps out the window, instant kill on GXX, and now Rigon and Synopsy coming back through. Prokeem reads the play, reads the rotation path, and Rigon has slipped short. He's so close, and Rops swings. Good team play from FaZe. They head into the lead again.
Great double swing at the end there. It looked uncomfortable for FaZe for a second, but the fact that Rops drops down and wins that fight is the real difference maker. You think an AWP on that B site is normally a pillar, but Rops able to drop down just in time. That's the kill that makes the difference. They still got flustered a little. You saw Rops almost planting for short when his teammate was with him on the site, but they figure it out in the 2v2. And you talked earlier about how FaZe in the past have been so good in those most important moments, in those clutch rounds. That's a perfect example of it.
Last timeout used for B&E. This is the last time to have Devil Walk on the mic. The last time they can reset, and this game is getting close, Lucy.
Unbelievably so. That one came down to the wire. GXX hits that shot. It's a completely different game.
I mean, it's been close the whole time, obviously, but what I mean is when we get deeper into the regulation here, if we go into the overtimes, you won't have the timeouts. You won't be able to take that pause, that breather, so they're on their own from now on.
I mean, this is 14 for FaZe. Look at what B&E are working with. An MP9, a single Soul M4. Synopsy has to go big. They have to upset here.
It's funny because it feels like FaZe are having to fight so hard, and then you remember we might have another map.
That's the thing, right? It feels like the decider map, but it's only map 2. And Rain will shred through 2 in the underpass.
That's the start they needed. Synopsy's still here, boosted on up. It's a bit of an unorthodox position, but surely with Rops clearing out through here, should be able to disrupt it if the hit comes on through. It's so exposed to so many angles.
In these kind of rounds, you got to go for a little gimmick. We've seen B&E be able to use some of those boosts in the rounds where they've had their weaker weapons and nearly make it competitive. Just over a minute left. FaZe will start to drift back towards A. And this is the site that B&E would want them to come towards. But Synopsy on triple, you're right. I don't know how much he's able to get done here.
Budge, and doesn't get to shoot at all. Rops.
That's robotic.
What a shot. Flatro's now picked up the M4 though, and he's repositioned, finds the kill onto Rops. The trade is immediate. GXX just has the pistol in mid, so his attempt to do anything here, very minimal. Gonna come on through and can't even find Rain.
Yeah, Rain having a couple of nice impact rounds now. Take note of the pathing there. He goes up top because he knows that's going to give him a really good chance to trade Rops. Whereas if he runs on the floor, it can be hard to fully get into position in time. What's the approach for B&E here? We haven't seen the crazy CT aggression in all of these rounds. Reaction not looking great there from Rigon. But he knows he's got the chance now in the gun round.
Yeah, this is the chance, right? If they lose this, the money is starting to look really dire. FaZe will have the huge advantage. They'll be on map point. Very likely they close it.
This mid control's big. GXX has scoped in on mid, so he's got that position entirely under lock and key. And Bad News Eagles are going to use that. They're going to use this to push mid themselves with this massive stack.
I like it. I mean, they left A open, but Rops is so passive on the lurk there that FaZe aren't getting anything from this. They're putting pressure over towards B, now repositioning, and they might walk right into the setup.
There is the underpass push from FaZe, though, so it's a push from two sides you've got to hold on to. The smoke into window makes it more difficult for the CT.
GXX is forced off his angle, but there's so many players here to back him up. Twister having to brawl inside of mid, and he will. Synopsy no longer with this one. Flatro gets revenge, and it tastes sweet, so he gets two. He goes back for seconds, and 55 seconds, 4 versus 2. B&E in a really solid position here, Lucy.
Conceded so much space, and look what it's cost them at Rops. What a shot onto Rigon. Suddenly looking a little bit more achievable. 2 versus 3, one Flatro low, and time to work with.
Rops nearly snaps back to connector there. That is ridiculous, but 35 seconds. The 1 kill sure brings them closer. There's one A-site player right now in the form of Flatro is pushing through Palace.
Such a good position to be in. You just sit here, you wait for the bomb plant, and surely you get a kill from it. It's so hard to clear out Palace.
He's the only one on this side of the map, though. Look at the B side. They've gone to reinforce it. They're relying so much on the shoulders of Flatro.
Oh, this position is just so strong. From the Palace, he will come through, and Rops has no idea how to deal with it, and the bomb plant denied. GXX from short sends the bullet through, and BNE with 13.
Man, it's not easy to make that decision for Flatro either. He's low on health. If there's a player waiting for him in Palace, if he gets caught repositioning, he could just lose the round himself. But he knows he has to get into an unexpected position because he's low on health. He plays for the 1 kill. He plays for the survival. A really smart play at a really important time. And FaZe do now take their 3rd timeout.
And I feel like the default there from FaZe was a little bit off, right? They put a lot of pressure over towards B. They had Rops sitting very passive in towards Palace. No signs of life in mid, and GXX knows it's completely clear because he's been sitting on Cat the entire time, and it allows them to set up such a rigid defense in mid that completely dismantles FaZe.
A double in connector, so important. His teammates were also stacked towards B when he got that double in connector. He was such a pillar of the hold there, Flatro. And he was maybe a little quiet on that first map, but he's stepping up here, joint top of the server right now.
Tech 9 for Rain. Carrigan has no utility. This round could change everything.
Well, they're going towards A again with numbers. 3 in Palace this time, 1 down towards ramp, and Rain tasked with holding mid with that Tech 9. He can't be involved in the main pack of the attack, and Carrigan was the first let off the leash. GXX just nails him right away. The shot is too easy for him, and Rops goes out next. 1 by 1, they're falling to the Bad News Eagles, and they've thrown all the cash into this. FaZe pushing, but they're not getting the kills. Finally, Brokey's found the gap for the bomb. He has to go back and get it, and in the meantime, he's lost all of his teammates, and Brokey is in a 1v4. The first locked in on Rigon, but they've slipped through the smoke. Brokey locks in the plant. That's some extra cash at least, but he needs a lot more in this round, and Scenari is not going to give it to him. That is a tough round to swallow for FaZe. Luckily, Brokey makes something of it. He gets a bomb plant. That'll be a really important cash in the next round. But FaZe now have to suffer the scoreline being tied up.
Yeah, the money is big, but that round looked so uncomfortable for FaZe.
It's not even good enough. It's not good enough. That's the thing. They're going to have to concede map point here, series point, and they'll be going down to the 2-2 matchup if you lose this map.
Yeah, and you saw the jungle smoke. It was terrible. There was such a massive gap in it. They didn't even have a flash for GXX's position initially. It just felt like FaZe pushed a little too ahead of the utility there. You saw the awkward fight Rops is taking. And this is now a scary, scary prospect. Pistols at 14-14.
Conceding
and a B-rush.
B-rush, and they're a little bit late to spawn here. They're pretty late to the site on the Bad News Eagle side, but FaZe are just canceling. They slow it down a bit. They sent Rain way ahead of the rest of the pack, and they're just going to smoke it. They just want to go. Change in pace coming in, right at the front.
Getting in fast, Rain tries to overwhelm, but Scenari strikes and everybody arrives to the party. The B rush completely dismantled before it can even get going, and that's 15 for Bad News Eagles.
Series point up against FaZe. This will send them down to the 2-2 bracket. That's against MOUZ. This is unbelievable from Bad News Eagles.
Major qualification point for Bad News Eagles, and you saw the instant reaction from them. They said, hold. That was the low buy. We need to make sure we're focused again instantly because this is the buy for FaZe, the last standby for them.
1 round away from the major. Bad News Eagles. And they have lost the first player. Brokey boosted up. Synopsy caught on the cross on over. BNE, they've got to do it the hard way if they want to do it in regulation. A player down.
You find the kill on A and immediately group up to B. Everybody from FaZe coming over here. Not a single lurk component yet. Rops does start to come through mid. Scenari's the only one here defending.
FaZe couldn't ask for anything more here. Clean 5v4 and now this B play.
Scenari's been an absolute beast in this game. He has been so good. And now the attack is bomb site. Will he defend it with his life? Flash goes up. A brilliant kill onto Carrigan, but it is just one. On Flatro's turn, the next in the wave. GXX connected another brilliant shot when Flatro runs in. Robson Rain with kills, and it's now on Riggin. The flank around the back of the apartments. The 1 versus 2 for the major spot. He's got it into a 1v1. It's just Robson short, and Rigon sees him. He knows where his next victim is. The one player stopping him from confirming the spot in Paris. A major is there. The Paris major for Bad News Eagles locked in. This team have done it again.
When they fly, they soar. Bad News Eagles are going to Paris. Can you believe it? Twice now, FaZe have fallen in the most dramatic of fashions. Bad News Eagles, an incredible performance. Take it 2-0.
They played their hearts out, and the team celebrations at the end. These guys all get along together so well. You can see it in the way they play. You can see it in the way they feel after the game. And for FaZe, well, I don't want to say it's, you know, deja vu, but it's getting to that point.
Incredible performance for Bad News Eagles, locking in a major that means so much to them. And for FaZe now, they know the road ahead is so difficult.
So difficult, as you mentioned, potentially MOUZ, right? As the team you have to go against. MOUZ, who eliminated VP, the reigning champions, just earlier today. FaZe's Warriors do not get any easier here. The Bad News Eagles, they get to the sigh of victory. Fantastic stuff here from B&E.
Yeah, what a performance from them, especially when it becomes so close and so intense. That's the most impressive thing about this team to me. They always seem to be able to continue to step up. And I think you can see how exhausting this series was for FaZe, even though it's only 2 maps. Playing against B&E just takes so much out of you.
Yeah, and you got to remember the position that FaZe were in there, right? It was 14-10 that they were up. They were able to find a way back into that one. Fighting tooth and nail. Bad News Eagles felt like they really got back into their game towards the end. The sort of aggressive setups they were going for in towards mid, and it comes down to a 1 versus 2, a brutal way to go.
Yeah, and FaZe obviously disappointed at the loss, but I also feel like you see them on the cams and you just think there's a part of them that is also scared of what lies ahead when you have to go into those 2-2 games. For B&E though, celebrations all round. We've said before, they're a team who don't really have the biggest backing, and they just come together and they put their all into these sorts of tournaments, and it shines through for them, it seems, every time.
Yeah, we talk about a team that has no org backing. They have to do it all on their own. Put together this fantastic team, these pieces like Devilwalk and Crystal coming into the mix to elevate their gameplay. And honestly, I think we saw it here. The celebrate, look how happy they are. It just brings a smile to your face seeing them succeed here. Well, they've made themselves a path through to Paris, going to the major. It must mean the world.
Yeah, you can see why these guys have become such fan favorites since they've made their name on the international scene. It's just so fun to watch them play.
Yeah, now we have Devilwalk on the sidelines for the winners interview.
I just had to sprint off the cast, Devilwalk. Just the first to congratulate you guys. Congratulations on making the major. I know it's the cliche question, but you have to. How does it feel?
It feels really fucking good. There's so many things and emotions going through our heads right now. You know, FaZe is an incredible team, and for us to beat them 2-0 is really, really, really nice.
There's very few people in the Counter-Strike world that have as much passion for the game as you. You won the first major, and now you're going to the last CSGO major. That must feel pretty special.
Yes. I don't know what to say. It feels really, really good. All the hard work has paid off, and yeah, I'm super proud of the boys.
And obviously you guys making a major, it's the only one this year. We know how much Bad News Eagles struggle in terms of finances. You guys do this on a passion project. You don't get salaried for this. How much does a major help for you guys? Like, the struggle must just be insane.
I mean, it means everything. It means everything to us, and obviously them doing it 3 times in a row is incredible. No organization. Obviously we have some sponsors that support us, so big thanks to them. But yeah, I just love the guys. They've been incredible from day one.
Well, absolutely. Congratulations yet again, Devilwalk. See you at the Paris major, man.
It's a beautiful hearing from Devilwalk. You can see how much it meant to him. It almost brings a tear to my eye hearing him. And yeah, an interesting point on that interview, right? First major, winning it, coming back for the very final CSGO major. You couldn't write a storyline like that.
Yeah, I was wondering if we saw the pants down from Neverwalk, but not this time, not yet. Maybe saving that for the major itself, because they will be there. And just the pure joy, the pure elation for Bad News Eagles is well earned, well deserved. Saying it earlier, they really have earned their way to this position.
Well, we can see the teams that are joining them in Paris. Obviously, we had NAVI and Fnatic going through in Legend spots yesterday. GamerLegion and Into the Breach also joining today. Bad News Eagles in the mix. This is not the top 5 teams going through that I think you would expect.
No, you list off the first 2 names, it makes sense. Then you start to get yourself into a more precarious position.
Now we've got to talk about the playoff, because remember the Legends spot, up in the air, just because there's a couple extra for EU. So you can see the bracket there that'll play out to see who's actually going to advance to Legends.
Into the Breach already there. Bad News Eagles and GamerLegion have one more matchup to play to decide it, but honestly, for these guys, the main thing was making the major. For honestly all these teams who were probably borderline as to whether or not they would make it, it is so nice to get through so quickly.
Yeah, I think those 3 teams that we see there on the screen are teams that this means so much for. We talk about the stickers, we just talk about the fans that you can get, right? It's such a big platform for you to be on. I mean, I think coming into this RMR's, GamerLegion and B&E both had much more gravitas because of their performance at the last RMRs.
Yeah, absolutely. And you've got to say for B&E that it's really nice seeing them get the chance to put their all into these sorts of events, because it is really hard to play online qualifiers and those sorts of tournaments. They get the chance here to make it back to the RMR, and you can tell how much they put into these tournaments. You can tell they put their absolute all into these sorts of events.
We can see the updated group here for RMR Group A. The results from today coming through. You can see all the teams there highlighted that did win, which now sets us up for those final 2-2 matches.
Yeah, and the first one on the screen, FaZe versus MOUZ, is the one that's going to get all the headlines. We already had the terrifying prospect for MOUZ of going up against VP. Now they have to go up against FaZe, 2 teams that absolutely belong at the major. Again, teams that you expect to see maybe even in the playoffs of a major. One of them is going to have to go down to the Challengers playoff. The winner gets to go through.
Yeah, so it's not all over yet. I know that's a very scary matchup to be looking for, but don't give up hope yet. Still plenty more action to come, but that's all of the games here on the EU RMR today. Thank you so much for tuning in, and we'll be back for more tomorrow.